The Deputy Headmistress's Dilemma. Minerva McGonagall sat in her office, her sharp gaze fixed on the student before her. As Deputy Headmistress and Professor of Transfiguration, she had seen many ambitious students, but Quinn West was proving to be an enigma. She wondered, not for the first time, whether entrusting him with the organization of such a large-scale event had been a wise decision. "Did you obtain all the necessary permissions, Professor?" Quinn asked, his tone businesslike. "I hope so, because I'm on a tight schedule and working with strict deadlines. The sooner I have them, the better." McGonagall pursed her lips. "Mr. West, I do have the permissions, but I must ask, do you truly need this many people inside Hogwarts?" The headmaster was far from pleased with the number. "Absolutely, ma'am," Quinn replied, nodding confidently. "I don't have a budget for this, so I need alternative funding sources. Every person I'm bringing in is essential for making my vision a reality. Without them, this entire event collapses." McGonagall sighed. The headmaster suggested involving the ministry. They could sponsor the Quidditch tournament, just as they are funding the Triwizard tournament. Quinn shook his head. "I doubt it. They're offering the Triwizard champion 1,000 galleons. That's barely a junior auror's monthly salary. Fighting a dragon for that amount? Not worth it." McGonagall's expression tightened. "Mr. West, the dragons are classified information. I won't ask how you know." Quinn merely shrugged, choosing not to reveal that at least 3 champions already knew about them. "I'm not asking these people to stay at Hogwarts," he continued. "They'll come in for meetings, hear my pitches, and leave. If that's an issue, I could always meet them in Hogsmeade. Of course, that would mean I'd need unrestricted permission to leave the castle." McGonagall exhaled, already imagining how often Quinn would exploit such a privilege. Instead, she slid a stack of parchments across her desk. "These are the permissions," she said. "Dates and times are listed. You may not bring them deep into the castle. A designated room has been prepared. You'll be responsible for escorting them from the gates. That is non-negotiable." Quinn scanned the documents swiftly before nodding. "Everything seems in order. The next few days are going to be busy." McGonagall frowned. "I still don't understand why you need so many people. Are all of them truly essential for the tournament? We didn't require this many for the Triwizard tournament." Quinn rose from his chair, offering a calm smile. "Every single piece matters, Professor. I'm constructing a clockwork mechanism. Each person, each meeting is a gear. Only when all parts move in harmony does the clock function perfectly." McGonagall studied him for a moment before sighing. "I hope you know what you're doing." "I do, ma'am." "Good afternoon, Professor." "Good afternoon, Mr. West." As the door clicked shut behind him, McGonagall turned her attention to the towering stack of assignments waiting to be graded. This Quidditch tournament had better be worth it. Training for dragons. Harry Potter's evenings were usually reserved for relaxing with friends, flying around, playing games, or simply unwinding. But today was different. Standing on a bed of scattered grey stones some distance from the castle, he faced something entirely unexpected. "Glad you're on time," said Quinn West, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and black cargo shorts. Harry turned to his right as his sister, Ivy, voiced the question on everyone's mind. "What are we doing today?" Hermione raised a hand. "Are we actually learning how to fight a dragon?" Quinn observed Harry intently, as if waiting for something. "What?" Harry asked, confused. Quinn stepped forward. "Before we begin, let me make one thing clear. I am here to train you, Harry. Your sister and Ms. Granger are here to observe. How much they learn is up to their aptitude, but I will not be engaging with them as I will with you. They won't be facing a dragon, you will." He poked Harry's chest. "So, the first thing you need to do to avoid getting mauled is ask questions. Whatever enters your mind, say it. The more you ask, the better prepared you'll be." He stepped back, scanning the trio. "The goal of this training is survival. My benchmark for success? You finishing the task without needing a visit to Madame Pomfrey. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of time to make you a dragon-slaying expert." The 3 stared at him as if he had just casually suggested they duel a basilisk. "We'll optimize our approach for the first task," Quinn continued. Hermione narrowed her eyes. "You know what the first task is?" "Yes." "Your goal is to retrieve an egg from a dragon's nest." Ivy gasped. "A nesting dragon?" Quinn nodded. "Yes. Mother dragons are fiercely protective of their eggs. That means the champions will be facing an even more aggressive challenge. So how do we safely complete the task?" Hermione asked. Quinn smiled. "Excellent question. That's exactly what I want you to figure out." The 3 fell silent, thinking. "Avoid the mother dragon," Hermione suggested.
Don't attack her, Ivy added. Don't touch the eggs? Harry tried. Quinn nodded. Good.
Hermione, distance is key, less risk, less chance of being roasted. Ivy, your idea is half right. You might need to cast spells, but direct aggression is dangerous. And Harry, your point is crucial. Harm the eggs, and the dragon turns into an unstoppable berserker.
He clapped.
My strategy is simple. Get in, move swiftly, get out. Minimize exposure. Less time near the dragon equals less risk. Ivy's eyes gleamed. Reduce movements to reduce danger. Exactly.
Harry frowned.
But how do we get the egg without getting close to the dragon? We use magic, Quinn answered, pointing at a nearby rock. Imagine that's the egg. With a flick of his fake wand, a bolt of blue light shot out, instantly transfiguring pebbles into cloth. The fabric wrapped around the rock in a flash. With another wave, the rock flew into Quinn's grasp.
Ivy's jaw dropped.
That was unbelievably fast.
Quinn smirked. That's the goal.
Be quick enough, and the dragon won't have time to react.
He turned to Harry.
Practice the summoning charm.
Accio.
It's pronounced Accio, not Cio, not Shio Kio. If you get it wrong, the spell won't work properly. As they began practicing, Quinn leaned back against a rock, half watching, half immersed in his occlumency exercises. After all, every moment counted.
A curious visitor.
Dinner in the Great Hall was one of the few moments Quinn could relax. As he absent-mindedly chewed his food, his mind was already mapping out his next moves. Beside him, Eddie suddenly stiffened.
A soft voice followed.
May I sit here? Eddie barely had time to react before he was swept into a dreamy haze, nodding eagerly as he vacated his seat. A moment later, a delicate finger tapped Quinn's shoulder. Turning, he found himself face to face with Fleur Delacour.
Miss Delacour?
What happened to the boy sitting here? Fleur laughed, her smile radiant. I asked him to leave. Quinn raised an eyebrow. You mean you made him leave?
She smirked.
Semantics. Their conversation carried on, drawing the attention of those around them. As Fleur giggled at something Quinn said, a certain few students from various tables couldn't help but stare. Marcus, seated nearby, summed up what they were all thinking.
Huh?
Transforming the meeting room. Quinn stood in a nearly empty room, his frown deepening as he took in the minimal furniture and lack of decoration. I don't like this room, he muttered, leaning against the worn wooden table. I should have asked McGonagall to let me use my office. As he turned his head, the room began to shift. The walls brightened to a warm cream, the ceiling softened into a pristine white, and the floor beneath him transformed from dull marble into a sleek, dark-patterned wood. The shabby table twisted in on itself, shrinking to a point before spiraling out into an elegant white marble-topped conference table. The surrounding chairs reshaped into modern black leather cantilever seats, a sharp contrast against the gleaming marble. He glanced at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling and shook his head. With a flick of his fingers, it detached, shrank to the size of a Rubik's cube, and zipped into his pocket. From the same pocket, 6 magical lighting elements flew out, strategically positioning themselves around the room to provide balanced illumination. With a satisfied nod, Quinn murmured, "Now this is more like it." A knock on the door interrupted his inspection. He turned to see it open slightly, revealing a young Hufflepuff student. "Quinn, they're here," said the girl. "Ah, Ms. Dinette, thank you," he replied with a smile. "Please let them in." The third year nodded, stepping aside to allow a man and a woman in. The newcomers wore standard wizarding robes, but their sturdy leather gloves and well-worn boots suggested they were accustomed to hands-on work. "Mr. and Mrs. Ingleby, from Spintwitch's Sporting Needs?" Quinn inquired. The woman, having just finished scanning the enchanted lighting fixtures, turned her attention to him. "Yes. You must be Quinn West." "That's right. Please, take a seat. Let's get started." With a whispered incantation, a pitcher of water and 2 glasses materialized on the table as the couple settled into their chairs. Mr. Ingleby pulled out a parchment and placed it on the table. "According to this Magifax, Hogwarts requires Quidditch robes and gear? Normally, Professor McGonagall contacts us, but she mentioned there wouldn't be any orders this year. So why and where is she?" "Professor McGonagall won't be attending. I'm handling this," Quinn stated. "I wrote to you myself and will be managing all our communications and negotiations." Mr. Ingleby raised an eyebrow. "You? Are you sure?" "Yes. If you say so." "Good. Let's begin." "This isn't about the standard Hogwarts Quidditch tournament. You won't be making our usual house robes," Quinn said, his smile widening. "This year we're hosting a new tournament, and we need new robes for it." Mrs. Ingleby leaned in, intrigued.
A different tournament? Yes.
As you know, we're currently hosting Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students. Hogwarts is organizing a Quidditch tournament featuring students from all 3 schools to strengthen interschool relations. For that, we need uniforms designed soon. Spintwitches has been a trusted partner of Hogwarts for years, which is why you were our first choice. The Ingelby's interest visibly grew with every word.
So, 4 new teams, Mrs. Ingelby counted.
That's 28 new orders.
Quinn's smile widened. Actually, not 4 teams, 10 teams.
So it's not 28 orders. Mrs. Ingelby's eyes sparkled as she finished his sentence. 70 new orders.
Precisely, Quinn nodded.
And that's not all. Many players may want to purchase their own personal gear. There's a strong possibility you'll receive additional orders from individual students. The prospect of increased business made the Ingelbys beam.
When do we start? Mrs. Ingelby asked.
We'll need measurements, color schemes, logos, names. There's a lot to prepare. Before they could start planning, Quinn raised a hand. There's one more thing. We won't be able to pay you in money for this order. Mr. Ingelby's enthusiasm faltered.
What? What do you mean?
You aren't expecting us to do this for free, are you? That would be impossible for an order this large. No, of course not, Quinn reassured them, placing a thick envelope in front of them. You'll be compensated, just not in galleons. This is how I plan to pay Spintwitches. Mr. Ingelby cautiously opened the envelope, and the couple began reading through the documents. Their expressions shifted from skepticism to astonishment. Is this true? Mrs. Ingelby asked, holding up the final page. 100%, Quinn confirmed. 19 weeks of premium exposure. This is a brand new event, something truly unique. The publicity will be unparalleled, possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Spintwitches. The decision is yours. But I sincerely hope you'll accept. We'd love to continue working with you. Mr. Ingelby didn't hesitate. If this is really what you're offering, we accept. We'll provide the robes. No problem at all. Excellent, Quinn said, handing over another envelope. This contains the official contract. Review it and return the signed copy within a week. We're starting soon. As the meeting concluded, Quinn's smile didn't fade. The first of many partnerships had been secured. Securing vendors. For the next 3 days, Quinn met with various vendors and suppliers, finalizing arrangements for the tournament. The final meeting required a more personal touch. Standing at the bridge connecting the castle grounds to the outer world, he awaited their arrival. A sharp pop signaled an apparition just beyond the Hogwarts boundary. A figure approached, moving with confident ease. Welcome, Quinn greeted, gesturing toward the castle behind him. What do you think? The young woman, with waist-length jet-black hair and keen, stone-gray eyes, studied the grand structure before smirking.
So this is Hogwarts? Looks impressive. Oh, come on, you can say more than that, Quinn teased. She chuckled.
I'll reserve my opinions until I see the inside.
Quinn smirked. Fair enough.
Welcome to Hogwarts, Lia. Lia West, the final merchant and direct representative of one of the largest business conglomerates, had arrived.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
The West siblings were walking through the Hogwarts corridors. Quinn showed Leah all his favorite spots. From what I've heard from others, they'll usually spend time in a conference room, commented Leah, and not roaming the halls. Not that I'm complaining, this is a good tour. I always wanted to see where grandfather, Ms. Rosie, Uncle Elliot and you studied. You already know how the meetings go. 70% of the people you met were our subsidiaries, said Leah. I asked them how it went. I've to say the deals you gave them could have been more profitable to us. Those guys accepted anything you threw at them. I wonder how the deals would have gone if they didn't know your name. Don't say that, chuckled Quinn. Gary drove a hard bargain. He didn't go easy at all. For a second, I thought he was going to reject my proposal. Imagine how awkward it would have been for both of us, knowing that I made the lunar developer. He was the only one who followed the instructions properly, she said. But yes, if he had rejected you, that would have been pretty awkward. Well, can't say that I didn't take advantage of that, smiled Quinn. Originally, I was only going to use the 50% of funds from our business, but the plans were coming short with absolutely zero funding, so I had to up that percentage by 20%. I should have just come myself for all of them. Are you trying to make me fail? Not really, just wanted to have some fun, chuckled Leah. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun to me at all, said Quinn, deadpanning. The two were making their way towards Quinn's AID office and had just made a turn, when they came across a familiar pair of girls. Leah recognized them immediately and greeted them before Quinn or the girls could say anything. I remember you too. Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass, right? The bubbly brunette and the usually stoic blonde stilled in their spots, stunned to see an unexpected face in front of them. It took them both a second to recognize Leah, but with Quinn standing beside her, the two girls soon realized who the young woman was. You're Quinn's sister, Leah, if I remember correctly, started Tracy. Yeah, I remember now, we met at King's Cross. You remember me, aren't you nice, smiled Leah. The both smiled back. What are you doing here, asked Daphne, eyeing Quinn. Quinn invited me, answered Leah. I have some business with him. Currently, he is breaking the rules by giving me a tour of the castle. Well, he has always been a naughty child. She sighed at the end, as if she had given up hope. And what about it? I didn't hear you complaining, rebuked Quinn. If we get questioned, I'm not the one getting into trouble, you're the one who brought me here, I'm just tagging along, said Leah grinning at her brother, adamant about embarrassing him in front of his friends. Yeah, whatever. Leah looked at the Slytherin girls. She had something to ask. It's good that I came across you two. You two seem to know him. She ruffled Quinn's hair just to get her hand swatted away. He doesn't tell us about school much at home. How does he act here? I hope he doesn't remain cooped up in that office all day. There is one thing most here at Hogwarts know, said Daphne. There was a factoid that most students knew. If you want to find Quinn West, then he will either be at his office or at the Great Hall. If he isn't at one of these places, then you can forget about seeing him at all. She gave Quinn an observant glance as she continued. No one knows where he goes, but even the Weasley twins and they know the castle very well know where he disappears to. I heard that from Marcus. What's with this school-wide betting pool to see if the Weasley twins are able to find where I go, said Quinn, annoyed. Do you know how annoying it's to get tailed for an entire month? And those guys became increasingly shameless by the end of the month. They straight out tried to tag along me. No attempt to even hide themselves from me. Listening to Quinn's mini-rant with his arms crossed made Leah and Tracy giggle and even made Daphne crack a smile. Oh, I've something interesting, said Tracy, clapping her hands once. What is it? Prompted Leah excitedly. There have been rumors, or should I say, definite news, that the French champion has taken a liking to Quinn, revealed Tracy. She coyly snickered behind her hand. Daphne nodded. The memory of Quinn laughing with Fleur at the Ravenclaw entrance came to mind. The French champion, asked Leah, a hum in her tone. From what I've heard, isn't she a Vila? She glanced at Quinn. You say that she likes him. Did you do something? What? I didn't do anything, said Quinn defending himself against. Wait, I shouldn't be explaining myself. Ms. Delacour and I simply got along well and became friends quickly. Ms. Delacour, repeated Tracy. It seems the news was a little exaggerated. Daphne, too, agreed with a nod, noticing that he still said her last name. It seemed that the Vila hadn't ensnared Quinn yet. Huh? What do you mean? Asked Quinn, confused. It's nothing, replied Leah, once again ruffling her brother's hair. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. He swatted her hand once again. My head is not little. I guess it's pretty, I will give you that. Eventually, the West siblings went on their way without the Slytherin duo to continue their journey towards Quinn's AID office. As they walked away, Leah turned her head to gaze at Daphne's back. She turned back to the front and a smile bloomed on her face. Quinn, walking by her side, looked at his sister, who had started to hum a happy tune. What's with you? He asked. Oh nothing, she replied. The sibling duo reached the grand staircase. The moving staircase surprised Leah as she craned her neck up to look at the stairs upon stairs connecting 7 above the ground floors of Hogwarts. You navigate this every day, asked Leah. Also, is the movements random? Every student and faculty member at Hogwarts navigate these stairs every day, answered Quinn. The movement of the stairs might seem random, but they are far from it. The staircases are charmed to detect the pattern of students' movements throughout the day. With the students following timetables, by the end of the first week, the pattern changes such that students will find the stairs just at the right place at the right time. Come on, let's go, said Quinn, stepping onto a flight of stairs, pulling Leah along with him. Wait, exclaimed Leah, grabbing onto Quinn and the railing just in time for the staircase to start moving. What floor is your office on? Asked Leah. Being it her first time, she wasn't thrilled about being on the continuously moving grand staircase. 5th floor, he answered. Ugh. After 2 floors of Leah's complaints, she quickly got used to the moving stairs, and soon she acted as if she had been a part of Hogwarts for years. She looked around the stairs with curiosity. Then, she spotted a familiar face. Quinn, isn't that Eddie? She asked, pointing at a staircase that set itself at a floor. Quinn turned his head to see Eddie pulling along a Ravenclaw with Eddie's arm around his shoulders. Yeah, we should go greet him, said Leah and at once started to move up the staircase. Wait, we can go meet him later, said Quinn trying to stop Leah, but unfortunately, Leah was already running upstairs, and their staircase was moving to the same stop that Eddie had gotten off at. He clicked his tongue when Leah stepped onto the floor. He knew what would happen, and it could be seen utterly opposite to what it was without context. Skipping steps while climbing the stairs, Quinn ran after his sister to ensure she didn't misunderstand. Leah turned around the corner and saw Eddie standing face to face with another student. She was about to call out to him, but the word stuck in her throat when she was pulled back. What are you doing? Asked Leah, frowning at her brother. Quinn placed a finger on his lips and shushed her. Stay quiet. Eddie is going to do something serious. Leah felt confused at the vague sentence and was about to ask for an explanation when she heard a dull thud. She turned to look around the corner and saw Eddie grabbing the other student's collar, twisting it up while the student was pushed against a wall, looking uncomfortable. She blinked in surprise at the sudden turn of events and glanced at Quinn, but he looked at the scene as if it was something commonplace. Straining her ears, she picked up their conversation as Eddie spoke. Do that again, and you will regret it, said the Irishman. You and I live in the same dormitory, so if I catch you the next time, I'll come to your room at night while you're sleeping. She saw the threatened student gulp in apprehension. You won't like me very much when you wake up the next day, continued Eddie, so take this as the last warning. If I hear those words out of your mouth again, it won't be a happy experience. Quinn is very particular about this, so believe me when I say he will tag along next time. Dipshit. Eddie pulled the guy forward before pushing him back into the wall once again. He grabbed his broom, which he had brought along, and stepped over a big window ledge, jumping out with his broom underneath him, flying away from the scene. What? Uttered Leah, but Quinn pulled her away, and soon they were back on a moving staircase. Leah focused on Quinn and asked, what was that? Why did Eddie say that next time you'll tag along? What was he doing? You remember Luna, sighed Quinn. Leah nodded. Well, Luna is a unique person. Eccentric and quirky are the closest adjectives I can think of to describe her. She is a charming person when you get to know her, but her first impression isn't great. Most of the time, she comes out as weird. He sighed before his eye twitched in annoyance, just because she doesn't say anything. Some idiots try to have fun bullying her. Eddie Marcus and I have repeatedly told people not to call her that, but we scraped the request and turned to warnings when things didn't improve. If they mistreat her, we will sometimes return the favor by making them not so comfortable. Leah stared at her brother. He rarely showed actual displeasure in others' presence, preferring to smile and laugh. I would like to meet Luna once more. She has become something akin to a little sister to you, it seems, she said and continued with a Cheshire grin. I would like to meet my new little sister as soon as possible. She isn't, but he stopped thinking it through. His relationship with Luna had indeed grown to be like a brother-sister relation. I guess you can say that, he sighed before glancing at her. You can meet Luna right now. She's in the office. Oh, my, isn't that lucky? She smiled. Don't coddle her. I won't. Really. Scene break. Finally, the siblings reached the aid office, and seeing the door, Leah read the plaque out loud. 773H? What does that mean? It's not a secret, but I can't tell you, he smiled. Anyone who wants the answer will have to find it on their own. Leah stared at the plaque and memorized the alphanumerical wanting to solve it later. Quinn turned the doorknob and opened the door to his office, entering inside while keeping the door open for Leah. Enter the place where problems get solved, and questions get answered. Leah stepped inside, and the office interior greeted her. Even just with a single look, she could tell that this was designed and built by Quinn. Everything inside the office exuded her brother's craftsmanship. Glancing at the top, she could see MLE attached to the ceiling. She realized that she stood in the birthplace of Quinn's inventions. You copied grandfather's desk, she commented, tracing a finger over the table. Same wood, color, and even the design is similar. I always liked the table, he smiled. When I got enough funds to get a new one, I bought the same wood and materials to build my own, though I did add my own touch and flair to it. You said that Luna was inside, but I can't see her here, asked Leah. Quinn pointed at the red door in the glass wall. Luna? Please come out, we have a guest. What's inside there? My workshop. The red door opened up slowly, and from inside stepped out barefoot. With her hair weirdly curly today, Luna looked at Quinn with a half-dreamy half-sleepy look in her eyes. Guest? She asked. Quinn jutted his chin towards the sides. Luna turned her eyes towards Leah and tilted her head. She hadn't seen the young woman in Hogwarts, and this confused her, but then, slowly, recognition dawned on her. Sister, she said, stepping towards Leah. You're Quinn's sister, Leah. I am, replied Leah before asking, why is your hair like this? Because of Quinn, replied Luna. When Leah looked at Quinn, he raised his hands. Again, I didn't do anything. He turned to Luna and asked, what did I do? At novel bin at. The potion to grow hair without using Pachiman didn't work, and it poofed in my face. She played with her hair. I tried it 3 more times, but it still didn't work, and with each time, my hair got more like this. He nodded and walked near her. Taking out her fake wand, Quinn performed magic to fix her hair, turning her hair back to normal. What did you use instead of Pachiman? He asked. Lived to chagrin, replied Luna. That isn't going to work. Leah chimed in. Lived to chagrin is too volatile. It won't work with human hair. Try using Betteraway instead. It's much more gentle and has the advantage of being a great blending agent. Quinn smiled and lightly clapped. His sister was right on point. If Luna asked him for the answer, he would have given the same solution and reason. Luna stood still for a moment before silently walking back the workshop to go brew another batch of potion. What happened? Asked Leah. Quinn cleared his throat and rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know if it's my fault, but ever since I started teaching her, whenever she gets an answer to the problems I give her, she drops everything and starts working on them. At times, she walks away mid-eating just so that she could try out a charm. Leah looked at Quinn and pointed out something. Why are you smiling? Oh, it's nothing. He laughed. Her behavior at these moments makes me really proud. Wit beyond measure, the man's greatest treasure. Though Luna did get in trouble trying to get out of a potions class because she thought she had the answer. We should probably leave, he continued. I don't want to disturb her while she is concentrating. Already? But we just got here, whined Leah. How about we go meet Madame Maxim? I'm sure she would be surprised to meet you. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's go. Scene break. The half-giant, Olympe Maxim, was sitting in one of the Hogwarts lawns. The Beauxbatons carriage was parked behind her. She picked up a very large teacup from the garden table beside her and took a sip while reading a French newspaper through thin-rimmed glasses sitting on the bridge of her nose. Today was a rare free day for her. With the first task getting progressively closer, she had been swamped with work, so having a day without a full schedule felt great. She decided not to do anything and simply relax outside and catch up on what was going on in her homeland. She allowed her students to roam the castle without her escorting them. All of her students, without fail, took the chance and ran away to explore the castle. After living on Hogwarts grounds, Maxim had decided that the school was safe enough for her students. The ministry is adding unnecessary steps to their hiring process, she sighed. Can't they see that if they keep doing this, it will get difficult for them to hire good candidates? Isn't that great? This way, I will be able to get more people into my business. Maxim looked up from her newspaper to look at the person who commented, and her eyes widened comically. Leah, said the half-giantess, standing up from her chair. Good morning, Professor, smiled her student. You look like you're enjoying your Saturday. What are you doing here, child? I had some business with my brother, said Leah, and Maxim looked at the boy standing 2 steps behind his sister. Business? Yes, I'm here regarding the Quidditch tournament. Ah, yes, nodded Maxim, recalling her talk with Dumbledore. I didn't expect you two to come here. Isn't it just a simple school tournament? Oh, no, chuckled Leah, he has overdone it. The tournament is going to be something special. Just when the student and teacher were catching up, they heard a voice call out. Headmistress. Leah and Maxim turned their heads to see a silver blonde standing there looking at them. Oh, smiled Maxim and beckoned the girl forward. Fleur, come here, you know Leah West. She has dropped by. Leah, this is our champion, Fleur Delacour. Leah West and Fleur Delacour met eyes, and Quinn, standing at a distance, sneezed lightly. Am I getting a cold? Ah, Fleur, dear. You remember Leah West, right? Called Maxim, beckoning the champion Vila towards her. Yes, Headmistress, nodded Fleur. Looking at Leah, who she had only seen twice or thrice from a distance so closely made the Vila, for once, a little conscious of herself. It wasn't beauty that made Fleur uncomfortable, she was a Vila, only other Vilas and those from the succubus race could match her in terms of beauty. No, Fleur felt that, except for physical beauty, Leah West was someone superior to her. Her position, way of dressing, and even presence, seemed to be lacking in front of her. Even her latest accomplishment as a Triwizard champion seemed pale in the face of Leah West. Congratulations on making it a champion, Fleur, said Leah in French. She didn't have her brother's habit of addressing others by their last name. I heard you've already become friends with my baby brother. Fleur had been so focused on Leah that she overlooked Quinn, who was standing at a distance, looking at the serene lake. Yes, Quinn has been most helpful, said Fleur. Recently, he has been taking time to show us around the castle. What? So it wasn't special. I feel hurt, brother mine. Oh, stop it, sighed Quinn. He was used to this. This sister of his was adamant about quipping jokes whenever she saw an opening. Fleur, back me up, would you, said Leah. At my home, all have attended Hogwarts. I alone went to Beauxbatons, and whenever I try to say that our school is better, they all shut me down, saying that Hogwarts is better. Don't you think that ours is better? Beauxbatons is better, no doubt about it, replied Fleur instantly. Of course, that was never even a question, added Maxim. The 3 ladies looked at Quinn, daring him to say anything against their school. Quinn read the room and didn't reply, though inside he did think. We have the room of requirements, absolute 0, a sin vault, a kraken, water vault, forbidden forest. He realized that only 1, possibly 2, of those things were safe. Whatever, it's better. Yeah, take that, smirked Leah, asserting her newly found dominance. He just gave her an eye roll. Leah and Maxim decided to catch up, and as they talked, Fleur walked beside Quinn. Good morning, Ms. Delacour, greeted Quinn. May I ask why are you here alone with your schoolmates exploring the castle? It's nothing, she replied, and Quinn noticed the quick and short reply. Apologies if I'm wrong, but I did feel some tension between you and the rest of the group when we went on their castle tours. The French champion stayed silent for a brief moment before speaking up. I can't control my allure, it sometimes gets in the way. Are you sure? It didn't seem like that when we first met, commented Quinn, giving her a side glance. The girl didn't look abashed at all. Letting it out isn't difficult. Letting out our allure is the easiest thing for a Vila. It's keeping the allure hidden and restrained that gives me trouble. She sighed before continuing. Vilas my age already have the allure completely under control, but I just can't seem to get it under control. The fact that the boy beside her could shrug of her allure on full force made her comfortable enough to talk about her problem. She had tried to tell this problem to other people, but all of them just treated it like an excuse or turn into a blubbering fool. What does your mother say? She tells me that I should practice. She sighed. It has been getting better, but I still have a long way to go. Fleur glanced at Quinn, and seeing that the other two were still talking, she asked a question that Quinn had evaded every time she had brought it up. Why can you ignore my allure so well? Do you have someone you like so much that it doesn't affect you? There were two ways, non-magical ways, by which one could ignore the effects of allure. The first was to have an iron will to brute force shake away the impact of allure. The second was to be wholeheartedly in love with someone so that the allure never attracted them. Love? I don't think so, said Quinn nonchalantly. I just can, so I do. Nothing more, nothing less. Will and love were to non-magical ways. Magical methods like occlumency were also effective against allure. Quinn had used a mix of will and assimilation to become indifferent to allure. Nothing much, most people wouldn't term it as nothing much, said Fleur. Quinn shrugged in response. He couldn't say that he had done some crazy stuff to get to this point. I wonder if you would be able to shrug off my mother and grandmother's allure. Their allure is much more potent than mine, especially my grandmother's, wondered Fleur aloud. Yes, I have read about that. The older Avila gets, the more potent their allure gets, said Quinn. Your grandmother's allure must be quite strong for her hair to be able to be used in your wand. I would love to sit down with her to ask some questions. If you ever come to France, I will see if I can set up a meeting with her. She usually doesn't meet with people outside of the coven. Hey, a chuckle escaped Quinn, same with my grandfather. He also doesn't meet people out of a select group of people. As the two students talked, Leah and Maxim were gazing at them. Your brother is quite different from you, commented Maxim. How so? Asked Leah. He's a little cold. That doesn't sound right, said Leah, quirking her brow. My brother's entire thing here in Hogwarts is networking and communication. Not like that. He networks just fine, replied the headmistress. There is something about you that makes people warm up to you instantly. Unlike you, your brother keeps people at a distance. Do you know he didn't give his family name when meeting me? My brother is wiser than me when I was his age, claimed Leah. My identity was revealed pretty quickly while I was in school. You remember it, right? I do, nodded Maxim. You were swamped for an entire year before it somewhat died down. Yeah, I was an idiot in those days, she sighed. My brother, on the other hand, has somehow made sure that people don't know about our family. He has hidden that behind his aid service. People don't see beyond it. Ugh, I should have done something like that. Simply playing Quidditch would have done the job. From the looks of it, he is going to join the business when he graduates. Oh no, chuckled Leah, my brother is more interested in magic. Grandfather and all of us in the family already know about it. The higher UPS in the business know that they won't be seeing Quinn West as much as they see me. A child of West not going into business? That's rare, isn't it? Money, wisdom, magic, stated Leah, the three qualities of the West house. The Wests along the ages have leaned towards the first two qualities. Quinn leans towards magic and wisdom. He takes money as if it's something fun and game. Leah stared at her brother, talking to Fleur, and asked, Fleur Delacour, what can you tell me about her? Maxim glanced at her former student and smiled, asking for your brother? Worried that he will be charmed by Avila. While I'm confident in my brother's occlumency, there is nothing wrong about keeping tabs, shrugged the big sister. He is still a kid. I'm just worried that he will be taken by her looks and let her guard down. It's fine, she isn't like that, assured Maxim. She can't control her allure well. That makes it difficult for her to make friends. None of those few friends made it in the delegation. There are some friendlies, but they are acquaintances at best. That's sad, but there wasn't a matching expression on Leah's face. A sad story wasn't enough to let down her worries. Well, whatever, he will probably be fine, but if something does happen, I can always give them a visit. Delacour, was it? Leah dove into her mindscape and searched for some information on the last name. Oh my, Bureau de la Justice magic with a background in Bureau de Horrors. That's impressive. Her father is Pierre Delacour, correct? Yes, sighed Maxim. She was slightly amazed Leah had that level of information filed in her mind. Great, I can work with that, nodded Leah, making a mental note to find more information about the man. Scene break. Quinn and Leah felt behind the Beauxbatons camp and had made their way into the Quidditch stadium. They sat in an upper deck of the stands, overlooking the green pitch untouched from flyers skidding and crashing down during a game. In the silence of just the two of them being there, Lee asked, so this is going to be the construction site? Yeah, the stands are too small for my likings. I need you to make it bigger, answered Quinn. How many people are you planning to invite to the games? Let's see at least 6 times the current capacity, answered Quinn. I think that's just the right amount of people who will come down to Hogwarts. Of course, I added a healthy amount of error margin. I see, said Leah humming. Well, reconstruction isn't going to be difficult. Given a week or two, I can turn it to your likings. I don't want a complete remodel, spoke Quinn in explanation. I want this stadium to return to this state after my tournament closes by the end of this year. Really? Why? Asked Leah. Isn't having a bigger stadium better for the school? If we planned to invite people to the school, then it would have been better, answered Quinn with a shake of his head, but Hogwarts Quidditch House Cup is for the students and no one else. Occasionally, parents show up, but other than that, the audience is just students. I don't want to blow up the seating capacity just to be stuck with a stadium that looks empty at every game. It's not good for morale. That makes sense. So, make temporary adjustments that can stand for the entire year and yet can be easily removed. Then he continued with a juicy piece of information. The third task is going to be a magical maze. As such, this stadium is going to be broken down to make space for the said maze. My tournament is set to end before the third and final task with ample time to grow the maze. A magical maze, you say? Well, it's not going to be a problem to build the stadium, she said. I've already sent you the design briefs. I'm not an architect, so you can make the necessary adjustments, but I want the stadium to look something close to my image. The banners and all will be designed to maximize the real estate I will have in the new stadium. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, said Leah. You just need to make sure that our construction firm gets enough exposure in terms of advertisement. That will be taken care of, no problem. Good, let's shake on it, she said, and the siblings exchanged a handshake to seal the deal. Now that we're done, I wanted to ask, said Leah, why are you doing all of this? Professor Maxim told me that the justification you gave for starting this tournament was international relations, but do tell me the real reason behind all of this. Who says there is another motive except for international relations? Grinned Quinn. We all know how vital international relations are. Almost all of our business abroad is built on positive interaction with the ministries and local people. Okay, and, said Leah, not buying it. I wanted to do something different this year, answered Quinn. The regular aid work had gotten repetitive, same people with same problems year after year, all year long. So when the headmaster announced the Triwizard tournament and with it the cancellation of the Quidditch Cup, I decided to work on it. At first, it wasn't going to be this big, but it had reached this stage by the time I pitched it to my professor. Other than that, Eddie had been training very hard for the Quidditch season this year, so I had to do something that won't waste his year. I'm sure if this wasn't happening, he would have dropped Quidditch and moved on to doing something else without getting a closure of sorts about what he had trained for an entire year. Aren't you a nice friend? Said Leah, poking Quinn's cheek with a cheeky smile. Just don't overwork yourself, okay? Yes, Mum, replied Quinn, rolling his eyes. Don't take that tone with me, young man, returned Leah, playing on with it. Scene break. After a couple of hours in Hogwarts, it was time for Leah to leave the premises. Both she and Quinn were busy people with their own commitments and needed to get on with their day. As they moved towards the castle entrance, Quinn heard a voice call out to him. Mr. West. The pair of siblings paused and turned their heads to look towards the source of the voice to see the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He was tall, thin, and old, judging by the silver of his hair and beard, which were both long enough to tuck into his belt. He wore long robes, a purple cloak that swept the ground, and high-heeled, buckled boots. His blue eyes were light, bright, and sparkling behind half-moon spectacles sitting on his nose. Headmaster, greeted Quinn. Dumbledore walked to them with a smile on his face. I heard that your sister was coming by today, so I had to take this chance to meet the family of the smartest student in the castle. I went to the assigned room, but it seems you didn't use it today. The smartest student, headmaster, you flatter me, said Quinn, continuing the conversation while inside thinking what Dumbledore meant. You must be Leah West, said Dumbledore, observing the elder child of the Wests. Yes, and you're Albus Dumbledore, said Leah, engaging in conversation with the widely famous man. I've heard a lot about you, Headmaster Dumbledore. All good, I hope, smiled Dumbledore beneath his beard. Indeed, your reputation precedes you, said Leah, putting on a smile. She knew the most famous man in all of magical Britain, along with magical communities all around Europe. While Leah hadn't been given the talk about being vigilant of Albus Dumbledore as Quinn had gotten, but Leah knew an anomaly when she saw one. For a person of his position, Albus Dumbledore had too much of a positive image. Except for the occasional scathing article from Rita Skeeter, Dumbledore was as clean as a whistle. Even the businesses owned by Wests weren't as clean as Dumbledore. Were you leaving? Asked Dumbledore, seeing that they were towards the gate. Yes, I came here to see the construction site for the Quidditch tournament, replied Leah. From the looks of it, it's going to be an exciting year at Hogwarts. First Triwizard and now this. A lot of eyes on the school. Dumbledore glanced at Quinn, who stood beside his sister with a small smile on his face, the same smile that he had seen in his office. With how things are proceeding, it's going to be bigger than I expected. The moment you read out Harry Potter's name as champion, the attention that the Triwizard tournament gained rose to another level. Headmaster, commented Quinn. That's an understatement, Mr. West, sighed Dumbledore. Then he smiled as he spoke towards Quinn. I was surprised by your initiative, Mr. West. In all my years at Hogwarts, I haven't seen a student initiative of this magnitude. This is going to be the first of its kind. You can't take Quidditch out of Hogwarts, laughed Quinn. I just made things more interesting. This year's theme is international relations, after all. Dumbledore nodded. I was skeptical at first, but when you started to send me those detailed progress documents, I couldn't say anything, could I? The need to report the progress arose when Professor McGonagall started to look anxious every time we met. I had to do something to ease her worries. Mr. West, if you pull this off, you'll get a unanimous vote special award for service from the Board of Governors, said Dumbledore, smiling. Isn't that great, Quinn? Beamed Leah, happy for the recognition of her brother's hard work. It is, nodded Quinn humbly. 3 people had gotten the reward in the history of Hogwarts. Tom Riddle for his alleged capture of the student, Hagrid, who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley for defeating Tom Riddle and the Serpent of Slytherin in the Chamber of Secrets. The information about Tom Riddle was omitted from the record. Dumbledore faced Leah and asked, would you be coming to the games, Ms. West? If I'm free, I would definitely be here, answered Leah with a smile. It's my baby brother's big project, after all. Quinn just smiled in response. What about your grandfather? Asked Dumbledore, getting to the point. Will he come? I would love to meet him. I haven't met him in a long time and would like to catch up. I can't comment on his behalf, answered Leah. If he's free, our grandfather will definitely come to every game. Unfortunately, he has been busy lately. George was busy working on Quinn's latest products, though I will relay your desire to meet him to grandfather. That would be much appreciated. It was nice talking to you, Headmaster Dumbledore, but I must take my leave, said Leah, ending the conversation. Of course, said Dumbledore, and then spoke to Quinn. Mr. West, please escort your sister out. At novel bin at. Yes, of course, said Quinn, and the Wests exited the castle, leaving behind Dumbledore alone. When they reached the boundary, Leah asked, why do you think he wants to meet grandfather? Probably about some political agenda, looking for his support, replied Quinn. Tell grandfather, he will decide if he wants to meet Dumbledore. Though if he does come to the games, I'm sure Dumbledore will corner him for a talk. Well, I'm sure grandfather will handle himself, shrugged Leah. No doubt, no doubt. As Quinn returned to the castle, he thought about going to the room of requirements to get in a workout. When he entered the castle, he was surprised and came to a stop. Headmaster. Dumbledore turned his gaze away from the ceiling to Quinn, and with a twinkle in his eyes, he spoke. Walk with me, Mr. West. Walk with me, Mr. West. Quinn's mind sharpened when he heard the headmaster. His paranoia regarding Albus Dumbledore was screaming at him that this wasn't a simple social headmaster-student walk through the halls. Of course, headmaster, said Quinn. Using an excuse to avoid the talk wasn't going to work, and he himself was curious about what Dumbledore wanted to talk about. Quinn fell into step beside Dumbledore, and both started to stroll through the hallways. Mr. West, you recall the age line that I cast around the Goblet of Fire to keep the younger students out? Asked Dumbledore. I do, a fascinating ward. Fitting for putting down restrictions, replied Quinn and glanced sideways towards the caster, though it failed to keep Mr. Potter out of the tournament. A most unfortunate event, sighed Dumbledore. Mr. Potter is way too young and inexperienced to be entering the Triwizard tournament. He then looked at Quinn and asked, from your words, it seems that you don't think that Mr. Potter entered his name in the goblet. Just as you said, Headmaster, Mr. Potter is inexperienced in magic to find out a way to bypass the age line placed by someone of your level, stated Quinn. I doubt any student, not of age, would have been able to break your age line. Ho, smiled Dumbledore. You think so? By chance, did you garner a close look at the ward? Quinn held back the impulse to stare up at Dumbledore. I observed it from a distance. There were too many people at the boundary for me to observe it closely in comfort. Is that so? Hummed the headmaster. I'm sure you could have managed something. You command a substantial amount of respect from your peers in Hogwarts. Dumbledore was well aware of Quinn's unique position in Hogwarts. It was different than any other student he had seen. Be it himself in his Hogwarts, he was well known and respected, but that only went a tad bit above what you could gain as the head boy. He wasn't as well connected as Quinn, a fifth year, was. He even leaves behind Tom in the quantity of connections, thought Dumbledore. No, not just quantity, he has better quality connections than Tom. Unlike Tom, he is well connected to all houses and social groups. I could have accepted Quinn with a nod, but I didn't see the point. If I ever want to see that age line again, I can simply approach you with the request. After all, you're the headmaster and technically a professor of Hogwarts. That's true, beamed Dumbledore. I see that as the last time. You still don't consider me a teaching faculty of Hogwarts. Students of Hogwarts addressed Dumbledore as a professor, but not Quinn. He consistently used headmaster. Maybe I should pick up the 5th year transfiguration class for Ravenclaw students from Professor McGonagall so that you will call me professor. Quinn laughed before replying. I would prefer that you start next year, headmaster. I would rather have you restart the introduction to alchemy class in the 6th year and alchemy essentials for 7th year students. No use teaching something that Professor McGonagall can teach second to none. If you can gather enough students, I will restart it again. Mr. West, said Dumbledore, I can't restart the class if there aren't sufficient interested students, and unfortunately, you alone don't fill that quota. I tried to recruit and convince the more clever minds in Ravenclaw to learn alchemy, but unfortunately, alchemy isn't popular among students, sighed Quinn. Such a waste, isn't it? With you here, it's a golden opportunity to learn. Planning for the next 2 years already, Mr. West? It's only the start of your 5th year. Hogwarts is a 7-year program, headmaster, responded Quinn. For me, it's not only the start of the 5th year but already the 5th year with only 2 years left. I need to make most of my remaining time here. He still had major projects like duplication of books in Room of Requirements and the unsolved vaults remaining and only a little under 3 school years to complete. Only 2 years, you say, nodded Dumbledore. Have you thought about doing an apprenticeship, Mr. West? At Hogwarts perchance? Quinn looked up at the taller man and questioned. Apprenticeship at Hogwarts? Wasn't that program closed ages ago? I'm sure it was closed by the time my grandfather entered Hogwarts. You're correct, affirmed Dumbledore. It was closed a couple decades before your grandfather entered Hogwarts. I think it was around the same time I graduated Hogwarts. His blue eyes gazed at Quinn as he offered. If you truly desire to stay at Hogwarts, I can offer you an alchemy apprenticeship under me. Well, I can offer you an apprenticeship under me in any subject other than magiology and divination. Quinn chuckled at the not-so-subtle brag from the aged and averse magical. I appreciate the offer, Headmaster, but may I ask what prompted this? A teacher's desire, Mr. West, answered Dumbledore. You're a gifted student of magic. Any teacher worth his salt wouldn't miss a chance to take someone like you under their wing. Actually, I'm surprised that the head of houses hasn't tried to offer you apprenticeships. We semi-joked about this matter in many of our faculty meetings. Dumbledore then laughed. In addition, Poppy would always look proud of herself when that topic comes. You're essentially doing half an apprenticeship under her. The mention of his favorite faculty brought a smile to Quinn's face. He had been making steady yet swift progress in his healing studies. I appreciate the offer, Headmaster, said Quinn smiling, but if I do commit to an apprenticeship, my first one is already set in stone. Oh, that piques my curiosity. Who is the master you have chosen, Mr. West? With a grin on his face and an impish delight in his eyes, Quinn revealed, Alan D. Baddeley. Dumbledore almost faltered a step when he heard the name. It took an errant moment of silence before he spoke up. Alan D. Baddeley. Mr. West, are you talking about the mind magic specialist, Alan D. Baddeley, and not someone else, at novel bin at? As expected, Headmaster, you know of Mr. Allen. Yes, I am talking about the same Alan D. Baddeley. Dumbledore, of course, knew about Alan. How couldn't he? The name was at the apex of mind magic. Alan D. Baddeley to mind magic was what Nicholas Flamel was to alchemy. Both were considered legends in their respective fields. After a point in a magical study of magic, most people tend to focus on one branch of magic. There were exceptions like Dumbledore and Voldemort, but most people stuck to one and some complementaries. But people like Alan D. Baddeley, who took one field of magic to the extreme, were mythically rare. Mr. West, how do you know Mr. Baddeley? He taught me everything I know, replied Quinn and tapped a finger against his temple, and Dumbledore immediately understood that Quinn was talking about mind magic. He offered me an apprenticeship when our time together came to an end, spoke Quinn fondly. If and when I do start an apprenticeship, it will be a mind magic specialization and under Mr. Allen, but maybe after that, I will take your offer of an alchemy apprenticeship, Headmaster. I'm not one to waste an opportunity that fell in my lap. I see. Yes, replied Dumbledore, still a little surprised by the sudden nugget of information thrown at him. He looked at Quinn, specifically his head, and one thing was cemented in his mind: Quinn West's mental defenses and faculties were solid. The child in front of him had been able to get an apprenticeship from Alan D. Baddeley. There was no doubt about the quality of Quinn's occlumency. Speaking of mind magic, it seems that we have diverted from the topic I wanted to speak with you, said Dumbledore, filling the new revelations in his mind. So before I forget, I want to continue our discussion. You were talking about the age line, supplied Quinn. Yes, the age line, repeated Dumbledore and intently gazed at Quinn. Mr. West, would you like to guess how Mr. Potter's name was entered into the goblet? Quinn gathered his thoughts for a few seconds. Well, from what I know about the age line and the Goblet of Fire, the real submitter was clearly someone of age and used magic to confute the Goblet of Fire. While a powerful magical artifact, it still has some weak spots, and this one was its. Continuing onwards, the perpetrator clearly knew what they were doing. They used another school name so that Harry Potter would become a champion because, let's be honest, right now, I will take Cedric Diggory over Harry Potter any time of the day. Mr. West, interrupted Dumbledore, how do you know about Mr. Potter's name slip being added under a fourth school? That wasn't made public. I've my sources, Headmaster. I'm Quinn West, and a certain group of people really love me, replied Quinn. I see, well I can imagine that, said Dumbledore, not bothered. Mr. West, it looks like you're well read on the Goblet of Fire. You've done your research. Well, you can say that. Even though it didn't sound like it, Quinn had trailed at the end. The subtle gaze from Dumbledore wasn't looking good to Quinn. Mr. West, you see, I had to remove the age line when the Goblet of Fire was removed from the Great Hall, said Dumbledore, and Quinn knew where this was going, and to my absolute surprise, I came across another ward line concentric to my age line. I, of course, investigated the unknown ward, and to my surprise, it was an ingenious design to destroy objects with specific names on. To my estimate, it could destroy a thick piece of leather or a thin slab of brittle stone when triggered. Quinn showed absolutely no change in his expression. It's okay. I'm fine. Dumbledore has no proof. I made sure to add fail-safes. While he assured himself, another part of himself was berating himself for not moving more quickly to remove his prevention ward. He went one level ahead and put on a confused expression on his face. That's indeed surprising, Headmaster. Yes, but the surprise doesn't end here, continued Dumbledore. The surprise was the names that were tied to the wards. The names that the ward was supposed to target. It's okay. It will be fine. Dumbledore was a master of his craft. While the situation was shocking, Dumbledore decoding his ward to the level where he could get names while frustrating wasn't surprising. I found multitudes of names, said Dumbledore. Names of students from the very first year to the very top at the 7th year. I found dozens and dozens of names tied to the ward. From his bright blue robes, Dumbledore retrieved a roll of parchment and handed it to Quinn. I'm hoping to find the one who drew the ward, and you're the best person I know who would be able to help me with this small problem. Give your position in the school and the sheer amount of interaction you have with your fellow students, I was wondering if you could look at these names and tell me if you can see a pattern in them. Quinn wordlessly nodded and unrolled the parchment. Inside it was a list of names of Hogwarts students arranged by both house and year. He gave it a read-over before shaking his head. I'm sorry, Headmaster, but I can't see a pattern in this list of names. These really look to me as a random list of names. This was Quinn's failsafe. While planning about drawing the ward, Quinn had thought about the scenario if someone discovered the ward and reached the level that Dumbledore had reached. He knew that the culprit would be too obvious if he just stuck with his and his friends' names. Given that he was by far the most knowledgeable and adept at magic, he would be the prime suspect. To prevent that, Quinn planned a contingency. He added random names from all over Hogwarts to the ward so that any one of those people's name slips would be destroyed. He knew that there were overwhelming chances that some of those people would try to enter their names inside, so he made sure to build in a discreet method of destruction. As long as the Goblet of Fire wasn't confued, only the ink of the names would be discreetly burned just before the goblet's fire engulfed the slip. That along the goblet's innate defenses would be enough to bar the listed people from entering. Only when the goblet was full-on confued into complete activation mode did Quinn unleash the ward's entire lightning and incinerating force, as that was the time where no chance of error could be allowed. Is that so? Sighed the headmaster. Headmaster, can I keep this? While I can't see anything right now, I may be able to discern something if I give it more time, offered Quinn as a good student. Of course, Mr. West. You can keep the parchment, said Dumbledore. If you do find something, please contact me. I truly want to meet the person who drew the ward. It's quite an amazing application of runes, ward theory, and esoteric charms. I will try my best, said Quinn. Of course, he was going to do anything but that. Thank you would be of great help. Now, Headmaster, by your leave, I would like to part here. Of course. I'm sure you're busy. With Dumbledore's permission, Quinn slightly bowed his head and left with the parchment roll in his hand. As he walked away, he let out a sigh of relief. This was again one of those situations where his reveal might not harm or put him at a disadvantage in any way, but Quinn still wished to remain anonymous. Still, I didn't expect him to offer me an apprenticeship, thought Quinn. I wonder if he really wants to teach me, or is it just because of my background, or maybe it's both. He looked back at Dumbledore and saw the headmaster with his back turned back to him. Maybe I will take him up on that offer. But Quinn West didn't know that he had missed something that, if he had seen, would have been of utmost importance to him. Albus Dumbledore, with his posterior, turned to Quinn, took out a miniature glass vial from his robes holding it in between his index finger and thumb. Dumbledore stared at the contents. Inside the glass vial rested a tiny mound of pinkish-red chalk dust, which glowed, and as Quinn walked away from Dumbledore, the glow of the chalk dust weakened until Quinn had gone out of sight and the chalk dust had stopped glowing. As I thought. The smile on Dumbledore's face was a sight to behold. Scene break. The day of the first task was closing closer, and it had already been 10 days since Quinn had started teaching his 3 temporary students, with one of them being the 4th champion. Why are we doing this? Quinn looked up from a list of accounting statements towards the 3 people, Harry, Ivy, and Hermione, who currently had strained expressions on their faces. It's a simple exercise to build that spell strength, answered Quinn. It's a little straining, but Harry doesn't have time, and we need to speed things up. He gazed at Hermione, who had asked the question, and continued, it turns out that you 2 tagging along was the right decision. Currently, the 3 Gryffindors were locked in deadlock, standing in a triangular position. They had a heavy metal ball in between them, which had 3 handles. The metal ball was floating in the air, with a red-orange cord of light wrapped around each handle. The cord of lights was from one of Quinn's all-time favorite spells, Carpe Retractum. All 3 were pulling on the metal ball, struggling to keep it in the air while trying their best to pull the metal ball towards them. So you're just going to sit there doing nothing? Asked Ivy, groaning against her brother and best friend. I'm not doing nothing, replied Quinn flipping a page of the ledger. I'm a busy person who turns out to be an innovative teacher. If you tried to struggle against me, it would have been trying to pull a building, and that's not fun, is it? And you think this is fun, said Harry, his voice straining. Let me tell you, this isn't fun. Never said it was supposed to be fun for you, spoke Quinn. It wouldn't have been fun for me. Are you sure this is going to help me? Asked Harry. Yeah, responded Quinn. The egg will be much lighter than this, so if you can work with this, you would have an easy time that. Believe me, you will thank me for that ease when you have a dragon on your tail. How about this? You're welcome, you can thank me later. The 3 struggled with each other. Harry Potter was the most magically strong of the 3, but his efficiency and casting skill were the least. Hermione Granger was the weakest of the trio magically, but her efficiency and casting were the greatest, keeping her in the fighting. Ivy Potter was the balanced one of the trio. She was magically stronger than Hermione while more skilled than Harry. As such, she was able to keep herself in the running. Yeah, keep it up, said Quinn. You're doing great. You aren't even looking. Quinn simply chuckled in response. He looked at the clear blue sky and smiled. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament was on the horizon. Hermione, Harry whispered when he had sped into the greenhouse 3 minutes later, uttering a hurried apology to Professor Sprout as he passed her. Hermione, was he serious? It's Quinn West, I'm pretty sure he wasn't having you on. Not with the first take so close, she whispered back, her eyes round with anxiety over the top of the quivering flutterby bush she was pruning. but the task is tomorrow after lunch, he said. Quinn said that if you use the spells correctly, you'll be fine, whispered Hermione. She didn't look at Harry. Maybe it was because she was concentrating on the plant in front of her or wasn't confident in her words. Yesterday morning, Quinn had called them outside the Great Hall and announced that Harry's training was over and that he had already taught him everything he needed to survive a dragon. Don't be stupid, and you'll be fine. Relax till the first task, rest, and make sure you're in tip-top condition. This was Quinn's last statement to the group before he up and left without any prior indication. After that, they didn't talk to him even once or, to be specific, Quinn didn't speak to him. They saw him briefly at the Great Hall, but that was it. If you're nervous, we can always practice, said a voice. Harry craned his head to see Ivy, his sister, standing behind Hermione, with a weirdly subdued plant in her hand. And so they practiced. The trio didn't have lunch. They headed for a free classroom, where Harry tried with all his might to make various objects fly across the room toward him. Quinn had taught him a short assortment of spells that he could use against the dragon at his own discretion. At novel bin at. Concentrate, Harry, concentrate. What do you think I'm trying to do? Said Harry, snapping. A great big dragon keeps popping up in my head for some reason. Okay, try again. He wanted to skip divination to keep practicing, but Hermione and Ivy point blank refused to skive off arithmancy, and there was no point in staying without them. He, therefore, endured over an hour of Professor Trelawney, who spent half the lesson telling everyone that the position of Mars with relation to Saturn at that moment meant that people born in July were in great danger of sudden, violent deaths. Well, that's good, said Harry loudly, his temper getting the better of him, just as long as it's not drawn out. I don't want to suffer. Ron looked for a moment as though he would laugh. He certainly caught Harry's eye for the first time in days, but Harry was still feeling too resentful toward Ron to care. He spent the rest of the lesson trying to attract small objects toward him under the table with his wand. After divination, he forced down some dinner, then returned to the empty classroom with the girls, using the invisibility cloak to avoid the teachers. They kept practicing until past midnight. They would have stayed longer, but Peeves turned up and, pretending to think that Harry wanted things thrown at him, he started chucking chairs across the room. They left in a hurry before the noise attracted Filch and went back to the Gryffindor common room, which was now mercifully empty. Harry stood near the fireplace at 2 o'clock in the morning, surrounded by heaps of objects, books, quills, several upturned chairs, an old set of gobstones, and Neville's toad, Trevor. Only in the last hour had Harry felt that he had gotten used to all the spells taught to him. That's better, Harry, that's loads better, Ivy said, looking exhausted but very pleased. Well, now we know what to do next time. I can't manage spells, Harry said, throwing a rune dictionary back to Hermione, so he could try again. Threaten me with a dragon. Right. He raised his wand once more. Oxio Dictionary. The heavy book soared out of Hermione's hand, flew across the room, and Harry caught it. Harry, I really think you're ready, said Hermione delightedly. Just as long as it works tomorrow, Harry said. Harry had been focusing so hard on learning the spells that evening that some of his blind panic had left him. It returned in full measure, however, on the following morning. The atmosphere in the school was one of great tension and excitement. Lessons were to stop at midday, giving all the students time to get down to the dragon's enclosure though, of course, they didn't yet know what they would find there. Harry felt oddly separated from everyone around him, whether they wished him good luck or they hissed "We'll have a box of tissues ready, Potter" as he passed. It was a state of nervousness so advanced that he wondered whether he might Auntie just lose his head when they tried to lead him out to his dragon and start trying to curse everyone in sight. Time was behaving more peculiarly than ever, rushing past in great dollops, so in a moment he seemed to be sitting down in his first lesson, History of Magic, and the next, walking into lunch, and then, where had the morning gone, the last of the dragon-free hours, Professor McGonagall was hurrying over to him in the Great Hall. Lots of people were watching. Potter, the champions have to come down onto the grounds now. You have to get ready for your first task. Okay, said Harry, standing up, his fork falling onto his plate with a clatter. Good luck, Harry, Hermione whispered. You'll be fine. Thank you, Hermione, smiled Harry in return. Ivy looked at her brother and best friend. It was a little strange to see two people who quarreled almost every day, acting so cordially towards each other. Looking at them individually and together, she felt that something had changed. Scene break. Harry left the Great Hall with Professor McGonagall. She didn't seem herself either. In fact, she looked nearly as anxious as Hermione. As she walked him down the stone steps and out into the cold November afternoon, she put her hand on his shoulder. Now, don't panic, she said, just keep a cool head. We've got wizards standing by to control the situation if it gets out of hand. The main thing is just to do your best, and nobody will think any worse of you. Are you all right? Yes, Harry heard himself say. Yes, I'm fine. She was leading him toward the place where the dragons were, around the edge of the forest, but when they approached the clump of trees behind which the enclosure would be clearly visible, Harry saw that a tent had been erected, its entrance facing them, screening the dragons from view. You're to go in here with the other champions, said Professor McGonagall, in a rather shaky sort of voice, and wait for your turn, Potter. Mr. Bagman is in there, he'll be telling you the procedure. Good luck. Thanks, said Harry, in a flat, distant voice. She left him at the entrance of the tent. Harry went inside. Fleur Delacour was sitting in a corner on a low wooden stool. She didn't look nearly as composed as usual but rather pale and clammy. Victor Krum looked even surlier than expected, which Harry supposed was his way of showing nerves. Cedric was pacing up and down. When Harry entered, Cedric gave him a small smile, which Harry returned, feeling the muscles in his face working somewhat hard, as though they had forgotten how to smile. "Harry? Goodo," said Bagman happily, looking around at him. Come in, make yourself at home." Bagman looked somehow like a slightly overblown cartoon figure, standing amid all the pale-faced champions. He was wearing his old wasp robes again. "Well, now we're all here, time to fill you in," said Bagman brightly. "When the audience has assembled, I'm going to be offering each of you this bag." He held up a small sack of purple silk and showed it to them, from which you will each select a small model of the thing you are about to face. There are different varieties, you see. And I have to tell you something else too. Yes, your task is to collect the golden egg. Harry stared at the golden egg, and except blinking, not a single part of his body moved. So this is what he meant by the egg, thought Harry. Now that he thought about it, Quinn had been weirdly insistent about the term egg. Harry glanced around. Cedric had nodded once to show that he understood Bagman's words and then started pacing around the tent again. He looked slightly green. Fleur Delacour and Krum hadn't reacted at all. Perhaps they thought they might be sick if they opened their mouths. That was certainly how Harry felt. But they, at least, had volunteered for this. And in no time at all, hundreds upon hundreds of pairs of feet could be heard passing the tent, their owners talking excitedly, laughing, joking. Harry felt as separate from the crowd as though they were a different species. And then it seemed like about a second later to Harry, Bagman opened the neck of the purple silk sack. "Ladies first," he said, offering it to Fleur Delacour. She put a shaking hand inside the bag and drew out a tiny, perfect model of a dragon, a Welsh green. It had the number 2 around its neck. And Harry knew, by the fact that Fleur showed no sign of surprise, but rather a determined resignation, that he had been right. Madame Maxim had told her what was coming. The same held true for Krum. He pulled out the scarlet Chinese fireball. It had a number 3 around its neck. He didn't even blink, just sat back down and stared at the ground. Cedric put his hand into the bag, and out came the bluish-gray Swedish short snout, the number 1 tied around its neck. Knowing what was left, Harry put his hand into the silk bag, pulled out the Hungarian horntail and the number 4. It stretched its wings as he looked down at it and bared its little fangs. "Well, there you are," said Bagman. "You have each pulled out the dragon you will face, and the numbers refer to the order in which you are to take on the dragons. Do you see? Mr. Diggory, you're first. Just go out into the enclosure when you hear a whistle." The loud cheer from the hundreds outside made Bagman flinch. The champions were inside, so what had got the audience so excited? Everyone inside saw a wisp of flame enter their tent through the open flap, which surprised everyone even more. All looked at each other wondering if someone knew what was happening. But none knew what was going on outside. "Did they let out the dragons?" asked Cedric. Bagman shook his head. "No, the dragons should be still inside." "Then what is it?" questioned Krum. "I don't know," muttered Bagman, and had just taken a step towards the tent flap when they heard a voice resound throughout the stadium. "Ladies and gentlemen and interesting miscellanea, beloved friends and tolerated acquaintances," the voice paused, "welcome to the Triwizard Tournament." Scene break. A couple minutes before the audience went wild, Eddie Carmichael sighed as he looked to his right. "Do you really have to do this?" he asked. "Can't you be normal? You don't like it? I thought you would be stoked." "No, you nutter," blurted Eddie, "this is absolutely rubbish." "Don't say that," smiled Eddie's companion, his best friend, the grinning Quinn West. "Didn't you like it when I showed it to you yesterday? You even praised me." "I did no such thing." Eddie sighed and recalled the events of yesterday. After the dinner feast, Eddie strolled through the Hogwarts ground with a toothpick sticking off his mouth. It was a calm night, with a clear sky, no signs of any incoming rain. The weather was truly great for the area around Hogwarts. "Why in the world would that bloke call me here after supper?" muttered Eddie. While he enjoyed the good weather, he wasn't the type to go out for a night stroll. He finally stopped at the decided spot, standing just below the astronomy tower. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling, with some interesting stuff. For now, they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest. And learn until our brains all rot." Eddie sang Hogwarts school song as he waited for Quinn to arrive, while still wondering why he was called here. Then he heard Quinn's voice from behind. "Hey Eddie, you're on time." He turned to the left, but there was no one there, same with his right. A chilly wind brushed the back of his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. He felt goosebumps rise on his skin, and suddenly he felt that his surroundings were a little too quiet. The toothpick which had been lying peacefully in Eddie's mouth suddenly felt the assault from his teeth. "Quinn," called out Eddie, "this isn't bloody funny. Come out and stop this dodgy shit. Come out, or else I'm leaving." All right, no need to have your knickers in a twist." Once again, Eddie heard Quinn's voice from all around. "Look up." Eddie craned his neck to look up, and his eyes widened as a startling sight reflected in his dark irises. Words suitable to the situation escaped the mouth of the Irish descendant. "Bloody hell." Quinn grinned as he, too, recalled the incident from last night. That bloody hell wasn't a praise. Of course not, you git, said Eddie and then sighed. I will ask once again, are you sure about this? You know you can just stroll down there, and everything will be just as dandy. Let me tell you something, Eddie, if possible, this is one of the things that I will take every single time, said Quinn with a beaming smile. All right, don't say that I didn't warn you. I won't. Now, you know what you've to do, right? Yes, nodded Eddie and removed one of his hands from the Clean Sweep 11 broom under him and held onto the shaft of Quinn's Nimbus 2001. The two flew above the stadium built for the first task, hovering at a height where the stadium was nothing but a bowl and the people in it were tiny ants. All right, see you on the other side, mate, smiled Quinn and slipped down from his broom, falling towards the ground. Eddie held the now lifeless broom in his hand and spoke as he watched Quinn descend in a starfish position. Woohoo, he heard Quinn yell out. Shit, he is going to die, isn't he? Scene break. In the Durmstrang camp of the stadium, Carrie Haugen tapped her feet impatiently. Patience had never been her strong suit. She looked around her surroundings, seeing the crowd of Hogwarts students chattering away. Carrie looked to the opposite side and saw the Beauxbatons students enjoying the festivity. Even her own schoolmates looked excited. She was the same, but what's taking so long? She grumbled. I want this to start, whatever this is. Katie heard a sudden dip in the chatter before it went back louder than before. She was about to look around to find out when she felt her friend shake her shoulder. What is it? She asked. Kari's friend pointed her finger up to the sky, and Carrie followed. Her eyes widened when she saw the clear blue sky and found the reason for all the chatter. What's that? Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger, sitting in the stands, too, looked up like everyone else and saw a large violet smoke ring growing outwards, expanding to greater size. Morning skyworks, spoke Hermione. Another smoke ring appeared below the violet ring. This time, it was indigo colored. The Ministry is really going all out on this, commented Ivy as a third blue smoke ring graced the sky. The girls looked at a fourth green smoke ring that appeared below the blue circle. It's a rainbow, commented Luna, pointing at the sky. Violet, indigo, blue, and green, and the next one will be yellow. And just as she said it, a yellow ring appeared. See, I was right. You're right, nodded Marcus as he ate a piece of fried chicken. It really is a rainbow. He looked at the empty seat beside him that he had reserved by placing another bucket of fried chicken. Where is Eddie? He's late. Maybe he found a crumplehorn snorkack, guessed Luna. I doubt that. They didn't know that Eddie was currently watching the smoke works from a unique position, semi-enjoying and semi-worrying the experience. Do you want chicken? Yes, please. Tracy Davis clapped her hand as an orange plume of angry smoke puffed in the sky and expanded into an orange ring. This is quite the show, she said to the Greengrass sisters sitting beside her. It is. It's in the colors of the rainbow, smiled Astoria, who held a small flag with Cedric Diggory written on it, waving it around, making it shimmer in yellow and black. She turned to her elder sister. What do you think, Daphne? Daphne Greengrass watched as the seventh red ring completed the rainbow spectrum. There was a barrage of claps and applause as everyone guessed the Vibgir rings, but the sharp-eyed Daphne furrowed her eyes. Is that? Daphne took a moment to gather what she saw before speaking. A person. Tracy and Astoria, feeling confused, looked back at the 7 smoke rings, and their eyes widened to the limit as they caught sight of a person appearing out of the 7-ring tunnel. Holy shit, look, someone is falling through the sky. A Slytherin behind the Slytherin trio yelled, earning everyone's attention. All spectators, without fail, watched as a body sped down through the sky. Albus Dumbledore, who had just removed his eyes from the totally unexpected colorful display in the sky to talk with Olympe Maxim in the judging panel asking about the skyworks and if she was the one who ordered it, was rudely taken out of the conversation by a rough tug on his robes. Albus, said the offender in shock and called the headmaster by his given name. What is it, Minerva? He asked, frowning. Look, she exclaimed and pointed her finger towards the smoke rings. Dumbledore followed his deputy's finger and saw the same thing as everybody, a person falling through the sky. For a split fraction of a second, Dumbledore took in the situation before a spark of urgency and energy flashed in his eyes as he hastily got up from his chair. The person was falling at speeds much higher than Harry had done during the Dementor game, so he whipped out the death stick to focus his magic. Alas, it was already too late as the figure was already too close to the ground for Dumbledore to do anything. There was a collective sucking in of breath, averted eyes, many gulps in anticipation of a splat to the ground. But just before the body hit the ground, a harsh blue light zapped out of the figure towards the ground, momentarily causing everyone to avert their eyes. There was no sound of the body hitting the ground, and instead, a cover of dust covered the rocky terrain of the arena. There was complete silence in the arena. Not a single person had a mind to talk to someone else as they were entirely committed to looking past the thick dust cover. Suddenly there was a sudden flash of fire, causing everyone to pull back with gasps filling every corner of the stadium. The fire seemed to consume everything in its path as the dust was incinerated into nothingness, leaving a clearly visible arena in view. Everyone saw a person standing right in the smack dab middle of the arena, dressed in red and white robes. The figure looked up, and everyone in the stadium recognized Quinn West. Ladies, gentlemen, and interesting miscellanea, beloved friends and tolerated acquaintances, he said and took a pause as a big smile appeared on his face. Welcome to the Triwizard Tournament first task, Dancing with Dragons. Ladies, gentlemen, and interesting miscellanea beloved friends and tolerated acquaintance, he said and took a pause as a big smile appeared on his face. Welcome to the Triwizard Tournament first task, Dancing with Dragons. The second he finished, the students in the stands shattered the stunning silence, and if there was a roof over the stadium, the cheers of Oz and excitement would have blown it off. The 7 smoke rings, falling from the sky without dying, the fiery entry was already broke every expectation they had set for today. Holy shit, that is a lot of eyes, thought Quinn as he turned on his feet to look at the entire stadium, roaming his eyes over all the excited and exhilarated people sitting in the stands. This was the first time he had this many eyes on him. Potato heads and nudes, was it? Considered Quinn before scrapping the idea. It wasn't his style. Most of you might know me from the aid services in Hogwarts diligently helping people since 1991, announced Quinn, his amplified voice reaching far and wide. But those who don't know me, I will introduce myself to you all. I'm Quinn West, a 5th-year student at Hogwarts, and today, on the exciting event of the Triwizard Tournament's first, I will be your host for the festivities, and let me assure you something, the things we will see today will be all but boring or dull. They will be as colorful as the smokeworks in the sky. From the corner of his eyes, Quinn noticed someone, and that cued him to continue speaking. Mr. Ludovic Ludo Bagman, said Quinn pointing at Bagman entering the judge's box, celebrated Quidditch athlete and currently the decorated head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. I would like everyone to give him a big round of applause. Quinn's words were heeded to the full without any prompting as the waves upon clapping serenaded the recently debt-free Ludo Bagman. The man had thought about silently entering the judge's box and sit himself down without arousing any attention, much less suspicion. The sudden spotlight made him freeze at the sheer suddenness, and he could only wave his hand with a stiff smile on his face. Mr. Bagman was supposed to be your host today, announced Quinn, growing the audience's anticipation, but then he graciously handed the role to me, a student. So, here I'm standing in front of you all, about to kick this event off. He deliberately kept out the part where he had paid Bagman's debt and kept the goblins from coming after Bagman's head, and Quinn didn't know Bagman enough to give some credit. The 3 headmasters/headmistress, Barty Crouch Sr., and the Hogwarts teachers looked at Bagman, wondering why he would pass on his hosting job to a student with varying feelings and judgmental thoughts. Quinn was about to continue when a loud voice from the stands spoke before him. Did you say dragons? He turned towards the direction of the voice and beamed in answer. Yes, Astoria, I did say dragons. Her question and Quinn's answer gathered many eyes on the young Astoria Greengrass, who flushed a faint red at the sudden attention. The theme of the Triwizard Tournament's first task is Dancing with Dragons, continued Quinn. Our 4 brave champions will be going head-to-head with the mighty dragons in showdowns of their life. He raised his fake wand over his head, and a shimmering golden light projected out of the wand tip. In the air above him, golden light began to twist, turn, bend, and shift into the shape of an ornate egg with beautiful runic patterns etched on the surface. This the goal of our champions. All eyes gathered over the gently rotating egg, a golden egg. The holographic golden egg shimmered once before it began shrinking down and, at the same time, descend down. By the time it reached the ground, the giant magical hologram had shrunk down to the size of an ostrich egg. But this golden egg is no ordinary golden egg, said Quinn, getting him a round of chuckles. A graceful wave of his fake wand made standard dragon eggs around the golden egg, and now all rested inside a nest. This golden egg will be placed in the nest of a mother dragon. All dragons that you'll see today are mother dragons who have laid eggs are currently in the incubation period. He pointed at the golden egg. 4 such golden eggs were secretly placed among the mother's nests so that the mothers would treat it as their own egg. And with time, through the great work of the dragon handlers from the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, the golden egg is now treated as a real one. Then Quinn raised his arms wide, and his fake wand tip flashed a brief red. What followed was a monstrosity with dark, rough scales, ridges along its back, and a tail tipped with an arrow-shaped spike phase out of the stony ground beneath Quinn's feet. The holographic figure flapped its wild wings and flew up into the sky. Dance with the dragons, repeated Quinn as he moved away from the egg hologram. He stared at his illusion replication of a Hebridean black dragon that circled the sky above the stadium. 4 different breeds of dragons, 1 for each champion, grinned Quinn, but none were looking at him. All eyes were fixed on the black dragon flying in the sky. The dragon turned its brilliant purple eyes towards the nest of eggs, and immediately, with a mighty flap of its wings, it descended towards the ground at neck-breaking speeds. But just before it reached the base, it stopped itself with an all-powerful flap before letting go and landing on the stony ground with a loud thump. The realistic dragon hologram crawled towards the egg nest with agility, not suiting a creature of its size, but not one person doubted that this wasn't its actual speed. The mother dragon will protect its unborn children, notified Quinn, and as he did that, the Hebridean black raised its head towards Quinn, and the purple reptilian eyes glowed maliciously. There were gasps and shouts of warning when they saw the dragon open its maw inside. They saw a burning blue. What followed was a forceful jet of violet flames hurled towards Quinn. In an instant, amidst screams and cries, Quinn was engulfed in the roaring flames as the dragon mercilessly breathed fire. The flaming jet lasted for a solid 5 seconds before it stopped, and many expected to see a burnt body of Quinn West, but as the fire cleared, he stood there unfazed. At novel bin at. They turned their eyes away from Quinn towards the dragon just to see its body gradually disappearing into golden floating glitter along with the egg nest. Those who had stood up sat down with a thump. The illusion had been so real that they, in the moment, had forgotten that the dragon wasn't real and just a magical fabrication. Dragons can breathe fire, have great physical strength, and have a hide that is resistant to magic, listed Quinn as he moved back to the center. Today, our champions will face these creatures akin to the gladiators of the yore. He once again roamed his eyes over the stadium and declared, "Let the games begin." Scene break. Quinn climbed into the judging panel and greeted everyone there with a smile. "Mr. West, I wasn't expecting another surprise from you today," said Dumbledore with his patent smile on his face. "Mr. Bagman was generous enough to bestow such an important task onto me, so when he offered, I accepted," spoke Quinn, glancing at Bagman, who just smiled. "It was an excellent opportunity to see if I can make a career in the announcer business. I have got a pretty good handle on Quidditch commentary, and this seemed to be perfect for trying out some diversification." Flitwick and a few Hogwarts laughed, and even McGonagall had a smile on her face from Quinn's words. "It does seem to be an exciting career line, Mr. West," chuckled Dumbledore. "If every show and event was like this, I'm sure you would be booked all year long." "That's the dream, Headmaster," grinned Quinn. "Mr. West, if you would start," asked Barty Sr. from his chair. Of course, let's get the festivities started," nodded Quinn and raised his fake wand. Its tip glowed blue, and that was the signal as a dragon handler came into the arena with an egg nest levitating behind him. He placed it in the center and nodded to Quinn before nodding towards a gate in the arena guarded by a barred iron gate. The moment the handler exited, the gate was pulled up, and from inside, came charging out a Swedish short snout. The magical beast wildly whipped her head searching for her eggs to notice the nest nearby. Jets of blue flames issued out of her nostrils as she half jumped, half flew to her eggs, cradling them under her protection. The Swedish short snout is an attractive silvery blue dragon whose skin is sought after for the manufacture of protective gloves and shields. The flame that issues from its nostrils is a brilliant blue and can reduce timber and bone to ash in a matter of seconds. The short snout has fewer human killings to its name than most dragons, though as it prefers to live in wild and uninhabited mountainous areas, this is not much to its credit. Quinn announced to the spectators before taking out a whistle from his pocket to blow in it, for it to emit a shrill sound. A few seconds later, a green-looking Cedric Diggory entered the stony arena. The first champion was sweating, and even before, he had somewhat of a labored breath from the stressful thoughts. "Give it up for the Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory," said Quinn. "Let's see how our first champion struggles against the Swedish short snout." In the arena, Cedric took out his wand and held it ready for defense. He didn't know which of his movements could trigger the giant creature in front of him. He looked around the arena and spotted loose rocks lying across the field. 3, 7, 15, Cedric continued to count. "This many will be enough, at least I hope they are enough." Cedric then finally looked over at the dragon, and for a time that seemed to be an eternity and a single second, he took every feature of the dragon in. When he found that he was going to face a dragon, Cedric wasn't thrilled about it, and even though Cedric was glad to obtain the information in advance, there wasn't much he could do about it. Through many sleepless nights, Cedric was able to come out with one strategy. "I need to distract it." Cedric took in a deep breath to calm himself, but his composure went back into nervousness when he saw the short snout's blue flames. "I can do it, I can do it," Cedric repeated in his mind before raising his wand and pointing it towards a rock distant from him. A faint cream spelllight zapped towards the rock, and with a crunching noise, the stone transformed into a bullmastiff dog. The transfigured dog ran towards the dragon, barking loudly as it picked up speed. The dragon's eyes locked onto the dog, and immediately, it got up and swiftly placed itself between the nest and sprinting dog. Its maw with razor-sharp canines opened up for a jet of blazing hot blue flames to assault the dog, blazing it into a burning pile of rocks. "Yes, it worked," muttered Cedric, clenching his fist at his success as the dragon sat down in the new spot, leaving the eggs uncovered. With his newfound confidence, Cedric shot 2 more transfiguration spells towards free rocks for another 2 bull mastiffs to run towards the dragon, approaching it from the left, which made the dragon move another few steps away from the eggs. From there on out, Cedric sent out dogs to make the dragon move in his preferred direction and then wait for a minute so that she would get comfortable in her new position. "Okay, this is enough," decided Cedric, and 3 jets of magic transformed rocks into dogs. The moment the dragon moved to eliminate the dogs, Cedric rushed towards the nest. Mid-sprint, he shot transfiguration spells towards the dragon's right to keep it busy using quantity. The decision turned out to be correct as just one touch from the flames turned the dogs back into burning stone. Cedric slid beside the nest and picked the golden egg up. The second he made contact with the egg, 6 dragon handlers entered the arena. The task was to retrieve the egg, so the second the champions touched the egg, the task was deemed successful. Cedric saw the dragon handles enter the arena, and the sight, along with the fact that he had the golden egg in his hands, made him relax. That was a mistake. He was playing by the rules, dragon handling was moving by the rules, the judges would give scored according to the rules, but the dragon wasn't playing by the rules. The moment the mother got rid of all the dogs, she looked towards her eggs to see a human clutching one of them outside her nest. Red took over as she flapped her wings and took flight towards Cedric. She aimed to cover the distance in one wing-aided leap. "Back away, kid," yelled a dragon handler, and 3 out of the 6 of the zapped curses towards the blue dragon, causing her to falter mid-flight. However, the mother dragon was adamant about getting back her egg, so she leaped forward, pushing with her legs. The other 3 dragon handles were ready and shot spells towards the dragon, and she faltered once again, stumbling to the ground. 5 out of the 6 dragon handlers swung their wands, and thick iron chains flew into the arena and started to wrap around the dragon. Cedric, who had turned away to run, stopped when the dragon handler subdued the dragon, and the 6th free handler walked to him to ensure his safety and status, and Cedric turned back to look at the chained dragon. That was a mistake. While the short snout was bound in chains, her magic was still hers. She called upon it. The fire started to build up her throat as she held it in. She opened her jaw and shot a blue fireball towards Cedric. Cedric and the 6th dragon handler watched as a rolling ball of fire singed towards the pair. The experienced dragon handler instinctively cast a shield from years of experience. He immediately started to back away from the fireball's path because he knew his protection wasn't powerful enough to handle the flames and could only buy him some time. Cedric wasn't privy to that dragon handler experience, and while the shield covered him, it was only partially. He screamed as tongues of blue flame scorched his body. Cedric dropped the egg due to the pain of one part of his body being burnt by dragon flames, charred by the intense heat. The mother dragon wanted to shoot another fireball, but the dragon handlers weren't going to let that happen as the chain roped around her maw, chaining it shut, and the built-up fire could only escape her nostril. The dragon handler who had cast a shield didn't bat an eye when he saw Cedric screaming in pain from being burned and swiftly conjured a stretcher, put Cedric on it, and levitated him away out of the arena. After the arena was cleared, Quinn once again spoke up. Now that was a great display of transfiguration and patience. Diggory used diversionary tactics to lead the dragon away, and he was entirely successful in his venture, though he let his guard down a bit too quickly. While concerned about Cedric, not a single person in the stadium looked worried and bothered by what had transpired. The magical kind had a different perception of what could be classified as a grave injury. A burn like Cedric's, while fatal to a non-magical, was nothing in the magical society. "Oh boy, that burn covered a lot of ground," commented Quinn. "He will be seeing a lot of skin peel tomorrow. No need to be worried as our residential medi-healer, Madame Poppy Pomfrey, will have him good as new by the end of the day." He turned towards the panel and asked, "Judges, your scores for Mr. Diggory's performance." The 4 judged used their wands to write in the air. "Okay, the combined scores comes to a total of 31. Let's see how the coming 3 perform to see how Mr. Diggory places. Now, what do we have here?" Quinn's joyful voice reached the ears of all as they looked into the arena. A common Welsh green, another native to Britain Isles green scales, thick hind legs, thin forelegs, slow on their feet, quick on their wings. Common Welsh green is famous for being a relatively subdued breed and prefers to prey mainly on sheep and other small mammals and avoid human contact altogether, though they stumble out to muggles quite often, and our ministry spends a lot of money to keep the damage under wraps. Standing over a new nest of eggs, the common Welsh green released a melodious roar to scare away everyone from her and her nest of eggs. Quinn blew the whistle, and within seconds, Fleur Delacour walked into the clearing. "Ms. Delacour looks like she is ready to subdue the dragon. Isn't this the perfect representation of Beauty and the Beast, though I doubt the Beauty will be falling in love with the Beast." Like Cedric, who had come before her, Fleur observed the mother dragon before making any move. She wasn't as anxious and worried as she had been inside the tent. Watching the lying dragon made her seem like a harmless creature, but the fact that the dragon could rip her apart in seconds was ever present in the back of Fleur's mind. She glanced up at the judges' panel and saw her headmistress smiling towards her. "I can do it," she thought. "I just have to do as I practiced." She raised her wand and pointed it at the dragon. Letting out her nervousness through an exhale, and in sync with that exhale, a faint wisp emitted from her wand, and like sand flowing through the wind, the pink wisps traveled to the dragon, entering the mother's body through her nostrils. Back in the stands, Quinn analyzed the situation and gave the spectators his valuable commentary. "Let's talk about Ms. Delacour's tactic for dealing with the dragon," he started. "From what I can see, the magic that our only female champion is casting is a bewitched sleep spell, an interesting choice, to say the least. Bewitched sleep is an enchanted slumber of sorts. It is used to refer to a condition wherein the target's body and mind are brought into a state in which their nervous system remains relatively inactive, their eyes closed, the postural muscles relaxed, and consciousness practically suspended by magical means. So called because of how reminiscent it is to the natural sleep that typically recurs for several hours every night. There are several ways in which this condition could be induced in people, such as by simple sleeping charms, which simply places those subjected to it into a magically induced slumber that will eventually wear off. A more advanced spell, putting the target into such a deep sleep as to render them in a state akin to suspended animation. As they listened to Quinn, the spectators watched Fleur circled the area with careful steps. She still had her wand pointed at the dragon with the bewitching pink magic flowing into the dragon. Dragon's parts are used to craft wands, as such it's difficult to affect dragons with such a variety of magic that Ms. Delacour is constantly casting the spell to make sure to put the dragon to sleep. Eventually, everyone saw the spell take effect. "Ah, it seems that Ms. Delacour has successfully put her dragon to sleep," announced Quinn. "I have to say that I'm feeling impressed by Ms. Delacour's approach, putting the dragon to sleep. How simple and yet so effective." Down at the stony arena, Fleur immediately took off with a run towards the egg nest. She covered the distance quickly and only slowed at the ending stretch as she was too close to the dragon. "Now, where is the egg?" she mumbled and trekked the rocky terrain around the slumbering dragon. Ah, there it is, she exclaimed on finding the nest egg just beside the dragon's face. She leaped down from a height and briskly walked towards the nest, but just as she strolled past the dragon's face, abruptly, a puff of fire threatened Fleur, who barely was able to pull up a shield charm. In that second, Fleur went from feeling oh so close to success to outright terrified she was too close to the dragon. The smoke cleared and what Fleur and the rest saw was a still asleep dragon. It's snoring fire, muttered Fleur in disbelief. Her beating heart settled down with a sense of relief. She decided not to waste any time and soundlessly rushed to the nest and picked up the golden egg, and with that cue, dragon handlers entered the area, signifying Fleur's successful completion of the trial. 2 out of 4 chapters were done, 2 remained. An excellent performance by the Fleur Delacour, said Quinn. The skillful use of bewitchment sleeping charm on an unsuspecting dragon was a smart decision. Quinn turned to face Dumbledore and posed him a question. Headmaster Dumbledore, as someone who is credited to researched and found 12 uses of dragon blood, you must be knowledgeable about dragon physiology. So my question to you is how much of Ms. Delacour's undetection by the dragon can be attributed to the common Welsh Green's magic detection capability and how much to her personal casting skills? Albus Dumbledore was ready to answer a question as part of the judging panel, a generic question, but he didn't expect Quinn to go deep and connect his work to a champion's performance. An interesting question, no, a splendid question, started Dumbledore with a smile. The answer to your question is that Ms. Delacour's undetected performance depended on both her skill and the common Welsh Green's weak senses. As you spoke earlier, dragons have a magic-resistant hide, and so does this breed, but the common Welsh's hide has a peculiarity that makes its senses dull. Ms. Delacour was cautious about her output and only applied enough of the spell that she went undetected by the common Welsh Green. According to my estimate, if Ms. Delacour had gone around 10 to 20% over her output, she would have alerted the dragon that there was something wrong with her body. I see, the audience heard Quinn's voice loud and clear. Thank you for that insightful answer. You heard it, audience members. Next time you come face to face with a common Welsh Green, it might seem impossible to hold back in the face of a dragon, but do remember to be light-handed on magic. Barty Crouch Sr. leaned near Bagman and whispered, never thought I would say this to you, Bagman, but good job on passing the hosting duties to a student. He's doing a better job than I imagined you would have done. Bagman could do nothing but nod stiffly. It was all part of the offer he had been given in return for his debt being paid off by Quinn West. He was told by Quinn not to answer any question regarding why he had given Quinn the job. In Quinn's words, sometimes, silence is better than poorly constructed lies. People fill in the unspoken with their own imagination and don't bother asking questions. And Bagman was going to follow that to a T. Bagman had done his research and knew what kind of trouble he could get into if he didn't hold up the end of the deal he made with the West child. It's time for us to introduce you to the third dragon of the day, announced Quinn. This dragon will be defending against the Bulgarian Quidditch star Victor Krum from Durmstrang. Quinn had visited the dragon handlers and had sorted out his calling cues. They knew when to let in the dragons so that their entrance would match Quinn's hosting. As planned, the dragon gate opened and came barreling from inside, a scarlet and smooth scaled with a fringe of golden spikes around its snub-snouted face and extremely protuberant eyes. The last 2 dragons were worried, but they remained cautious and restrained about their surroundings. The Chinese fireball, though, she was as aggressive as a shaken-up can of soda. The dragon ran around the arena until she spotted her eggs resting inside a nest in the middle of the arena, and the smaller dragon spread her wings and screeched a shrill scream before closing the distance in an instant, seating herself over the egg. She breathed a deep red large mushroom-shaped flame up in the air as a warning sign, threatening anyone who dared to approach her or her children. The Chinese fireball, also known as the lion dragon, is a dragon native to China. It was a brilliant red and gold dragon, named for the rounded balls of flame that shot from its nostrils. Quinn's voice gave the audience some detail about the beast they saw. The fireball is aggressive but, unlike other dragons, it was more tolerant of its own kind. It will sometimes consent to share its territory with up to 2 other dragons. They were also said to be very fast and clever, at least for a dragon. The whistle flew to Quinn's lips, and the entry cue for the champion was sounded. Within half a minute, Victor Krum walked into the rocky arena. The champion, who had been grumpy and grouchy ever since his arrival to Hogwarts, was now seen alert and ready. His face had a thin sheen of sweat, but it didn't look like anxious sweating. It seems Krum has been warming up to face his opponent, noted Quinn. Is he treating the task as one of his Quidditch games? If so, then that's an excellent way to calm his nerves. Let's see how much this helps him. It turned out that Quinn was correct, as Krum had gotten so stressed when he heard Cedric had been burned by the dragon that he decided to treat this as one of his games and did a quick warm-up to calm down. He stared at the hyperactive dragon. She was turning her head all around the stands to look at all the hundreds of people. His heart skipped a beat when the fireball locked eyes with him. The dragon fumed 2 mushroom-shaped flame clouds from her nostrils, and in return, he clutched his wand tighter in his hand. The human and dragon stared at each other, neither blinking nor moving an inch, with only the fireball swishing its tail back and forth. Maybe it was minutes or mere seconds, but the one to break the stare down was Krum, who whipped his wand above his hand and pushed the gas pedal on his magic. A red zap of spell lighting coursed from his wands towards the dragon. The mother fireball dragon snorted 2 mushroom-shaped clouds from her nostrils before opening her jaw wide and shooting out red flames to counter the spell. The spell and magical flames met in between, and there was a mini explosion as a result. With it, the aggression had begun. Crumb didn't stop and ripped another spell towards the dragon, which was countered by another burst of fire. The result wasn't an explosion but a gush of black smoke spreading at an alarming rate. The fireball stood on her hind feet in alert caution, her draconian brain telling her to be on alert. She stepped forward, keeping her eggs behind her. Suddenly a spell came charging from her right, parting the smoke. From within the hole in smoke, one could see Crumb with his wand raised, but the next second, he was gone. The dragon raised its wing to receive the spell, and the magic collided with the magic-resistant hide. The result was a puff of hot smother, but the dragon came out without a scratch. For the first time today, we see the power of dragon hide. Quinn's voice was heard throughout the stadium. This power is the reason that even though the hide loses a chunk of its resistance when stripped of the carcass, the leather is still used to create underarmors for Hit Wizard and Aurors. Crumb ran around the rocky terrain, jumping from one boulder to another, trying to keep himself moving while keeping the dragon into the smoke. I just need one shot, thought Crumb. One spell would be enough to get to the egg. Just when his line of thought ended, Crumb came to a screeching halt as his eyes caught a red from within the hazy smoke. His eyes widened in an instant as he understood what was coming. Shit. Without giving it a second thought, Crumb jumped down from the boulder and slid down behind a tall piece of stone for cover. The second he squatted on the ground, deep red flames assaulted Crumb's cover. He looked up and could see tongues of flames reaching out from the edges. The second the flames stopped, Crumb rolled over in an effort to get up. He was about to get up when his eyes caught a shift in the stone cover, and looking up, he saw the fireball's head peeking from above. Crumb sucked in a deep breath when he saw the jaw unhinge, and inside he saw red light at the end. He was about to face a dragon breath from point-blank range. In the life and death situation, Crumb raised his wand and shoot the first spell that popped into his mind. A murky yellow spell shot out of his wand, and with the fireball's jaw opened, the magic entered the dragon's mouth. The dragon snapped her jaw close and screamed in pain from the effects of the spell. Quinn stood near the ledge in the judge's box and watched Crumb and the dragon with bright eyes. Ah, that was a spell that lacerates flesh, announced Quinn, a dark curse as expected from a Durmstrang student, a student of the dark arts. Everyone in the judge's box momentarily removed their eyes from the arena and glanced at Quinn. They found it rare for a student of Hogwarts to not talk about dark arts with fear or disgust. Albus Dumbledore, the poster boy of anti-dark magic, had all but erased all traces of dark magic from the Hogwarts ground. Dumbledore looked at Quinn's back and thought back to their first meeting. Quinn had told him that as long as it was magic, he was interested. He identified the spell quite quickly, thought Dumbledore, and well, his thoughts went in a very particular direction involving three very specific people. Two people with who he could find parallels with Quinn and a young himself. Crumb stared at the Chinese fireball, and amidst the screams, he thought, this is the chance. He clumsily waved his wand, and a good enough invisible spell hit the dragon in the eyes. The dragon pulled her head back and used her wingtips to cover her eyes. Ah, another one, the conjunctivitis curse, said the announcer's voice, a curse that irritated the target's eyes, forcing them to swell shut. Dragons were notably susceptible to this curse because while their hide made them resistant to most spells, their eyes remained vulnerable. Another pro tip for you people, while every other part of a dragon's body is durable as hell, their eyes are more squishy than ours. So poke 'em there because it hurts a lot. According to his plans, Crumb had only planned to temporarily impair the dragon's eyesight so that he could get to the egg and complete the task. But now, not only had impaired vision, but he had also launched a spell that caused injury to the dragon. He knew this was the moment. Crumb stood up and rushed to the middle of the arena with his eyes set on the golden prize. The Chinese fireball finally had enough, her mouth hurt, and she couldn't open her eyes, her babies were unprotected. She let her instincts take over and moved her head towards the direction of the nest. She could smell her own scent on the eggs. A deep red illuminated her throat as she opened her jaw. Crumb was within spitting distance of the nest when he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He turned back and saw a vivid jet of fire coming towards him. His eyes widened, he looked ahead and dove for the egg. His hands caught the egg as he rolled over to his back, and with a body roll, he was back onto his feet. But his work wasn't over yet. He saw a dragon handler entering the arena, and the man pointed at the two large rocks, and Crumb didn't need to be told twice. He sprinted and once again dove ahead, this time into the crevice between the two rocks. Arg! Screamed Crumb as a back was singed just before he could get to safety. He fell to the ground, but his hands clutched the egg as if it was the snitch in the World Cup finals. Applause shattered the wintry air like breaking glass. Crumb had finished. Scene break. Harry stood up, noticing dimly that his legs seemed to be made of marshmallows. He waited. And then Harry heard the whistle blow. He walked out through the entrance of the tent, the panic rising into a crescendo inside him. And now he was walking past the trees, through a gap in the enclosure fence. He saw everything in front of him as though it was a very highly colored dream. There were hundreds and hundreds of faces staring down at him from stands that had been magicked there since he'd last stood on this spot. And there was the Horntail, at the other end of the enclosure, crouched low over her clutch of eggs, her wings half furled, her evil, yellow eyes upon him, a monstrous, scaly, black lizard, thrashing her spiked tail, leaving yard-long gouge marks in the hard ground. The crowd was making a great deal of noise, but Harry didn't know or care whether friendly or not. It was time to do what he had to do to focus his mind, entirely and absolutely, upon the thing that was his only chance. His mind went back to the 2 weeks he spent listening to Quinn, who he had just seen in the judge's box. He raised his wand. Accio golden egg, he shouted. The egg didn't move at all. Well, worth the try. The horntail covered the area around the eggs pretty well. As such, he couldn't use the transfiguration trick to accio the eggs to him and the grappling tactic and the push-up tactic. Hell, every tactic he taught me is useless with the horntail in the way. If Quinn had heard Harry's thoughts, he would have used every tactic he had taught Harry before staring him down for a solid minute. He made his decision. Accio firebolt, he shouted. In the judge's box, Quinn sighed and cut the sonorous just so that he could mutter, idiot. Harry waited, every fiber of him hoping, praying. If it hadn't worked, if it wasn't coming. He seemed to be looking at everything around him through some sort of shimmering, transparent barrier, like a heat haze, which made the enclosure and the hundreds of faces around him swim strangely. And then he heard it, speeding through the air behind him. He turned and saw his firebolt hurtling toward him around the edge of the woods, soaring into the enclosure, and stopping dead in midair beside him, waiting for him to mount. The crowd was making even more noise. Quinn was shouting something, but Harry's ears were not working correctly anymore. Listening wasn't necessary. He swung his leg over the broom and kicked off from the ground. And a second later, something miraculous happened. As he soared upward, as the wind rushed through his hair, as the crowd's faces became mere flesh-colored pinpricks below, and the horntail shrank to the size of a dog, he realized that he had left not only the ground behind, but also his fear. Harry was back where he belonged. This was just another Quidditch match. That was all just another Quidditch match, and that horntail was just another ugly opposing team. He looked down at the clutch of eggs and spotted the gold one, gleaming against its cement-colored fellows, residing safely between the dragon's front legs. He dived. The horntail's head followed him. He knew what it was going to do and pulled out of the dive just in time. A jet of fire had been released precisely where he would have been having he not swerved away. Well, at least he can fly, sighed Quinn. Harry tried a couple more times to draw out the horntail and dodged the dragon's breath as many times as he attempted. But the horntail didn't seem to want to take off. She was too protective of her eggs. Though she writhed and twisted, furling and unfurling her wings and keeping those fearsome yellow eyes on Harry, she was afraid to move too far from them. It seems that, unlike the other mother dragons, this one has taken an entirely different approach, a defensive approach, spoke Quinn, his sonorous back on. Harry knew he had to take the risk. He started to fly low, sticking to the walls of the arena. Slowly the speed of state-of-the-art firebolt increased. Soon, the horntail was having trouble keeping up with Harry, and he knew it was the right moment. He made a hard turn, and with a booming speed of his firebolt, he instantly closed the distance between him and the dragon. But the second he was close to the dragon, the horntail swiped her head toward Harry and already had a fire working in her throat. But the Gryffindor Seeker was ready. He pulled up and flew up hard on a sharp angle, just missing the fire. But despite the danger, Harry had a big smile on his face. His wand was in his hand, and from it extended an orange-red cord of light on whose other end hung a shining golden egg. Carpe retractum, said the student, and outside the arena, the teacher finished, for the win. Harry Potter had grabbed the golden egg without injury, and overall that he had done it faster than any other candidate. Well, that wasn't half bad, thought Quinn in the box and shrugged. Well, I trained him, he should at least get this level of results. Quinn walked down from the judge's box to the rocky arena. The stage was abuzz with discussions about the performance, and no one was paying attention to the fact that Quinn stood in the center. He looked around, waiting to see if they would notice him and pay attention. Doesn't look like it, his voice drowning among the chatter of hundreds. So he raised his fake wand to get some attention. The people in the stands flinched when they heard a loud explosion. All eyes immediately went to the center of the field, where they saw a smiling Quinn twirling his wand. Good, now that I've everybody's attention, let's get started, they heard him speak. We saw 4 stellar performances from our 4 brilliant, brave, bright, and boisterous champions. He pointed at the judges' box. Our esteemed judges have given their opinion and scores to the champions' performance, and now I'm going to announce their positions relative to each other. The rowdy crowd finally calmed down enough to listen to Quinn. In the first position we have, he paused before continuing, the Beauxbatons champions, Fleur Delacour. Quinn raised his wand and shot out fireworks in the shape of the Beauxbatons insignia, which turned into Fleur's face before disappearing. She completed the task the fastest and with the most skill out of all champions. The judges combined those factors and decided to place Ms. Delacour in the first place. The Beauxbaton students were the first to jump in the air, cheering for their champion and school. But soon, they were drowned by the overwhelming hurrahs and roars of so many Hogwarts boys that even Quinn jerked back and looked at them with a startling surprise. Oh, it seems that Ms. Delacour has able to amass some fan following in her short time at Hogwarts, said Quinn. From the looks of it, she's well on her way to becoming the people's winning favorite. The boys roared louder at his words. Quinn waited for them to calm down, but the boys continued to shout, and it went a little too long that Quinn had to shoot another louder explosion to forcefully calm them down, but the little F-curs didn't stop. Ah, screw it, he muttered and aimed his fake wand straight at a part of the stands with the just boys and shot out a moderate explosive spell towards them. The rowdy students saw the spell hurled towards them, and in an instant, the shouts turned to screams as they ducked and covered their heads to save themselves. But it wasn't needed as Quinn's spell collided with an invisible dome placed there to protect the audience. Ahem, said Quinn as the dome stopped rippling. Now that I've your attention, we can move on to the next champion in line. The boys stared at Quinn's carefree as if he just hadn't hurled a spell at them. The runner-up for the first task is, said Quinn and imagined a drum roll in his mind, one of the Hogwarts champion, Harry Potter. The Hogwarts insignia followed by Harry's face traced in fireworks. Hogwarts as a whole, especially Gryffindor students, cheered loud for their house champion's captain while the other houses also showed varying levels of enthusiasm and excitement. All in all, it was a good show of support for the discredit champion and a start for things to start fresh. The last one on the podium was close, stated Quinn as he turned to look at everyone. Both of our remaining champions were brave in their approach, but their plans were a bit too reckless, as such both got burned as they played with fire. A few chuckles around the stadium told him that some found his joke funny, and others didn't. After much deliberation, the judges have decided that another round of drum rolls sounded in his mind. Coming in the third place is the Durmstrang champions, Victor Krum. The insignia of Durmstrang showed its glory, with the stern mug of Krum following shortly after. There was a rough chant from the Durmstrang students and a few shouts from girls taken by Krum's stern and mind-your-own-business charm. Finally, we have our very own, the very charming Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory, shouted Quinn with another round of fireworks. No matter what their rank, our champions showed great ability and valor, continued Quinn. Dragons are creatures of magic much stronger than us humans and even the fire-blessed Velas. To outmatch a mother dragon and steal an egg from them is no easy feat, so the next time you meet them, give them the praise they deserve and applaud them for the heart and spirit they showed today for their champions. The response was glorious. At novel bin at. Scene break. HAAA, breathed out Quinn as he sat himself on the bar stool behind his desk. It was the evening after the first task, and Quinn had just got free. Professors, head of schools, ministry employees, and students had praised him for his hosting, especially his entrance that jazzed the entire event up. Madame Pomfrey really needs to get loose, he groaned. No reason to smack me on the back of my head. The matron wasn't happy about Quinn's little stunt at the start of the task. He glanced at the full-body red robes with white highlights. Maybe, I should have gone blue or maybe even black. Well, not black, it would have been tragic if someone died. It went well, spoke Quinn to himself, but was it worth to pay of Bagman's debt? Quinn wanted to be close to the action of the Triwizard Tournament, and the surefire way to stay close constantly was to become a part of the tournament. Being a champion was struck off right from the get-go. Except a champion, there wasn't much a student could do, so Quinn decided to take someone else's job from him. Ludo Bagman was the designated host, so Quinn exploited the debt and took the job from him. It was the first time ever Quinn had dug into his royalty account to take out a minuscule amount of money from his earning made from his invention. Other than this, Quinn never had to dip into that account, as his student account at Gringotts was enough for his annual expenses. If there were any questions regarding Bagman's sudden hosting assignment to Quinn, they were erased after his performance. I would be close by in every event from now on, he said. I do wonder if this was the correct decision. I gave up anonymity in return for access. If Quinn had been any other student in the stands, he could have worked with certain invisibility. One didn't know what to look for when they didn't know it wasn't coming. But with being a host, Quinn would be near the scene and would have a much easier time working magic if needed. Well, with that level of access, I can get by without anyone knowing, shrugged Quinn. He studied the ancient, black leather-bound book on his desk. He took out fresh sheets of paper and a black-inked fountain pen. Straightening his back, he opened it gently and started carefully reading the contents, making detailed observational notes about the contents. After an entire noisy day of announcing and speaking to so many people, Quinn enjoyed the quiet and peace and was just getting into the rhythm, but it seemed that some people had other plans as the office door opened and 4 people walked. All had a skip in their step and a clap in their hands as they seemed in a pretty celebratory mood. He looked up and saw the Golden Squad. All 4 members entered his office. Harry was in the lead with the golden egg resting in his hands. Following him were Ivy and Hermione, and they were swaying to the beat of Ron clapping his hands behind him. All of you look happy, commented Quinn, closing the book and setting the papers aside. Mr. Weasley, welcome to my office. This is your first time here. Right, replied Ron. Something about Quinn made him stop clapping. Harry, I'm a tad bit disappointed that you didn't try Parseltongue against the dragon. I really wanted to see if the dragon would have reacted to the snake speak. With all the people looking at me? Yeah, right. I would have been branded Voldemort's next coming in tomorrow's newspapers, scoffed Harry. A little price to pay for the betterment of magic, shrugged Quinn. I'm surprised that all of you are here, Quinn said as he waved his fake wand to set 4 chairs for his guests. I assumed all of you would be busy with the celebrations inside with your fellow Gryffindors. What makes you all come here leaving all that behind? We wanted to show you the egg, answered Harry. He sat down and set the golden egg on the desk. You helped Harry out a lot. It's only natural that we let you have a look at the prize, chimed in Hermione. We thought you would like to get your hands on the egg. You're the type to get all excited about magic, commented Ivy. Well, you got that right, said Quinn, picking up the golden egg, weighing it in his gloved hands. Oh my, this is heavy. At first glance, the surface of the ostrich-sized golden egg looked like it was an ornate egg etched with beautiful and intricate patterns, but to anyone who had extensive runic knowledge, the designs became runes. As Quinn rotated the egg, the initially small smile widened till Quinn seemed amply happy. The answer to the riddle inside the egg was clearly inscribed in the runes etched on the surface. If one could read the runes, they would know what hid inside. Why are you smiling? Asked the redhead Potter. Quinn held the egg in his left with palm up. Did you open the egg up? Yes, I did. In front of the entire Gryffindor house, answered Harry. Be honest with me, was coming here with to show me this egg wasn't so a show of appreciation, was it? The 4 Gryffindors glanced at each other. Seeing that reaction made Quinn silently let out a single chuckle. It's a show of appreciation, answered Ivy, shrugging, but stuff can be 2 things. I can respect that, he answered. Ivy Potter stared at Quinn and then garnered a guess. You already know what the egg is, don't you? Yes, I do, he nodded, but unfortunately for you all, I won't be sharing my finding with you fine Gryffindors. But why? Asked Ron, dumbfounded. The Weasley couldn't understand why someone from Hogwarts, sans Slytherin, wouldn't tell a Hogwarts champion about the egg. Well, I can't give it away, it wouldn't be fun that way, grinned Quinn. He put the egg back down on the table. Find the clue on your own. As far as I know, the champions don't have an unfair advantage for the second task, so you won't get any from me. How about a hint? You do know what happens when we open it, don't you? I know what will happen if I open it right here right now. Sounded like a banshee. Maybe you've got to get past one of those next, Harry, said Ron. He could swear that his ears were still ringing from the time Harry had opened the egg in the common room. It was someone being tortured, sighed Harry. I'm going to have to fight the Cruciatus curse. Don't be daft, Harry, that's illegal, chided Hermione. They wouldn't use the Cruciatus curse on the champions. I thought it sounded a bit like Percy singing maybe you've got to attack him while he's in the shower, Harry, said Ron, giving another guess getting a chuckle from Quinn. Quinn noticed that Ivy was intently staring at him. Ivy, is there something on my face? Will it be an unfair advantage if we paid you? Asked Ivy with a sly smile on her face. What's the word again? If I remember correctly, as you said, it was resourceful. Yes, we are simply being resourceful here. The grin didn't leave Quinn's face as he nodded appreciatively. The girl in front of him had heard him carefully during their time travel shenanigans. This was the second time she had brought something up from that time. Good, that's really good, praised Quinn. How about this? If you can't find it out halfway through, I will give you an answer. There is a catch, isn't there? Asked Hermione. Quinn turned to Hermione with a what is happening here smiling expression. You guys are getting smarter. I knew it, people get smarter when they spend time with me. Ron leaned forward, genuinely interested in what Quinn had just said. Yes, there is a catch, continued Quinn. The price on that halfway mark is too expensive, and to be bluntly honest, even if you combined all of your allowances, you wouldn't be able to afford it. He raised a finger to cut them from speaking. As the time goes on, I'll decrease the price. If you come to me the day before the task, it will be practically free. It's up to you how much you're willing to shell out for the answer. The later it is, the cheaper it will be. He didn't tell them that even with the solution to hearing the riddle, they would have to decode the riddle and then find a way to execute during the day of the second day. While it seemed like a good thing for the Golden Squad to approach him for his services, Quinn didn't want over-reliance from the Golden Squad. He wanted them to come to him but at the same time maintain a certain distance. Being too close to them was something Quinn was doubtful about. To him, it seemed an unnecessary hassle. But at the same time, he realized that his wish was too much of an ideal. With Quinn and Ivy going back and forth with smiles on their faces, Hermione's mind wandered off to other things in the office. Her attention was particularly attracted by the ancient tome on Quinn's desk. Book, she voiced, reading the rune etched onto the cover. What kind of a book title is that? Quinn stopped conversing about chocolate with Ron and turned to Hermione. He placed a gentle hand on the tome and smiled. Don't you think it's a fitting title? It shows what the book actually is a book. That thing looks it's about to die, commented Harry about the condition of the book. What's it about? Ah yes, it's an old lady, this one, said Quinn. I brought it from Aarhus, Denmark. A real bargain, if I say so myself. He didn't pay a single canute for it. From your trip, said Ivy, recalling the day Quinn had visited her house. Quinn nodded. Is it written in Danish? Asked the second biggest bookworm in the room. No, Ms. Granger, responded the biggest bookworm. This baby is transcribed in pure Younger Futhark runes. Quite a fascinating read. What is it about? Once again, the question came. Quinn contemplated if he should tell them before shrugging. No harm in telling them the briefest of information. It's about winds. The Viking magic of wind and air. Scene break. The very next day, when the castle was animatedly discussing the first task and thought that nothing else could pique it, they came across something that first confused them, led them to feel surprised, and finally left them shocked. Inside the house common rooms, the Hogwarts student saw a very peculiar notice on the house bulletin board. Inside the Gryffindor common room, Harry came running down the dorm stairs. Ron, let's go, or we are going to get late, he said, patting Ron's shoulder. On the other hand, Ron didn't move his eyes toward Harry and raised his hands to find Harry, just to find his face, which he ended up lightly slapping all over. P.U.W. What the hell are you doing? Said Harry, smacking the offending hand away. Look. What? Asked Harry, annoyed before he looked at the bulletin board, and within seconds, he went from annoyed to still very still. Holy. Draco Malfoy started his day by climbing down the dorm stairs and get a fresh look at the Slytherin common room. It will be a good day, he smiled. Looking at the standard room put him at ease, as this place was his to rule. He was about to turn back to his room when he noticed Crabbe and Goyle standing in front of the bulletin board. Are they reading? Draco asked himself. Can they even read? His two goon-cum friends weren't the most intelligent kind, and seeing them in front of the bulletin board first thing in the morning wasn't something he was used to. Crabbe, Goyle, what are you lads doing? It seemed that Draco's words fell on deaf ears as the two surprisingly similar-looking boys kept on looking at the bulletin board. Are you two having problems with reading? Asked Draco, snickering. Want me to help? Tell me, I'll read it for you. He meant it as a joke, so when Crabbe raised his hands to point, Draco was stunned silent for a second. Draco turned his eyes to the board, and stuck on it was a colorful, long roll of parchment, sticking out like a sore thumb inside the somber common room. Draco's mouth opened and closes a couple of times as he read the contents. After failing to formulate words, a short phrase came out the Malfoy air. Bloody hell? This is... Eddie Carmichael plopped himself down in a chair inside the Ravenclaw common room. Just like others, he, too, was excited about the first task that took place yesterday. The fact that they got to see dragons so up close was amazing that people didn't get to witness regularly. But he was also a little miffed with what had followed the task. Diggory this, diggory that, said Eddie clicking his tongue. Potter is so great, Crumb is so cool. Even the Vila is taking girls away from me. I know I should have tried harder getting into the tournament. I could have done the same thing as Potter, that was easy. As he grumbled about the popularity and attention the champions were getting, Eddie noticed Quinn enter the common room from outside and head straight to the bulletin board. Quinn, let me hit you once, said Eddie getting up from his chair. How many girls did you get praised by yesterday also? Don't hit me back. Quinn pasted a big poster right in the middle of the board with magic while chuckling from Eddie's words. After confirming that the poster was stuck snug against the panel, Quinn turned back, and as he passed Eddie, he smiled and patted his shoulder. What? Hey, where are you going? Asked Eddie, but Quinn had already left. What's the deal with him? Said Eddie muttering as he turned to the bulletin, and almost immediately, his jaw dropped as he read the words and saw the moving pictures. In true Eddie fashion, his feelings came out in words that couldn't have been truer. Fucking hell. Quidditch was coming back to Hogwarts. If one saw students of Hogwarts assembled together in the Great Hall, that usually meant that it was mealtime and the children were ready to fill their stomachs with food. But today the students had assembled in the hall, outside of meal timings and that too of their own volition. Just today, big colorful posters were found stuck in 4 house common rooms and Beauxbatons and Dummerstrang residences, telling them that Quidditch was returning to Hogwarts and that it was open to all Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. It read that if people wanted to know more, then at 6 o'clock in the evening they could come to the Great Hall to learn more. Nowhere in the poster was it stated that attendance was mandatory, but if one were to count, 97% of Hogwarts students were there with Beauxbaton and Durmstrang present in full. The chatter was intense with the students. No matter the corner of the hall or social group, the topic of conversation was Quidditch, something that was publicly cancelled by the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. I think Crumb went to Dumbledore and got him to restart the tournament, said a boy. Nua, countered a girl. I think it was Diggory. He might have asked for the tournament to start again. I don't think it was either of them, chimed in another one. I think Harry Potter is behind this. The boy who lived as the champion, his word will carry some weight. How about a fourth option, the Seeker Alliance? Crumb, Diggory, and Potter, 3 Seekers coming together to get Quidditch back. At a distance from the group of boys stood 2 girls dressed in green trims. Didn't these guys see the logo? Said the blonde with cold blue eyes. At novel bin at. The brunette shrugged. Well, it was in the corner. Maybe they truly didn't see it. The poster's contents itself were pretty eye-catching. Daphne Greengrass didn't look satisfied with the reasoning. Do you think his sister came to school for this? It does seem that way, replied Tracy. Daphne looked around her, and she could hear the rumor about the Seeker Alliance and how they were the reason behind the restart of the Quidditch tournament. As Daphne was looking around, her eyes caught a figure at the door. Seeing that figure made a small smile bloomed on her face. Quinn entered the Great Hall and paused just inside the threshold. He took in the gathered crowd and nodded in satisfaction at the strength. First, need to set the scene, he thought. From his robes came out his fake wand, which he raised above his head and pointed it at the hundreds of overhead floating candles. With a surge of magic, the candles turned colors, and from plain yellow, the flames turned into red, blue, dark blue, yellow for 4 houses and mixed in equal quantities, were light blue and a dark maroon for Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, respectively. The change in lighting attracted everyone's attention. Everyone in the room craned their necks up to look above, and a soft wave of oh and ah was heard through the students. All right, looks like everybody who wants to be present is already here. Everyone heard the same voice they heard yesterday. They saw Quinn walk towards the front of the hall from the gate, and as he walked, the crowd parted for Quinn, giving him the way to his destination. Given that all of you're here, I assume you all saw the posters or at least heard of it, spoke Quinn's voice amplified. Exciting news, is it not? We all get to see the new and thrilling Triwizard Tournament along with the familiar excitement of the Quidditch Tournament. A good year for us hard-working students. Quinn reached the head of the hall and climbed up the steps to the elevated platform. He waved his fake wand out of thin air, and a set of hiking marble squares appeared, which Quinn climbed the blocks till he was at a height where he could see everyone in the hall. Well, rest assured, people, announced Quinn with a smile, the news is true. This year, Hogwarts, along with the Triwizard Tournament, will be hosting a Tri-School Quidditch tournament. Quinn paused, and the crowd cheered as Quidditch was officially returning. He let them cheer for a bit before gesturing them to quiet down. Let me reiterate myself while officially Hogwarts is hosting the tournament, Aid is the one who in charge of the tournament. Which means I am in charge of the tournament, not a professor, not the headmaster, not the Seeker Alliance, no one else but me. So before we start, everyone should get it in their minds that going behind my back to any professor will not do any of you any good. This is an Aid initiative, as such, I make the rules. If any of you have problems, suggestions, doubts, you come to me and not the professors, go to them, and I will throw you out. His eyes roamed on their entire crowd and asked them, understood. After 3 years of Aid going into the 4th, along with the prefect title, Quinn West was very well known in Hogwarts. Yesterday, he hosted the first task, and now he was handling the Quidditch tournament. All of that, along with Quinn's reputation, made the Hogwarts students nod their heads and speak their eyes. Good, noted Quinn and then smiled. With that, the serious stuff is over, and it's time to get to the fun part, so cheer up, will you? Let's get started with some details about the tournament, he continued. First of all, this tournament will have 10 teams. Each team will be a mix of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang students. You can't have more than 3 students from the same in each team. There was almost instantaneous opposition from the crowd. I told you guys that I'm in charge, so I can't and won't change the team template. You guys won't be seeing house teams this year, so buckle up to find new teams to support. The 10 participating teams will be playing in a double elimination tournament. Essentially, for a team to be eliminated out of the tournament, they would have to lose twice, meaning that every team would have a second chance, explained Quinn. If we add all the matches up, that will be a total of 18 games. 19 if a team is able to get to the finals undefeated, then they will get another chance after losing the finals. Highly competitive and extremely fun. Someone in the crowd raised their hand. Yes, Ms. McLean, asked Quinn to the girl in yellow trims. Who decides the teams? Is it you? Said the Hufflepuff girl. No, answered Quinn, I chose the captains. The captains will build their own teams. In total, 70 students will be participating in the tournament. Who are the captain? Asked someone else. Now, don't be impatient, people, beamed Quinn, I'll now announce the captains. He took out a scroll of parchment from his robes and rolled it open. For a fact, there was nothing on the parchment excepting a single word, prop. The first captain is my fellow Ravenclaw, the suavely handsome prefect with a mind of fox. Give it up for the current Ravenclaw captain, Roger Davies, said Quinn and clapped, prompting everyone to clap as Roger came sliding out of the crowd. He chest bumped a couple of Ravenclaw Quidditch blokes before dancing his way to the front. Roger climbed up the short steps and dapped Quinn before standing to the side. The second captain is a brave lion, but I guess in the Quidditch scene she is more popularly known as a vixen of Gryffindor. I present to you, the leader of Gryffindor Quidditch team, Angelina Johnson. The dark-skinned, athletic girl came jogging out of the crowd and high-fived every Gryffindor in the way. The boys roared for her, and the Weasley twins kneeled in her, and she passed in between them, ruffling their heads. She and Quinn exchanged a nod and wink before she took her place beside Roger. The third captain is someone I personally like a lot. He has the tongue of the viper and is famous for his trash-talking in and out of the field. Let me invite up Adrain Pusey, the Slytherin captain, the snake who has the skill to back it all up. There were some boos from Gryffindor's side, but Adrain remained unfazed as he strolled out of the crowd and stuck out his long tongue out to every Gryffindor and gestured his hands towards his crotch, asking them to suck it. He and Quinn exchanged a simple glance with each other before he stood beside Angelina, who wanted to move away, but Adrain shamelessly stuck close to her. The fourth captain, as you might have guessed, is also a captain, the Hufflepuff captain, to be precise. We all know who I'm talking about, grinned Quinn as everybody chanted the fourth captain's name, one of the newly minted Seeker Alliance, the champion of Hufflepuff and Hogwarts, the school heartthrob, Cedric Diggory. Cedric appeared out of the crowd with his hand up and head slightly leaned down with a smile on his face. The champion didn't hurry and interacted with as many as he could before he reached Quinn, who squatted down to shake his hands. The fourth captain jogged and joined the selected ones by Adrian's side. These were the 4 house captains who gained captain positions in the tournament. Now let's move on to the next batch of captains, said Quinn once again, unfurling the scroll. She is the epitome of what people think of when hearing the word Quidditch gal, one who fits in with both the guys and gals. Known in her school to be a mean seeker, a highly scouted prospect with eyes of the eagle and mind like a steel trap, I introduce to you the Durmstrang Red Bullet, Carrie Haugen. Carrie walked out of the crowd with confidence and marched to the front with an attitude like she owned the entire place. The knock of her heels only halted when she stopped beside Cedric before giving Quinn a chin-jut of recognition. Number 6 is a Frenchman, from Beauxbatons, where elegance is bred. When you look at our next captain, one word pops up in your mind, and that's a gentleman. But don't get deceived by his posh and polite looks. He is known to send a boldger towards his opponents with the same smile on his face. I welcome up here, as called by his schoolmates, the vicious bastard, Albert Acey. A boy that looked in his late teens stepped out of the crowd, dressed in such impeccable fashion that he could even give Quinn a competition. As described, he wore a polite smile on his face as he head bowed to the people multiple times before he could reach Quinn, where both boys shook hands. He walked to beside Carrie and tried to initiate a conversation with her, but the Russian simply nodded to anything and everything Albert threw at her. For number 7, we remain in France and choose another one from Beauxbatons. He might be one of the most polite and good guys I've ever met. He was so nice that I gave him a 50% discount for all aid services. But when he is on the field, he defends the goals so well as a goalie that the opposing chasers regularly think of rage quitting the game. I take this golden opportunity to call upon Gale DuPont. A tall late teen with equally long limbs walked out of the Beauxbatons camp and waved his hands to everyone. Gale climbed up the ascending blocks to hug Quinn before joining his fellow captains. Everyone liked that. Now, number 8 is someone I thought I wouldn't be able to get to participate, but to my surprise, he was more than happy and enthusiastic to participate. Once in a generational talent who has already represented his country at the international level, give it up for another member of the Seeker Alliance, Victor Crumb. Victor Crumb wasn't one to indulge in fanfare. He simply walked to the front, looking straight ahead. He nodded to Quinn and then just as silently walked to the captain's lines. Despite that plain/boring nothing, Crumb got the most applause from the student crowd. Now, I wanted to involve you guys in the captain selection process, so I decided that the final 2 captains will be selected in front of you guys, said Quinn, and once again, there were woohoo calls. He took out a shrunk-down glass globe from his robes before expanding it into a glass bowl with a lot of slips inside. The names here were carefully curated by me from Hogwarts students. And to ensure there is no cheating involved, a neutral party will be picking out the name. And for that, I would like to call upon the very lovely, superbly talented, and the person who trumped over the entire Seeker Alliance. Make some noise for the champion in lead, Fleur Delacour. The light, without the influence of any external magic of any sort, seemed to bend to put a spotlight on Fleur as she walked towards the front while waving her hand like a Miss Universe candidate. It was like she was Destiny's favorite child, and the world itself was supporting her. Gone was the powerful magical who had taken down a dragon. Right now, the villa was all about glamour and beauty. She could make even the top models feel conscious. Quinn stepped down from his ascended marble blocks and released the magic. He walked down the steps, and when Fleur reached the base, he took her hands in his and escorted her up the stairs like a perfect gentleman. Ms. Delacour. Quinn, the way you address me makes us sound distant. Please call me Fleur. The villa smiled so brightly that the people standing in front clutched their chests. I see. I understand. Fleur. Quinn and Fleur both had cast sonorous on themselves to amplify their voices. As such, everyone heard the sweet voice of Fleur and Quinn's response. The boys in the crowd instantly glared at Quinn from all directions, while the girls looked jealous of the creature named Fleur Delacour. Ah, he switched, said a certain bubbly brunette wearing green trims. There were a couple of people in the crowd who both knowingly and unknowingly didn't like when Quinn switched from Ms. Delacour to Fleur. One knew the reason, while the other seemed clueless about the displeasure. So, Fleur, restarted Quinn, what do you think of our 8 captains? At first glance, who is your favorite? Who do you think will be able to build the best team, the team that will take home the cup? Fleur glanced over at the captains. I think AC and DuPont will be able to build the best teams here. Though if I had to choose one, I will give AC an edge on team building. DuPont might be better a goalie than AC is a beater, but AC has better leadership skills, so, yeah, I think AC would be able to make the best team. Giving Beauxbatons a definite and undisclosed edge. Fleur, smiled Quinn, you didn't even give the others a chance. What can I say, I'm that type of girl, she said, making eye contact with Quinn. I see. Well, fortunately, the names in this bowl are all Hogwarts students, and you won't be able to favor your school here, said Quinn, moving the glass bowl near Fleur. Please choose 2 names from the bowl so that we could get our final 2 chapters. Fleur gracefully inserted her dainty and fair hand into the glass bowl and took out 2 randoms folded slips with her pretty fingers. She showed both slips to the crowd and got cheers in return. Please open one of them and tell us who is the lucky number 9. Fleur opened one of the slips and read the name out loud, Alicia Spinnet. Oh, now isn't this an exciting development, said Quinn and looked at the crowd. Spotting Alicia, Ms. Spinnet is the part of Gryffindor Vixens along with Ms. Johnson. I was sure that Ms. Johnson would ask her teammate out to join her team, but if Ms. Spinnet becomes a captain, that pairing wouldn't be possible, so Ms. Spinnet, what's your decision? Alicia looked at Quinn and then at Angelina. She took a dozen seconds before she spoke up. I accept. You do, smiled Quinn. May I know the reason behind that decision? I get to play with Angelina every year, but this year, I get to play against her. That sounds exciting. She smiled. I can do something that wouldn't be possible normally, so why not take this opportunity and see where it goes and hopefully have some fun along the way. Angelina sighed, but her expression showed that she had accepted the reason. That's the spirit, Ms. Spinnet, beamed Quinn. I love your reasoning. This is what it's all about. Having fun? Come on up and join the champions. Make some noise for Alicia Spinnet, the 9th. There were cheers and applause for Alicia as she joined the captains and entered the line in between to stand beside Angelina. Fleur, let's find out who's the next, said Quinn, who is the second person blessed by your luck touch. Oh Quinn, you and your flattery, smiled Fleur. The people in the crowd grumbled, seeing the two having fun while they stood watching. Let's see, the 10th captain candidate is Lucian Bull. Quinn turned to the crowd and saw that the crowd lost its energy when the name was announced. Lucian Bull wasn't a well-liked person, to say the least. He played dirty to the limit and was hated by both the Hogwarts players and the viewers. He had been forced off the team by Adrian because while Adrian was fine with rough, he wasn't on board with dirty play. Mr. Bull, called out Quinn. He wasn't bothered by the reputation. Lucian Bull knew how to play and was suited to lead a team. Also, a dirty team always adds that dash of spice in the mix. Do you accept the captain position, or would you like to sit out to prepare for your newts? Asked Quinn, seeing that Lucian was a 7th-year student. Lucian grinned evilly and stepped out of the Slytherin camp. I'll participate, it sounds fun. But unlike Alicia, his version didn't appeal to no one except a select few. Excellent, come on up. People give it for Lucian Bull, the 10th and final captain. But except the Slytherin house, who remained united outside their common room walls, no one clapped. Well, now we're done with the captain selection. From tomorrow onwards, the team selection will begin. I'll talk to the captains after this regarding the team selection criteria, and you all will also be made aware of the team template tomorrow via bulletin board all across Hogwarts. Quinn grinned and raised his fake wands towards the ceiling. 10 bright spots appeared in the sky, and next to each spot was the image and name of the captain. The Tri-School Quidditch has officially begun, people. Let's make it something that hasn't been ever seen before. The floating candles suddenly went out, leaving the room in the dark, causing everyone to shout like children do when going through tunnels. But the bustle got louder when the hologram of 10 captains exploded into colorful fireworks, illuminating the room in its brilliance. Quinn's largest project had finally been launched. 2 girls stood outside the aid office, both looked nervous about stepping inside. Both had gone to grab the doorknob just to back off at the last second. What do you think he called us for? Asked one girl. I don't know, replied the other, sounding a little snippy. If I knew why he called us, I wouldn't be pulling my hair out here. The first girl sighed and leaned against the wall. That girl Luna, she just handed us the letter and then skipped. She could have told us something. Yes, even that letter was just an invitation, though it felt like summons. The reason wasn't given inside. Do you think we did something that he didn't like? I hope not. You know what they say about the older students who got called in by him. The second girl cut her off. Yes, I know what they say. You don't have to repeat it. I prefer not to think about it. I think we should leave, suggested the first girl. We can talk to Cedric. He might be able to help us out. Yeah, that isn't a bad idea, nodded the second. We should leave and return with Cedric, or just send Cedric to see what he wants to talk about. The girls reached a conclusion and nodded. They straightened themselves up and were about to leave when the door opened and stood there sighing was Quinn West. I've been waiting for you two to enter for 10 minutes. How can you two spend so much time out here doing nothing? I'm assuming you were doing nothing. Step inside, I have a lot of work to do, and you aren't doing me any favors standing outside. Quinn turned and walking back inside the office. The two girls looked at each other with expressions of worry. They were just about to leave. They should have gone quicker, thought both of them. With no choice remaining, they entered the office, closing it behind them. First of all, you have no reason to be scared or anxious, started Quinn as all three sat down. You aren't here because you made a mistake or anything. Someday, I'm going to get the guys who are spreading misinformation about me. You're the one who is doing it by calling older students left and right like they mean nothing, thought the first girl. I'm not that bad, said Quinn smiling at the first girl. Huh, uttered the girl, confused. Did I speak that out loud, she thought. But no, she didn't say her thoughts out loud. Quinn's smile grew a tad bit wider before he clapped his hands once. Now, we're already working a few minutes behind my schedule, so I would like to move on immediately. He gazed at the two girls, one brunette and the other a strawberry blonde. Ms. Bones and Ms. Abbott, he addressed them. I've actually called you two here because I'm in need of assistance. I have a lot of things to do for the Quidditch tournament, and as such, there are some things that I simply can't devote. Unfortunately for me, those unattended tasks can't be ignored, so to combat my little problem, I've called upon both of you to inquire if you would be willing to help me. The Hufflepuff girls' first reaction was to exhale a sigh of relief. They weren't called here because of something that displeased Quinn hearing that had lifted the stone off their chest. What are these tasks that you talk about? Asked Susan Bones, the strawberry blonde and a fourth-year Hufflepuff. On her side, Hannah Abbott, the brunette, a fellow fourth-year Hufflepuff, raised the same question. The upcoming Quidditch tournament is going to be held at a much larger scale than our typical Quidditch tournament. There will be a lot of fanfare around the tournament seeing that Aid has decided to sell tournament-exclusive merchandise to anyone who would like to buy them. What kind of merchandise, was it? What kind of merchandise? Asked Hannah. Ah yes, I guess showing some samples would be clearer for everyone, said Quinn nodding in agreement. He pulled out two objects from his pockets and placed them on his desk. These are, muttered Susan picking up an object. Hannah did the same. As Hannah stared and studied the object in her hands, she questioned, is this Cedric? In her hands was a small figurine of Cedric Diggory, decked out in Hufflepuff Quidditch gear, flying on the broom, which wasn't connected to the circular base and suspended in the air with magic. Similarly, Susan held Victor Crumb's Quidditch action figure. This one wore Bulgarian national Quidditch team and rode a firebolt, chasing a miniature golden snitch. Both action figures were enchanted with the animation charms. Cedric's robes and hair fluttered as his broom moved above the circular base. Similarly, Crumb's figurine chased a tiny golden snitch, and when he caught it, the figurine celebrated. At novel bin at. There will be many more things like team-specific lapel badges, banners, flags, hats, jumpers, and player cards when the final teams get decided, said Quinn listing things that he was planning to sell. I'm planning to sell all of these among other things at the games, and I need your help regarding this only if you're willing, that is. You don't want us to make these, do you? Asked Hannah. Transfiguration wasn't her strong suit. Oh no, came the reply immediately. Of course not. There will be too many of each object for a student to complete with their timetables. I will be making some of these things myself. His efficiency aspect occlumency was coming along splendidly, enabling him to multitask production tasks. The rest I've already outsourced to professional businesses. Then, asked Susan. I want you to be in charge of sales, said Quinn. I don't have the time to man the sales of these merchandises. As such, I want you two to take care of it, and of course I will provide you with appropriate compensation. What do you say? Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott were well-established Hufflepuffs, and the duo ran in many circles social butterflies if one were to attach a word to it. Quinn had judged them to be his first choice for his sales team. Well, he wanted to hire the girls who handled the sales for his Lockhart merchandise, but they had already graduated. Let's say if we take the job, asked Susan Bones, the niece of head of DMLE Amelia Bones, do you think we will be able to handle it? I'm not sure if Hannah and I are prepared for this. We haven't sold anything before. You don't have to worry about that, smiled Quinn. There is a first time for everything. And I don't want to brag, but I'm really good at sales, terrific even. A crash course from me is all you need to get started. Also, it's not like I'll be leaving you alone without supervision. No, I'll be there to help, but you two will be handling most of the stuff. The best friends looked at each other and communicated with their gesture skills which bordered on telepathy. Quinn watched them with a smile, confident that they would accept. What is the compensation that you talked about? Quinn grinned. It was time for their first lesson. He was going to sell the job to them. Scene break. Hiring a sales team wasn't enough. Quinn had more departments he wanted help in, and it was high time he got to hire more people. So he got to it and started with people close to him that he trusted. You know what? We haven't sat down like this and talked in such a long time. He started with a smile. What happened? It's like you two have gotten so busy to make time for us. Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis sat in front of his desk. Both girls sported deadpan expressions, not feeling Quinn's amusement. Would you like to reframe that sentence? Asked Daphne. Quinn awkwardly chuckled. He knew that he had once again messed up his work-life balance. Okay, I'm sorry, he spoke. I got caught up in work, got busy, and wasn't able to hang out. And, asked Tracy, raising her chin slightly. You warned me that this would happen, muttered Quinn, looking at them with his chin down and upturned eyes. Yes, we did, and what did you say? Quinn mumbled something that the girls missed. Pardon, I didn't catch that, said the blonde. That you were worrying about nothing, it won't happen, replied the boy, lightly pursing his lips. And here we are, said the bubbly brunette smugly. Quinn twiddled his thumb over his desk as the three sat in momentary silence before Quinn spoke up. Well, you know the saying. But Daphne cut him off with, we will help you. Uttered Quinn with a loss of words. You called us because you wanted help, did you not? She asked. Yeah, I did, but how did you? Again he was cut, this time by Tracy, just like you, we have our means. Quinn's mind turned into a wide O as he stared at the girls, moving his eyes from one to the other. It took him a couple of seconds before he realized what he was doing. Ahem, he cleared his throat and spoke in a voice a tad bit deeper than usual. Well, that saves me time from convincing. Thank you, I really need all the time I can get. So what do you want us to help you with? Grinned Tracy. The brunette was back to her bubbly mode. Did you two see the construction going by the Quidditch stadium? Asked Quinn. The girls nodded. Do you know why? When they shook their heads, he continued, this year, the students wouldn't be the only ones to see the games. This year, the Quidditch tournament is open to the people outside. Anyone with a ticket would be able to see the tournament. Of course, every student will get a guaranteed seat, irrespective of attending or not. Only the remaining seats will be sold to outsiders. I need someone to corroborate the tickets and seats. He then pointed. Tracy, I want you to help me that. Tracy tilted her head in confusion. I'm confused, what do I need to do? Don't worry, it's a desk job. You just need to authorize tickets and mail them to the buyers. Any ticket that isn't authorized by you will be deemed fraudulent. The only maybe tough part will be that the job will get repetitive, and you'll have to keep extensive records. I see. I still don't understand, but I'll do it. No worries about that. I'll give you a rundown of the entire process and we'll be there with you every step of the way. Tracy gave a thumbs up, so Quinn moved on to Daphne. Daphne, you will be handling communications with the team, said Quinn. Any and all communication with the teams will go through you. They won't come to me but to you. You'll answer their questions and solve any problems they have. When you come along with a problem that you can't solve, you'll come to me. You'll also keep me up to date with what's happening with the teams. Everything from recruitment to logo, name, and jersey creation. You'll update me every day. Daphne and Tracy both stared at Quinn. They were confused. One job didn't involve interaction with other people, but the other was primarily a communication-heavy duty. They were okay with the nature tasks, but... Quinn, are you sure you don't want to switch our tasks? Asked Daphne. Tracy will be better for this one. Are you sure you aren't making a mistake? Tracy nodded. She also thought that Daphne would be better at the ticket task. From what she understood, it was a task that required attention to detail and precision. It was right up Daphne's alley. Quinn tilted his head. Why? His expression, more than his words, caused the girls to be at a loss of words. There was something there that they couldn't put the finger on, but it stopped them from giving an answer. I want Tracy at tickets and Daphne with the teams, he said in a neutral tone. Are you saying that you won't be able to do this? If so, we can stop right here. No, we can handle it, said Daphne. Tracy will handle tickets and I the teams. Quinn was enlisting them because he needed help. They weren't asking him anything in return, so he decided to pay them in a new experience. Tracy was an extrovert who could generally get along with anyone, so Quinn chose to put her into a position where she would have to be meticulous, something Tracy wasn't that good at. On the other hand, while she didn't have problems with communication, Daphne liked to remain in a small circle of friends, so Quinn put her into a position that would actively have her talk to other people. In that way, he hoped that both would be comfortable outside their own comfort zone by the end of the year. Good to hear that, smiled Quinn. So, how are you going to pay us? Asked Tracy. It seems Quinn was wrong, they were asking for something in return. Scene break. Never thought that we would be called here by you. And that too because you want our help. Now, that's a surprise. Quinn watched as another duo sat in his office. This duo, unlike others, was in sync. It shouldn't be that much of a surprise, said Quinn. In the years of our correspondence, you guys know that I have come to like you too. The Weasley twins laughed. We too like you. I'm glad to hear that, smiled Quinn. So, what do you need from us? Asked George Weasley, and Fred Weasley continued. Do tell because it really makes us wonder. The Quidditch tournament, are you guys taking part? Asked Quinn. We are. Oh, have you guys decided on teams? Yes, Gryffindor team is already divided. We're going with Angelina while Harry and Katie are playing with Alicia. Any progress with the non-Gryffindor part of the teams? Asked Quinn. Not yet. All right, then. Let's get to why I've called you here, said Quinn. I think you both are going to enjoy with very much. It falls right up your alley. The Weasley twins smiled. They have known Quinn for a while. Their correspondence had reached a point that 70% of items on Filch's list were made under the West Weasley collaboration. The Weasleys designed their items from scratch, design, constructions, spells, and constructed prototypes. When they were satisfied with their creations, they would pass it on to Quinn, who would give it a look over and optimize to create the final item. The Weasley got their items while Quinn got to use his magic knowledge, and from time to time get inspiration. Tell us. Gambling. A single word from Quinn made the twins lead forward. You've got our attention. Great. Every tournament has some sort of betting going on. Our regular Hogwarts tournaments also have it going. Students from all years of all houses. This year isn't going to be any different. No, it's going to be different. The bets will be on a different level this time. There are more teams, more games, more things to bet about and a lot more money to be made. That's true, we thought about it too. What are you thinking about? I want to keep all of the bettings under one umbrella under my umbrella, said Quinn. Centralize the entire thing. Create a framework that will eliminate the need of side betting. An ambitious project. We didn't expect any less from you. But if I want to make this a reality, I will need promotion and enforcement, he continued. I can provide great odds to eliminate any and all competition. But if we want to make it a regular operation that runs throughout the tournament, I need people who will work the field. Quinn pointed at the twins and smiled. And who better than you two? So I would like you two to work with me to set up the betting scene for the Quidditch tournament. Let's just say if we join you, what will we get in return? Because while this sounds mad exciting, it's also a lot of work. As expected, I was right to choose you two, beamed Quinn. I will give you something that both of you are seeking. I will invest in the joke shop you both are planning. How do you know about that? Quinn gave them a silent look and gesticulated to them with a smile. Yeah, that was a redundant question to ask, but are you serious? Because this is serious for us. I'm serious, very serious. Work with me, and I will invest all the money you'll ever need to set up the shop. The amount of capital I will give you will depend on the performance you show me. Do good, and you'll have enough resources to let those ideas of yours come to life. So what do you say? Asked Quinn. The twins didn't even look at each other as smiles split their faces. We agree. Quinn interlocked his fingers and nodded. Merry cooperation, lads. A shadow rushed between two forbidden forest trees, cruising through the forest, zigzagging among the trees. The figure seemed to know its way around the woods as they sprinted through the woodlands without losing much speed while twisting, turning, and jumping through any obstacle that presented itself in the path. This feels great. Quinn didn't know his way around the forbidden forest woodland. Sure, somewhere in his mind, he had the layout of trees he had seen memorized, but Quinn never accessed or immersed those memories. It was inefficient for him to do so. So how could he move through a densely packed forest with plenty of short-range altitude obstacles? The answer was pure athleticism, an elevated level of athleticism enabled by the use of body magic. These enhancements are mad, he grinned as he spun to the side to avoid a tree, and then without missing a beat, he kept running. Quinn was a 15-year-old with an above-average base physique granted to him by genetics. He exercised regularly without fail and took care of his body. As such, Quinn was the most physically fit among his weight class. His jogging speed was higher than others' sprinting speed. And currently, that person was accessing 90% of his total physical capability. He kept running, and running. Quinn didn't stop, which was unusual as he couldn't keep running for this long, even at his 90%. The answer was once again body magic. There were two different ways a user could improve their body magic skills. First, they could increase their percentage accessible throughout the board and enhance every category simultaneously. Quinn had employed this method to get himself access to 90% of his physical capabilities. But that was it. 90% was Quinn's limit. He couldn't push it above 90 as his magic failed due to instability. He didn't have the skill to bring his body above 90%. He had reached a cap that restricted his progress, and Quinn didn't like his progress to be hindered, so he set on looking for ways to kickstart his progress so that he could continue to grow. And from that came the second method. Body magic was divided into 5 broad categories: speed, strength, endurance, durability, and reflexes. At novel bin at. For Quinn to reach 90%, he had to access 90% in all 5 categories. He had done that and thus had reached his current limit, and that's where the second method kicked in if he couldn't pull all 5 at the same time. How about tackling the 5 categories one at a time? 1 was much easier than 5. Quinn didn't have to corroborate 5 different sets of magic and only work with 1/5 load. That was something he could work with. Thus he started working using the second method. According to the instructions, he targeted 1 of 5 endurance, the ability to sustain the prolonged physical effort. The start was slow. The first step along the way was to push his natural endurance above the 90% he had complete control over. The last 10% was a tricky block to cross. His human body showed resistance against his wishes. The limit that could be achieved by pure physical exercise was 80%, with the last 20% reserved for life and death situations. Quinn had already encroached half of that reserve, and his body wanted to keep the remaining for its original purpose for emergencies. To perform any magic, the user needed to believe that what they were doing worked. During his Occlumency Shields build, he had believed that his hexagon design would be solid and stable. While understanding took care of the actual functionality behind the magic, it was imagination that took shape to that functionality. So it was a slight problem when his physical instincts believed that the last 10% of his physical capabilities wasn't there at all, that there wasn't anything to access, and Quinn was already working with 100%. Talk about a wrench in his plans. It took Quinn a lot of time and effort before he could override that physical instinct that limited him. He did them all while channeling magic, trying different ways to mold magic to gain desired effects by running, shoveling ground, boxing, and whatnot. The result was access to 100% of his stamina. He could keep doing things longer, much longer than his non-magical base 60%. Now, as Quinn ran, he passed the cautious Acromantula-infested area, the troll clearing, and kept running. Soon he reached yet another clear area. It was dark as the surroundings canopy was so outreaching that they covered the sky above the clearing. Finally, said Quinn, leaning forward as his hands on his thighs supported his body. Oh boy, didn't think maintaining 120% of stamina would require that much control. No matter how hard Quinn trained, he couldn't keep running at speeds closer to sprinting than jogging for a dozen minutes. To achieve that, he needed to surpass the natural 100% limit and enter the realm of magical augmentation. As expected, he mused, I can only augment my stamina by 30 points over the all-around 90%. Anything above that will collapse the magic. As the name suggested, body magic was magic and thus supernatural. It allowed Quinn to go above 100% and enter levels not achievable by his body. To achieve it, instead of his body, his magic covered anything above 100. Currently, he could only make his magic cover 30 points on his muscular endurance and cardiovascular endurance, ability to transport oxygen throughout the body. Yet, this was the right decision, affirmed Quinn, standing up straight, going with augmentation rather than 100 across the board. This will be a better fit for me. When Quinn reached the 90% block, he was presented with 2 choices. The first was to get every individual stat to 100 and then learn to manage all 5 on 100% before entering the field on augmentation. The second choice was to get 1 stat to 100 and then learn to artificially, magically, augment and repeating that with every stat before moving on to merging them to push his entire physical above its full capabilities. Both were equally apt, but Quinn went with the second as he thought if he learned to augment, it would be easier to grasp how to merge and manage all 5 when he learned it. Alright, then, let's move on, said Quinn, ending his body magic thoughts. Now, where am I? He looked around, and there wasn't much to see except for a tree-free area surrounded by many trees. Well, let's move on, I guess. He took in a deep breath and checked how long his body could take getting its endurance augmented. Body magic had its limits out of the 120% that he was pulling. 100 was his body's natural endurance, and the magic would stop if he went lower than a certain point. Without a rest, I can go another 15 minutes, he formulated. Let's go. Suddenly, Quinn felt someone was staring towards him. His attention to his surroundings peaked, and he looked around to see what had triggered his senses. His dark vision eyes peeled through the darkness. Found it, he whispered. It was very faint, but Quinn caught it among the tall grass and bushes present on the base of trees. He slid his hand from left to right for an arc of water to manifest in the air. He snapped his fingers for the water arc to become razor-thin and cut through the air towards the one who was watching him. The razor-sharp water cut through the tall grass and bushes, but there was no one there. Hiding behind the tree, Magic concentrated in front of him as Quinn cast a potent piercing spell. He was going to nail the offender by going through the tree. But just as he was about to unleash the attack when he heard a growl behind him. Immediately, Quinn raised his left hand behind him and initiated a spell that could disintegrate flesh and bones on contact while holding the piercing spell in his right. He looked back, and his eyes weren't already diluted. They would have diluted to their fullest as 10 feet away from Quinn stood a wolf, and Quinn could immediately tell that this wolf was of a magical species as even while on 4 legs, the wolf's height came to his chest. Quinn heard a rustle where he was about to shoot the piercing spell, and he turned his head just enough to see another gigantic wolf walk out into the clearing. Why do you invade our land? The second he heard the words, Quinn's eyes widened, and he immediately cut the supply of magic to his spells and instead charged a brand new spell and shot it towards the wolf closer to him. The Aurora Blue spell hit the wolf right in the face, and Quinn watched in anticipation to see the effects, but nothing came. The wolf, other than being startled, stood there unaffected. Huh? Why didn't it? Quinn didn't have time to finish his sentence as he heard a roar from the second wolf behind him. He turned to see the enormous wolf charging towards him with a snarl. The sight of the giant wolf was scary, and Quinn didn't want the wolf anywhere near him. He tapped his foot on the ground once, and his magic responded as metal chains with cuffs shot out of the earth and snapped around the running wolf's ankles. The wolf's speed was so high that it didn't get time to stop in time, and the chains became taut, pulling all four of its legs, causing it to slam onto the ground. Quinn didn't have time to celebrate. He turned back and saw that the first startled wolf had recovered and had just pushed the ground to charge Quinn. He breathed out, and a large strip of earth between them froze over. And from the layer of ice covering the ground, dozens of big gnarly spikes shot out with crunching and crinkling noise. The wolf didn't seem bothered as it continued to charge, and the moment its front paws came one step within the iced region, the wolf planted its feet before taking a mighty leap. Oh, she-it, uttered Quinn, his eyes wide as he saw the wolf's feral face and sharp bite coming towards him. He raised both of his to the front of him and cast. The air in front of his hands seemed to thrum in power as a circular ring distorted in front of Quinn. Viking's Charge. It was a spell Quinn had learned from the Nordic book of Vikings he got from Denmark. It took him a lot of time to translate Jungerford hack for this spell into English to finally get the information on the spell's working. The circular air ring shot the wolf and pushed him back like the wolf's frame did nothing. The wolf went flying back and yelped when it hit the ground. With the force it was shot, the wolf rolled on the ground and skid in an effort to stop himself, but the task was arduous as it took a lot of effort to get back on its feet. But once again, didn't have time to gain with this one as the second wolf had freed itself from Quinn's chains and was already inbound for Quinn. It ran straight at Quinn with a feral shine in her eyes. So fast, commented Quinn. He pulled his hand back before fully pushing the hand solid, and the magic seemed to be in sync as a thick pillar of ground projectile along with a feral for growl. It was an instant for the wolf, the pillar shot out of the ground and hit it in the jaw. A painful yelp sounded out as the wolf rolled backward from the force. Stop, yelled Quinn, raising his hands towards each wolf. Let's talk. The wolf, which had been blasted in the face with the Viking's charge, snarled at the hooded and masked human in front of him. You attacked first, human. Why stop now? I won't stop till I get your neck in my jaws. I apologize, I was startled, said Quinn, his voice distorted. He wanted the fight to stop because of his initial spell failure. The wolf, who had been hit in the face with a pillar, finally got up, and this spoke in a female voice. Let's see what the human has to say. The male wolf snarled indignantly before walking over to the female wolf while keeping a vigilant eye on Quinn. What do you want, human? Asked the she-wolf. Quinn stared at the two gigantic wolves, and he couldn't believe that they were standing in front of him. You two aren't animagus. The first spell he had shot was an animagus cancellation spell that would revert a magical into their human form. Quinn knew that there were no wolves in the forest because there weren't any records of a native wolf species, so when he heard the wolf speak up, he thought that someone had figured out how to speak while in their animal form. Animagus, what's that? Asked the male wolf cautiously. But it turned out that the records weren't true or at least incomplete. Quinn stared at the wolves, observing the two grey wolves with curious eyes. Do the two of you know your ancestry? The two wolves' body language immediately became defensive. The vigilance in their eyes deepened. Quinn noticed that, and behind his mask, he smiled. So you do know. I can't believe that I'm seeing your kind, especially here in the Forbidden Forest. Tell me, are you direct progenies or descendants? Why you, human, you know about our kind, spoke the female wolf. In their entire lives, they were told that their kinds were scarce in number. I've heard about you, replied Quinn. Answer my question, or you direct progenies or descendants? The two wolves exchanged glanced at each other before the female wolf answered, descendants. Fascinating, voiced Quinn. Is there any difference between you and the direct progenies? We don't know, there hasn't been a direct in our tribe since our first ancestors. Other than them, we all have been descendants, answered the he-wolf. As for the difference, it's said that they were stronger, faster, and tougher. I see. The two wolves in front of were an extraordinary breed of wolves. It was known that werewolves couldn't pass on their lycanthropy to their children. As such, the only way to continue the species was to bite others. But there was one particular case in which werewolves could create special progenies. If two werewolves, one male and one female. If the two werewolves were to conceive a child on a full moon night, that child when born wasn't a human but a pure magical wolf. A wolf breed that was bigger than any typical wolf species and held human-like intelligence and speech. But this wolf species was extremely rare. The two wolves in front of him weren't children of werewolves, but children of the wolves born from werewolves. Which, in turn, was also rare as the breed was so rare that chances of seeing a direct male and direct female together were itself sparingly rare. How many of you are there in the forest? The wolves didn't answer, but Quinn didn't miss the he-wolf's glance in a particular direction. It told him that these two weren't alone and there were more of them. I see, I'll come to observe them later, he thought, planning to get some observational data about this very rare species. Well then, wolves, point me in the direction of the cursed vault, and I'll be on my way, away from your land. Cursed vault? What is that? Asked she-wolf. They didn't know that term. How about cursed mines? Have you heard of that? Oh, you mean the Sunken Crypt, said the she-wolf in recognition. It's that way. You'll know when you see it, she said, lifting her paw to point in some direction. Thank you, I'll be on my way. Human, are you thinking of going inside the crypt? Yes, I am. Have you two gone inside? No, we haven't, replied the he-wolf before he glanced at the she-wolf, who nodded back. The two wolves gave Quinn a stare down before they left wordlessly, leaving only Quinn behind. I'm inquisitive about their culture and civilization. I wonder how it would be different and regular wolves, muttered Quinn before moving on to the pointed direction. I'll know when I see it. Let's see what's all this about. With that, Quinn had moved one step towards the fourth vault. Meeting the Forbidden Forest wolves was an unexpected yet inviting experience. He didn't think that he would chance upon an extremely rare species, and now that Quinn knew about their existence, he had made a note about observing them. He wasn't a big fan of magizoology and alive creatures, but with a species so rare, Quinn wasn't going to let his likes and dislikes color his judgment. The wolves pointed towards east, he recalled, and used a point me charm, east direction version, to set himself a direction to trek in. Quinn sighed as he jogged east. The scenery had returned to the continuous grey dullness with the wolves gone. The bleakness was starting to get on his nerves because of the sheer monotony. He concentrated on the ground, running, jumping, sliding over overgrown vines, exposed roots, and fallen tree trunks. Quinn's feet moved according to his will, and the rhythm and sound of his steps against fallen, dry leaves dulled the boredom. But it seemed he was bored for nothing. He skipped over an old, fallen trunk log, and as his feet off the ground, his vision caught something. Rustle, rustle. He looked at the ground ahead of him, and the small spread of dry leaves parted, and from within, came launching out a bottle-guard-sized leech with a hole full of pointy for a mouth. Its gross and slimy wiggled in waves as it flew towards him. Quinn's expression immediately turned into one of disgust and irritation. He should have known better to jinx the piece, and now he had to face these. He took in a deep breath and exhaled a white mist straight onto the leech, freezing it inside a thin sheet of ice. The momentum of leech carried it over, and Quinn caught the ice-covered worm in his hand before mercilessly turning it into a meat patty by crushing its entire body inside the ice. His feet finally touched the ground, and at that very moment, a gust of wind pushed every leaf up and away, revealing an infestation of big leeches lying on the ground. Bloody knew it, he thought. Blood-sucking bugbears. As the name suggested, the leeches sucked blood, and Quinn hated them with a passion. He had been bitten by them once. It was during his surveillance over the forest trolls that one bit Quinn's arm, and within 5 seconds, Quinn felt like he had lost most of the blood in his arm. The leeches could suck in blood like a thirsty person in desert water. That day itself, Quinn had found that the leeches worked with teamwork. The moment Quinn's other foot planted itself on the ground, the still leeches came to life, and at once, every one of them jumped up from the floor towards Quinn. In retaliation and defense, Quinn pulled up the same shield he had used against the acromantulas. The slugs met the protection and immediately burned up. But the semicircular shield wasn't enough as some leeches started within the boundary of the dome. FK, cursed Quinn as 2 leeches bit through his noir gear onto his feet. He felt them sucking his blood, and unlike last time where he had tried to pull them just to fail and had to blast them off his body, this time he went another one. Freshly drawn blood maintained a magical connection to the owner for a brief spell of time, and right now, Quinn could feel his inside the leech's body. He grinned cruelly, and immediately, his blood inside the leech's bodies bubbled and burned through their flesh like a corrosive acid. Simultaneously, both of the now dead leeches fell down onto the ground. Quinn then pulled down his shield and then blasted every bugbeard he laid on his eyes. Any more? He asked to one in particular. Quinn looked around and looked vigilant as an infestation of blood-sucking bugbears meant there was a good source of blood for them, and any source of blood inside the Forbidden Forest had a high chance of being dangerous to him. He silently jogged ahead, keeping a careful eye on his surroundings. He had dashed around 20 meters when he had to come to a skidding stop. Haha, chuckled Quinn with a genuine smile on his face, I forget that he was supposed to be here. In front of Quinn laid a Cerberus, a hound, a monstrous hound that took so much space that it put elephants, Argog, and even the forest trolls to shame when it came to size. It had 3 heads, 3 pairs of rolling, mad eyes, 3 noses, twitching and quivering in his direction, 3 drooling mouths, saliva hanging in slippery ropes from yellowish fangs. Fluffy, that's the name, right? Fluffy. The Cerberus got up on its feet that sported sharp and long claws on its paws. The 6 eyes remained fixed on Quinn as multiple guttural growls harmonized together. Ho ho, you look much more intimidating awake, bruv, smiled Quinn. Fluffy's 3 heads barked and pounded its front paws on the dirt. The ground shook, and the barks filled the space between the trees. If it was someone else of this size, Quinn would have been worried, but this was someone who Quinn knew how to handle. Quinn built up magic into his throat before he started to whistle with a fun smile on his face. If Fleur Delacour put a dragon to sleep, then Quinn could put a Cerberus weak to music down to sleep with a whistle infused with thick bewitchment sleep spell laced into the sound. Fluffy looked confused, and all 3 heads shook left to right, flapping their 6 ears. Fluffy stepped 1 step ahead, and in response, Quinn moved 1 step back and to the right. He continued to whistle for half a minute before Fluffy went down to his feet, another 10 seconds before he retreated into a dog sleeping posture, and by the end of the minute, Fluffy was sleeping soundly. "This might be the easiest thing I've done in these woods," whispered Quinn. He didn't need to continue to whistle because of the infused, bewitching sleep magic. Quinn walked ahead and squatted near Fluffy's paw, and stared at the black claws in interest. He shot cleaning spells on one nail before touching it. I wonder how tough this nail is, pondered Quinn before shrugging and raising his arm to drop a chop charged with slicing spell on it, putting a deep gash on it. "Okay, this is tough enough," nodded Quinn before once again raising his hand, and this time when he dropped a chop, the tip of the claw was cleanly chopped off. "Well, it will get tougher when I'm done with it. Some alchemy will do the trick." Quinn bagged the hardened keratin into his pockets before moving further east but not before rubbing Fluffy's head. "Sleep well, buddy. You'll be up in no time." "The wolves messed with me, didn't they?" spat Quinn. "It's been a half hour. Where the hell is the vault? Those mutts lied to me." He stood deep in the forbidden forest with his hands on his waist, looking around. He was so deep in that if Quinn couldn't recall his every step, he might not have been able to get out of the dense and spanning woods. Quinn looked up and sighed because he couldn't see what time it was. He took out the pocket watch he used with Noir, one of his designs, a minimalist construct that didn't have any fancy functions and only a printed dial with 2 clock arms covering a solid and accurate mechanism. "It's getting late. I should." Quinn stared straight ahead at the ground, but he was focusing on his peripheral vision. "Not going to lie, but I feel embarrassed," said Quinn, slowly turning to his left to see what he had caught. "How did I miss that? I've been standing here for a solid half minute." Quinn walked forward and stopped after 10 steps. He tilted his head and stared in all directions to his front. "A masterful work," he commented. "Fascinating illusion work given the amount of light in here. Ah, now I see, it's targeting my magic and not sight." Quinn clicked his tongue and scrunched his face. He didn't like that his magic was manipulated to influence his sense. Of the many magics he knew, Quinn considered his illusion magic to be one of the better ones. Now seeing that he was fooled wasn't an irritating feeling. "Is this how people feel when they are humbled?" he pondered aloud while raising his hands. "Not a feeling I like, absolutely not a feeling I enjoy." He stabbed his hand forward, and it disappeared till his elbow joint. "Definitely an illusion," he sighed. "Wait, what am I doing playing with it?" Quinn gathered his magic and proceeded to get free from the illusion. Almost instantly, the illusion fell down for Quinn, and the sight inside made him take a sharp breath. The illusion was cast in a dome shape, and inside was another clearing. A golden ray of light fell down from a hole in the canopy. A ray from heaven dropping down to the desolate lands, illuminating it with hope. On the ground, where the sunlight stuck, stood a square altar, bathing in the spotlight from Mother itself. Even just this made Quinn think it was a beautiful sight, but the altar in golden sunlight wasn't the only thing hidden under the illusion. Around the raised altar, outside of the sunlight, in the darkness of the dim woods, were signs of strong and vital life. One of the most charming plants that Quinn had seen graced the land around the altar with its stunning beauty. They didn't have the gift of light bestowed upon them from the sun above, so Mother Nature decided to give them their own light. White flowers bloomed on the plants, and those flowers with white petals glowed with soothing light, softly showing that not everything in the forbidden forest was a shade of gray. Quinn cancelled the transfiguration on his eyes as he stepped inside to see the scene like he was meant to see to it. "Outside is white and gold," he repeated. White was from the flowers, while the gold represented the golden light irradiating the altar. A perfect contrast of two opposites. "I moved." Quinn carefully walked forward, avoiding stepping on the glowing plants, and made his way towards the altar. He stopped near the base of the stairs that led up to the altar to check if there was something that would discomfort him, but the area was clean. In the hidden clearing, there was nothing other than him, the altar, and the plants. Good to know. Quinn stepped on one of the 4 staircases, one on each side of the square altar, and started climbing. There weren't many steps in the stairs, but the height of each step was tall enough that he couldn't see the top of the altar till he had climbed halfway. "Is that a hole?" noticed Quinn and hurried up the steps to reach the top, where he saw a hole in the floor. From its looks, the hole was part of the original design as it was perfectly round, and the tiling on the floor complemented the gaping gap smack dab in the middle. "What's with vaults and tunnels?" said Quinn, squatting down. Sin vault had one down to the antechamber, aquatic vault going down to the front cave, and now this one. He stared inside, and with the light from above, he could see the base, and it wasn't that deep. He stuck his hand inside and touched the walls of the tunnel going inside. There are no engravings," observed Quinn. "That doesn't eliminate the presence of some magic." He sent a bead of magic through his hand into the walls, but nothing popped up on his radar. "Good enough." Saying that, Quinn snapped an end of carpe retractum's cord of light onto the floor, and with the other end clutched in his hand, Quinn rappelling down into the tunnel. At novel bin at. He wanted to start on a positive note, so whoopee. Squelch. The lower end of the tunnel was wet sloppy ground, and Quinn's boots dug a couple of inches into the dirt. "You," groaned Quinn. "This wasn't the start I was looking for, ugh." He looked around and saw the entire floor was loose mud. Not a single spot of solid ground to be seen. Quinn took a step forward, but the wet mud turned into a transfigured square of solid limestone just before his foot hit the ground, and with every step he took forward, Quinn transfigured some earth into limestone for him to walk on. "Word smart, people, work smart," said Quinn, chuckling at the end. He lit up orbs of light for illumination, and finally, he could see inside the vault. It was a long curving corridor of which Quinn couldn't see the end. Looking above, Quinn could see roots peeking out from the top. Quinn continued to walk forward, and soon he reached the end. Oh, it opened up. The narrow corridor opened up to a large room, if it could be called that. The corridor's end was on a wall, but that opening was nowhere near the floor nor the ceiling of the gigantic room. The corridor end was right in the middle of the wall. Now, how do I get down there? Wondered Quinn aloud and peeked out. On the other end of the room, he could see a passage on the opposite wall, right beside the floor. Well, let's use my favorite way. He grinned and stepped a couple steps back before sprinting forward and jumping from the edge and out of the corridor. I love this. He joined his feet and spread his hands wide like certain hooded individuals who followed a certain secret creed that liked to jump from high spaces into carts of hay and never ever caught anyone's attention while doing it. Of course, Quinn didn't have those skills and lacked the haystack to land in, but instead, he had magic in his corner, so when he reached the ground, he shot out a resto momentum to cut all his momentum and landed with utmost grace. And that's how you do it. Not wanting to waste any more time, Quinn jogged across the room towards the passageway in the wall. And he had just reached midway through the room when the ground beneath his feet broke apart and from within came out a vine that wrapped around his foot. Quinn stopped in his spot, faced his palm toward the vine creeping up his leg, and immediately the vine incinerated into ashes. What the hell was that? It came out. For the second time in the same hour, Quinn couldn't complete his sentence as the ground beneath him started to break. The same vine that had clutched his feet began to come out the breaks. 10, 30, 50 soon there were around 100 breaks in the ground, and from every single one of them, dark moss green colored whips of vines with thorns all over their curvature appeared and rose above, increasing in length every second. Quinn didn't have any words to describe his situation. He wasn't even thinking of commenting on anything. He immediately started to back up as the tips of vines turned towards him. The turning point of chaos was sudden as abruptly, hundreds of vines zapped towards him, all homing towards one target, Quinn. Body magic coursed through his body faster than ever as he pulled all his facilities to 90% with endurance, the only stat he could augment, being augmented beyond his body's natural capabilities. Throw zigzags in there, zigzags, zigzags, repeated Quinn, reminding himself not to run in a straight line. A wise decision as vines behind him stabbed places where he had been just a moment ago. Beelzebub's crawlers. He knew the identity of the vines from taking one glance at them. Beelzebub's crawlers were like devil's snare, but much worse. They attempted to constrict or strangle anything in their surrounding environment, but unlike the devil's snare, they didn't wait for their prey to near them. Instead, they actively sought out any game that came remotely near them. Over that, they had thorns that would inject venom into their prey's body before pulling them into their ground, where the bodies would decompose, turning into nutrients for the plant. Quinn hurriedly looked up at the passageway in the middle of the wall that connected this room to the altar's entrance with a curved corridor. Now a problem presented itself to him in the face of danger. Unlike when he jumped down from there, he couldn't go up at the same speed. Quinn raised his hands, and suddenly, planks of earth protruded out of the great wall like a staircase along a diagonal of the surface. As Quinn jumped on the first one, it turned into limestone for durability, and with that, he started to scale the wall by climbing stairs that he created for himself. Oh no, you don't, he yelled at a rough dozen vines that came stabbing towards him. His magic thrummed, and a strong cutting curse lopped a considerable chunk of the vines before they could even touch him. But it wasn't enough. He continued to dodge, cut, and climb, but by the time he was 3/4 way up, the vines had become too much for Quinn to lop off in bunches. Okay, I will try that, he decided and stopped on a step. Magic ran unrestricted in his body as gusts of wind started to circle around his body. Rings of strong visible hurricane-like winds began manifesting and flowing around his body. Beelzebub's crawler's primitive mind didn't seem to sense any danger. They, sensing their prey stop in one place, saw an opportunity, and all at once, the hundreds of vines jumped at Quinn. Viking's axe. Quinn opened his eyes, and with a flex of his muscles, the violent winds, which had almost formed a dome around him, were unleashed in the form of razor-sharp wind cutters on the vines. If one could describe a plant massacre, then this was it. Shreds and scraps of vines fell down onto the ground. The venom inside the vines leaked onto the earth, and the soil sizzled from the sheer corrosiveness. With the vines seriously damaged, Quinn didn't waste a beat and continued to climb. Soon, he was inside the curved corridor. Don't stop, you know what's about to happen, popped in Quinn's mind, and as if his thoughts were heard, the earth behind him started to shake akin to a light earthquake. Come, he voiced and stopped at the end of the corridor, standing just below the altar tunnel. I will show you who's the boss here. The best way to combat plants was to target them with one thing that was so harmful to them that forests worldwide fell prey to it. I didn't use it above because of the risk, but I don't have a problem here, spat Quinn and raised his right towards the corridor. The shaking on the ground stopped and a silence set inside the cave. Here they come. Quinn could feel it. Like a wave of water being released into a narrow place, vines over vines of Beelzebub's crawlers rushed into the corridor towards Quinn, filling it completely. Flame on, grinned Quinn. It was abrupt. Eruptions of fire sparked across the corridor. Instantly, the corridor covered with vines was now filled with yellowish red flames, with the Beelzebub's crawlers burning within the angry fire. Quinn squeezed his fist, and the screams of fire became stronger as flames became stronger. He was planning to turn every vine that came after him into dust. When he stopped, the earthen walls and ground were scorched into complete blackness, and if there was light inside the tunnel, he would see the black ashes of the previously vibrant vines filled with vitality. Deciding that it was enough for today, Quinn climbed out of the tunnel and laid on the altar beside the hole with his arm covering his eyes. He let out a long groan and whined before he cried out, "I don't want to go through that every time I go inside." Angelina Johnson and Alicia Snippet sat in the aide office in front of the big desk. They looked at each other and then behind the desk. "So team names," they heard, "have you decided what you want to call yourselves?" "Why yes," replied Angelina, "the remembrals no one would be able to forget us." "For us, it's Sonic Brooms," said Alicia. "Those are two good names," came a nod of approval, "much better than what Cedric and Eddie chose." "What kind of name is Trolling Bogies?" before looking to the left and saying, "Please not the names down." Both girls looked to their rights and saw Quinn standing on a bar stool next to the glass wall, noting their team names down on the notepad. "Remembrials with 2 L's, right?" asked Quinn. "Yes," replied Angelina. She then looked behind the desk where Luna Lovegood sat, looking at them. "What's the color scheme? I hope it isn't gold and red, that would be unfortunate," she asked. "If you haven't decided, let's first decide the logo before we reach the color scheme, as coordinating colors then would be much easier." Oh, replied Angelina. A 6th year replied to Luna, a 3rd year. Quinn glanced up from his notepad and looked at the two confused girls. "Don't look at me, she's the one in control here, I'm just the note taker. I suggest that you communicate with her well, because she'll be the one who'll be designing everything from your Quidditch uniform design to your logo before everything goes to production. Especially the logo, because it'll be literally everywhere. You really don't want to mess that up, take my word for it. You won't be happy if you mess the logo up." Luna glanced at Quinn and put her hand out. "Show me the notes, what are you writing?" Quinn handed the notepad to Luna, who flipped through it before looking at him. "I told you to write their team names. I didn't ask for brief notes on conversion theory in organic transfiguration, you even made diagrams." She looked up and bluntly said, "I will do it on my own. You can leave if you want." Quinn nodded with a sad expression, and when Luna looked down on the notepad, trying to make some sense, he glanced at the Gryffindor girls and winked. "I will see you guys later," he said. "Luna, there's a list on the table with the timings of other teams' arrival. Please wrap these two up before the next duo arrives." Replied Luna. Saying that, Quinn left the office with a smile on his face, hands in his pocket. After a long time of being swamped with preparations for the tournament, he finally had free time. "Now, I know why people hire other people," he comfortably groaned while stretching his hands up. "Work becomes so easy with other people doing it for me." His new team had taken a lot of work off his shoulder. Now he only needed to communicate with the vendors, and that was just written communication. Every other thing was handed to the students he had selected as unpaid, some paid, interns. He hummed his way through the corridors, and before he knew it, Quinn was standing in front of the room of requirements. He walked past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, and on the 3rd time, a metal gate with intricate and ornate metal work appeared on the opposite wall. "Oh my friend, it has been a while, it had been a week, I've missed you." Quinn's palms rested on the locked door, and on his touch, like the vaults in Gringotts, the metal design onset into a massive transformation of shift, and before long, a click was heard indicating that the door was now unlocked. He pushed the door open and stepped inside into a stark white room. As Quinn stepped through the threshold, he felt potent magic sweep him. To be accurate, as Quinn stepped into the room, he entered a ward that stripped every speck of dust and grim on his body and clothes. Quinn wasn't strange to this feeling, as he had one inside his workshop, but this one was multiple times more robust than his. "She overdid it, I think my skin hurts," he smiled, thinking about what he assumed was Rowena Ravenclaw's work. The room's walls, floor, and ceiling were all stark white, with no spot disturbing the white. Quinn walked to the 2 brown wooden tables in the room and stood in between the two, which stood side by side to each other by length. He glanced at the left long table, and on it sat 10 identical table lamps equidistant in a line. Every lamp had a 1-foot rectangle strip of metal sheet turned into an MLE light source. Below each lamp sat thick tomes, each of them looking more ancient than the other. One such book beside Quinn gently turned a page on its own before the lamp above flashed a bright red light for a single second. Seeing this, Quinn turned to his right to see the other long table, but on this one sat 10 modified designs of Magi Fax. He walked behind the table, and behind each Magi Fax sat 2 stacks of papers, one blank and the other printed. He watched as a blank sheet was sucked into the machine, and a printed sheet came out. The contents were the same as the tome beneath the lamp that Quinn had just seen. Then he looked to the further right to see what at a glance looked like a 20x20-ish grid of paper stacks arranged neatly on the floor. One of the printed stacks behind a modified Magi Fax lifted off the table and gently floated to the floor, landing on an empty spot, joining the grid of other stacks. Project Babel. The Library of Babel, written by Jorge Luis Borges, was a story about a library that contained every book to be ever penned in the entire universe. Quinn was a devout bibliophile, dreamed of owning such a place, and was ambitious by nature. He set out to build something similar to the Library of Babel, a library with every knowledge about magic ever conceived and written down. The aim was grand, and he had to start somewhere. He had already begun when Leah gifted him his first set of magic books in French. Ever since then, Quinn had coveted magic books, the books that his grandfather George had brought him during their travels, the books he to this date regularly ordered, tomes inside the vast Hogwarts library, and the ancient tomes that sat hidden inside the Room of Requirements. The stark room in which he stood was a room that Quinn had requested from the Room of Requirements, a room that only I, Quinn West, could enter with all books and tomes marked by Room of Requirements. His wishes were answered by a room that only Quinn could open, and it existed even when he wasn't present, just like the Room of Lost Things existed when someone wasn't inside. He looked ahead of the tables and saw the result of the second part of his request. Bookshelves upon lined up in the room, each filled with esoteric and old knowledge, some that were considered vile and dark, some that were looked at as right magic, some lost to the world, some disproved, some that were then rare but now commonplace knowledge, but all of them held some nugget of magical wisdom that interested Quinn. The books in here were so old that the Room of Requirements had automatically added a sterilization ward without Quinn asking for one, and even if he wanted it gone, he couldn't remove it. The books came tied with the warding magic. Quinn had built this room and the setup at the start of the year. He knew that it would take time to copy every book even when his copy system worked round the clock, all day, every day. I just hope I cover most of it by the end of this year. The following year was when the Room of Requirements was found, and Quinn had built this plan taking in that possibility. He didn't know the whole story, but Dobby, the Malfoy house elf, now ex, worked as a Hogwarts employee. While Quinn hadn't talked to Dobby, he knew from the house elves that he did know that Dobby was still a boy who lived fanboy. If somehow, the Room of Requirements was revealed to any other student, Quinn's access to it would be restricted. Thus, this year, with everyone invested in the Triwizard and inter-school Quidditch tournaments, Quinn decided to finish making copies of every book branded by Room of Requirements. At novel bin at. Let's get to work. He clapped and sat down at a big desk, but not before taking 10 books from the bookshelves. There were 2 types of books inside the Room of Requirements. The first type, regular books with the same number of sheets as printed pages, meaning that if there were 100 pages worth of content in a book, then there were 100 sheets of parchments in the books. The second type, charmed books that held lesser pages than the actual content. An example of such books was all the books that Alan had given Quinn. Those books only had around 30 pages, but the content was worth 300 pages. The ink would shift to transform into different pages. While the copying setup could cover the first type, but the second type, that Quinn had to take care of on his own. He kicked back and started to read the book page by page while multiple fountains opened up and started to record everything that Quinn read. He had long hours ahead of him. Scene break. He really changed the stadium, didn't he? Said Tracy as she sat down. Daphne, who sat down beside her, looked around the new Quidditch stadium and nodded. With people actually sitting inside, you can actually see the changes that had been made. Both had been inside the stadium once before, but at that time, everything was covered in scaffolding and covers, but now they saw the true glory of the new stadium. Today was the opening day of the Quidditch tournament, and Hogwarts students, along with outsiders, had already filled most of the stadium, with only a few seats remaining that too were being quickly taken by their incoming owners. The stadium had been reconstructed, the seating capacity had been increased, and the stands had been raised into an elevated setting instead of a previously comparatively flatter one. Even the lowest seats were raised above for a better watching experience. "Where is Astoria?" asked Tracy, looking for her best friend's younger sister. "She's going to watch the game with her friends," replied Daphne. "Is she still miffed about not getting selected in a team?" "She got over that in 2 days," said Daphne, shaking her head. What did she expect? She hadn't picked the broom more than a handful of times ever since she got better. No way was she going to get selected. The younger Astoria had tried to get into 4 different teams recruited via tryouts but failed to get into any of them. "She has been pretty active these days," commented Tracy. "It seems like Quinn's treatment is working well." "That it is." Daphne had told her best friend about her sister's condition. "I need to remind Astoria that her next treatment date is coming. All of us have been so busy that I almost forget about it." Tracy was about to continue but saw the pitch and pointed. "Look, Quinn came out." Daphne, along with many others, looked towards the pitch to see Quinn dressed in royal blue and gold robes. "Welcome all," said Quinn, looking at the crowd greater than he had addressed during the first task. "I'm Quinn West, and today, I welcome you to Silver Moon Printing Magi Tech presents Tri-School Quidditch League TQL." Along with the edge of the Quidditch pitch and below the stands hung multiple banners of varying sizes, all stark white at the moment. As Quinn opened the tournament, every banner shifted an ethereal design of a blue night sky with a silver crescent hanging in the sky. If one would look closely, both the sky and the moon designs were made from printed paper with actual readable content on every inch of all banners present in the stadium. "It's my pleasure to kick off this event today in all your presence," smiled Quinn while walking on the pitch. "I'm sure you are aware of the Triwizard tournament currently being held at Hogwarts. As such, we have the exciting opportunity to host Batons and Dummerstrang for the school year, but because of that, we had to cancel the Quidditch season to make space for the Triwizard tournament." Boos were thrown from the entire Hogwarts crowd. No one had been happy about that particular decision/announcement. "See? That's what we at AID thought as well," grinned Quinn, "so we decided to bring it back along with certain twists to make things interesting. After all, we've players from 3 schools." There were cheers of approval, showing the joy and happiness towards just the fact that Quidditch had returned. Before we start, I would like to walk everyone through the new rules that this league and tournament will be following for all its games, announced Quinn before placing the first rule in front of them. Every game played will have a total duration of 2 hours. There was a lot of murmur in the stands. Unlike the standard rules which allow games to go as long as the snitch isn't caught, I decided that to impose a time limit on the game. This way, the teams will have to think about time, which will give rise to all kinds of interesting scenarios. Quinn didn't stop and continued because the second rule change was tied to the first change. The second rule is for the Seekers and Golden Snitch, announced Quinn. A standard Golden Snitch is worth a whopping 150 points, an amount that could turn the tides of the game in an instant. Sounds exciting, right? Crowd ID in agreement about the rule change when a Seeker locked onto the Snitch. The flying was definitely the most fun and exhilarating, with the Seeker flying literally weaving in and out the game with the risk of getting hit by others. In this tournament, we've decided to change the worth of the Golden Snitch from 150 to a lower 50 points. In return for decreasing the snitch's value, we created another home roll or provision for the game. As I previously said, the game will end after 2 hours and not when the snitch is caught. Therefore, we've decided that every time a snitch is caught, a minute later, another snitch is released for yet another 50-point chance. That way, the Seeker gets to play while staying a considerable part of the game. Oh my, what a smart idea, said Professor Quidditch Nat. The snitch would be needed to be caught thrice for a Seeker to get the same level of control over the game. This will relieve a lot of pressure from the chasers, beaters to increase the point game. Maybe this is a good chance to see a slower paced game with more passing and teamwork. Interesting. Truly interesting. I wonder if the teams have thought about chaser beater routes and beater to beater cross team defensive options. In the professor's box, the professor stared at McGonagall as she droned about the new possibilities that the rule brought in. Aurora Sinistra, the astrology professor, leaned towards Lily Potter's side and whispered, I bet that today she is going to speak more than she speaks in her classes. Her voice, as it turned out, wasn't as low she had planned, and many professors, sans McGonagall, who was too involved, laughed and snickered at the comment. Let's just say that even the professors who weren't that interested in Quidditch were going to have a good time. What do you think about this, James? Asked Sirius Black, poking his mate in the side. Seeker won't be the most popular position if these rules were imposed everywhere. Which Sirius liked, as he played as a beater who didn't get appropriate recognition. Well, he was okay with it as long as he got to swing his bat and flung bludgeons towards smug chasers. I don't like it, replied James. Do you know how hard it is to first spot a snitch? Those things don't shine as much they should. Even if we do spot them, it's only 1 out of 3-4 times when you're able to follow it. Catching the damn thing is another shitstorm. This doesn't make sense. I like it. Everything will depend on chasers, beaters, and goalies. You guys can just have fun flying while we actually play. I can play chaser if I want. Sirius scoffed. Your stupid face would be the first I would have hit with a bludger. It would have been supremely satisfying. We were on the same team. I know. Now, I'll not waste any more of your time and introduce the teams that will be participating in the much-anticipated open game sponsored by Western Forge Constructions, shouted Quinn. Smoke started to escape out of 2 tunnels opening to the pitch, and from inside came the players on their brooms, shooting to the sky as fireworks lit the stadium up. I present to you, Trolling Bogies led by Cedric Diggory and Treacherous Barons led by Victor Crumb. The Battle of Champions is afoot. Cedric Diggory and Victor Crumb faced each other in the center of the pitch, staring down at each other. Not a word was spoken to each other. The captains stared at each other without blinking. The stare down went too long, but neither were willing to break the eye contact first. Well, are you guys ready? The voice seemed to be the cue to break the eye contact. They removed their eyes from each other and looked at the source of the voice. Standing there was Quinn West, dressed in his royal blue with gold trims, smiling at them. Trolling Bogies are ready, replied Cedric. The man looked abashed as he said it. I've to ask, why that name? Asked Quinn. He was aware of the name from Daphne's regular reports, but not the reason behind it. Your dear friend, sighed Cedric. Eddie decided that Trolling Bogies would be a good name for us. I got busy with the golden egg, and well, missed the team name meeting. Oh, that checks out. Don't worry, it's a good name. It's a villainous name. Those always do good with the crowd, said Quinn, assuring the captain before jutting his chin towards Crumb. Look at Treacherous Barons. Now that's one badass name. Whose suggestion was it? I did, said Crumb. Excellent choice, smiled Quinn. Okay, let's move on and get the game started. Tell me the center position. Who are you going to start with? At the start of a Quidditch game, the 3 balls, Quaffle, Bludger, and the Snitch, were released, and 2 players from each team would be right in the center to contest for the Quaffle and Bludger. We're sending a chaser and beater each, said Crumb. 2 beaters, replied Cedric. Noted, I'll relay it to Madam Hooch. Get your teams ready for the throw-off. We're starting in a couple of minutes. We're late. The game hasn't started. We're right on time. The older gentleman sighed as he sat down in his seat in the stands. It's only correct to arrive sometime earlier for any event. Arriving early actually gives you time back in your day. You will more than recoup the 10 minutes you arrive early in the productivity you gain by being able to catch up and prepare, finished the young woman, completing the saying that she had heard oh so many times. But this is a Quidditch game, grandfather. No use in arriving early when we have reserved seats. It's about creating habits, young lady, said George West, sitting in simple yet elegant clothing. Only by practicing certain actions regularly would you be able to make them second nature. Arriving early is one of those things that you need to want to do on your own. Leah West didn't reply. She didn't have to. The grandfather-grandchild pair knew that Leah was rarely late for anything. It was only an elder's nature to repeat things to that important advice stuck in their young one's mind. Oh, there he's, down on the field, pointed Leah. George took out a pair of untinted sunglasses from his pocket. He wore them before taking a look towards the field. From the glasses, he could see what he would typically see, but after a single tap on the frame's side, the image zoomed. As a result, he could see his grandson's face clearly despite the distance between them. Leah glanced at her grandfather and saw the sunglasses. Oh, right, I forgot Quinn sent those to us. Leah also took the pair of her own sunglasses and zoomed in her vision before looking at her baby brother. I can't believe he fit all those runes and charms inside such a thin frame, commented Leah. The omnioculars on the market look bulky in comparison to these. He's getting better, smiled proud granddaddy. The pocket watch he sent me last month was on another level than the one he sent me last year. It's like he's a craftsman that is improving his craft, growing with every piece. Voiced Leah before placing her hand on George's shoulder. Grandfather, look there right opposite to us, center row, that's Luna Lovegood. Oh, where? The dazed-looking blonde child, is that Luna Lovegood? Yes, that's her. Why is she wearing a hat in the shape of a troll? The Wests had insisted that they were seated in nondescript seats, choosing to sit among students to avoid meeting people from their social circles so that they could watch the game in peace by not having to make small talk with literally everyone who had heard of them, as initially, they were seated in the VIP section of the stadium booked for high-profile personnel. That's the West child down there? He sure has grown. Lucius Malfoy glanced at the portly little man with rumpled gray hair sitting at his side. He wore a pinstriped suit, scarlet tie, long black traveling cloak, pointed purple boots, and lime green bowler hat. The man was currently leaning forward, squinting his eyes towards the pitch down below. Lucius glanced towards the pitch, but unlike his companion, he didn't lean and squint. Instead, he took out a pair of Galilean binoculars, tiny binoculars on a stick, to use them to look at the pitch. Yes, Minister, that's Quinn West, replied Lucius, thought the fact that the introduction had just been given a few minutes back went unsaid. Cornelius Fudge leaned back into his seat and nodded. I've seen that child a few times at functions during the summer break but never got to talk to him. I should talk to him today after the game. I hear that he organized all of this on his own. That's a great idea. I'm sure that the child will be thrilled to meet the minister, replied Lucius, though inside, he doubted that Quinn West would even bat an eye on meeting Fudge. Good, said Fudge, sounding happy. At novel bin at. Scene break. Madame Hooch was refereeing. She stood in the middle of the field, waiting for the two teams, her broom in her hand. Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you, she said, once they were all gathered around her. She held out the golden snitch in front of everyone. Regular rules for snitch: release 30 seconds before the quaffle and blood jars. She looked at both the seekers, Cedric and Crumb. When either of you catches the snitch, the time will stop, and the positions will reset, and we will once again start with a throw-off. Mount your brooms, please. Madame Hooch gave a loud blast on her silver whistle. 15 brooms rose up, high into the air. Ahem, the brooms have taken off, the game is about to start. Quinn's voice sounded throughout the stadium. The snitch is out, I repeat, the snitch is out. You can just see the player rearing to go. Chaser was the most dangerous position in Quidditch, as not only they had to keep note of the beaters who were always trying to hurl blood jars at them, they also had to track opposing chasers as they were also coming after them for quaffles and interceptions. In the pitch's center, the T-Baron's non-center chaser looked at the T-Bogey's chaser, and he was taken aback by what he saw. Eddie Carmichael, right? Why is he looking at me like that? He saw Eddie stare towards them as if he owed Eddie some money, and to be honest, it made him gulp. The look was intense. Pie! The whistle sounded, startling T-Baron's chaser. The quaffle and bludger were thrown straight, and the second they reached their peak height, just before falling down, the players moved. The game is on. Oh, what's this? Bogey's beaters aren't going for the bludger or quaffle? They are blocking the Baron's player from getting to the balls. It worked? It worked? T-Bogeys have the quaffle. T-Bogeys' two beaters slammed right into the T-Baron's center members, chaser and beater, and let the quaffle and blood jars drop down their flight level. The non-center players moved like a swarm of bees towards the chaser and beater, all trying to get a hand on them. Eddie Carmichael, in his first play of his first official game, dropped down on his broom and zapped towards the quaffle. His hand touched the quaffle first, which he tucked under his arm. Stiff-armed T-Bogey's chaser, who tried to take the quaffle back and zoomed past the crowd straight towards the goal hoops. Off he goes. Carmichael has the quaffle. What speed? Speed brought to you by Nimbus Cooperation and their Nimbus 2001 line, the official broomstick of the league. Eddie alone flew towards the hoops with his teammates holding back the others. Eddie was already too far away by the time they got open. Only the goalie stood his path. No complex thoughts went through Eddie's mind. He had the ball, and it had to go into the hoop, that's it. The goalie saw Eddie come near him with the quaffle back in his hand, but the second he was within throwing distance, Eddie abruptly pulled straight up, confusing the goalie, and before he knew it, the quaffle went zooming past him, deflecting off from the rim into the hoop. Score? Eddie Carmichael has scored the game's first goal and season, with Trolling Bogeys taking the lead. What an exciting start to the game. And it seemed genuine as the people in the stands went crazy. My apologies for being late. I, for the life of myself, couldn't find a pair of socks to wear. The people in the VIP box looked at Albus Dumbledore as he entered with a bright smile on his face, dressed in his colorful, eccentric robes, looking jolly as ever. His bright eyes peeked from behind his half-moon glasses, taking in everyone in the room before finally stepping inside the box. "What's the score?" he asked as he sat beside the other two heads of the school. "The game just started, 50-70. "Oh, Ogden, I didn't know you were coming. How long has it been since you come out of your distillery?" smiled Dumbledore towards the owner of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. "You just saw me in Weisengamot last week," said Ogden. "Ah, yes. It fell off my mind. How forgetful of me," laughed Dumbledore before once again looking around the VIP box. "Speaking of, where is George West? I was told he would be attending." "George West is attending," exclaimed the minister in his bowler hat, looking around to see if he had missed the man. "That's what I've been told," said Dumbledore, but from the looks of it the VIP box was already full. Even if he was here, George West wouldn't have sat here. "Who told you that he'll be here?" Dumbledore held back a sigh at the minister's question. Why wouldn't he, the headmaster, be privy about the people coming to his school for a highly organized event? "You see the student right in front of us sitting with the professors, Quinn West. He's the organizer." He submitted the guest list. The organizer, however, cleverly didn't share the seating plan with the headmaster, just the names. "Then where is he?" I'm assuming that if he's attending, then he's among the students," guessed Dumbledore. Nay, Dumbledore was sure that George West was sitting in the stands. Not that I can blame him, thought Dumbledore as he watched everyone in the VIP box whip out their omnioculars, but they weren't looking at the game but at the stands. "Oh, it seems the Seekers have spotted the snitch." Cedric Diggory and Victor Crumb zoomed across the pitch, both Seekers chasing after the ever-elusive golden snitch. Seekers were generally the smallest and lightest players on a team and needed both a sharp eye and the ability to fly one or no-handed, but today, both Seekers didn't comply with the archetype. Cedric Diggory was a tall fellow with a not-so-wiry frame. His body caught too much drag from the wind, causing him to fly slower, just by a fraction, but those fractions were what mattered when one was competing with a fast Seeker chasing a faster snitch. With his bulky and stocky build, Victor Crumb was the complete opposite of the Seeker archetype, too heavy for a Seeker. He was already heavier for adult Seekers, there wasn't even a need to mention school level. But for some reason, both of them were still the fastest players on the field. Diggory and Crumb are hot on the tail of the snitch. Diggory to the front. Crumb is back in the lead. What an intense chase. What do we see here? Crumb anticipated the dip from the Seeker and has clutched a substantial lead. What's this? Diggory is gaining speed. Will he catch up? It's late. It's late. Crumb has it. The snitch has been caught. T-Barons have caught the first snitch of the season. Fireworks shot on cue as T-Barons surrounded Crumb as the team circled the stadium, with snitch the held clutched high in Crumb's grasp. Scene break. In the professors/commentators box, the head of houses sat in the front row, just behind Quinn, who sat just behind the railings, to get a clear view of the game. "Minerva, did he really organize all of this?" asked Sprout, looking at the new stadium, the animated and colorful banners with the game going in the center of all of the numerous little things that impressed the herbology mistress. "He did," answered McGonagall distractedly as he craned her neck with her favorite omnioculars set on her eyes. "Yes, dive, yeah." Sprout sighed at her colleague's antics. The Quidditch nut was in no condition to hold a conversation. She decided to talk to the Phileas. "Are you proud?" She saw the half-goblin snicker in amusement as he wrote something off a parchment. "What are you doing?" Flitwick looked at Sprout with a toothy grin and showed her the parchment. "I just won 20 galleons on who would reach 100 points first. I bet on bogeys, which had high odds because Mr. Crumb is on Barons, but my hunch was good. Now I'm in profit." Suddenly Quinn turned towards them and gave Flitwick a thumbs up. "Good decision, Professor. Bogeys chasers are on fire today. Do you have something on them today?" Flitwick slapped his thigh, frustration flashing in his eyes. "I didn't think that Mr. Carmichael would be so good as a chaser. This is his first game, and he had already scored third of bogeys points. I was actually counting on Mr. Diggory to pull the point total. A miss on my part." "Haha, don't worry, Professor, there are still many games remaining. You can," laughed Quinn, but suddenly looked back at the field. Chaser crashed. 2 chasers crashed down into the grass, Carmichael from bogeys and Bam from Barons. Carmichael is already up and flying? What endurance. I wonder who's his trainer." Sprout looked between Quinn and Flitwick in shock. "Why you rebetting? Phileas. Loosen up, Pomona. Enjoy the game," grinned Flitwick. "Next time, I'll take you with me. The Weasley twins have a great betting setup. They give great odds. Shell some of your galleons on things other than seeds and plants." Sprout sighed, her eyes going to the fourth head, who was intently watching the game. "No way," she thought. "Severus, did you?" "No. I see. Of course. Oh, Diggory has beaten the pro to the snitch. Bogeys have their first snitch of the game. That puts them above the Barons with a great margin. A great offensive team effort by the trolling bogeys. What a game we're getting to see, brought to you by Blishen's Fireworks." Smokeworks filled the sky as green and black colors of trolling bogeys menacingly made their presence known. Quinn once again turned back to the professors. "Professor Snape, here you go." He threw a roll of parchment along with a tiny vial towards Snape, who effortlessly caught it. "My personal recipe for smoke sky shots. What do you think about it?" Snape stared at the vial with silver liquid for a moment before reading the parchment. Good enough, was the short response before Snape opened the vial and a small plume of green smoke rose to turn into a shape of a troll. Better. Quinn grinned before once again turning back towards the game. After closing the game by thanking everyone for attending, Quinn turned to the professors while getting up from his seat. This was fun, professors. I hope you all enjoyed the game and the little changes we made to the gameplay. It was a fantastic game, Mr. West, nodded McGonagall, looking as if she had eaten a scrumptious meal. Now, I'm looking forward to the upcoming games. It'll be a fun Quidditch season. That's good, said Quinn smiling before clapping his hand once. Now, I take my leave, I've to meet some important people. I'll see you all at the after-game party. Then he exited. There was nothing to do in the stadium, and they also had to make sure students went back correctly, so the professors also rose from their seats, but then Quinn peeked back in. Even though I said it, please don't come to the after-game party. People will kill me if they know I invited you guys. Have your own party. I can arrange for drinks and snacks. Contact me if you need that. He didn't wait for a reply and ducked back out, leaving for real this time. Flitwick looked at his colleagues, raising his betting parchment. I had a decent game today. Do you all want to gather this evening? I'll pay my treat. The professors looked at each other, contemplating the offer. They all had a tough past few months with arrangements. Sure, why not? Scene break. For the guests to arrive at the stadium, they had to go through the grounds while walking a clearly marked path that went from the main entrance straight to the stadium. Near one of the stadium's exits stood George and Leah West, waiting for Quinn to arrive. The family had decided that Quinn would escort the two out after the game. I'm here, said Quinn, jogging his way out of the stadium. I came here as fast I could. Yet, you're late, my child, said George, taking in the appearance of his grandson. What do you mean? George didn't pull his hands from behind his back, although he subtly nudged his chin towards Quinn's back. Quinn turned halfway to see the minister with his peripherals, along with various VIP guests walking right towards them. I'm indeed late, said Quinn turning back. You don't think we would be able to make a run for it without it looking like we're avoiding them? I'm too old for running, smiled George. It doesn't matter. I came here knowing well that I'll have to talk to some people. He sighed as at the sight of the incoming people. I just hoped that they would be a little smarter. Not all of them are that bad, commented Leah, matching the faces to the information she had in her memory. Yes, but the one in the lead is as smart as a bait. Okay, they're here, said Quinn and acted like he never saw the incoming people. Mr. West, called out Fudge, sounding absolutely delighted. Minister, greeted George. Mr. West, I heard that you were attending, though I was surprised not to find you in the VIP box. May I ask why? Was there an error in seating arrangement? Fudge glanced at Quinn at the end. George caught the look. Minister, do you really think my own grandson won't put me in the VIP box? No, I mean, there was no mistake. I asked for to be seated where I Saturday. Fudge spluttered in response, not knowing how to continue. Fortunately, there was another person to continue. I'm sure there wasn't a mistake, Mr. West. Mr. Quinn West, that is very component. So, the question remains, why were you seated there? I'm truly curious. George looked at the jolly old man standing just behind Fudge. If one truly wants to enjoy a Quidditch game, then the place to do it is in the stands with others and not in a VIP box, Headmaster Dumbledore. I see, smiled Dumbledore. Some say the secret behind enjoying a Quidditch game lies with the company. Wise words. That they are. Quinn stared at the two men stare at each other. This is nice, he thought, while Quinn always stepped carefully around Dumbledore. His grandfather was different. George West didn't need to be careful. How are you feeling about what your grandson has done here? I'm proud of him. Something of this level takes time and effort. He did a great job with the organization of this event. So, it was expected. Quinn tends to succeed at everything he picks up. Given his achievements, though an exceptional accomplishment, isn't something unexpected. What about him employing a lot of West-owned companies? Do you think Mr. West would have been able to pull this off if he didn't have those resources? He just used the cards he had been dealt. Quinn utilizing, making legitimate business transactions, with West-owned companies was him simply being resourceful, a quality that I'm glad that he has picked up. Now, if he would have succeeded if he didn't have those, it would have required him to work faster and harder, but I'm sure he would have reached this same exact result, or who knows, even better. You think he could have done better than this? Surely not. Everything can be improved, Headmaster. I'm sure, a couple years down the line, when Quinn looks back at this time, he would think about how he could have done things differently. To this day, think back. That's how people grow. Isn't that true for all of us? That it is. After a quick back and forth, the two men once again fell into silence. What was that? They just talked about me, thought Quinn. Well, they're my grandfather and Headmaster. Quinn did a great job organizing the game, praised Fudge when he saw that Dumbledore and George had stopped talking and it was the right time to gain attention. Thank you, Minister. I'm glad you liked it, said Quinn, smiling humbly. I hope I'll see you all again next week and the week after that to see more games. Yes, said Fudge with a big smile before turning to George. Mr. West, I was hoping that I would get some of your time. Minister, you're aware of how to schedule a meeting with me, replied George, giving the man a look. Yes, of course, sputtered Fudge. George studied the short and portly man for a second before silently sighing. I've some free time next week, Minister. I suggest that you make the appointments for then. Thank you, Mr. West. Yes, I'll get to it as soon as possible. The people stared at the smiling Fudge, and except the man himself, they all knew that it was pity that had got him a chance to talk with George. I would also like to talk to you, Mr. West, chimed in Dumbledore. I've some subjects that I would like to discuss with you. Send a letter to our main office, and they'll see if I have a free spot in my schedule. Magifax is the preferred mode of communication, replied George. He, of course, how much free time he had and could give both Fudge and Dumbledore a slot right here and then, but George wasn't sure if he wanted to give his precious time to these two men. I'm sure Dumbledore would be fine, but Fudge, sighed George in his thoughts. To this date, he couldn't believe how Fudge had won the election. It made him think if he could have changed the results by endorsing other candidates. Ah yes, Magifax, I've bought one for myself but haven't got to opening it, said Dumbledore. This will finally give me the motivation to set it up. It will be a fun evening. Don't fiddle with it, Headmaster, said Quinn. If it breaks, repairing charms will put it, but it won't work. Both Leah and George gave Quinn a brief and discreet look. While Quinn didn't notice the look, he did feel the urge to smack himself in the head. His decision was to keep his name hidden as the inventor. Not many people knew about his involvement in the development, like Gary and Ben. Right now, Quinn's words didn't give any inclination that he was the creator, but it did open him up to a multitude of questions. Fortunately, no one took the opportunity to ask the questions. I will keep that in mind, Mr. West, said Dumbledore. Now, ladies and gents, it was a pleasure to meet you all, but I will take my leave now. I've some previous commitments that I need to take care of, said George. Will you be visiting again? Asked Dumbledore. If the time permits, I will, replied George. I see, allow me to escort you to the main gate. That's not needed, Quinn is taking care of that. No more words were exchanged as the Wests walked away, leaving the others behind with their thoughts and chatter. That wasn't so bad, commented Quinn. Nothing bad could have happened with me talking to them. You worry too much, replied George. I just didn't want to waste time by making meaningless small talk with no clear motive in mind. Are you going to meet Dumbledore? Yes, I've decided to see what he wants. That man is persistent if nothing else. Keep me informed. The family of three talked about various things until they reached the main entrance. So who will be coming next week? Asked Quinn. Uncle Elliot wants to visit, said Leah. He wants to visit the castle if possible. Okay, I'll see what I can do, said Quinn, thinking about how to get Elliot inside the castle. Professor McGonagall or Flitwick will be my best bet, or should I act sick? No, I have to host. I'll think of something. He brushed his thoughts aside and addressed his family. I guess I will see you two on Christmas. Scene break. Listen to me, you two, said Eddie standing on his bed. As I expected, my great mind was right to suffer for a year to play Quidditch. Just with one game, my reputation is flying high with no signs of ever coming down. Yeah, good for you, said Quinn, finally fixing Emily in their dorm room while Marcus sat on his bed watching both his friends. My magnificent skills have charmed the ladies, declared Eddie. I can tell I've entered the scene. Yeah, good for you. Eddie gave Quinn a stink eye before continuing with the same enthusiasm. But this isn't the time to rest on my laurels, it's time to strike the iron while it's hot. Yeah, good for you. Sod off, barked Eddie before once again continuing his speech. Ahem, as I was saying, I need to take this chance to score big, and the perfect opportunity has presented itself to do that. The Yule Ball. Yeah, good Yule Ball, exclaimed Quinn, almost falling off the stool he was standing on. Oh ho, it seems I have finally got your attention. Yes, the Yule Ball, a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament and an opportunity for us to socialize, if you know what I mean. Perfect opportunity for me to turn one date into two, which will turn into another one, and before you know it, your mate would have already escaped singlehood. Yule Ball, repeated Quinn, jumping down from the stool. When was this announced? Today, in the last class, said Marcus. It was after McGonagall called you out of the class. Flitwick announced that the Yule Ball will start at 8 o'clock on Christmas Day, finishing at midnight in the Great Hall. Quinn sat down on his bed, holding his face. He had been so busy that the Yule Ball had slipped his mind. Even today, he had been so busy. After all the work, Quinn spent some quality time inside the room of requirements, peacefully reading on some new charms, and while reading, he lost track of time, missing the time for the dinner feast. Making him eat in the kitchen, he remembered the hostages, but how half of them were selected slipped his mind. Marcus, are you going to go to the ball? Asked Quinn, looking at his shy friend. Even Eddie looked interested and was about to offer his help to find Marcus a date. To their surprise, Marcus didn't seem to be flustered and simply nodded. Are you going to take a girl with you? Asked Eddie, knowing that having a partner wasn't mandatory, at least for anyone who wasn't a champion. Yes. Once again, Marcus seemed to be serene, as if he didn't have a worry in the world. Have you asked her? Not yet, I'll ask her tomorrow. Tomorrow? So fast? Thought Quinn and Eddie at the same time. Eddie jumped down from his bed and walked towards Marcus. Who is it? Who are you asking? Even Quinn walked near them and stood behind Eddie with his arms crossed. You'll know, answered Marcus. Tell us now, they demanded. No, only after I ask her. Tell me, I have a Quinn behind me, said Eddie, treating Quinn as if he was an interrogation device, and Quinn puffed up his chest, playing his assigned role. He won't do anything to me. Quinn likes me more than you. That's true, said Quinn immediately. I'm standing right here, exclaimed Eddie. In the end, the two decided that it was easier to stalk Marcus than trying to get the girl's name out of him, as one of Quinn's very scarce legilimency rules dictated that he wouldn't use legilimency against friends they weren't friends if he thought it was okay to use legilimency on them. TNC apply. Who are you going to take? This time it was Quinn's turn to answer the question. Quinn looked at his friends as some faces flashed through his mind. I don't know yet. I'll have to see. If no one agrees, I'm going solo. One Quinn West can trump one couple. After saying that, Quinn went to brush his teeth so that he could go to sleep. Yeah, right, scoffed Eddie, like a girl will reject him if he goes alone. That means he's either gay, or he didn't want to take anyone with him. What if he is actually gay? Asked Marcus. Eddie glanced towards Marcus and shrugged. You said it. He likes you more than he likes me. Scene break. Quinn had never known so many people to put their names down to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas. He did, of course, because of hosting responsibility and tournament organization. Even if there would be no games that week, Quinn needed to take care of practice schedules. This year, however, everyone in the 4th year and above seemed to be staying, and they all seemed to Quinn to be obsessed with the coming ball, or at least all the girls were, and it was amazing how many girls Hogwarts suddenly seemed to hold. He had never been cognizant about it before. Girls giggling and whispering in the corridors, girls shrieking with laughter as boys passed them, girls excitedly comparing notes on what they were going to wear on Christmas night. They seemed to be staring at you intently, Marcus said to Quinn as a dozen or so girls walked past them, sniggering and staring at Harry. I noticed, said Quinn, not bothered by it. Why do they have to move in packs? How are you supposed to get one on their own to ask them? Said Eddie looking around. Lasso them? Wait, should I fly down on my broom, pull a girl up, and ask her while flying in the sky? How does that sound? That's just kidna, maybe it will work. Prince on a white Pegasus of sorts. Use it as your last option, suggested Quinn. They reached the Great Hall and made their way towards Ravenclaw. Hey, Luna, they greeted as they sat down, Luna, Quinn, and Eddie on one side and Marcus on the other. Luna scribbled on her sketchbook with various crayons laid on the table. Luna, you know the rule. This isn't allowed on the dinner table, said Quinn. But the food isn't here yet. Okay, then keep it away when it arrives. Okay. Marcus looked at his three friends, Eddie gazing around the Great Hall, surely trying to see who he should invite, Quinn arranging the crayons scattered around the table, and Luna scribbling with her tongue sticking out. Luna, called Marcus. Came the reply. Will you come to the ball with me? He asked. Eddie snapped his head towards Marcus while Quinn's impressive crayon pyramid scattered back on the table as he stared. Reflexively, big brother instincts were triggered as under the table Eddie pointed his wand while Quinn's hand flexed. But the two looked at each other, realizing what they were doing, and retrieved their weapons while lightly clearing their throats. Luna looked up from her table and stared at Marcus for a good half-minute. Okay, all right, then, said Marcus with a bit of grin on his face and nodded towards his two best friends. Eddie looked like his world had toppled over at the ease with which Marcus secured himself with a date while he was still thinking about who to ask. Quinn, on the other hand, clicked his tongue that he missed the opportunity to ask Luna. She was also his first option, his safest option. Well played, Belby, well played. It certainly was. I'm sorry but I'd not be comfortable, said Quinn. I hope you understand, it's not you, it's me. I'm sure someone as pretty as you'll absolutely be able to find someone much better than me. A curly-haired fourth-year Hufflepuff girl to whom Quinn had only ever spoken to in passing and thrice in his office for notes looked down towards her feet and shakily nodded. Quinn held back from sighing as she walked away without again gazing at him, looking rather hurt. She was quite good-looking, said Marcus fairly, after clearing a serving of crisps. I don't know her. If I accepted, it would have turned awkward pretty quickly, answered Quinn, sitting down. No, it wouldn't, countered Marcus. You don't do awkward if it's not on purpose. Yeah, you know me too well, sighed Quinn. Who was he trying to fool? I wasn't one bit interested in taking her to the ball. The entire thing reeked of a day full of chores for me. That's what the 8th girl you rejected. What the hell are you doing? Grumbled Eddie, chewing on a strip of bacon. All the boys hate and admire you at the same time. You don't know how annoying these contradictory views are. I want to bash your pretty face but at the same time want you to impart some wisdom to me. I don't have anything to offer. Just follow what Marcus did and go ask a girl out. Yeah, nodded Marcus, pointing his fork at Eddie. What's the worst that can happen? She will say no, you lose nothing. She could say you. Eddie and Marcus looked at Quinn, who ate a piece of roast chicken. Sorry, what did you say? I missed that. Me neither. Quinn waved his hand and shook his head with a smile. Oh, it's nothing, don't worry about it. Marcus is right, Eddie. Pick a girl you want to take to the ball and ask her out. He hit Eddie on his arm. Where did that year-long enthusiasm go? Bring it back, unleash the legendary virgin power and show everyone what you're made up of or whatever. A pair of girls were passing behind the trio when Quinn spoke and broke into giggles at his words. Eddie tried to merge his face into the table while Marcus seemed unperturbed. He already had a date. Quinn turned towards the girls and flashed them a smile. The blushes that the girls that sported would have made a healer worry about their health. You reject 8 girls, and then you do that. What are you doing? Asked Marcus, seeing the short exchange. Well, there has been girl talk circulating in the castle. I simply wanted to check if it was true, said Quinn, shrugging. The smile thing? Asked Eddie, the side of his face flush against the wood. Yup, I have the most charming smile in the entire school. Not surprising given that you constantly moderate your smile, commented Marcus. Thank you, it's a talent, Quinn gave Marcus a wink. But seriously, what are you going to do about your date, said Marcus, it's not like for you to leave things to the last date. 16 girls asked you out, but you haven't tried once from your side. I can't decide who to ask out. Huh. Eddie sat up straight and pointed at Quinn. Unleash your virgin power and whatnot and go get a girl, yeah, take that. Mate, what are you doing, said Quinn looking to his sides. Yeah, Eddie, you can't say things like that, added Marcus doing the same as Quinn. What? He did it first. Eddie pointed at Quinn. That was different, scoffed Marcus. How? There is a time and place for everything, mate. It wasn't now, said Quinn shaking his head. Eddie stared at his two buddies with an expression of confusion and disbelief. What? Scene break. Tap, tap, tap. Quinn's finger tapped away at the desk in his office, staring at recon laid on his desk. He stared at the map, and the map stared back at him. Suddenly he leaned in and spoke to recon, Daphne Greengrass. The map obeyed its creator's orders, and the ink on cloth shifted to a blue dot moving out of the Hogwarts library. Quinn leaned back and stared at the map while tapping his foot away. He watched as the dot moved across floors and climbed down the stairs. Let's just do it, he said and got up from his barstool with recon packing itself into Quinn's pocket. He fixed his clothes while walking towards the door. He opened the door and froze in the spot. Quinn, Fleur, what are you doing here? The French villa standing just outside the door spoke in French. I've something I wanted to talk about. Oh, please do tell, what's the problem? I'll try my best to help, said Quinn continuing in French. Aren't you going to invite me inside? Yes, of course. Please come in, come in. The two entered the office with the miles lighting the moment Fleur entered. So tell me what seems to be the problem, asked Quinn as both sat down. Are you sure you're free? It seemed like you were going out, said Fleur. If you're busy, then we can do this when you're free. Quinn shook his head. It's okay. I'll take care of that later. It could wait. Good, as I need to get this problem solved as soon as possible, said Fleur. I'm not sure if I'd be able to solve it if I waited. Oh, what is it? I would like you to be my date at the Yule ball. Pardon. The words escaped Quinn's mouth before his mind could even process the words that were spoken. It's the tradition at Yule ball that champions and their partners open the ball. As such, it's compulsory for the champions to have partners. I'm aware of that, Fleur. But why me? It's only been a few days, and you've already got multitudes of invitations. You can choose from one of them. That can be said to you as well. You've rejected as many people as I have. Surely you jest, Fleur. I'm sure you rejected far more than I did, smiled Quinn. Let's not go that way, there will be no end if we start. If you say so, but the question remains, why me when you've so many choices to choose from? I could ask the same, why did you reject so many? Asked Fleur crossing her legs. I didn't want to go with someone I don't know. Then, it goes the same for me. Quinn smiled and shook his finger. Nah, one of Beauxbatons guys asked you out, but you rejected him the same. Fleur, if you don't tell me the real reason, I won't be able to help you. Fleur sighed and leaned back into her seat with her arms fully resting on the armrests. Fleur looked like she didn't want to share, but she had to if she wanted to help. You already know it, she said. Yes, but I want you to say it, he insisted. Allure, my allure, she sighed. None of the guys who invited me could resist it. Roger Davies, for a moment, I thought he wasn't affected, but it turned out he's just good at hiding it. I could tell from the fleeting glances that stayed a little too long, released a little more, and he was out. How do usually Vila find their partners? It sounds complicated. Allure is a part of us. If a Vila wants it, they can retract it completely. When Vilas find someone who we like, we completely retract our allure. I can't do that yet. I see, said Quinn, followed by a silence in the room. Fleur watched as Quinn stared at his desk. She couldn't tell the look in his eyes, but as time went by, she started to feel anxious, a feeling new to her in the current context. It's okay if you don't. I accept. The two people stared at each other, with Fleur watching Quinn with slightly wide eyes. You accept? Are you sure? Quinn felt the weight of recon in his pockets that were charmed to be weightless. The thoughts of a blonde flashed through his mind, but he put those aside. Fleur needed his help, and it was easy enough for him to provide. Yes, I'm sure, he said before putting on a smile. It'll be my honor to be your date for the Yule ball. It'll be a fun evening. I'm looking forward to it. C'est parfait, she beamed in exclamation. Indeed, it is. Fleur looked satisfied, but she had to ask one last thing. You do know how to dance, right? No, I'm great at dancing. The day keeps getting better. I live to impress, Fleur. Live and love to impress. It was decided Quinn West and Fleur Delacour were attending the Yule ball together. Scene break. Quinn and Fleur decided not to tell anyone about them going together as each other's date till it was absolutely necessary. The only one privy to the information was Maxim, as she had required Fleur to find a date as soon as possible, and if she couldn't find a date, Maxim would arrange one for her. A couple of days passed once again, and Quinn's rejection continued to increase, yet the number of girls inviting him to the ball didn't seem to slow down at all. He still got through 1 or 2 rejections a day. The girls seemed to have formed a mentality that there was no harm in trying, as if they get rejected, Quinn would refuse gently and utter politeness. The Great Hall was no longer safe for him, especially lunches where girls would usually ask him to meet them in private so that they could invite him to the ball. It had become for him to be seen in public as a lot of eyes were on him watching to find if he had found a date. His office was the only public place that he could be at peace as no girl dared to use his office to invite him out. Fleur Delacour, an outsider to Hogwarts, was an exception. And while he was free from Yule Ball invitations inside his office, the Yule Ball didn't leave him as the day the ball was introduced. Most of his requests were related to the ball. Guys after guys coming to the office for help regarding dates. While it wasn't compulsory to get a date for the ball, no guy wanted to go alone, all wanted a girl on their arm. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door as the door chime alerted Quinn that someone had entered his office. I hope it isn't another one of the Yule Ball requests, he sighed while walking out of his workshop. He saw a familiar client standing inside his office. She was looking towards the workshop door since before he had walked out. Ivy, what can I do for you? Asked Quinn, sitting down on his bar stool while asking the girl twin to make herself comfortable. Given that you're here alone and not together with your brother means that it isn't about the Triwizard Tournament. So, tell me what has you in trouble? I can be here for the Triwizard Tournament, you don't know that. She's testy today, he noticed. You could be, but that seems unlikely given your brother's attitude regarding this entire situation. He would be here if it's regarding the tournament. Ivy didn't speak immediately, moreover, she continued to stare at him. While Quinn would have preferred if she didn't wordlessly stare at him, he wasn't that bothered by it and stared back. When Ivy finally spoke, she dropped a bomb on him. I want you to be my date at the Yule Ball. Why would she ask me out during business hours, were his genuine first thoughts, but his words asked a question. Why? What do you mean why? I want to go with you, so I'm asking. Quinn silently stared at her, showing that he wasn't buying whatever she was selling, and the stubborn girl tried to remain strong against the stare but eventually faltered under the intense stone gaze. All other boys are either pigs or gits, she all but whispered. Ah, I see, he thought, having an inkling where this conversation was going. They are either too creepy. Honestly, why would I go with someone who I haven't talked to even once, and yet they act like we have known each other for ages, acting all chummy. Ugh, it sends jitters down my back. She looked uncomfortable even thinking about it. The others who actually act civil and invite me properly just want to go with Ivy Potter and not me, just Ivy. She looked a mix between livid and tired. Harry got attention as the boy who lived almost always, drawing the spotlight away from Ivy, who was okay with it as she found the attention tiresome. But this time, she was in as much spotlight as Harry, and it was getting on her nerves. Pick a friend and go with him, suggested Quinn, shrugging. I can't. I don't want to go to the ball with Ron, my brother's best friend. Neville has already found his date, and I don't think it's a good idea to go with other Gryffindor boys. Other than that, I don't know many boys outside of Gryffindor. I can suggest one charming fellow. I'm not going with Eddie Carmichael. Harry will blow his top if I do that. Not something I want to deal with right now. Well, can't say that I didn't try, shrugged Quinn. And why me, if I may ask? You're the perfect shield, said Ivy, seemingly happy with her statement. If you go with me, there won't be a single peep from absolutely anyone. Seeing how much she likes you, even Mom will be happy with my choice. Dad and Harry like you enough that they won't act stupid, especially Dad. After the incident, he has a splendid view of you. I'm flattered, said Quinn with a smile which dimmed as he continued, but unfortunately, I would have to respectfully decline. Ivy. Why? I already have a date. You have, she exclaimed a bit too loudly. It wasn't an exclamation of upset but of surprise. When? Asked Ivy. A couple of days. A couple of days. Now you're just repeating my words. Ivy was genuinely shocked as one of the prime topics among the girls across the school was about who the most eligible boys were going with to the Yule Ball, and Quinn was there right at the top hanging with the champions, and to hear that he already had a date when everyone was still wondering who he was taking was startling news. Who are you taking? She asked. Quinn stared at the redhead, and given their relationship, he didn't mind telling who he was taking to the ball, and Ivy knew better than to leak his secrets. So he replied, Fleur Delacour. You're taking the villa? Asked Ivy and studied Quinn, looking for something. I'm not under the influence of a lure if that's what you're wondering. Oh, so sorry about this, but I can't take you. It's okay. It seems I was a little too late. Yeah. Ivy leaned into her chair and sighed while looking at the ceiling. She wanted to get up and escape immediately but held back as that would make things awkward. Would you've accepted if I came earlier? She asked. At novel bin at. To be honest, I don't know. I might or might not have accepted it. It would have depended on that moment. What about if I asked you to be my date as part of a job? Ivy heard a laugh in response, followed by a happy-sounding Quinn saying, You're a smart girl, Ivy Potter. If you came to me leading with that, your chances would have definitely increased. His answer brought a bit of a smile to her face. Shortly after, Ivy got up to leave, with Quinn walking her out. As she exited, Ivy heard Quinn call out to her. Yes, she asked. Save me a dance. Sure, she answered. In a way, she had confirmed that she would be attending the ball. Scene break. Ivy stood in the corridor, looking at the mood overhead while leaning on a ledge, thinking about her meeting with Quinn. I got rejected. Even though her reason behind asking Quinn was so that she could escape the constant stream of boys bothering her. And I was looking forward to it, she sighed. Quinn had worked with her, Harry, and Hermione for 2 weeks to prepare Harry for the first task. Those 2 weeks were tough, not only for Harry but for her and Hermione as well. Quinn West was a taskmaster when he needed to be. They learned more than they had learned in a while, and that was saying something when you took Hermione Granger and Ivy Potter into context. But those same 2 weeks were fun as well. They had fun, and Quinn had managed to turn what would have been tense times into generally upbeat sessions. Ivy thought if she had gone with Quinn, her evening would have been the same fun. I knew Delacour was a possibility, but I was sure it would be. What are you doing? Ivy turned to see a furrowed brow on the generally expressionless resting face of the blonde girl, with who she was well familiar. Daphne. The girl who Ivy had been thinking had appeared in front of her. What are you doing here? Daphne. Both girls studied each other with observant eyes, scrutinizing. And for once, they didn't start bickering with each other from the first glance. Ivy wasn't in the mood to start anything with Daphne. The blonde saw that and thus retrieved the attack instinct they had around each other. Daphne watched as Ivy stood with her arms folded over the ledge, slightly leaning out as she gazed at the stars shining in the inky sky overhead. It was different for her to see Ivy like this, at least it had been a while. What happened to you? Asked Daphne. Ivy breathed in before releasing an audible sigh. I got rejected. Rejected? What do you mean? Rejected as in I got turned down for a date at the Yule ball. Daphne's face faltered at Ivy's words. She blinked in surprise as her mouth opened and closed a couple times before she finally could get something out. You got turned down, she said, and a taunt escaped her. Well, it's not surprising that someone turned you down. Not a lot of people can handle that brutish brash nature of yours. Daphne pursed her lips as soon as she said that it was habit. It had been a very long time since Ivy and she had a talk where they didn't go after each other's throats. And now, even after her taunt, Ivy didn't show as much as a twitch in return. It finally dawned on Daphne that Ivy really was affected by the rejection. I'm curious, who turned you down? Ivy glanced at Daphne, and it was supposed to be a momentary glance, but seeing the look in her made Ivy pause her sight on Daphne. Ivy didn't like to hide her emotions. As such, she never liked occlumency. The only reason she practiced it was because she knew its importance and wanted to beat Daphne at it. On the other hand, Daphne was a natural at it. She wasn't a natural occlumens, but the protective mind art came easier to Daphne than most. They had started learning the art together and even had taken many lessons together. Their mothers were close friends. Not once since then had Ivy ever beaten Daphne at a single occlumency activity/task/competition. But there was one thing in all those times that Ivy had learned about Daphne: eyes were the window to the soul, and Daphne's eyes tend to give her hidden emotions away. Ah, is that concern I see, she thought, noticing the flash in Daphne's eyes. It's been a while. After all, they weren't always like this. Ivy looked away from Daphne and once again gazed at the stars. It was Quinn West. The words made Daphne froze. Q Quinn, you asked Quinn? Yeah, said Ivy, noticing the crack. Why? I mean, why not? He is handsome, well-mannered, fun to hang around, what's not to like? And I like him enough for it to turn into a pretty great evening. I thought if I could get to attend the ball with someone like him, wouldn't that be the best? But he rejected you. At novel bin at. Yes, he did, she sighed. Quinn said he already had a date. What? Ivy turned toward Daphne, fully expecting the reaction. It was why she had told her that. Yeah, Quinn already had a date for a couple of days, it seems. I see, who is it? Ivy contemplated for a bit if she should tell her the answer. Fleur Delacour. Daphne stilled. It was like looking at a picture, the muggle kind. She was so still that for a moment, Ivy doubted if Daphne was breathing or not. She really likes him, thought the redhead. There was no expression on the blonde's face, but her eyes betrayed her chaotic emotions. Ivy turned her back to the ledge and continued to stare at Daphne. It might have been a minute after which Daphne once again spoke. Who? What do you mean? Who asked? Was it Quinn or that boy or Delacour? Ivy held back a smile threatening to break on her face. Hogwarts Ice Queen, that's what they had started to call her. But Ivy knew the truth. Ice Queen was far from accurate when it came to Daphne Greengrass. Sure, she was cold, but ice wasn't the correct representation for it. More like cooled of magma turning into rock. A layer of rock that hid the blazing magma inside, that's more like it. There was no doubt that Daphne Greengrass was calm, cool, cold, and collected. Brutally logical when needed, but that wasn't the complete her. The other side was only known to people who knew Daphne from her childhood days, people like Ivy Potter, Harry Potter, Tracy Davis, Draco Malfoy, and a few others outside her family. Those people knew and had seen the passionate emotions that run deep within the surface, coursing like molten magma, only emerging when the inherently steady Daphne was agitated, when her feelings swung to extremes. That was when the other side showed. I don't know, said Ivy. He told me that he was going to attend with Fleur Delacour. He didn't mention who asked who out. Daphne's dainty hands clutched into fists as her eyes narrowed. If she knew this was going to happen, she would have gone asked Quinn out the second the ball was announced. Of course she didn't. Daphne thought that she knew Quinn quite well. The fifth-year boy had many casual friends and even more acquaintance, but what he didn't have many were close friends and intimate friends. If one were to ask to name Quinn West's intimate friends, then 99 out of 100 people would take 3 names: Eddie Carmichael, Marcus Belby, and Luna Lovegood. These were 3 people with whom Quinn held a commitment to the development of each other's characters, the mutual responsibility of utmost faith and trust, and a connection that ran soul deep in the non-magical sense. They were his closest confidants and whom he had bonded with over his and their vulnerabilities to reach the highest level of friendship. As much as Daphne wanted to be at that level, she wasn't there yet. But she was sure that she was Quinn's close friend. Not only had they both invested in each other personally, but also emotionally. Because of the level of investment, close friends have shared more information. They are aware and familiar with each other's family members and private life. Also, they both know and help each other accomplish their life goals, hence emphasizing emotional investment. And Daphne was confident that she was the closest close friend Quinn had. More importantly, she was one of the few girls in that category. Luna Lovegood wasn't a threat as close as the girl was to Quinn and vice versa, they were more of a brother-sister duo. And she is going with Marcus Belby, she thought. Then there was her own best friend, Tracy Davies. Sometimes, Daphne felt envious, jealous of Tracy. She and Quinn had clicked the moment they had met. The two constantly joked around every time they met and seemed to have the time of their lives. They went even as far as matching their sentences with each other. The only thing that relieved Daphne was that she had asked Tracy if she liked Quinn and Tracy refused. Her own sister was annoyingly close to Quinn. Whenever Quinn was in the vicinity, Astoria would run over towards him and glump him as if he was a treat. It annoyed Daphne to the limit, but Astoria continued to do it, and Quinn allowed it. This year, Quinn had been so busy that he hadn't talked to her for a month and only met her because he needed to treat Astoria, which she was grateful for. Don't judge. Finally, there was the new girl Fleur Delacour. How much she hated the French hussy. She just swept in like it was nothing, all giggly with Quinn, who seemed to be lapping it up. It took her such a long time for Quinn to use her first name. But she, Fleur, with her please call me Fleur made him say it in months. But Daphne was sure that if Quinn was going to ask a girl out, then it would be her. Especially after Quinn had asked for her help to communicate with the Quidditch team every day. She would arrive at the aid office to give her daily report, and after that, both would walk to the Great Hall for dinner, talking about everything and anything. They were having fun these days. So when the ball was introduced, she patiently waited. She was raised to think that the boy was supposed to ask the girl out and not the other way around. Her confidence increased with every girl Quinn rejected. But here she was hearing from Ivy Potter of all people that Quinn already had a date with Fleur Delacour. If she knew this would happen, she would have trashed what she had been taught and asked Quinn instead of waiting for it to happen the other way round. Ivy continued to watch Daphne. She could only imagine what was going in her head. Well, she had seen it too many times. You're not going to do something stupid, are you? Daphne's eyes snapped towards Ivy. What do you mean by that? Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. No, I don't. Why don't you explain it to me so I can understand? Oh okay, you know how you used to do those stupid things when we were little, scoffed Ivy. I don't know what you're talking about, denied Daphne. Yeah, you keep saying that, but that isn't going to make things any less true. Daphne simply shrugged in response, deciding to end this conversation. She calmed down. That was fast, thought Ivy, and it was a sign that the conversation was over. Ivy pushed herself away from the ledge, ready to leave. As she walked past Daphne, Ivy stopped. Daphne glanced to her side at Ivy, waiting for her to say something, but the redhead gave her a fleeting glance before walking away while humming a tune. She's annoying, thought Daphne and started her way towards the Slytherin common room. She had to talk to Tracy about this. Tracy would know what to do with this. As Daphne reached the corridor just beyond the common room entrance, she heard, Daphne. The girl turned, and her eyes flashed with recognition. Scene break. On the whole, Harry had to admit that even with the slightly intimidating prospect of opening the ball before him, life had definitely improved since he had got through the first task. He wasn't attracting nearly as much unpleasantness in the corridors anymore, which he suspected had a lot to do with his performance. The people who wore Support the Champions lapel badges finally had smiles on their faces when they looked at him. If he had to complain, it would be about Rita Skeeter's articles and Draco Malfoy's whispers subtly supporting them in the Hogwarts rumor mill. Malfoy might not show his displeasure outwards in public, but that didn't stop him from continuing in the back, where it wasn't visible to Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. The last week had become increasingly boisterous as it progressed. Rumors about the Yule Ball were flying everywhere, though Harry didn't believe half of them. For instance, that Dumbledore had bought 800 barrels of mulled mead from Madame Rosmerta. However, it seemed to be a fact that he had booked the Weird Sisters, something everyone who had grown up listening to the WWN, Wizarding Wireless Network, felt wildly excited about having the famous musical group at the ball. Some of the teachers, like little Professor Flitwick, gave up trying to teach them much when their minds were so clearly elsewhere. He allowed them to play games in his lesson on Wednesday and spent most of it talking to Harry about the perfect carpe retractum charm Harry had used during the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Other teachers were not so generous. Nothing would ever deflect Professor Binns, for example, from plowing on through his notes on goblin rebellions, as Binns hadn't let his own death stand in the way of continuing to teach. They supposed a small thing like Christmas wasn't going to put him off. It was amazing how he could make even bloody and vicious goblin riots sound as dull as Percy's Cauldron Bottom report. Professors McGonagall and Moody kept them working until the very last second of their classes too. McGonagall would let her hair down on and before the Quidditch game day, and Snape, of course, would no sooner let them play games in class than adopt Harry. Staring nastily around at them all, he informed them that he would be testing them on poison antidotes during the last lesson of the term. Evil, he is, Ron said bitterly in the Gryffindor common room, springing a test on us on the last day. Ruining the last bit of term with a whole load of studying. You're not exactly straining yourself, though, are you? Said Hermione, looking at him over the top of her potions notes. Ron was busy building a card castle out of his exploding snap pack, a much more exciting pastime than with non-magical cards because of the chance that the whole thing would blow up at any second. It's almost Christmas, Hermione, said Ivy lazily. He was rereading Historical Witches Throughout the Ages for the 10th time in an armchair near the fire. No, it's not, there's still 10 days remaining. That's almost Christmas, Hermione. Hermione sighed before looking at Harry severely. I'd have thought you'd be doing something constructive, Harry, even if you don't want to learn your antidotes. Like what? Asked the 4th champion. The egg. Come on, Hermione, he's got till February the 24th, said Ron, setting the cards. But it might take weeks to work it out. You're going to look a real idiot if everyone else knows what the next task is and you don't. Leave him alone, he's earned a bit of a break. And the arguing between the two opposites begun. Harry, who was doing nothing, stared at them. Well, he stared at Hermione for the most part. He had been part of such arguments with Hermione an n number of times. In the past, he always thought of them to be oh so annoying, having to answer about any fun he had. Ah, the fun, huh, thought Harry, those things aren't that fun now, are they? The day his name came out of the Goblet of Fire, all those little fun things were thrown out of his mind and life. He didn't have time for goofing around. And with that went away his and Hermione's bickering. Then he saw it. The constant taunts and jibes weren't out of spite but out of concern. That concern showed in earnest when he was struggling with a sudden crisis. Suddenly, her voice gentle, not irritating, her words soothing, not cutting, her gaze worried, not mocking. It was a brand new Hermione, a Hermione he liked. Hermione, he said. Harry Potter wasn't one to be shy. The girl got in a jibe before looking at Harry. Yes, what is it? Will you go to the ball with me? The group went silent, and the common room became attentive. Everyone watched in a complete hush as Harry gazed at Hermione, who stared back at him with a stunned and surprised face. Ivy, who had been laying down in an armchair, her feet dangling off the sides, instantly sat up while Ron's hand holding cards stilled midair as he stared at his two friends. Are you serious? This isn't a prank, asked the smartest witch of her age. Yes, I'm not serious, and this isn't a prank, answered the boy who lived. Why me? You know me, said Harry, and I like to think I know you too. I would like to take you, who I know, with me to the ball. That's it. That's it. Is that not enough? And no, it's enough. So are you. Yes. The room was about to erupt, but Harry spoke up, delaying it a bit. I would like you to be a bit more articulate, he smiled, leaning forward. Don't push it, Potter. I'm a Potter too, thought a redhead, but she stayed quiet. Please, I insist, asked Harry, using one word he had picked up from an old man who loved socks. The brunette with wavy hair pushed one side behind her ear. Okay, if you want it that much. I accept your offer, I'll go with you to the ball. It's a date. It's a date. Now the crowd erupted cheers and hoots, the complete package. Everyone surrounded the champion and his date festivity ensured. Ronald Weasley looked to his side, he still didn't have a date. So, Ivy, should we go together? The reply came quick. No, thank you, Ron. I'll be fine. Oh, come on. Are you still mad? Are you going to complain to him? Will you try to Sitting in her chair, Daphne Greengrass sighed. She glanced to her side, and sitting in another chair, swinging her feet, was Astoria Greengrass staring at her with curious eyes. I'm not going to do anything of any sort. We're here for your treatment. There isn't any place to bring that up, and I'm sure Quinn would appreciate us talking about those things in his office. He's very particular about it. But, you want to, right? If you had the option, you'd ask him. Daphne didn't grace that question with an answer. What was she supposed to say? That Quinn should ditch the French hussy and take her to the ball? That wasn't going to happen. Knowing Quinn, he wasn't going to back out of his commitment and... I don't have that option anymore, she thought. Astoria continued to gaze at her sister. The still secret news of Quinn going to the Yule ball came as a surprise to her. Astoria, much like her sister, thought that Quinn would ask Daphne out to the ball. She was the best option after all. Can't say I didn't enjoy seeing her fret for hours to Tracy. As much as Astoria loved her sister, the one thing she didn't like was Daphne's habit of keeping emotions away from her face. She is so pretty, it's an absolute pity for it to be set in stone. Daphne had been good at occlumency from the very start, getting praise from everyone. Daphne's occlumency teacher had wildly applauded her when she was able to keep emotions off her face so well. Maybe it was because of the constant praises that Daphne kept few feelings on her face to this day. So Astoria felt joyous whenever someone could rile Daphne enough for her to break her occlumency. That was the reason why she would always bother Daphne in one way or another, anything from making her sigh to smile. Then came Quinn, reminisced Astoria. Suddenly she became more expressive. Now she talks more, smiles more, she even laughs. It had started with Daphne only changing around Quinn, but little by little, Astoria smiled brightly. She is returning to the Daphne of before. Why are you smiling so much? No reason, said Astoria, grinning even more. Oh, smiling, are we? Let me on the joke. The sisters turned their heads to see Quinn exit through the red door in the glass wall. So, Astoria, ready for this month's dose of oh-so-spooky dark magic? The younger Greengrass bowed her head. Why yes, Dark Lord W. West. Good, good, I can feel the fear. I like it, said Quinn in a low, deep, and spooky voice. The smiling expression on his face, though, didn't match his tone. At novel bin at. The two looked at each other and broke out laughing. No matter how many times Quinn treated Astoria, it was a little tension-raising for the girl to have blood magic run through her body. Maybe it would get better with more time, but that time wasn't now. So to ease her worries, Quinn would always make the ambience as carefree as possible for Astoria to feel safe. Before we get started, let's go over the usual, shall we? Asked Quinn, pulling his trusty barstool beside Astoria. Certainly. Okay, how are you feeling right now? Fit as a unicorn. Excellent, unicorns don't get sick. How about any anomalies during the month? Nothing I can remember of. Ah wait, I have one. Daphne looked alarmed at Astoria's sudden revelation. Oh, please tell, asked Quinn. Throughout the month, I felt a little too happy. Quinn chuckled in response, but Daphne wasn't amused. Astoria? This is serious? You can't joke. Oh, it's fine. The healer isn't angry, you shouldn't be as well. Daphne looked towards Quinn, who shrugged with a smile. He honestly didn't have a problem with it. Okay, Astoria, jokes aside, any problems throughout the month? Asked Quinn. No, I don't recall having any problems. That's great. After taking Astoria's account of her own health, Quinn started to check on Astoria's health. One of the principles of diagnostics that Poppy had taught him was that patients aren't an accurate source of patient condition, as several of them lied or weren't cognizant of their own state. It was a healer's role to find and search for a more complete diagnostic of their patient. All right, everything indeed looks good. I can't sense anything odd except, well, you know, the blood curse. That's good, I guess. Yeah, now let's not waste any more time and get you good for another month. The same routine of blood magic was repeated, in which Quinn used his own magic to repress the blood malediction in Astoria's body. The results were, as usual, the amount of blood magic that he could use would keep the curse down for a month. Okay, it's done. You'll be good for another month. How do you feel? Astoria exhaled deeply as Quinn's hands left her. She looked at her hands and clenched them. Just like after every treatment, she felt a boost of energy, as if she could go on forever. Yeah, I can feel it, she said. It's done. It's like every time. Excellent. Now, how are you doing, Astoria? What's going in your life? Asked Quinn as he got up with the barstool in hand behind his desk. Astoria tapped her chin with her finger in wonderment. The gears in the brain of the extrovert Greengrass turned as a naughty glitter flashed in her eyes. I'm a little sad, I guess. Sad? Why? Asked Quinn, furrowing his brows. Any problem I can solve. Tell me, I'll have it clear in a jiffy. No, it's nothing like that. Her puppy dog eye were fatal. I'm just sad that no one invited me to the Yule ball. Now I'll have to go back home at Christmas. Daphne twitched, and her eyes widened as she realized what her dear sister was trying to do. She's trying to bring the topic up. Quinn, who was expecting an everyday problem, also froze for a split second. His eyes subconsciously moved towards Daphne, and to both of their surprise, both of their eyes met. Both immediately averted their eyes away. Oh, that's unfortunate. Astoria was delighted that just a single sentence from her was splendidly doing its job. Yes, it is. Wait. Quinn, you should take me, please. Quinn kept his eyes on Astoria, trying his best not to look at the other sister whose gaze he could feel on him. And he, as did that, he noticed the subtle odd expression on Astoria's face, an expression he was well familiar with. Wait a minute, the realization dawned on him. She knows? Astoria knows that would mean. He finally ended up looking to the side and saw Daphne staring at him. Daphne knew about it. She at least knew that he had a date. He hoped that of all people, she would be the last one to know. But now that he thought that the cat was out of the bag, he decided to come clean and finally start disclosing from his end. Sorry, Astoria, but I already have a date for the ball. You do? Astoria looked between Quinn and Daphne, subtly implying a question if they were going together. Yes, I have a date, said Quinn, ignoring the subtlety that was hitting him soundly in the face. Who is it? Fleur Delacour. The French champion? You're taking the Vila to the ball. I surely thought you'd be taking Daphne. Don't you think so too, Daphne? Don't talk nonsense, Astoria, said Daphne, half glaring at her sister. Astoria just stuck her tongue out in cute defiance. Daphne couldn't do anything but sigh. However, now that the matter was blown up and out in the open, she turned to stare at Quinn. No words were exchanged, but both knew what the gaze meant. She asked. I accepted, said Quinn. Delacour asked. Like Ivy Potter asked, inquired Daphne. You know about that, huh? Tell me one thing, when did you hear this from Ivy? The day she got rejected, answered Daphne. At the same time, she notices how Quinn addressed Ivy. She sneaked in without me knowing. That was quick. Quinn wasn't bothered by it. Any information he was willing to give out was information he was okay being spread. What about you, Daphne? Will you be attending the ball or going back home with Astoria? I'll be attending. Oh, who's the lucky guy? Asked Quinn, leaning forward. Daphne opened her mouth to answer the question but then paused. She gazed at Quinn and changed her answer. It's a secret. Quinn's eyes widened a fraction at the answer. A secret. He looked at Astoria, who seemed as clueless as him. No need to look at her. She doesn't know. No one knows. Okay, then tell me this. Is it someone I know? Daphne sat on the question for a moment before nodding. Yes, you do know of him. Do I know him? Questioned Astoria. No, you don't. Now that's interesting, said Quinn, holding his chin. Someone I know, but Astoria doesn't. It must be someone older than Astoria. That's too many people. I won't lie by saying that I'm not curious, but I'll wait, said Quinn, leaning back. Also, Daphne. Yes. May I have a dance at the ball? Astoria turned to her sister, staring at Quinn, and thought, what's she waiting for? Yes, you may. Quinn nodded and returned a smile to Daphne's tiny smile that graced her lips. I also want to dance, exclaimed Astoria interjecting. Grow up first, was the sisters' prompt response. The Greengrass sisters left the aide office after chatting a bit with Quinn, who had to end their chat as he had previous commitments, and Daphne too had to meet with the teams who had a game the coming day. You should have asked him, commented Astoria. It isn't proper for a girl to ask a boy. It's the other way around. Fleur Delacour, Ivy, and a dozen other girls did it. One of them got through. If Quinn wanted to go with me, he would have asked. I can't deny that. But I'm just saying the Vila clearly wanted something, and she took it. Astoria. I bet if you had asked, he would have said yes. Daphne had no answer to that. She knew what Astoria meant by the Vila clearly wanted something, and she took it. Their father had always said, if you want something, then the world won't hand it over to you. No, the world will try its level best to keep you away from it. So if you ever have a genuine desire for anything at all, it is your vocation to go and get it, because if you don't, someone else will. As the Greengrass heir, she never truly had to work hard to obtain something. As such, she never connected with her father's words. This was the first time she could understand what he meant. Unfortunately, the understanding came a bit too late. Scene break. Is this really fine? Asked Eddie in a nervous tone not usual on the confident, outspoken, and loud boy. Quinn looked at himself in the mirror, turning to look at his sides and back. Yes, it's fine. The question is if you're comfortable. I guess. This isn't something I'm used to, said Eddie. Raise your hands wide, lad. Eddie immediately raised his hands as he felt measuring tapes wrap around him as a pot-bellied middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth walked around him. You two have good frames on you two lads. Broad shoulders, thin waists, long legs, shorter torso, a bit difficult to stitch, but nothing I can't manage. Quinn checked himself in the mirror while adjusting the fitting jacket full of stitches and threads. I'm looking forward to having the complete suit, Mr. Taylor. This will be my first bespoke three-piece suit. As much as I adore my two-piece suit collection, three-piece suits are a class apart. Plus, I get to show off one of my pocket watch chain going through the vest. Your grandfather loves his three-piece suits, Little West. He has them stitched 4 times a year. I know an addict when I see one. Quinn laughed, relating to Mr. Taylor's description of his grandfather. Mr. Taylor was the tailor George, Quinn, and Elliot used for their suits. Leah had her own personal tailor. The thing about Mr. Taylor was that he had no filter whatsoever. Anything that popped in his mind came out of his mouth. This quality of his, along with the fact that stitched killer suits, was the reason that George West hadn't used another tailor in 30 years. He loved the fact that Mr. Taylor didn't act reserved in front of him like so many others did. Then get ready to get another addict as your client, Mr. Taylor, because I'll be coming to you for all my suit, shirt, and pant needs also. Do you do belts? I'm okay with that. More money to me. I sell belts, ties, suspenders, anything you formal you want, you'll get it, said Taylor as his eyes studied his charms working on Eddie's fitting jacket. How does it feel, lad? Any tightness while moving? Eddie twisted his upper body to get a good feel of the jacket. It isn't as flexible as my Quidditch uniform, but it's comfortable, no doubt. Don't worry, when I'm done with it, you would be able to wrestle in it. With the Yule ball coming around, every boy and girl attending the ball was getting their formal party wear prepared. Quinn and his friends were no different. They all were attending the ball and needed formal wear for the occasion. Being very particular about her dress, Luna had pulled Marcus along with her to coordinate their clothes so they would match. Poor Marcus had been stressed as his standard black and white dress robes weren't going to match Luna's eccentric ideas, so he asked Quinn to change the color of his clothes to match Luna's preferences. Quinn offered to have new dress robes stitched for Marcus to match Luna, but Marcus wanted to wear what he got from home, so Quinn agreed to cast the most potent color change charm he could cast. Eddie accepted Quinn's offer, so both boys had new formal wear stitched for them. Quinn didn't want to wear dress robes. He found them tedious. He decided to go with a classy three-piece suit. It didn't matter if it was the magical or non-magical world, suits were in style everywhere. Eddie went along with whatever Quinn was wearing, so it was decided that both would wear three-piece suits, bow tie for Eddie and necktie for Quinn. Are you sure she will like this? Asked Eddie, sounding a bit worried. Eddie, while clothes are powerful weapons, but to wield their true power to look your best, you need to feel your best, you've to believe that you look good. But I don't if I will look good in this. Bah, everyone looks good with my babies on. Take a bath and cut your hair and you'll be no less than a dashing prince, shouted Mr. Taylor while writing down adjustments and measurements. I still don't get it, you know? How in the world did you get Tracy to agree to go with you to the ball? Asked Quinn. He was shocked when he was looking for Tracy for the progress of ticket mailing and pulled out Recon to locate her. To his surprise, he saw her with Eddie in a classroom. His curiosity piqued. At first, he thought they were planning a prank against him and decided to spy on them to be ready for their action. But to his surprise, they were practicing dancing in the classroom. It all started when Tracy wanted to know why you didn't ask Daphne to the ball. Thanks for telling me. By the way, it felt real good knowing about your date from someone else. No hard feelings, man. It was a mutual decision. Yet you had no problem telling Ivy Potter. What did you expected me to do? I had just rejected a girl I know personally. I had to give her something. Yeah, whatever. So we got talking, and Marcus' advice popped in my head, so I asked her. And she accepted. She did, grinned Eddie. It's like he's floating on clouds, smiled Quinn in thought. So, you like her? Yeah, she's nice and smart and pretty, said Eddie. Oh ho, look at him all shy. Eddie Carmichael was a guy who didn't get bashful easily. He charged out towards every situation with a face thick as an elephant's skin. Seeing him grinning like a buffoon and getting lost in thought was a unique look on him. You're smitten? I am not. You so are. But you better not hurt Tracy, she's a dear friend. And I'm your best friend. Yes, and that's why Tracy will know exactly who to come, so she could spite you. Given that she doesn't do it herself. What if I'm the one who gets hurt? Then, I'll stand behind you and spite her. It goes both ways, gender equality holds strong. Good, that's good. I'll take that. Mr. Taylor puffed out a smoke ring and blurted, if you ladies are done with your chat, it's time for me to take your pant measurements. Of course, Mr. Taylor, said Quinn, removing his fitting jacket. Eddie leaned towards Quinn and whispered, he's not going to poke down there, is he? Quinn turned to Eddie and laughed out loud. That doesn't give me the answer, Quinn. Quinn. The Hogwarts staff, demonstrating a continued desire to impress the visitors from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, seemed determined to show the castle at its best this Christmas. When the decorations went up, Quinn noticed that they were the most stunning he had yet seen inside the school. Everlasting icicles had been attached to the banisters of the marble staircase, the usual 12 Christmas trees in the Great Hall were bedecked with everything from luminous holly berries to real, hooting, golden owls, and the suits of armor had all been bewitched to sing carols whenever anyone passed them. It was quite something to hear "O Come, All Ye Faithful" sung by an empty helmet that only knew half the words. Several times, Filch the caretaker had to extract Peeves from inside the armor, where he had taken to hiding, filling in the gaps in the songs with lyrics of his own invention, all of which were very rude. Soon, the term ended, and with it ended his busy schedule managing the Quidditch tournament. He was free till the school term started again. As such, he was looking forward to spending his time leading up to Christmas enjoying himself as thoroughly as possible, along with everyone else. Ravenclaw Tower was hardly less crowded now than during term time. It seemed to have shrunk slightly too, as its inhabitants were so much rowdier than usual. Snow was falling thickly upon the castle and its grounds now. The pale blue Beauxbatons carriage looked like a giant, chilly, frosted pumpkin next to the iced gingerbread house that was Hagrid's cabin, while the Durmstrang ship's portholes were glazed with ice, the rigging white with frost. The house elves down in the kitchen were outdoing themselves with a series of rich, warming stews and savory puddings, and only Fleur seemed to be able to find anything to complain about. It's too heavy, all this Hogwarts food, said the girl while sitting along with Quinn's group, her voice reaching everywhere in the Great Hall. I will not fit into my dress robes. You're a Vila, Fleur. You're not going to gain weight so easily, your body won't allow it. Eddie agreed with Quinn. Yeah, that's why it's hard for Vilas to play positions other than seekers and goalies. They can't gain weight easily, that includes muscle mass, as such they usually play beaters and chasers. When everyone looked at Eddie, he shrugged. I read it in a book I picked up for light reading. Sometimes people forgot that Eddie was a Ravenclaw. He was a certified nerd despite jock status. Fleur's little complaint wasn't registered as well as it did in Quinn group. For example, by the Gryffindor table, Hermione snapped. Oh, there's a tragedy. She really thinks a lot of herself, that one, doesn't she? Ivy and other girls like Parvati Patil and Lavender Brow nodded feverishly. None like the audacity of Avila complaining about gaining weight. It was as if a fish deep under the ocean to an aquarium fish complaining about having less space to swim. Oi, Potter, said Draco, behind them. You're not telling me the rumors are true? You asked that to the ball? Not the long-mollered Mudblood. Harry and Ron looked at Draco, instinctively turning their attention away from the food towards, but Hermione beat them to it and waved to somebody over Malfoy's shoulder. Hello, Professor Moody. Malfoy went pale and jumped backward, looking wildly around for Moody, but he was still up at the staff table, finishing his stew. Twitchy little ferret, aren't you, Malfoy, said Hermione scathingly before inaudibly sighing as her hands went to her teeth. She gazed at Harry, who had joined Ron in laughing at the embarrassed Draco at the Slytherin and then at the Ravenclaw table. Scene break. You want me to shrink your teeth? Quinn sat across Hermione Granger, repeating her request back to her for confirmation. Yes, I would like you to shrink them. Are you sure? Yes. All right, let's do it. Hermione stilled for a second. She was expecting a little more something. Anything. Just like that? No questions pertaining to why. Quinn shrugged his shoulders and lightly shook his head. Not really, nothing. Ms. Granger, unlike your previous interactions with me, this request of me shrinking your teeth will have no possible negative consequences for me. Null, nil, nada, zilch. I have your consent, and that's all I need to get started. If you're talking about the reason behind this particular request, I won't ask if you don't want to tell. Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Should we get started then? Yes, please. Quinn got up from his bar stool and walked to the client's side, sitting on the chair beside Hermione. Please show me your teeth and don't lock your jaw together. Keep them a little apart. Yes, excellent. At novel bin at. Quinn retrieved his fake wand to shrink the two front buck teeth down using a healing grade transmutation-based spell. Teeth are one of the parts in a body that can easily be transmuted. Enamel is an inorganic material. Beneath it are dentin and pulp, which might be organic materials, but are the type that can be easily transmuted. The very few areas of living tissue in the body which can be transmuted without immense risks involved. Hermione Granger, of course, had a lot to speak about the topic but couldn't as her teeth were being operated on. The witch started to talk the second Quinn was done and removed his hand from Hermione's chin. With all the living matter inside a human body, it gets increasingly difficult to permanently change, especially with nerves running through everything. Precisely, nodded Quinn. He conjured a hand mirror for Hermione to see the end result. The girl studied her modified dentures and nodded with satisfaction with their new size. Mum and Dad won't be too pleased. I've been trying to persuade them to let me shrink my teeth for ages, but they wanted me to carry on with my braces. You know, they're dentists. They just don't think teeth and magic should go together. It's natural for them to think like that, said Quinn, going back to the barstool behind his desk. They're in the profession as orthodontists. They had to study for years to start practicing their craft. Waving a wand to fix everything with magic, something they don't understand, might not sound convincing to them. For example, I have learned to play the violin and piano for years. Playing them with magic doesn't sound good to me. Sitting down, he asked Hermione, anything else you wanted to get done today? No, that's it for today. So I heard you're going with Fleur Delacour. That I'm, replied Quinn, taking out a billing pad. Ah, do you want a receipt? How much are you charging? Just spare me some silver sickles. This wasn't hard. You could have gone to Madame Pomfrey, and she would have done it for you free of charge. Then you don't have to give me a bill. Hermione pulled her book bag up from the floor and started to look for her coin purse. As she did that, Quinn continued with conversation. It seems we both will be going as champions date. Ah yes, said Hermione, pulling out a pouch with a jingle of coins inside. Any idea who is going with Crumb and Cedric? Cho Chang is going with Cedric. They're dating. I'm not sure about Crumb. There is no news about him. Is that so? So, you rejected Ivy. Hermione slid the silver sickles across the table. Quinn glanced up from the table, looking at the girl before he pulled the coins towards him. I did. Are you angry about that? Not really. I expected Ivy to get rejected. But I thought it would be Daphne Greengrass. Yeah, that's the official party line. You're going to dance with Ivy, though. Only if it doesn't make things awkward with her date. I don't want to ruin her evening. I also want to dance with you, so, save me a dance. Speaking of that, who's she going with? No one yet. No one, said Quinn, raising his brow. You rejected her, said Hermione and shrugged. She couldn't recover. Ha ha ha, you're joking, right? Right. Scene break. Christmas Day had finally arrived. Quinn woke up to white covering the entire castle and grounds. It was a beautiful sight, a sight to behold. A white Christmas, smiled Quinn, looking out of his window. He started his day with his usual morning workout. Eddie had paused his morning workouts to work with his teammates who had a different routine. As such, his mornings were spent exercising in silence. After a breaking sweat in the wintry, snowy cold, Quinn returned to the common room. The second he opened the door, he was greeted by an unusual scene. The usual thin crowd of early birds who had bathed and come down to the common room was replaced by the entire Ravenclaw crowd dressed in their sleepwear, ripping through gift wraps off their Christmas presents and exchanging gifts with each other. Everyone woke up early today. He weaved his way through the crowd of jolly festivity up the stairs to his dorm room. Merry Christmas, lads. How are you jolly doing today? His two roommates, talking with each other, looked up and greeted him with broad grins. Merry Christmas. Eddie picked up a wrapped-up cube box and threw it towards Quinn, who had to catch it with both hands because of its size. What's this? Smiled Quinn. He tapped his fingers against the box, and all strips of tapes came off. The light and casual use of wandless magic had already become commonplace in Quinn's dorm room. He had started to show very light wandless capabilities following his meeting with Dumbledore after the rescue of Harry Potter from Novellus Oxyonites abductors. Quinn wanted to make sure that the people close to him knew that he could use rudimentary levels of magic without a wand, bringing them to the same level as Dumbledore. Quinn opened Eddie's gift box, and inside it was a sturdy wooden mug tankard. Whenever we go to Hogsmeade, you always have Madame Rosemary fill a conjured mug. So here you go, use that next time. Thank you, Eddie, this is great. Next was Marcus, who, unlike Eddie, didn't throw his gift at Quinn and properly handed him a smaller box. It isn't much, but I hope you'll like it. Quinn unwrapped the gift wrap, and immediately shiny metal peeked out. He looked at Marcus, who urged him to continue. Quinn complied and fully unwrapped the paper. Is that, said Quinn. In his hands rested a stainless steel cuboidal case with beautiful engraving inlaid into it. On the broader faces of the case was engraved a monogram of QW, the same monogram that Quinn printed on his personal contact cards. Rub your finger along the side face of the case, said Marcus. Quinn gently swiped his finger across the side face, and like a camera's shutter opening up, the broad face opened, revealing a deck of cards inside. The back design was minimalistic, with only a black background and a thin golden border. It was a card deck holder. You can swap the deck inside to one of your choice. Quinn hummed as he started to play with the case and the deck inside, pulling the cards out, putting them back inside, switching things up. Soon the case and the deck had become part of one whole inside his hands. Oh yeah, this just screams class. He was satisfied with both his gifts. Now it's my time to give you both your gifts. Unlike you guys, I haven't made unique gifts for you. Quinn took out his fake wand and summoned the gifts to him. His study table drawer opened, and 2 objects flew towards him, which he caught before presenting them to his best friends. Marcus was the first one to recognize the gift. Aren't these your expandable pocket? Yup, I made one each for both of you. No need to stuff your pant pockets to the point they bulge. Keep all of your odd stuff inside them, plus you will not feel their weight as I've charmed them to be weightless so you can go nuts with the stuff you want to put inside as long as you know how to pull them out. I would suggest summoning charm for easy retrieval if the pockets get overcrowded. They don't have limits, asked Eddie. Of course, they do. Infinite space inside a pocket isn't possible. There'll always be a limit to space expansion. This also has a limit, explore it at your own discretion. Nice, I'll fit my broom in there. Quinn wasn't done yet. He had another gift for them, a somewhat serious gift. 2 small packages flew through the hair towards him, and with heavy hands, he handed them to Eddie and Marcus. Is this a lighter? Asked Marcus. He held a silver Zippo lighter with a complicated yet subtle design etched into the silver surface. Those designs weren't for show, but for magical purposes, as everything etched on the cover was a rune. Eddie flicked the Zippo lighter and spun the wheel to light it up. Oh yeah, this is cool. He closed it with a click before flicking it open again. This is very cool. Quinn smiled at their positive reaction. I'm glad you liked it, but I didn't give this to you because it's cool. The lighter has another use. Oh, what is it? Asked Marcus. Quinn took Marcus's lighter and flicked it open. He pointed at a nondescript witch below the lighter wheel. Now, I hope you never get to use this, he started, but if you guys ever get attacked or get trapped in a situation that you need some extra push of sorts, flip this switch, close the lid and throw it towards the target. Marcus gulped before asking nervously, what does it do? It would be better if you don't know. You won't use it if you know. Does it explode? Asked Eddie. No, nothing like that. It won't explode. But make sure you're at least 20 feet away from the place you're throwing it. Seriously, what does it do? Scene break. Quinn, Eddie, and Marcus met up with Luna in the common room, and they went down to breakfast together. Quinn gave the same gifts to Luna while getting a painting in return. They spent most of the morning in Ravenclaw Tower, where everyone enjoyed their presence, then returned to the Great Hall for a magnificent lunch, including at least 100 turkeys and Christmas puddings and enormous piles of Cribbage's wizarding crackers. They went out onto the grounds in the afternoon. The snow was untouched except for the deep channels made by the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students on their way up to the castle. Luna chose to watch the 3-way snowball fight rather than join in, and at 5 o'clock, said she was going back upstairs to get ready for the ball. What, you need 3 hours, said Quinn, looking at her incredulously and paying for his lapse in concentration when a large snowball, thrown by Quinn, hit him hard on the side of the head. Oof. Haha, got you. There was no Christmas tea today, as the ball included a feast, so at 7 o'clock, when it had become hard to aim correctly, the trio abandoned their snowball fight and trooped back to the common room. Quinn, Eddie, and Marcus changed into their formal wear-up in their dormitory, Eddie and Marcus looking very self-conscious. On the other hand, Quinn looked like he was in his element, feeling out his suit and threading a pocket watch chain through his vest with a smile on his face. Are you boys ready? Asked Quinn looking at his best friends. Quinn himself wore a light gray 3-piece suit with a faint blue shirt and a royal blue tie around his neck. Eddie's suit was of a deep and dark royal blue color with checks over a black shirt and bow tie. Unlike Quinn, Eddie had a folded handkerchief sticking out from his breast pocket. Marcus seemed happy with his clothes. He had gotten lucky with the color scheme required to match Luna with a bright yellow robe and pants over a black shirt and white bow tie. He had pulled his hair slick back and set them rudder fish's gel, giving him a clean put-together look. You chaps clean up well, smiled Quinn. Come on, before we go down, let's take a photo. He set out a prototype camera under development half as small as any current model in the magical world with full intentions to reduce the size to the non-magical world's DSLR cameras. The 3 boys lined up with Marcus in the middle and the suit boys standing at his sides, facing the camera fixed upon a tripod stand. 3, 2, 1 smile with glee. With the MLE flash built into the camera prototype shining light on them, a memory was captured forever, an image that all boys would cherish for years to come. Now, let's go meet the ladies. The Ravenclaw common room looked strange, full of people wearing different colors instead of the usual mass of black. School robes could only be customized so much. As such, party robes and dresses showed each student's unique charm. Terry Boot looked Eddie from top down and spoke in an unconvinced tone. I still can't work out how you got one of the best-looking girls in the year. Eddie put his hands into the pant pockets and answered suavely, animal magnetism. Marcus, who was talking to Michael Corner, turned and scoffed, more like a bashful request. Marcus felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see his lovely date standing behind him. Luna Lovegood looked very pretty indeed, in robes of shocking yellow, with her blonde plait braided with white flowers, white ribbons wrapped prettily around her hands, and silver satin gloves gracing her hands. She was glowing. You look pretty. Thank you. You are looking pretty as well. Marcus reached into his robes and pulled out a wrist corsage with 3 white roses and numerous faux pearls. This is for you. I thought it would look good with your dress. Luna presented her wrist. Marcus understood it immediately and gently clipped it around her wrist. The girl looked at her wrist for seconds, raised it near her face to take in the scent of roses preserved with a special potion to keep the freshness and enhance the fragrance. She looked up at Marcus with a smile in her dreamy eyes. Thank you, it's beautiful. I think it's you who makes it look even more beautiful. By the side, Eddie, Terry, and Michael stared at the scene between the two. Eddie clicked his tongue and commented, "Normally, he doesn't speak much, but now look, he's spouting flowers out of his mouth." "Did you bring something like that?" asked Terry. Michael shook his head. "He's making us look bad." Marcus and Luna joined the boys, with Luna asking, "I don't see Quinn, where's he?" Eddie pointed towards a corner of the common room. Everyone looked towards the corner to see Quinn surrounded by a horde of Ravenclaw girls, all giggling while Quinn smiled all the way while talking with them. "What's he doing there?" inquired Luna. "Don't know, they were suddenly all over him," replied Eddie shrugging. Eventually, the crowd of giggling girls dissipated, with Quinn waving them all off while making his towards them. "Luna? Now, don't you look pretty?" said Quinn with a beaming smile on his face. He looked at the guys and nodded, "Looking good, fellas, ready to party hard." "Do you have an after-party planned?" asked Michael. Quinn shook his head. "No, I was a bit too busy to organize an after-party, but I can get you inside the Weasley twins' after-party. You'll just have to pay a reasonable token entry fee." "Why don't we know about this party?" "How do you know that?" "It's a very exclusive thing. They don't want just anyone to come in, but if you take my name, they'll let you in. It will be even better if you guys take your dates with you. A better gender ratio always helps." Quinn's name held weight in the Weasley twins' world. He had a long history of cooperation with them, plus he was their future angel investor for their business. "We should get going," said Quinn, checking his pocket watch, looking pretty happy about using it. The entrance hall was packed with students, too, all milling around waiting for 8 o'clock when the doors to the Great Hall would be thrown open. Those people who were meeting partners from different houses were edging through the crowd, trying to find one another. Tracy arrived the same time they did and called out to Eddie when in earshot. The slightly nervous boy turned to be stunned out of his mind as Tracy Davis, his date, walked towards him in a dress of royal blue and turquoise. She had tied her hair in a messy bun with an ornate glass hair stick. "Hi," she said. Hi, that was all Eddie could get out. Quinn leaned to mutter into Marcus' ear, "It's so entertaining to see him like this. He's usually all attack. I knew he'd be weak to attacks." "I don't think Tracy has done anything, though I see what attack you're talking about." "I know, imagine if she did go on attack," cackled Quinn. "If Tracy wanted, she could have him wrapped around her finger by the end of the day." A group of Slytherins came up the steps from the dungeons. Malfoy was in front. He was wearing dress robes of black velvet with a high collar, which made him look like a vicar in Quinn's opinion. Pansy Parkinson, in very frilly robes of pale pink, was clutching Malfoy's arm. Crabbe and Goyle were both wearing green. They resembled moss-colored boulders, and neither of them, Quinn wasn't surprised to see, had managed to find a partner. Next came the group of Gryffindors with Harry Potter and his date in the lead. "Holy moly, is that Hermione Granger?" gawked Eddie as he saw the pretty girl dressed in periwinkle robes. "You can say that again," said Tracy in agreement. "It's like she's another person. What happened to her? What kind of magic is that?" "Meh," spoke Quinn. "It's a simple work of change of clothes and hairdo with some glamour charms accentuating everything. Hermione Granger was always pretty, she simply needed a little makeover to show that. Even without all of what we're seeing and some minute changes, she would attract eyes." The Ravenclaw group looked at Quinn with varying gazes and expressions. Quinn stared back at them. "What? You know me? Look at me, I like to dress well. I know that kind of stuff." "What about her then?" asked Terry Boot. His eyes stuck one person in the Gryffindor group. Walking just behind her brother and best friend was Ivy Potter. The Potter princess was dressed in a flowing red dress long enough to float just above the ground. Her usually straight hair was lightly styled into waves, flowing down her back, and brilliant green earrings matching her eyes. Everything from her dress, hair, looks, the way she held herself looked like a fire goddess. "Yeah, I see it now. Why so many people asked her out," spoke Michael Corner. "She's very pretty," spoke Luna. It was also the first thing ever she had said to Ivy Potter when she delivered Quinn's letter to Hermione Granger. While everyone was looking at Ivy Potter, Eddie was looking somewhere else. Redheads weren't his types. But what he was seeing was totally in his range. He raised his hands and reached around to find Quinn's shoulder and then face. "What are you doing, man?" asked Quinn, swatting the offending hand away. "Look what you missed." "What?" Quinn looked to where Eddie was looking and stilled as his eyes caught what Eddie was seeing. The oak front doors were opened. Outside, he saw an area of lawn right in Castle's front had been transformed into a sort of grotto full of fairy lights, meaning hundreds of actual living fairies were sitting in the rosebushes that had been conjured there and fluttering over the statues of what seemed to be Father Christmas and his reindeer. Everyone turned to look as the Durmstrang students entered with Professor Karkaroff. Crumb was at the front of the party, accompanied by his date in shimmering midnight black robes. "You're totally missing out, mate. Avila as a date better be worth it." It was Daphne. Be it her blonde hair, blue eyes, or her black dress, everything was what you would call perfect, in tune with each other, creating a sort of harmony that would be absolutely stunning if put into words. A lot of girls gazed at Daphne in unflattering disbelief. When the doors to the Great Hall opened, Crumb's fan club stalked past, throwing Daphne looks of most profound loathing. Pansy Parkinson gaped at her as she walked by with Malfoy, and even he didn't seem to be able to find an insult to throw at her. Tracy turned her gaze to Quinn and stared at his face. "Yeah, this is what I imagined. He is making the exact expression I thought he would make. Well, he's missing the dropped jaw." "Oh yeah, no, he did just fine," Eddie spoke up. "It was a fair trade, yup. He left a diamond mine. In return, he got a platinum lode. Once again, the crowd in the entrance hall buzzed with activity. It was as if an angel had descended down on Hogwarts. The Beauxbatons students were all very handsome and beautiful, but she stood on another level even among those people. Fleur Delacour's every step seemed to light up the hall. She was dressed in a simple silver grey satin dress. Despite that, if asked anyone in the school, they would, with high certainty, crown Fleur as the prettiest girl in the school today by dressing in such a simple dress. It was as if Fleur was saying that she didn't have to dress up, she could do it effortlessly. "All right, people, time for me to go join my date," said Quinn with magic fixing his clothes. "I'll see you inside in a bit. Until then, I hope you enjoy your evening." "Look at him," smirked Eddie, rearing to go to his date. "He's a dog." Though suddenly, he felt an arm loop around his. He looked to his side and saw Tracy looking up at him with upturned eyes. "Should we head inside?" Eddie's smirk drained, and he could only wordlessly nod right now. He would agree to anything Tracy would ask of him. Quinn walked towards Fleur, who stood in the middle of the hall as if she owned all of it. "I guess complimenting you on your appearance would be redundant, wouldn't it?" Fleur looked at Quinn, and for a while, she didn't say anything and simply observed Quinn. In turn, he stood there, letting her get a good look at him. "Redundant? I wouldn't say that. Most special, especially I like to hear compliments, especially from my date." Quinn nodded with a bit of a smile. "That's true. Well then, Fleur, you looked unconditionally, utterly, unquestionably gorgeous." "Thank you for the compliments." A smile bloomed on her face. "You haven't done a bad job yourself. I like you didn't go with the tailcoat like so many others. I like the suit." She pointed at the lower part of the vest. "And the pocket watch, an effect I like very much. At novel bin at. You just said everything I would have wanted in a compliment today," he said before taking out a long velvet box from his robes. "And for that excellent compliment, I have a gift for you." "Oh my, I like gifts." Quinn opened the box with a silent snap and showed the platinum necklace with a violet teardrop-shaped jewel floating near the chain instead of hanging from it. He gently picked up the necklace from the box. "May I?" "Yes, you may," said Fleur, turning her back to Quinn, showing to him that her dress was a backless one. Quinn unclipped the thin chain and elegantly draped it around her neck. "What is this gem?" "It's glowing faintly." "That Fleur is an alchemic crystalline material, or a crystal to be simple." It was a similar type of alchemic crystal found in the aquatic vault. Quinn had modified it to be clearer and have less glow, making it suitable for it to be molded into a jewel. Fleur didn't know the rarity of the crystal around her neck, but she did know that it was beautiful. "Thank you, Quinn, it's beautiful. I think it's you who makes it look even more beautiful," he said, speaking a line he had suggested to his shy friend. "Flattery will get you everywhere, Mr. West." "But, I'm already there, Ms. Delacour." Then Professor McGonagall's voice called, "Champions over here, please." Professor McGonagall, who was wearing dress robes of red tartan and had arranged a rather ugly wreath of thistles around the brim of her hat, told them to wait on one side of the doors while everyone else went inside. They were to enter the Great Hall in procession when the rest of the students had sat down. Fleur and Quinn were stationed at the front of the line with other champions behind them. With some time still left, Quinn decided to break the tension hanging between the 8 people, champions and their dates. "How are you guys doing? I must say all of you're looking remarkable today." He looked at all of them and shrugged, "But I'd have to say, I can see a lot of stiffness and nervousness." Everyone shifted on their feet, shifting their eyes off of Quinn for a moment, looking at each other. "There's no need to be nervous. The Yule Ball, in essence, is a party held so that we can enjoy ourselves and have the time of our lives." "But we've to open the dance," said Hermione, her features painted with a tinge of worry. "What if we screw up?" "I'll not, that's for sure," said Fleur, looking confident. "Me neither," added Daphne. She looked as calm as she always did, as if today was just another day at school. Quinn stared between the two girls and nodded before focusing back on Hermione. "You're looking at it all wrong, you know." "How so?" she asked. "A good amount people in there can't dance formally at balls over that. There's are good chances those can dance aren't going with those who can't. Pretty sure that a lot of the people inside will only come to the dance floor only when the Weird Sisters play something funky. Out of the 8 people here, everyone knew how to dance enough to not embarrass them in front of everyone. But the prospect of dancing in front of everyone with all eyes fixed on them was a prospect not many were excited about. So, in conclusion, relax and calm down," concluded Quinn. "Some say potato head and birthday suits help, but if that isn't your deal, I can always help with a bit of magic. It'll take just a little, but it'll get you through the dance." Any takers? There were none. Once everyone else was settled in the hall, Professor McGonagall told the champions and their partners to get in line in pairs and follow her. "It's showtime." Quinn looked at Fleur. "Ready to impress?" "Always," she said, taking his arm. The champions entered, and everyone in the Great Hall applauded as they walked in and started walking up toward a large round table at the top of the hall, where the judges were sitting. The walls of the hall had all been covered in sparkling silver frost, with hundreds of garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry black ceiling. The house tables had vanished. Instead, about 100 smaller, lantern-lit ones, each seating about a dozen people. Dumbledore smiled happily as the champions approached the top table, but Karkaroff wore an expression of deep dissatisfaction as he watched Crumb and Daphne draw nearer. Ludo Bagman, tonight in robes of bright purple with large yellow stars, was clapping as enthusiastically as any of the students, and Madame Maxim, who had changed her usual uniform of black satin for a flowing gown of lavender silk, was applauding them politely. But Mr. Crouch, Quinn noticed, was not there. The fifth seat at the table was occupied by Percy Weasley. When the champions and their partners reached the table, Percy drew out the empty chair beside him, staring pointedly at Harry. Harry took the hint and sat down next to Percy, who was wearing brand new, navy blue dress robes and an expression of such smugness that Quinn thought it ought to be fined. Quinn asked Fleur to walk ahead and stopped behind Percy. Mr. Weasley, I have to say, you're looking good. How come Mr. Crouch isn't in attendance today? I'm afraid to say Mr. Crouch isn't well, not well at all. Hasn't been right since the World Cup. Hardly surprising overwork. He's not as young as he was though still quite brilliant, of course, the mind remains as great as it ever was. But the World Cup was a fiasco for the whole ministry, and then, Mr. Crouch suffered a huge personal shock with the sudden death of that house elf of his, Blinky, or whatever she was called. Well, as I say, he's getting on, he needs looking after, and I think he's found a definite drop in his home comforts since she left. And then we had the tournament to arrange, and the aftermath of the cup to deal with that revolting Skeeter woman buzzing around. No, poor man, he's having a well-earned, quiet Christmas. Then why are you here? Asked Harry. I've been promoted. From his tone, he might have been announcing his election as supreme ruler of the universe. I'm now Mr. Crouch's personal assistant, and I'm here representing him. I see, I hope he gets well soon, said Quinn. It was nice talking to you, Mr. Weasley. Now I have to return to my date. He shook hands with Percy, who really looked like he was enjoying himself. Quinn walked towards his seat. It was only a few steps away, but he froze just as he saw where Fleur had seated herself. Of the pairs, Harry and Hermione and Cedric and Cho were sitting on the edges with Krum and Daphne and Quinn and Fleur in between the two pairs. The thing that made Quinn uncomfortable was that all the girls sat on the right, with the boys sitting on their left. Hey, he said, sitting down beside Fleur. Then looked to his side and greeted, hey, Daphne. The Yule ball had started. Sitting in between Fleur and Daphne was a bit awkward for Quinn, but he also had skin thick as an elephant. He soon got used to it. As it was already 8 o'clock, the ball started with a feast. Quinn looked at the plates and cutlery set in front of him. There was no food as yet on the glittering golden plates, but small menus were lying in front of each of them. Quinn picked up his menu, read it carefully, then said very clearly to his plate, pork chops. And pork chops appeared. Getting the idea, the rest of the table placed their orders with their plates too. Quinn glanced up at Hermione to see how she felt about this new and more complicated method of dining. Surely it meant plenty of extra work for the house elves? But it seemed that his talk had made a change, as Hermione didn't seem to be bothered by it. She was deep in talks with Harry and hardly seemed to notice what she was eating. He looked to the other side and saw Daphne conversing with Krum. It surprised him immensely. All the times he had seen Krum, he had never seen the man talk so much, very enthusiastically at that. Well, we have a castle also, not as big as this, nor as comfortable, I am thinking, he was telling Hermione. We have just 4 floors, and the fires are lit only for magical purposes. But we have grounds larger even than these though. In winter, we have very little daylight, so we are not enjoying them. But in summer we are flying every day, over the lakes and the mountains. Now, Victor, said Karkaroff with a laugh that didn't reach his cold eyes, don't go giving away anything else now, or your charming friend will know exactly where to find us. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling. Igor, all this secrecy, one would almost think you didn't want visitors. Well, Dumbledore, said Karkaroff, displaying his yellowing teeth to their fullest extent, we are all protective of our private domains, are we not? Do we not jealously guard the halls of learning that have been entrusted to us? Are we not right to be proud that we alone know our school's secrets and right to protect them? Oh, I would never dream of assuming I know all Hogwarts secrets, Igor, said Dumbledore amicably. Only this morning, for instance, I took a wrong turning on the way to the bathroom and found myself in a beautifully proportioned room I have never seen before, containing a really rather magnificent collection of chamber pots. When I went back to investigate more closely, I discovered that the room had vanished. But I must keep an eye out for it. Possibly it is only accessible at 5:30 in the morning. Or it may only appear at the quarter moon or when the seeker has an exceptionally full bladder. Quinn smiled into his bite of pork chop. He was really relieved he could smile at the mysterious bathroom. It wasn't the room of requirements, but it had similarities. It would appear when one really wanted to go to a bathroom, but there wasn't one nearby. He had stumbled upon it so many times that it wasn't even funny. Given that Krum had shared something about Durmstrang, Fleur decided to continue the topic. This is nothing, she said dismissively, looking around at the sparkling walls of the Great Hall. At the Palace of Beauxbatons, we have ice sculptures all around the dining chamber at Christmas. They don't melt, of course. They are like huge statues of diamond, glittering around the place. And the food is simply superb. And we have choirs of wood nymphs, to serenade us as we eat. We have none of this ugly armor in the halls, and if a poltergeist ever entered into Beauxbatons, he would be expelled like that. She slapped her hand onto the table impatiently. I can create ice that doesn't melt, thought Quinn. Seeing that Fleur crapped on Hogwarts and praised Beauxbatons, the Hogwarts students on the table started to defend Hogwarts. A heated battle of words began on the table. Well, Hogwarts has me, isn't that enough? Mused Quinn in silence. Since when did I become so narcissistic? But it's the truth, isn't it? Isn't that again narcissism? Wait a minute, which comes first? Truth or narcissism? Did I fall upon something profound? What about you, Quinn? What do you think? Said Daphne from his left with a slight glare in her eyes, glare directed toward not at him, but his date towards his right. Quinn felt an arm snake around his right arm. He looked and saw Fleur oh so close to him. Yes, Quinn. What do you think? Quinn gulped for a few different reasons. He could feel something very soft pressed against his arm and a pleasant scent tickle his nose. He tightly smiled before taking a deep breath to steady himself and started to think indeed, what was about Hogwarts that interested him the most. He had been here more than 4 years. In those 4 years, what had called out to him the most? Just as Headmaster Dumbledore said, even he doesn't know all of Hogwarts, meaning there are so many places to explore, so many things to discover. People say that the unknown is scary, but I find the unknown inviting. Hogwarts is filled with so many of those unknowns. To me, the castle, these grounds are a treasure trove waiting for someone to dive in and find all of its jewels and gems. He rested his chin on the back of his hand and smiled. That gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. Daphne, Harry, Hermione, Cedric, and Cho all looked at Quinn. This peer of theirs was famous for many things, but, before being the best of his best, before everything else, Quinn West was recognized for his penchant for being out after curfew at night and that he couldn't be found for hours at a time during the day. That sounds like you, Mr. West. You certainly have been an avid explorer, chuckled Dumbledore from his behind his half-moon glasses. Do you know, Mr. West even found a secret passageway leading to outside the school grounds. Please, Headmaster, I would like if you don't bring my dark past to light to be caught sneaking out of the school. How embarrassing. His reply made Dumbledore laugh. The old headmaster understood what Quinn actually meant. When all the food had been consumed, Dumbledore stood up and asked the students to do the same. Then, with a wave of his wand, all the tables zoomed back along the walls, leaving the floor clear, and then he conjured a raised platform into existence along the right wall. A set of drums, several guitars, a flute, a cello, and some bagpipes were set upon it. The Weird Sisters now trooped up onto the stage to wildly enthusiastic applause. They were all extremely hairy and dressed in black robes that had been artfully ripped and torn. Let's go. It's time for us to open the dance, Quinn heard Fleur's word whispered into his ear. The Weird Sisters struck up a slow, mournful tune. Quinn walked onto the brightly lit dance floor, and the next moment, he had Fleur's hands in his with the other on her back. Everything in the world ceased to exist as Quinn directed all of his attention to his very beautiful partner, who also seemed to be looking just at him. Then they started to dance to the tune of the music, and the thoughts about a crowd watching them escaped their minds. You dance well, praised Fleur. You're an easy partner to lead, replied Quinn in counterpraise. I like that you're giving me credit, but Quinn, you don't have to do it every time. Sometimes it's better to simply accept the praise. Then thank you for the praise, Fleur. I'm a good dancer. Much better. The pair continued to talk, and other people had also entered the dance floor. They, along with other champion pairs, were no longer the center of attention, but Quinn and Fleur didn't care about them and simply continued dancing, enjoying each other's proximity. While Quinn and Fleur weren't paying much attention to others, they were definitely paying attention to them. Fleur's hold on her allure had subconsciously weakened a level. Gentle waves of Vila allure drifted from her, spreading towards the surroundings. In certain circumstances, Avila's allure just didn't make herself attractive right now. As everybody watched, Fleur Delacour and Quinn West looked like a pair chosen by heaven. The pair looked so attractive that the people outside the dance floor only had eyes for them. They look so good together. Are they together? Wouldn't that be fitting? They seem like the perfect couple. Only if I could get someone like Quinn. If I would have asked Fleur out, it would have been there. Dream on, pal. I could say the same to you. Quinn heard the final, quavering note from the bagpipe with a sense of satisfaction. The Weird Sisters stopped playing, applause filled the hall once more, and Quinn smiled at Fleur. The song is over, Fleur. Yes, and your grip's still on, you know. Fleur didn't let Quinn go from their dance stance, standing close to him, gazing up at him with a smile. Do you not like it? There is nothing to not like here, Fleur, but as I told you before, I've some prior commitments to fulfill. Dancing with other girls even though you have me, that isn't flattering, my dear date. Oh, please. We both know you, too, have to go and mingle around. That's true, she sighed. Let's hope some of them could handle me. The two separated and looked around the dance floor and the hall to find their respective objectives. I think we should start with the other champions, suggested Quinn. Fleur gazed around as she lightly hummed. I see Harry Potter and his date. Should we go to them? Yes, Harry Potter would do. He can withstand a good amount. All right, let's start with them. I did ask Hermione for a dance. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger danced together, revolving slowly with gently steering around the floor. The two looked at peace with a tinge of embarrassment flushing their cheeks. The two had been facing many waves and sniggers while dancing alone with other champions. You weren't lying when you said you know how to dance, said Hermione. Glad you finally believe me, grinned Harry. Dad had always been insistent that Ivy and I should know how to dance. Mum was all for it, though I've only danced with Ivy for the most. Then the pair heard a cheerful voice call out, Harry, my boy. Both looked to see Quinn walking towards them with a jolly look on his face. You two look utterly dashing. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Thank you. You two as well, said Harry. Thank you, Harry. Now I would like to ask your very lovely date to a dance, said Quinn, then turning to Hermione. May I have a dance, my fair lady? Huh, what? Said Harry, confused. Quinn glanced back at Harry and reached out his hand. Here, take this. Harry instinctively raised his hand to receive and found a familiar wrapped chocolate cube in his palm. Chocolate. You know what? Give that back, smiled Quinn and took back the cube, then pointed with chin towards Harry's back. You're about to get something much sweeter. Harry turned and saw Fleur Delacour standing behind with a charming smile on her face. Good evening, Harry. You clean up well. The boy turned back just to see Quinn leading his equally surprised date away with his hand on her back. Don't worry, you'll get her back after a dance, he heard Fleur say. Until then, let's have some fun. Huh. Ms. Granger, I must admit, even though I think Fleur is unquestionably eye-catching, but you're the one who made the most impact today, said Quinn dancing with a still reeling Hermione. I mean, look at you look spectacular tonight. Hermione looked the taller Quinn. He wasn't as tall as Ron, but taller than Harry. Both Ron and Harry had lean physiques, but with Quinn's much wider arms holding her, she couldn't help but compare. Quinn West definitely worked out. What am I thinking? Hermione lowered her face to hide the blush on her cheeks. Her face was betraying her embarrassing thoughts. Thank you? Any progress on the golden egg? Hermione sighed, hearing the question. He's taking it slow. I don't think he has even been to the library to research on the golden egg. What about Fleur Delacour? How much progress has she made? Ms. Granger, why do you assume that I know how's Fleur doing on her egg? Are you not her date? While that might be true, I only get to talk to Fleur during meals. Other time, I'm busy with the tournament and my usual commitments. About that? I have to ask, what are those commitments? I believe it's just not me who's curious about it. Everyone in the school wants to know. Oh, you know, this and that. But mostly, it's learning magic. How are you so good at magic? You're only 1 year above me, asked the girl who had fallen in love with magic. Quinn observed the girl in his arms and thought about his answer. It's not a fair comparison, Mr. Granger. I'm from a magical household, who have been surrounded by magic ever since I can remember. Tell me, do you have a computer at home, Ms. Granger? At novel bin at. Hermione tilted her head in confusion. Yes, we do. My mum uses it for work. Why do you ask? Do you know how to use it? Yes, Mom taught me how to use it since I was 5. I like it, it's fun. Then between you, who had been using it since childhood, and me, who uses it a couple times during summer break, who do you think can work a computer better? I suppose me. I'd be better than you? And I've no doubt about it, agreed Quinn. He knew how to use a computer from his memories, but he was grossly out of touch with the machine. Just like that, it's natural for me to be better at magic than you're. I've been in contact with it for a time much longer than you have been. But so have Ivy, Harry, and Ron. Not many children learn magic before schooling. It's a hassle for parents to manage magic-enabled children. Only a few learn things like potions and... Has Ivy started you on occlumency? Yes, she did. It's a fascinating form of magic. It is. He could feel her in-progress occlumency shields. My family allowed to me study magic without restraints. I could study magic as much I wanted, and unlike many children, I like to read. You can understand that, don't you? Yes, I can, nodded Hermione. She knew precisely what Quinn meant. You mean, you had a wand? Oh no, my family wasn't that permitting. I just studied. Hermione nodded and shook her mind of the thought about how children could be very mean and changed the subject. What did you use a computer for? For games. Of course, you're a boy. That I am, and don't pretend you didn't play as well, beamed Quinn. Speaking of games, did you have the chance to open my Christmas present? Yes. I saw it, the wooden box, she talked excitedly. What is it? I wasn't able to open it. I know it can be opened. Is it a trick box? It's a trick box, isn't it? Is there something in the box, or is the box itself a gift? No, don't tell me. I want to see it on my own. Quinn chuckled as he twirled Hermione. All right then, I'll leave it to you. A sense of reward is a strong motivator. It's not a jump scare, right? A peal of free laughter escaped Quinn without restraint. Scene break. Ivy Potter had been watching her friends the entire time she had been at the Yule Ball, sitting near the side, watching them dance and having fun, while she sat without a date. I know I rejected a lot, but that doesn't mean I don't want to dance, she thought while sighing. She took a sip of the punch she had fetched herself and watched the people without a thought in her mind. As she did that, she saw a Quinn walk towards her in a grey suit and a smile on her face. Ivy Potter, I'm here for my promised dance. The Potter twin stared up at Quinn, and she to admit, he looked quite fetching. I don't know if I should be flattered or worried about your appraising gaze, Ivy, smiled Quinn. Well, I'm trying to look good, so I will take that glint of approval in your eyes as a compliment. Ivy sighed and placed a hand into Quinn's as she got up. You're lucky you're looking good right now. Thank you, smiled Quinn as he led the redhead to the dance floor. You look gorgeous as well. Of course, I do. She was right, people should accept compliments. What are you talking about? Oh nothing, just something I learned. The song was a slow one, where the pair would slowly sway. The couples would usually stare into each other's eyes, hold each close, feeling as intimate as one could while dancing in silence. Many pairs on the dance were doing just that, but not Quinn West and Ivy Potter. They were looking into each other's eyes, but unlike others, they weren't silent. I heard from Hermione that you weren't able to get yourself a date, said Quinn, not a surprise, given that I was your first choice. Your requirements were too high. Oh, don't flatter yourself, she sniggered amusingly, and since when did you start calling Hermione by her given name? Just before when I was dancing with her. She's a fascinating one, that girl. Did you know that she has a terrific natural memory, better than mine? Thank magic for a clemency, and a history of bullying before coming to Hogwarts, but that went unsaid. She's sharp as a tack, all right. There was a layer of pride in her voice. So, Daphne with Crumb, huh, continued Ivy. Quinn looked across the dance floor to see Daphne and Crumb sitting on a sidelined table. The pair seemed to be conversing with Crumb speaking while Daphne listened with occasional nods and inserts of her own. Yes, it was a surprise, replied Quinn. I wonder how those two got started talking. From what I know, those two aren't the talking types. I heard that they met in the library, and their friendship began from there. Ah, the library. Yes, now I recall. Crumb uses Madame Pan's authoritarian rule over the library to escape from his developing fan club of fantasizing fangirls and obsessed fanboys. I've to say, Crumb might not be the smartest tool in the shed, but he makes it up with street smarts. He picked up the situation in the library pretty quickly. Then, you made Daphne the coordinator of the teams, that probably got them talking. You know about that. I talk to every member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team on a regular basis. I know Daphne's in contact with every single one of them. That makes sense. He nodded before studying the girl in his arms. Ivy noticed Quinn's gaze. She waited for him to say something or look away, but he didn't. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? I've known Daphne for 3 years, going 4, and you for 2 years and some. Of course, our relationship has been an on and off one, but I can say I know you pretty well. But in all that time, I still don't know both of your stories. What's the deal between you and Daphne? Ivy's eyes flashed with multiple emotions, with her face falling into a smileless one. Quinn felt the slight tension in her body and immediately knew that she had become uncomfortable. You don't have to answer that, he said. Sorry if I brought up uncomfortable memories. No, it's fine. It's not uncomfortable per se, she sighed. We used to be friends, you know, best friends. Best friends. It doesn't look like that, at least currently, it doesn't. Daphne and I have known each other since before I can remember. Our mothers are good friends. Quinn nodded as he recollected the interactions between Lily Potter and Sophie Greengrass last year at King's Crossing. They looked and acted like close friends. So ever since we were kids, our mothers visited each other. As such, Daphne, Harry, and I have spent countless days playing with each other at each other's houses. She was my first friend outside of Harry. Ivy chuckled reminiscently before continuing. What changed? Quinn glanced at his right arm as he felt Ivy's grip tighten. He looked back at Ivy, but she didn't seem to notice her actions and continued her tightened grip. It's nice, it's like a massage, he thought. Hey, little lady, if you want to play the squeeze game, please pick it up with someone on your level. Huh, what? Ivy's subconscious grip loosened. Quinn gazed back at his hand before sighing. You were about to say something about how you and Daphne fell out. She is a jealous stone-faced prick who can't handle if attention is taken off from her, and the rant started. Our mothers enjoyed playing teachers well. My mom is a professor now, but that's not the point. We used to learn everything together. My mom used to teach things that didn't require magic, while Auntie Sophie used to teach us about the traditions and cultural tidbits of the wizarding world. That made sense. Sophie Greengrass would be a much better person to teach the subjects like etiquette. Did you learn how to dance from Mrs. Greengrass? Yeah, she was the one to teach Harry, Daphne, Tracy, and me to dance. We took lessons together. Lucky ducks, muttered Quinn. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Please carry on. She would always try to show me up. Whatever I tried, she would pick it up and try to be better than me. I once tried to take up baking because I wanted to eat cookies and asked Daphne if she wanted to do it together, but she declined. Then when I started to bake and when I finally got a good batch out, the very next week, Auntie Sophie told that Daphne was suddenly very interested in baking, and after that, she came home with cookies. Ivy peered right into Quinn's eyes and stated, and you might not believe this, but she smiled that day, that smug and arrogant smile. Then it started. Every time I did anything new, she would do it too, and even after she became statue face, her eyes would always have that same look. Ivy glanced up from Ivy towards Daphne, and if he was being honest, he couldn't see it. The Daphne he knew was a straight arrow. This sounded more like Astoria to him. Sounds tough, he said. It might not have been a big deal. A children's squabble rarely was. You don't believe me, do you? Asked Ivy. It's not that, but for me to truly understand a story, I need to know the full story. You want to know her side? Yes, but not just Daphne. I want to see what Harry and Astoria think, though I doubt Astoria would remember any of it. Plus, I would like to see what your mother, and then he sighed in bliss, and Mrs. Greengrass, I think. Ivy looked at Quinn as if he was being weird. If only she could listen to his thoughts, she would know how accurate her thoughts were. Scene break. Believe it or not, but this is the dance I was looking to most this evening, said Quinn with a broad smile on his face. Oh please, you've already danced with half a dozen girls already. The girl smiled. To how many of them have you said the same line? I always thought you were somewhat of a playboy. No, my dear, Tracy, smiled Quinn, earnestness flashing. Dancing with girls was pleasant and enjoyable, but I know dancing with you will be mighty fun. I just know it. Tracy glanced towards the Weird Sisters, and they had taken a pause from traditional ball music and had switched to the much more comfortable and contemporary ball music. See, even the music agrees with me. They just put their best track of the night, grinned Quinn. Tracy giggled as she scooted near Quinn as more and more people joined the dance floor. With time becoming comfortable about joining the dance floor to dance with their dates. So, how is your evening going with Eddie? Asked Quinn. Also, where is he? His feet got tired from dancing, so we took a break. Last I saw him, Luna was pulling him and Marcus into a strange three-people dance. She smiled. Eddie is doing just fine. He's much more mellow than I thought he would be when we first met. Quinn laughed, recalling Daphne and Tracy's first official meeting with Eddie and Marcus. He was going through the I don't care phase and acted like he wasn't interested in talking to you girls, and Marcus was so shy that he didn't speak more than a handful of words. Yeah, that's a fun day to remember. Yes, do you remember Daphne and Marcus sitting side by side, not saying a word to each other, both for different reasons, of course. Daphne said that she almost forgot that Marcus was sitting beside her. Really? Marcus remembers it quite differently. He quite liked sitting in silence beside Daphne, said he enjoyed the company. What were we doing at that time? If I remember correctly, you and Eddie were challenging me at a game of concentration each, 2 games at simultaneously, and I was solidly beating both of you. Huh, is that so? I can't seem to remember, said Tracy, smiling coyly. Of course, you don't, chuckled Quinn. The two fell into silence as the song went through a calm and slow yet deep build-up. Tracy watched Quinn as he seemed to enjoy the music, slowly leading her with him. He was cute, charming, funny, and always knew what to say, a very attractive boy. Don't go there, Tracy, she thought. Daphne likes him, so you can't. She always had a little crush on Quinn, maybe ever since she met him. He was always fun, always upbeat, perpetually doing something new and exciting. It would always make her and the people close to him wonder about what he would do next. Oh, Daphne, why did you have to choose such a cute one? Thought Tracy. Well, I'll let this one go, so you better not let him go. Well, it's time for us to part, my dear Tracy, she heard Quinn speak. Why? At novel bin at. Your date has returned. Tracy separated from Quinn and turned back to see Eddie standing a little distance with 2 goblets in his hand. She turned back to see Quinn walking while waving his hand. Hey, Eddie said, walking near her before presenting a goblet to her. This is for you. Tracy took the goblet and felt the cold metal snug comfortably around her palm. Thank you, but why? I saw you dancing with Quinn, and you haven't sat down once since the feast. I assumed that you would be parched. Please drink. You should stay hydrated. You don't want to faint from dehydration, believe me, not fun. Tracy gazed down at the pinkish liquid in her cup before looking back up at Eddie, who watched her, waiting for her to drink. All right, Tracy, this one is cute as well. Scene break. I'm back. Fleur was talking with one of the Durmstrang girls when she heard the voice of her date and turned to face him. So, you finally remember me. Oh, don't be like that. I returned after every dance. It's not my fault that you weren't available, said Quinn, smiling with his hands behind his back, but it seems you're available now. May I have a dance, my lovely lady? Don't you get tired? You have been dancing for a long while now, she said, getting a shrug from Quinn. I don't want to dance anymore, but I do want to do something. Sure, we can do that if you don't want to dance. What do you want to do? Fleur nudged towards the Great Hall entrance, pointing across the entrance hall at the oak main doors. Let's go outside. Let's go for a walk. Pretending they wanted more drinks, Quinn and Fleur left the Great Hall, edged around the dance floor, and slipped out into the entrance hall. The front doors stood open, and the fluttering fairy lights in the rose garden winked and twinkled as they went down the front steps, where they found themselves surrounded by bushes, winding, ornamental paths, and giant stone statues. They could hear splashing water, which sounded like a fountain. Here and there, people were sitting on carved benches. He and Fleur set off along one of the winding paths through the rosebushes, and except the soft chirps, not a sound disturbed the pair. They had reached a giant stone reindeer, over which they could see the sparkling jets of a tall fountain, and near it a stone bench. They decided to sit down and watch the water in the moonlight. Both of them didn't speak a word to each other for a while before Fleur broke the silence. This is not a good place to sit, is it? Not, it is not, he replied. They could hear sounds of giggling, ruffling from the rosebushes around them. A lot of couples were getting busy on the lovely night of Christmas. Quinn pulled out his fake wand and cast a silencing ward along with another one. What did you cast? Asked Fleur. Quinn placed his fake wand back into his suit. I cast 2 wards. One is a sound isolation ward. It keeps dull sounds. It works both ways, inside and out. The second one is a static invisibility ward. There was a smile in his voice as he finished. Fleur gave him a look, asking to explain why he sounded so happy. The static invisibility ward is one of the first wards I ever learned, he explained. The day I first used it, I sneaked into my grandfather's cellar and sat down, waiting for him. I wasn't familiar with the usage of this ward back then, so I didn't account for the change in lighting. My grandfather thought I was an intruder and shot me with a charged stunning spell, which, as I now recall, hit me right in the chest. You lie, she said, interest filling her voice. No, it happened seriously. I was knocked out for a few minutes and woke up to see my grandfather with a drink in his hand. Not going to lie, he was very cool at that moment. Quinn noticed a gaze on him and saw Fleur gazing at him intently with her blue eyes. The dulled night sounds set the perfect atmosphere, and both knew what was coming. It wasn't clear who closed the distance, but a few moments later, they were kissing. They shared a short and chaste kiss before Quinn ended it. What is it? Asked Fleur, though she did have an inkling. Quinn didn't divert her eyes from Fleur and held it. I like you a lot, Fleur. You're stunning and attractive, believe me, even without your allure, you're truly a very captivating girl. But I don't think I like you that way. Fleur slowly pulled back and spoke, Quinn, it doesn't have to mean anything. It could be just two people fooling around, just having some fun. I find you attractive as well, but don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to start something here. It won't be sensible to start something here. I'll be leaving Hogwarts by the end of this year, but you would still have 2 years of schooling at Hogwarts left. That doesn't work for me. Yeah, that's logical and a smart decision on your part, said Quinn, turning his eyes to the moon hanging above, but you see, I can't fool around, maybe in the future, but not right now. He glanced back at her and continued, that was my first kiss, you know. Fleur blinked in surprise. What? You're joking, right? She couldn't believe that someone like Quinn hadn't had his first kiss till now. She had hers way before Quinn's age. Nope, all true, he said, leaning into the bench. That's the reason why I don't want to fool around, even though you're the one who's proposing it. I have no problems with people fooling around, it's their choice, and as long as it's consensual I'm 100% fine with it. But I don't want my first ever relationship, if we can that, to be a casual fling, not even if it's for a couple of minutes here alone at a bench. Maybe I'm overreacting to this, but these are my current thoughts and feelings. Quinn smiled as he finished, and I can't do anything about them. Fleur also leaned back into the stone bench and sighed, that's not how I thought today was going to end. Thank you, I strive to surprise people, smiled Quinn and loosened his tie a little. Really, that was your first kiss? Fleur couldn't help but ask. 100% true, but how? Well, I've been a little too busy to explore that part of my life yet. Are you sure you just didn't get chances? Oh, please, snorted Quinn, look at me. I'm a prime piece that everyone wants to get their hands on, and now I can say that my first kiss was with Avila. So, how was it? What? You know the kiss. How did I do? It was okay, she said and got up. Okay, it was okay. He watched as Fleur stepped outside of the ward line. Ms. Delacour, I have a long record of being exemplary at my first attempts at anything I do. He got up as Fleur started to walk away. Fleur? Ms. Delacour? Please clarify what you mean by okay. The Vila's melodious laugh sounded as Quinn's calls sounded in the night. Quinn walked to the Great Hall alone without Fleur. The Vila was tired from the hectic party and decided to retire for the night. Quinn wanted to escort her back to the Beauxbatons carriages, but they came across Headmistress Maxim, a very angry Olympe Maxim. She swept through corridors like an angry hippogriff, and when she saw them, Maxim sent Quinn away, stating that she'd take Fleur from there onwards. Neither Quinn nor Fleur wanted to argue with the angry half-giantess, so they obliged and separated, with Quinn returning to Great Hall. Why am I returning? He sighed, I should have retired for the night. Today's sleep is going to be a good and deep one. He was a right type of tired, the type where he would slip into sleep the second he hit the bed top. He entered the snow-white Christmas-decorated hall. The vibe of the ball had changed since he exited. In the middle of the hall, on the dance floor, a few couples slow danced to the relaxed and romantic music of the Weird Sisters while others sat in groups, chatting with each other, laughing and mingling with each other, making cherished memories of a wonderful night. He saw Eddie and Tracy and Marcus and Luna still dancing, so he sat down at the table waiting for them to end so that he could return with them to the Ravenclaw common room. Quinn stared down at the floor, saw sparkling confetti spread across the floor, and decided to pass some time. His learning from the Nordic Viking book he got from Denmark popped into his mind, and he called upon a bit of his magic. He blew softly towards the floor, and with magic wind magic backing up his breath, the confetti on an entire section of floor in front of him floated away, gliding across the floor. Quinn. The call of his name broke him out of his little pastime. Quinn turned to come to face with a pair of striking crystal blue eyes. Daphne, I didn't see you there. How are you? Enjoying yourself at the ball? Daphne stared at Quinn while giving a glance towards the now confetti-free floor. I am, she said before looking around. Where is Delacour? Fleur was tired, so she decided to retire for the night, said Quinn. What about you? What are you doing alone here? Where is Crumb? Daphne ran an errant hand through her silky straight blonde looks. His friends came and took him away. I think they had fire whiskey with them, which meant that they probably went to a secluded area to sneak some drinks. You didn't join them. I don't drink, and it was only boys. There's always a first time for everything, though I would suggest that you go with something lighter than fire whiskey. I saw a label once, and oh boy, the spirit content scared me a little. No, thank you, denied Daphne firmly. I don't want to go drinking right now. You sound like you've got experience with drinking. Quinn ruffled the back of his head and sighed with a chuckle mixed in. No, I haven't drunk any liquor technically, I haven't. He had ingested quite a lot of questionable stuff that he brewed while experimenting with potions, some of them had alcoholic content. I don't like the feeling of being drunk. Everything is a little too loose, a bit too light. That's a little uncomfortable to me. He gazed at Daphne and asked, is Crumb returning? I don't know. He didn't have to reply. With his friends, dragging him along. I see. Well then, he got up and offered his hand to Daphne. May I have one last dance? Daphne quite readily took the offered hand and let Quinn lead her to the dance floor, where the song was still slow, and the ambience was soothingly romantic. I'm glad that Crumb went away, you know, said Quinn as they started to dance. Daphne's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Well, you and he were together all evening, so I didn't have the chance to ask you to dance. It would have been a pity if I didn't get a chance to dance with you. Not to mention how pretty you look today. It reminds me of the time we first danced together. Daphne reminisced about Quinn and her first dance at the Christmas ball a few years back. At that time, the boy dancing with her was just an annoying yet interesting boy. She looked up and gazed at the smiling face of Quinn. That was a memorable ball and dance. Of course, it was. She saw him grin. I was there with you, and I'm highly entertaining to hang around. Ask anyone. Yes, you are, she agreed with a smile of her own. Quinn's eyes widened a fraction at the smile on Daphne's face. He had made her plenty of times. Small smiles were what he was used to seeing on Daphne's face, not broad, unrestrained smiles on the neutral-faced Daphne. For a moment, it took his breath away. He couldn't take his eyes off her and even slowed down a bit just to admire the sight in front of him. Daphne didn't notice Quinn's change and continued to gaze at him. To anyone who was seeing them, the pair were looking into each other's eyes with no care of what was happening around them. And someone was indeed watching them. Victor Crumb had finally been able to evade his schoolmates and friends' attempts to get him to drink with them and leave them behind to return to the hall back to his date. Upon searching for Daphne, he found him dancing with another guy, which he was okay with. A girl like Daphne was bound to have many friends, his opinion. And the guy she was dancing with was also familiar to him, Quinn West, the organizer of the Quidditch tournament and the person who had made his time at Hogwarts much more enjoyable. As such, his impression of Quinn was a great one despite some unusual things like having an office at school. If that was it, he would have walked onto the dance floor and informed Daphne that he was back and asked her one last dance before escorting her back. It was getting late. Crumb liked Daphne a lot. She wasn't like others and didn't act differently towards him because of his popularity and treated him like he was just another guy. It was a desirable quality that a lot of people in Crumb's position sought after in their friends and close ones. That's why he asked her out to be his date at the ball. But as he now watched them, he noticed the smile on Daphne's face. He had been acquainted with Daphne for a few months now, but not once in that time had she showed him such a beautiful smile. It made him not go and watch them from the side. He then saw Quinn lean down towards Daphne. Is he going to kiss her? He thought. But it didn't happen, and instead, Crumb watched Quinn whisper something into Daphne's ears. Daphne turned and saw him, Crumb, before glancing back at Quinn, who was walking backward while giving her an exaggerated bow as he wished Daphne a merry Yuletide. Crumb saw Daphne fix her dress before walking towards. Escaped him. The smile on her face was gone. When the Weird Sisters finished playing at midnight, everyone gave them a last, loud round of applause and started to wend their way into the entrance hall. Many people were expressing the wish that the ball could have gone on longer, but Quinn was perfectly happy to be going to bed. He had overdone it, and now the soles of his feet were hurting. Out in the entrance hall, Quinn, Marcus, and Luna saw Eddie saying good night to Tracy before she went back to the dungeons. She gave him a sweet smile before walking away with Daphne in tow. Eddie joined Quinn and others with a silly smile on his face. Sorry for the wait. Let's go. You should have walked her back to the Slytherin common room, said Quinn. Marcus nodded. Yeah, you missed a chance. Luna looked at Quinn and Marcus before giving repeated nods to Eddie. Eddie looked back, but Tracy was already out of the entrance hall. Should I go now? But Daphne's with her. It's too late. Forget it, said Marcus. Look, Quinn just yawned in public. That doesn't happen a lot. Come on, let's go. Everybody is tired. Damn, you saw that, huh? Said Quinn, stretching his hands up before wrapping his arm around Luna's shoulder. How was your day today, Luna? A tired Luna leaned against Quinn. It was fun. Dancing is fun, especially with more people. Yes, it is, smiled Quinn. Christmas was over, and with it, the Yule ball. Scene break. Everybody got up late on Boxing Day. The Gryffindor common room was much quieter than it had been lately, many yawns punctuating the lazy conversations. Hermione's hair were back to somewhere between bushy and wavy again. She confessed to Harry that she had used liberal amounts of Sleeky Izzy's hair potion on it for the ball, but it's way too much bother to do every day, she said matter-of-factly, scratching a purring Crookshanks behind the ears. It was time now to think of the homework they had neglected during the first week of the holidays. Everybody seemed to be feeling relatively flat now that Christmas was over, everybody except Harry, that is, who was starting, once again, to feel slightly nervous. The trouble was that February the 24th looked a lot closer from this side of Christmas, and he still hadn't done anything about working out the clue inside the golden egg. Therefore, he started taking the egg out of his trunk every time he went up to the dormitory, opened it, and listened intently, hoping that this time it would make some sense. He strained to think what the sound reminded him of, apart from 30 musical saws, but he had never heard anything else like it. He closed the egg, shook it vigorously, and opened it again to see if the sound had changed, but it hadn't. He tried asking the egg questions, shouting over all the wailing, but nothing happened. He even threw the egg across the room, though he hadn't really expected that to help. And so the first day of the new term arrived, and Harry set off to lessons, weighed down with books, parchment, and quills as usual, but also with the lurking worry of the egg heavy in his stomach, as though he were carrying that around with him too. Hey Harry. It was Cedric Diggory. Harry could see Cho waiting for him in the entrance hall below. Yeah, said Harry, internally comparing Cho to Hermione and concluding that Hermione was better. Cedric looked as though he didn't want to say whatever it was in front of Ron, who shrugged, looking bad-tempered, and continued to climb the stairs. Listen. Cedric lowered his voice as Ron disappeared. I owe you one for telling me about the dragons. You know that golden egg? Does yours wail when you open it? As much as Harry's competitiveness wanted to beat Cedric, he couldn't keep the news about dragons to himself and relate it to the Hufflepuff Seeker, as he didn't wish Cedric to die. Harry was sure if Hagrid hadn't told him about the dragons, he would have died on the day of the first task. Yeah, said Harry, all his egg did was wail. Well, take a bath, okay. What? Take a bath, and take the egg with you, and just mull things over in hot water. It'll help you think. Trust me? Harry stared at him. Tell you what, Cedric said, use the prefect's bathroom. Fourth door to the left of that statue of Boris the Bewildered on the 5th floor. Passwords ripe red apples. Gotta go see you around. He grinned at Harry again and hurried back down the stairs to Cho. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower alone. That had been bizarre advice. Why would a bath help him to work out what the wailing egg meant? Was Cedric pulling his leg? Was he trying to make Harry look like a fool? After thinking for a while, he decided to first take this strange advice to Hermione and Ivy. His think tank would know what to do. As Harry had no idea how long a bath he would need to work out the secret of the golden egg, he decided to do it at night, when Harry would be able to take as much time as he wanted. Seeing that Cedric had suggested using the prefect's bathroom, he took him on the offer. I can do this on my own, you don't have to come with me, he said, looking at his two companions. You've been too lax for so long, said his twin sister, Ivy, we can't risk you wasting more time. We will find the egg's secret tonight, said Hermione in agreement. Ron had been deemed too loud for him to accompany to this late-night excursion, and he was sleepy. They had been caught out of bed and out of bounds by Filch, the caretaker, in the middle of the night once before, and had no desire to repeat the experience. But it's the boy prefect's bathroom, he sent a weak rebuke, you two are girls. Not a problem, it's after curfew. Ivy shot down him and raised an old parchment, the fabled Marauders map, and we already checked, there's no one in the bath. When they reached the statue of Boris the Bewildered, a lost-looking wizard with his gloves on the wrong hands, Harry located the right door, leaned close to it, and muttered the password, red ripe apples, just as Cedric had told him. The door creaked open. The trio slipped inside and bolted the door behind them. His immediate reaction was that it would be worth becoming a prefect just to be able to use this bathroom. It was softly lit by a splendid candle-filled chandelier, and everything was made of white marble, including what looked like an empty, rectangular swimming pool sunk into the middle of the floor. About 100 golden taps stood all around the pool's edges, each with a differently colored jewel set into its handle. There was also a diving board. Long white linen curtains hung at the windows, a large pile of fluffy white towels sat in a corner, and a single golden framed painting was on the wall. It featured a blonde mermaid who was fast asleep on a rock, her lengthy hair over her face. It fluttered every time she snored. Who's there? The sudden voice followed by a loud splash of water. It was as if someone had dumped a lot of water from a height. The trio turned to stone and stiffly turned towards the source of the voice. But the trio couldn't see the person as it was January, the peak of winter. Due to that, the pool was filled with hot water. As a result, the bathroom was filled with dense white mist, limiting their vision. Then abruptly, the mist parted from over the pool, revealing the person. Ivy's instantly recognized the person despite his hair went and down with most of his torso covered in colorful foam and multicolored bubbles of varying sizes, some were even as big as footballs. Quinn, she exclaimed. In front of them, sitting near an edge of the pool, sat Quinn West, submerged, staring at them as if they had just done something punishable by law. What are you three doing here? He asked, hiding a sigh behind his words. What are you doing here? Asked Harry, calming his beating heart down. We're on the 5th floor, the floor with the Ravenclaw common room entrance and my office. This is the prefect's bathroom, said Quinn before pointing at himself. I'm a prefect, he pointed at them. You three aren't. But, it's after curfew, supplied Hermione. At novel bin at. Yay, so. The three realized who they were talking to. This guy didn't understand the concept of curfew. Again, why are you here? Asked Quinn, pushing them for an answer. Quinn was surprised when he heard the echoing footsteps as, at that time, he had around half the pool water suspended into the air. We're here to solve the egg, said Harry. So you finally found how the egg works, huh? Aren't you guys a little too late, though? The three Gryffindors saw Quinn get up, and instantly, Hermione and Ivy flushed a deep red. Quinn was topless with only a towel around his waist. Harry didn't show any change as he had seen similar sights after every intense Quidditch game or practice. We don't know how it works, said Ivy, pushing the blush down. We just know that it has something to do with water. That's good enough, I guess, said Quinn, walking behind a changing screen to get some clothes. His relaxation time was over. What do you think you need to do for the egg to start working? Harry, Ivy, and Hermione looked at each other and nodded. They stripped out of their clothing down to their bathing suits. They stepped into the pool. It was so deep that their feet barely touched the bottom. Harry stretched out his arms, lifted the egg in his wet hands, and opened it. The wailing, screeching sound filled the bathroom, echoing and reverberating off the marble walls, but it sounded just as incomprehensible as ever, if not more so with all the echoes. He snapped it shut again, worried that the sound would attract Filch, wondering whether that hadn't been Cedric's plan. Try put it into the water, suggested Hermione while swimming in the pool. Oh. The three heard Quinn's voice from behind the screen, and when he didn't continue, they knew that Hermione had struck gold. Go on, then open it under the water, nudged Ivy. Harry put the egg inside water and opened it with a wince in his eyes. This time, it didn't wail. They could hear gurgling sounds coming out of the water with popping bubbles on the surface. It took Harry a moment to realize, but the answer struck like a lightning strike. I need to put my head as well. Harry took a great breath and slid under the surface, and now, sitting on the marble bottom of the bubble-filled bath, he heard a chorus of eerie voices singing to him from the open egg in his hands. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took. But past an hour the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Harry let himself float back upward and broke the bubbly surface, shaking his hair out of his eyes. So, asked Ivy. Yeah. Come seek us where our voices sound, and if I need persuading, hang on, I need to listen again. He sank back beneath the water, and this time, Hermione and Ivy joined them. It took 3 more underwater renditions of the Egg song before Harry had it memorized. Ivy and Hermione were done in 2 dips. I've got to go and look for people who can't use their voices above the ground, he said slowly. Who could that be? Slow, aren't you? They looked up and saw Quinn. He had dressed up and was now smiling down at them from outside the pool. But well, you're on the right path. A pity that you didn't come to me, a lost opportunity for me. But oh well, I look forward to seeing you at the second task. Harry and Ivy furrowed his brows as, in the end, before he left, Quinn gave a fleeting glance to Hermione, a glance that didn't seem a normal glance. What was that? Asked Harry. Ivy shook her head. I don't know. Outside the bath, Quinn stopped for a second as a thought struck his mind. He stood on the spot for a while as his mind churned with a single view. Wait, does it mean that I could become a hostage? No, right? That thought plagued him all night. Standing near the edge of an opening in the wall, staring down at the floor below, Quinn cracked his neck and stretched his body. He was back into the 4th vault, the underground vault, ready to give the Beelzebub's crawler field down below him yet another chance. For the brave and the bold, he muttered, yeah, not this time. Saying that, Quinn mounted his broom and flew out of the tunnel. This isn't the aquatic vault. I can fly all I want. At novel been at. He had done his research on Beelzebub's crawlers. They lived underground. Due to that, they could only detect prey through tectonic vibrations in the ground. As such, if Quinn didn't touch the ground, he would go undetected by the vines that could secrete flesh-dissolving liquids from their thorns. Quinn flew straight to the wall opposite to him with the tunnel dug into it. At Quinn's command, the broom flew close and hovered away from the walls and the floor as he studied the tunnel. A ball of sharp white light manifested in the air before it rushed across the tunnel, dividing itself into more and more orbs of light that lined up near the top of the tunnel, turning the dim pathway into a brightly lit one. He gently lowered himself enough to see straight into the tunnel while making absolutely sure that not a single part of his body touched the ground. Beelzebub's crawler had a peculiar trait which pushed the vine species to merge, or connect, with every other vine in the vicinity, thus creating a vast network of them. This meant that if even a single vine came out of the ground to entrap prey, the entire hive network would be aware of its actions. And if that singular vine didn't return with meal, then the more vines would emerge to capture their meal. After peering into the now-lit tunnel, Quinn observed nothing was sticking out to him as unusual or, to be specific, there was nothing that looked it would harm or hinder him his current task at hand. After making decisions, Quinn flew into the tunnel with the magical orbs shining much-needed light for him to see. How long does this tunnel go? Asked Quinn, looking around as he cautiously made his way through the tunnel while memorizing every scratch and cut on the rugged and dense stone walls. Never knew what could come in use afterward. His question was promptly answered as he saw the light at the path's end, making Quinn pick up some speed. He flew out of the tunnel, and with him, the light inside also left, once again leaving the tunnel dark. The tunnel had opened up to another wide area. Quinn flew up to get a good look at the site, and the first thing that caught his eye was that a gigantic portion of the ceiling had broken off and had collapsed down below. Is that marble? Quinn noticed white marble below all the collapsed rubble. He could see it was a truly wide circular platform of marble beneath all the pileup. He could also see some markings on the marble. Wait a minute. He looked around and saw that there were no more exits other than the one he had entered. Is this it? He uttered. This isn't the end, is it? It can't be, right? That was too short. Only one obstacle. Quinn realized that the vault could have been made before brooms became popular and mainstream. The now a common household item, the flying brooms that allowed anyone to fly, were not so commonplace as once. Brooms were nothing but causes of splinter-filled buttocks and bulging piles. If his assumption was correct, then Quinn's use of the broom might not have been covered by the original creator. Quinn stared at the ground and conjured a big boulder before dropping it down to the ground. The boulder hit the ground with a large boom and shook the vault room. He waited, but Beelzebub's crawler didn't come out. The vines couldn't differentiate between living and non-living. Is this really it? What was so difficult about this? He exclaimed in confusion. Somehow, he couldn't get closure with such a simple vault, but well, if I think it like that, then it makes sense. It didn't need to be tough. His thinking had been isolated. He was thinking with just the underground vault and in mind. He had missed the bigger picture. The Forbidden Forest was all the security one needed to hide something dangerous, cut off from the outside world, and filled with beings who don't want anything to do with people outside of the forest. There was no need to elaborate vault when the natural surroundings already provided the reliable security one could ask. Bowslinging centaurs, flesh-hungry acromantulas, brutish trolls, and many more species that had the forest held in its vast biodiverse embrace. Quinn descended down to the ground and dismounted off the broom, and sighed as he stared at the rubble in front of him. I guess I'll work with this now. But, this is a lot of it. He could see enough pile up that he could climb it and reach a height high enough to be considered dangerous to jump down from, without magic. Magic thrummed inside his body as Quinn closed his eyes and concentrated on the rubble in front of him. He reached out to debris in front of him and exerted a lift. Oh, this is heavy, he groaned. His magic groaned, the wreck groaned. Quinn had to raise his hands towards the collapse just so that his mind could better concentrate the magic into lifting. He opened the tap to his magic entirely and let it flow. His eyes opened, and purple orbs glowed at the wreck. The rubble started to shake as everything started to lift and began to fall to the sides. Just a little more. There was no need to struggle like this. Quinn could shave off all debris bit by bit. But he didn't want to waste time. Many hours spread across multiple visits would be spent just to clean the mess from the marble below. Every visit to the Forbidden Forest was essential and vital to Quinn. He had to slot visits to the forest between Quidditch tournament preparation, Project Babel, other development projects, visits to the library, practicing magic to keep his skill up to date, among other things. He was a bit too busy this year. By the end, Quinn was heaving, and grabbing his knees as his chest heaved up and down. This was clearly not the job for one person, said Quinn, standing up straight. But the result was worth it as Quinn could see the circular block of marble sitting in the middle of the cave. Quinn walked towards it before climbing up with a hop. Oh, these are runes, aren't they? Quinn could tell at one glance that the deep engravings on the marble were a cluster and network of large-scale runes. There were many classes/groups on which runes could be classified: language, the number of layers, materials, effects, and among those categories, size classification was among the myriads of classifications. The size classification was a scale-based category. It went from small-scale runes to large-scale in front of Quinn, laid into the marble. To give an example of the importance and use of size classification, a rune inscribed on a small wooden chip would be significantly weaker than one carved into a big piece of wood. Quinn, himself, specialized in small-scaled runes as he liked to create articles that were potable in nature and could be carried with him. Recon was such an example. Ironically, Quinn's most notable achievement, Magifax, which, even though employed small-scale rube inscription in its receivers, worked primarily through large-scale runes. Magifax devices need a network to work, and that network was built through transmitting hubs spread throughout the globe. Those transmitting hubs were large-scaled rune applications. On West-owned properties throughout the world, unique buildings were constructed, and inside those buildings, every majority usable surface was etched with giant runes that connected every registered Magifax device on the planet. Quinn walked on the marble, studying the runes, and after a while, he declared, "Yeah, no idea what this does." Right from the start, there were a few problems. First, the runes were complex and needed to be mapped out before Quinn could even start studying. Second, Quinn had to check if there were runes beneath the surface, as not all runes were required to be out on the surface. And, third, the ceiling collapse broke the marble, said Quinn, clicking his tongue. There were several cracks and crevices throughout the marble, essentially making the rune structure useless. "I need to get it fixed," said Quinn and touched one of those cracks. "I can't use the mending charm, reparo, here, can I?" If it was an ordinary platform of marble, Quinn could have fixed all the cracks and crevices with a single snap of his magic. But the marble held so many runes that if he carelessly used the mending charm to fix things, it would break the subtle and meticulously placed connections. Quinn sat down on the marble and sighed. "This is going to require a lot of work. Ugh. I don't even know what I'll get in the end." He looked up at the ceiling blamingly. "Why did you have to fall down? If you didn't, I would be having fun right now." He sighed at his lousy luck before a thought struck his mind. The Sunken Crypt. The wolves named the vault as such, didn't they? Does that mean their territory is just above here? Maybe I'm right. Nice. I will check it out later. Finally, after sitting in the dust, Quinn got up, dusted himself, took out a small notepad and pen from his pockets, and got ready to note the runes day. I predict that this is a way to communicate to the aliens, I call it, and with that, he got to work. Scene break. Snow was still thick upon the grounds, and the greenhouse windows were covered in condensation so thick that they couldn't see out of them in herbology. Nobody was looking forward to care of magical creatures much in this weather, though as Marcus said, the fire beetles would probably warm them up nicely, either by chasing them or flame-throwing so forcefully that Hagrid's cabin would catch fire. However, when the Ravenclaw trio arrived at Hagrid's cabin, they found an elderly witch with closely cropped grey hair and a prominent chin standing before his front door. "Hurry up, now, the bell is about to ring," she barked at them as they struggled toward her through the snow. "Who are you?" said Eddie, staring at her. "Where's Hagrid?" "My name is Professor Grubblyplank," she said briskly. "I am your temporary care of magical creatures teacher." "Where's Hagrid?" repeated someone loudly. "He is indisposed," said Professor Grubblyplank shortly. Soft and unpleasant laughter reached the students' ears. They turned, and the rest of the Slytherins were joining the class. All of them looked gleeful, and none of them looked surprised to see Professor Grubblyplank. "This way, please," said Professor Grubblyplank, and she strode off around the paddock where the Beauxbatons horses were shivering. Quinn, Marcus, and Eddie followed her, looking back over their shoulders at Hagrid's cabin. All the curtains were closed. Was Hagrid in there, alone and ill? "What's wrong with Hagrid?" Marcus said, hurrying to catch up with Professor Grubblyplank. What do you reckon is wrong with him? You don't think one of those scrut that the fourth years are studying, speculated Eddie. Quinn glanced at his two friends and injected, you two should get into the habit of reading the newspaper. It's on the front page of the Daily Prophet. He put a hand into his attached pockets, pulled out a newspaper, and handed it to Marcus. You keep newspapers in your pocket, said Eddie. I read a couple of them and can't read them all during the breakfast. Daily Prophet always gets left out, so it tends to end up in my market. Marcus unfolded the paper and read it, with Eddie looking over his shoulder. It was an article topped with a picture of Hagrid looking extremely shifty. Dumbledore's giant mistake. Albus Dumbledore, the eccentric headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, has never been afraid to make controversial staff appointments, writes Rita Skeeter, special correspondent. In September of this year, he hired Alastair Mad-Eye Moody, the notoriously jinx-happy Exorer, to teach defense against the dark arts, a decision that caused many raised eyebrows at the Ministry of Magic, given Moody's well-known habit of attacking anybody who makes a sudden movement in his presence. Mad-Eye Moody, however, looks responsible and kindly when set beside the part-human Dumbledore employs to teach care of magical creatures. Rubius Hagrid, who admits to being expelled from Hogwarts in his third year, has enjoyed the position of gamekeeper at the school ever since a job secured for him by Dumbledore. Last year, however, Hagrid used his mysterious influence over the headmaster to secure the additional post of care of magical creatures teacher over the heads of many better qualified candidates. An alarmingly large and ferocious-looking man, Hagrid has been using his newfound authority to terrify the students in his care with a succession of horrific creatures. While Dumbledore turns a blind eye, Hagrid has maimed several pupils during a series of lessons that many admit to being very frightening. I was attacked by a hippogriff, and my friend Vincent Crabbe got a bad bite off a flobberworm, says Draco Malfoy, a fourth-year student. We all hate Hagrid, but we're just too scared to say anything. Hagrid has no intention of ceasing his campaign of intimidation, however. Last month, in conversation with a Daily Prophet reporter, he admitted breeding creatures he has dubbed blast-ended scruts, highly dangerous crosses between manticores and fire crabs. Of course, the creation of new breeds of magical creatures is an activity usually closely observed by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Hagrid, however, considers himself to be above such petty restrictions. I was just having some fun, he says before hastily changing the subject. As if this were not enough, the Daily Prophet has now unearthed evidence that Hagrid is not, as he has always pretended, a pure-blood wizard. He is not, in fact, even pure human. His mother, we can exclusively reveal, is none other than the giantess Fridwolfa, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. Bloodthirsty and brutal, the giants brought themselves to the point of extinction by warring amongst themselves during the last century. The handful that remained joined the ranks of He Who Must Not Be Named and were responsible for some of the worst mass Muggle killings of his reign of terror. While many of the giants who served He Who Must Not Be Named were killed by Aurors working against the dark side, Fridwolfa was not among them. It is possible she escaped to one of the giant communities still existing in foreign mountain ranges. If his antics during care of magical creatures lessons are any guide, however, Fridwolfa's son appears to have inherited her brutal nature. In a bizarre twist, Hagrid is reputed to have developed a close friendship with the boy who brought around You-Know-Who's fall from power, thereby driving Hagrid's own mother, like the rest of You-Know-Who's supporters, into hiding. Perhaps Harry Potter is unaware of the unpleasant truth about his large friend, but Albus Dumbledore indeed has a duty to ensure that Harry Potter, along with his fellow students, is warned about the dangers of associating with part giants. Marcus finished reading and looked up at Eddie, whose mouth was hanging open. When Quinn saw that, he asked, "You didn't think he was just a big guy, did you?" "Yeah," said Eddie, "Ahem, of course not. I knew that, yeah. Don't worry, people really think he just has big bones," said Quinn as he got the paper back, "but you got to admit, Skeeter sure has excellent writing skills." She expertly painted the specific picture that she wanted. "That's what you get from this," said Marcus, raising his brow. "The article doesn't matter," shrugged Quinn. "Hagrid has been here since he got expelled. Hagrid is around 50, you know. He was here as the gamekeeper when your parents studied at Hogwarts. They know Hagrid personally, a lot of them know what Hagrid is really like, so this article might be tough for a while, but support will shine through." "But, how did she know?" asked Eddie. Quinn shrugged, but he knew the answer. She probably was here on the Yule Ball. He hadn't checked recon on that day, and even if he did, Quinn wouldn't have checked for Skeeter. She wouldn't write about him. But he did have some circumstantial proof about Skeeter's presence. She might have listened to Hagrid and Olymp Maxim's conversation, thought Quinn, thinking about the angry headmistress on that day, pulling Fleur with her. Skeeter must have listened to their conversation. Though I did warn her about being careful about fluttering at Hogwarts, it seems she didn't get the point, thought Quinn, and hummed as the new professor proceeded to lead them towards today's subject. "Oh, unicorns? Nice," he exclaimed happily, and the somewhat threatening thoughts were thrown at the back of his head. There was a Hogsmeade visit halfway through January, and as most Hogwarts students, Quinn was going out of the castle to the all-magical village of Hogsmeade. Quinn, Marcus, and Eddie left the castle together on Saturday and set off through the cold, wet grounds toward the gates. As they passed the Durmstrang ship moored in the lake, they saw Victor Krum emerge onto the deck, dressed in nothing but swimming trunks. He was very well built indeed, and as tough as he looked because he climbed up onto the side of the ship, stretched out his arms, and dived right into the lake. He's mad, said Eddie, staring at Crumb's dark head as it bobbed out into the middle of the lake. It must be freezing, it's January. It's a lot colder where he comes from, said Marcus. But still, going swimming in mid-January is a bit too much. It's not that cold, shrugged Quinn. It's quite pleasant, actually. If you're sleepy, it'll wake you up. A dip in the winter is great for when you're feeling lethargic. The two looked at Quinn as if he had grown a third head, collectively ignore his asinine advice. Eddie turned to Marcus and replied to his last statement, yeah, but there's still the giant squid. He didn't sound anxious, if anything, he sounded hopeful. His team, trolling boogies, after their first loss to Crumb's treacherous barons, hadn't lost a single game. In fact, they had blown the competition away, going as far as to win by double score margins. Quinn roamed his eyes around the snowy Hogsmeade, and peculiarly he caught a glance of a few goblins before they turned a corner. It wasn't that goblins weren't allowed in Hogsmeade, just they were rare to be seen in the village and preferred staying in the underground city that they had built under and around Gringotts. Marcus suggested a visit to the Three Broomsticks to start off the weekend, and that's what they did. The pub was as crowded as ever. Adults, students, residents, passerbys, everyone was enjoying the lively ambience of the merry bar. At the bar, the lovely Madame Rosmerta turned away from her various suitors to take orders from the three. Welcome, boys. What can I get for you today? One large butterbeer, replied Eddie, placing the coins on the table. Same for me, please, said Marcus, getting the money from his pouch wallet. Madame Rosmerta counted the coins and nodded. All right, 2 large butterbeers coming up. She turned to Quinn and asked, what about you? 1 vanilla milkshake with a large scoop of butterscotch and shaved chocolate on the top, please, said Quinn, reciting his order. How much would that be? I want a large serving as well. Eddie, Marcus, and Rosmerta didn't show any reaction to Quinn's order. His two friends were used to the variety of drinks that Quinn ordered every time they came to Hogsmeade, and Quinn had left an impression on Rosmerta because he had ever only ordered a butterbeer once, and after that time, Quinn's orders were always like his current one. 3 sickles, she asked, which Quinn paid. As Madame Rosmerta remembered Quinn, she also knew his habits. Your mug. Quinn always handed her a conjured mug to carry his drinks around with him. Quinn smiled, and instead of conjuring a mug as she was expecting, he took out a wooden tankard from his robes. Please, make the drink in this. Rosmerta's surprised hands received the tankard as her eyes switched between Quinn and the tankard in her hands before she finally went to fix up the drinks. On the side, Eddie was grinning. The tankard was his Christmas gift to Quinn, after all. Hey, why didn't Luna come with us? Asked Eddie. Quinn stared around the bar and the people as he answered, she is spending time with her other friend. Who? Marcus answered as he arrived with his and Eddie's butterbeers. You don't know? She has been spending time with Astoria. Astoria? Astoria Greengrass, as in Daphne's sister, said Eddie, taking his large butterbeer. Yeah, somehow, both of them are friends now. As Marcus and Eddie were talking, Quinn was looking into the mirror behind the bar and saw Ludo Bagman, reflected there, sitting in a shadowy corner with a bunch of goblins. Bagman was talking very fast in a low voice to the goblins, all of whom had their arms crossed and looked rather menacing. It was indeed odd, Quinn thought, that Bagman was here at the Three Broomsticks on a weekend when there was no Triwizard event, and therefore no judging to be done. He watched Bagman in the mirror. He was looking as if he was trying to convince the goblin of something. Ah, I get it now, thought Quinn. He received his shake from Madame Rosmerta before telling Eddie and Marcus, I'll be back in a bit. Then he walked towards the shady corners, towards Bagman. Gentlemen, greeted Quinn as he sat down with them like they were all friends, and he was totally supposed to be there. What a lovely day we have today. The snow is particularly lovely and glowing today. Having a cold drink like the one I'm having has a unique charm. You should try it out. Quinn, stuttered Bagman, and even in the cold, he started to sweat as his heart began to beat faster. What are you doing here? Quinn didn't reply immediately. Instead, he stared into Bagman's eyes and reached out inside. As I feared. He's an addict. No, he's worse, he's an idiot. Mr. Bagman, before you say anything else, I know what you're trying to do here, sighed Quinn. We talked about this when I generously decided to provide you with some much-needed help. I warned you what would happen if you tried to do exactly this. And no, you've got all this wrong, sputtered Bagman. I wasn't. A goblin cut Bagman off. Who are you? Quinn glanced at the goblin, scooped up a spoonful of ice cream, and ate it. Quinn West. The 4 goblins, dressed in heavy robes, twitched at the mention of his names. West, one goblin replied with a guttural voice, I remember, you're the one who has a student vault with us. The only West coin we have in Gringotts. Yes, smiled Quinn, continuing to drink and eat. I'm also the one who paid Mr. Bagman's debt, and I would suggest that you don't lend him more money. That's between us and Ludo Bagman. You're not to interfere in our business. Quinn watched the toothy goblin, showing their sharp teeth, and shrugged. Okay, I will take a guess about what is happening here. Mr. Bagman here is trying to convince you to lend him some money, which you're hesitant to do because his past record with Gringotts isn't particularly spotless. But Mr. Bagman assures you that he'll pay you back on time. Bagman wasn't even looking up right now. He had his eyes squeezed close, his head bowed down. You see, the reason behind Mr. Bagman's confidence is that he plans to put his money once again into gambling just like last time. This time around, he was going to put his money into the very lucrative Quidditch tournament happening around right now. Quinn's initial plan had been to keep the betting system inside Hogwarts and for the Hogwarts student. The Weasley twins had other ideas around the third week. They started expanded to the people in the stands, and when the fifth week rolled around, they came to Quinn and suggested that they open up the betting to anyone who wanted to bet. Their problem was that they didn't have the capital for the expansion. It took a lot of cash and liquidity to match the bets and keep a betting operational. Moreover, they didn't have the knowledge on how to work something of that level. Fortunately for them, Quinn was ambitious and liked the idea. Furthermore, he had his head crammed with business knowledge from George West, Elliot Dalton, and Leah West liquefied gems of wisdom and had the money to back everything up. And I'm sure you fine gentlemen must know who run the Hogwarts Quidditch betting scene. He pointed at himself. I do. As such, I decide who gets to bet, and I have placed strict orders that Mr. Bagman is not to be allowed to place any bets. Quinn stared up into Bagman's round, rosy face and his wide, baby blue eyes. But it seems that he has employed another to do his bidding. I thought of this happening, in fact, expected it, but sincerely hoped that he won't go down that path. Aye. Around that time, Rita Skeeter had just entered. She was wearing banana yellow robes today, her long nails were painted shocking pink, and she was accompanied by her paunchy photographer. She bought drinks, and she and the photographer made their way through the crowds to a table nearby. Then she noticed Ludo Bagman, a bunch of goblins, and Quinn West sitting in a shady corner. Bozo? What's Bagman? What's he doing with a pack of goblins in tow? Showing them the sights? What nonsense, he was always a bad liar. Reckon something's up? Think we should do a bit of digging? And why is Quinn West sitting with them? Come on, let's go talk to them. A friendly chat, you know. She, with her trusty photography, marched towards the corner and, with a brilliant smile and shrill voice, spoke. Bagman? What a surprise to see you here. Go away, Miss Skeeter, you're not required here, said Quinn without looking at the reporter. Rita Skeeter's smile flickered very slightly, but she hitched it back almost at once. She snapped open her crocodile skin handbag, pulled out her quick quotes quill. Quinn, I didn't see you there. Miss Skeeter, why are you still here? Asked Quinn, finally glancing at the woman. Rita's eyes hardening as they fell on Quinn. Quinn, seeing you with Ludo Bagman is a surprise. I know things about Ludo Bagman that would make your hair curl. She tried to garner some favor. If Ludo Bagman was scared before, he was more scared now. Rita Skeeter was like a blood-smelling hound who wouldn't let go of a scoop if she could smell one. And right now, she was trying to garner favor with Quinn. Quinn sighed once again. Miss Skeeter, can I talk to you for a second? Rita made Bozo stay behind as she followed Quinn to another corner. Yes, Quinn? What is it? Do you want to know about Bagman? Because I have a lot of things I can. Miss Skeeter, Quinn stopped her. I knew about your little secret before I even met you. Don't you think I would know Mr. Bagman's dirty little secrets? I know what he did during the war, what he's doing now, and what he's going to do in the future. He took a pause before finally stating, Miss Skeeter, you don't have to do this. All I desire from you is to not cross paths with me. If you can do that, I'll not come in your path if you do that, and we both will go out merry ways. Quinn understood that if he wanted, he could use Rita Skeeter as a very useful asset. But Quinn didn't want to deal with Rita Skeeter as he had too much on his plate to keep tabs on what she was doing, and Rita Skeeter was like a viper, and if he gave her a chance, she would bite him. He was 100% sure that if he asked Rita Skeeter to do something, she would try to find something that would put Quinn at a disadvantage. Do you understand me? Rita's quill hand went down, and she nodded silently. Good, then. I wish you a pleasant day. He walked back to the goblin table, and as he sat down, he addressed Bozo, the photographer. You can go now. Miss Skeeter is calling for you. Bozo seemed confused as this wasn't how things usually went. His partner, Boss, would usually be smiling with the other party sweating. He walked away feeling very perplexed. Now, where were we? Asked Quinn. Yes. As I was saying, if you want to make a loss, then go ahead, be my guest, lend him money because Mr. Bagman isn't going to be doing any Quidditch betting, but maybe this better, maybe he will use that money somewhere useful. The goblins had heard enough. They looked at each other before getting up and walking out of the bar. They didn't even look at Bagman before leaving. Mr. Bagman, I don't care what you do after the tournament, but before it, I don't want any problems from you. Even now, it won't cause me any harm if I let you do whatever you want, but tell me, what was our deal? If I give you the hosting job and stay out of trouble till the tournament, you'll pay off my debts, replied Bagman. Exactly, said Quinn, finally finishing his milkshake. I'll let it go this time, but next time around, I won't be so lenient. You may take this any way you want to or can. Quinn got up, gave Bagman one last look before leaving. His job as the host of the Triwizard Tournament was directly tied to Ludo Bagman being on the judging panel. If somehow, Bagman managed to get himself booted, then Quinn's host duties might come into jeopardy, and he would have to do extra work to keep that job. As he walked back towards the bar, he saw the Weasley twins enter the pub. Fred, George, here. Yeah, what is it? Quinn pointed at Bagman, sulking in the corner, and muttered, Mr. Bagman there was trying to place some bets. I've talked to them, but if he does come to you, don't let him come to place some bets, not even if he agrees to pay both of you back for the galleons he took from at the WORL Cup. How did you never mind? The twins sighed. Okay, we will make sure that he doesn't place any bets with us. Good, nodded Quinn, satisfied. Also Bagman is using a couple students to place his bets. I'll be sending those names, so make sure they are banned for a couple of games. He had gleaned off the information right from the source. Roger. When Quinn joined his friends back, Marcus asked, what was that about? Oh, you know, business as usual, Quinn replied before calling out to the hostess, Madame Rosmerta, 1 hot chocolate, please. Scene break. So, will you do it? Quinn stared at the 5 adults in front of him and pretended to ponder the question he just asked. You're asking me if I would be fine being put into an enchanted sleep and then spend a couple of hours inside the freezing waters of the Great Lake in February. Albus nodded as if it was a commonplace request. Yes, that's about right. I see, nodded Quinn. While I would love to volunteer for this exciting opportunity, I've hosting responsibilities that I need to attend, so I'm unfortunately not available. In the headmaster's office, Quinn sat with the 3 heads of schools, Flitwick and Barty Crouch Sr. Mr. West, started Crouch, I assure you that you will be absolutely safe. Professor Dumbledore has communicated with the merpeople, and they will make sure that you will not be harmed down while you're sleeping. Quinn, of course, wasn't worried about being harmed, certainly not underwater. That was probably the safest place for him. I understand that, Mr. Crouch, and I've full trust in the measures taken, but I've things planned for the second task. Mr. Bagman and I've been in regular contact, preparing just for this task. At novel been at. And what might those preparations be? Asked Maxim. That you'll see on the day itself, smiled Quinn before asking back, is there no else you can ask to be Fleur's hostage? Like one of your students, someone close to her, maybe. Well, Fleur's younger sister just arrived as the second batch of students from Beauxbatons. We can have her go under the lake, but I'm a little hesitant about putting someone as young as her in the lake so soon after she gets here. Quinn groaned internally, not audibly, of course. It was true that Gabrielle Delacour was dangerously young to be put under the lake, and looking at it, he should volunteer for it. Fleur was his friend, and she would definitely not like it when she found that her sister was put inside the lake. Especially not when the Egg Riddle states that they would lose those hostages after an hour. Not a thing to be happy about. Whatever. I should just do it. There's no harm done to me anyway, thought Quinn. I could probably break from the enchanted sleep if I try hard enough. It'll be a good opportunity to see how well I can do against Dumbledore's magic. But, what would I do while tied up down there? Not that I can talk mere speak. I should speak up first. But before he could, Olymp spoke up. Quinn, are you dating Fleur? Quinn, who was about to speak, closed his mouth at the sudden question before opening it again. No, I'm not. Why? All right, it's decided then. Little Gabrielle will go inside. I think having her sister down there will be a greater motivation for Fleur, increasing her chances to win. That's one way to think about, I guess, said Quinn. He was a little taken aback by the reasoning, but he could see it working. If someone put Leah under the lake, Quinn would literally tear the lake apart to get to her. This is over then, said Karakov, sounding bored mixed with a bit of irritation. Everyone's hostages are decided. 3 of them are already put into sleep for tomorrow. We just need to get that little girl down there. Oh, who are the other 3? Asked Quinn. Dumbledore, answered Quinn, Ms. Ivy Potter for her brother Harry Potter, Ms. Cho Chang for Cedric Diggory, and finally, Ms. Daphne Greengrass for Victor Crumb. Quinn's brow twitched at the mention of Daphne going into the lake. He knew that she would be going inside, but still hearing it now bothered him a little. Crumb better come first in this round, thought Quinn, and Ivy instead of Hermione. Looks like I was wrong. Well, sister trumps date, I guess. And Lily Potter must know about the real situation. Great to know, he said. I'll use that info while hosting. He was going to put on a show tomorrow morning. The entrance hall contained a few last-minute stragglers, all leaving the Great Hall after breakfast and heading through the double oak doors to watch the second task. They stared as Harry flashed past, sending Colin and Dennis Creevy flying as he leaped down the stone steps and out onto the bright, chilly grounds. At novel been at. As he pounded down the lawn, Harry saw the seats from the first task Dragon Stadium in November were now ranged along the opposite bank, rising in stands built over the water of the Great Lake that was packed to the bursting point and reflected in the lake below. The excited babble of the crowd echoed strangely across the water as Harry ran flat out around the other side of the lake toward the judges, who were sitting at another gold-draped table at the water's edge. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb were beside the judges' table, watching Harry sprint toward them. I'm here. Harry panted, skidding to a halt in the mud and accidentally splattering Fleur's robes. Where have you been, Mr. Potter? Said an authoritative, disapproving voice. The task's about to start. Harry looked around. McGonagall was looking at him disappointedly and a little angrily. Now, Professor McGonagall, said Ludo Bagman, who was looking intensely jolly to see Harry. Let him catch his breath. Dumbledore smiled at Harry, but Karkaroff and Madame Maxim didn't look at all pleased to see him. It was evident from the looks on their faces that they had thought he wasn't going to turn up. Harry bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He had a stitch in his side that felt as though he had a knife between his ribs, but there was no time to get rid of it. Ludo Bagman was now moving among the champions, spacing them along the bank at intervals of 10 feet. Harry was on the very end of the line, next to Crumb, who was wearing swimming trunks and was holding his wand ready. All right, Harry. Bagman whispered as he moved Harry a few feet farther away from Crumb. Know what you're going to do. Yeah, Harry panted, massaging his ribs. The preparations for the task had caused him to be a little too late. Bagman gave Harry's shoulder a quick squeeze and returned to the judge's table. He pointed his wand at his throat as he had done at the World Cup, said, sonorous, and his voice boomed out across the dark water toward the stands. Well, all our champions are ready for the second task. I won't waste any more of your time and pass it on to Quinn West for him to continue the task. The stands were built above the lake, supported by vertical beams holding them above the surface. As such, there was a good amount of space between the seating area and the lake. From that gap below, the students saw Quinn coming out, and it set them lit in murmurs and discussion. Hermione and Ron were sitting with Lily Potter to support their friend's mother because they knew that Ivy was under the lake and Harry was about to go inside. As Hermione watched Quinn enter their sight, she elbowed Ron in the sides, hitting him in the ribs. Is he walking on water? Ron was so engrossed to see Quinn walk on water that he could only nod his head. But Lily Potter did confirm Hermione's question. Yes, dear. Quinn is walking on water. Quinn walked a little distance on the water to the point where he didn't have to feel uncomfortable craning his neck to look at everyone in the stands. Be honest, he started looking at everyone with a smile. You're thinking how I'm doing this, aren't you? There were many yes from the crowd, and Quinn could see a lot of necks craning and students standing up to get a better look at him. Being honest myself, I'm pretty cool right now. He hopped on the water a couple times, showing that there was no trick here and he was indeed solidly standing on water. It wasn't that difficult to walk on water, an intermediary water spell, and anyone could replicate what Quinn was doing right now. The wow factor was because no one did it and because walking on water was an action tied closely to Jesus Christ, and religion was popular everywhere, be it magical or non-magical. Look at Friar, he was a cleric monk when he was alive, and even after his death, he was a devout practitioner of his religion. Quinn smiled at the nods he received from the crowd and was about to continue when he felt a tremor beneath his feet. His smile cramped for a second. He raised his right foot and tapped it on the water, sending tremors back into the lake hidden from everyone looking at him. Ahem, I'm sure since November, all of you must have heard at least one or a couple theories about the second task, all kind of speculations and conjectures in our beloved Hogwarts rumor mill, tingling curiosities up and down the castles. Another water tremor came back to him, and the Kraken, who was looking to fight, replied back sulkily at Quinn's refusal. Water tremors. All right, not that's over with. He spread his arms wide and continued. Now, as we stand here, on the Great Lake, all of you must have some inkling about the task, at least that it's water-related. He glanced at the champions standing at a separate platform. The champions know what they have to do and what is at stake here. The first task was all about them, but this time around, it's not just themselves they have to worry about this time around. There are more things on the line. All four champions displayed a different level of nervousness as they stood staring at the lake. All four knew what Quinn was talking about. Before I move on, I would start the task and get our champions working, said Quinn, taking out a small white sphere with red veins all around. He dropped the sphere into the water. I'm sure they're eager to get inside there and start their task. Before they actually go in, I can only share a couple of things. They have precisely an hour to recover what has been taken from them. But before they go, I would like you to introduce all of you and them to what we're going to for the hour they're inside. He closed his right eye and raised his fake wand to the sky. Once again, like the first task, the light bent in the sky and a vast illusion of an underwater scene. This is the live feed of what's happening inside the Great Lake. There won't be much to do for the hour the champions are underwater, so we will be watching them from here. Quinn still had his right eye closed, and that was because his right eye was currently connected to the sphere he had dropped underwater, an artificial eye that he had planned and researched since his second year, Chapter 61, and had been actively building since this year, Chapter 140. In Project Drone Vision. Quinn's right eye's vision was cut, and his optic nerves that connected his eyes to the brain were magically getting optical signals from the artificial eye. The artificial eye was covered with a protective coating of an air bubble that kept it separated from the water. He could literally see what the artificial eye was catching. It was a little disorienting to see two completely different scenes, but he had gotten used to it. Now, champions, on the count of 3, the countdown starts, then 1, 2, 3, start. The whistle echoed shrilly in the cold, still air. The stands erupted with cheers and applause. Without looking to see what the other champions were doing, Harry pulled off his shoes and socks, pulled a vial of moss green potion out of his pocket, stuffed it into his mouth, and waded out into the lake. He had drunk a gillyweed potion that he and Hermione had brewed together. Harry clapped his hands around his throat and felt 2 large slits just below his ears, flapping in the cold air. Quinn had gills. Without pausing to think, he did the only thing that made sense. He dove deep inside the lake to get his twin out. Victor Crumb cracked his neck as he pulled out his wand and pointed it towards his head. The action made Quinn furrow his brow a little. He knew what was about to come. Partial transfiguration around the head area was a tricky thing, and Quinn wasn't sure if the pro-seeker was adept enough to safely pull it off. Victor's head twisted into a shark head with jagged teeth and beady eyes. And just like the originals, Cedric and Fleur used bubblehead charms to filter the air out of the water to provide them oxygen underwater before they dove inside to rescue her girlfriend and little sister. It was a charm that Quinn didn't use underwater, but when he had to deal with potions that released toxic fumes during brewing. Ah, these guys have it so easy, thought Quinn, and exhaled a big sigh as plenty of memories of being pushed around in the water, being lost in darkness, being cut, among other things like being smacked around by giant tentacles, flashed inside his mind. Quinn shook his head and pulled himself out of the flashbacks. Yeah, so easy. Now that the champions are inside, let's see how they're doing. The illusion overhead changed as the eye moved. They could only see 10 feet ahead, so that as the eye sped through the water, new scenes seemed to loom suddenly out of the oncoming darkness. Forests of rippling, tangled black weed, vast plains of mud littered with dull, glimmering stones. First, they saw Cedric swimming freely, but the very next second, his ankles were grabbed a Grindylow, a tiny, horned water demon, poking out of the weed. Its long fingers clutched tightly around Cedric's leg. Its pointed fangs bared. Cedric stuck his hand quickly inside his robes and fumbled for his wand. By the time he had grasped it, 2 more Grindylows had risen out of the weed, had seized handfuls of Cedric's clothes, and were attempting to drag him down. Sparkles shot from his wand, and the Grindylows were pelted with what seemed to be jets of hot water, for where it struck them, angry red patches appeared on their green skin. Cedric pulled his ankle out of the Grindylow's grip and swam as fast as he could, occasionally sending more jets of hot water over his shoulder at random. Every now and then, he felt one of the Grindylows snatch at his foot again, and he kicked out, hard. Finally, he felt his foot connect with a horned skull, and looking back, saw the dazed Grindylow floating away, cross-eyed, while its fellows shook their fists at Cedric and sank back into the weed. Grindlyos were a little blip, but it seems that Cedric is doing well. Let's move on to another champion. His commentary wasn't needed as people were a little too engrossed in the visuals. The eye moved, and soon they saw a large rock emerge out of the muddy water ahead. It had paintings of merpeople on it. They carried spears and chased what looked like the giant squid. A cluster of crude stone dwellings stained with algae loomed suddenly out of the gloom on all sides. Here and there at the dark windows, everyone saw faces that bore no resemblance at all to the painting of the mermaid in the prefect's bathroom. The merpeople had grayish skin and long, wild, dark green hair. Their eyes were yellow, as were their broken teeth, and they wore thick ropes of pebbles around their necks. They leered at Harry Potter as he swam past. 1 or 2 of them emerged from their caves to watch him better, their powerful, silverfish tails beating the water, spears clutched in their hands. Harry sped on, staring around, and soon the dwellings became more numerous. There were gardens of weed around some of them, and he even saw a pet Grindylow tied to a stake outside one door. Merpeople were emerging on all sides now, watching him eagerly, pointing at his webbed hands and gills, talking behind their hands to one another. Harry sped around a corner, and an extraordinary sight met his eyes. A whole crowd of merpeople was floating in front of the houses that lined what looked like a mere version of a village square. A choir of merpeople was singing in the middle, calling the champions toward them, and behind them rose a crude sort of statue, a gigantic merperson hewn from a boulder. 4 people were bound tightly to the tail of the stone merperson. Ivy was tied between Daphne and Cho. There was also a girl who looked no older than 8, whose clouds of silvery hair made everyone feel sure that she was Fleur Delacour's sister, Gabrielle Delacour. All 4 of them appeared to be in a very deep sleep. Their heads were lolling onto their shoulders, and fine streams of bubbles kept issuing from their mouths. "Ah, Victor Crumb is here," said Quinn as he, a half-shark half-man, entered the illusion above. Victor Crumb sped toward the hostages, half expecting the merpeople to lower their spears and charge at him, but they did nothing. The ropes of weed tying the hostages to the statue were thick, slimy, and very strong. He looked around. Many of the merpeople surrounding them were carrying spears. He swam swiftly toward a 7-foot-tall merman with a long green beard and a choker of shark fangs and tried to mime a request to borrow the spear. The merman laughed and shook his head. Victor roared fiercely, but only bubbles issued from his mouth, and he tried to pull the spear away from the merman, but the merman yanked it back, still shaking his head and laughing. Harry was watching the entire thing from the side while keeping an eye on Ivy. He swirled around, staring about. Something sharp, anything. Rocks were littering the lake bottom. He dived and snatched up a particularly jagged one and returned to the statue. He began to hack at the ropes binding Ivy, and after several minutes' hard work, they broke apart. Ivy floated, unconscious, a few inches above the lake bottom, drifting a little in the ebb of the water. Harry looked around and saw that the shark man swam straight to Daphne and began snapping and biting at her ropes. The trouble was that Crumb's new teeth were positioned very awkwardly for grinding anything smaller than a dolphin, and Harry was quite sure that if Crumb wasn't careful, he was going to rip Daphne in half. He looked at Ivy before turning to Daphne. He knew that while his sister and Daphne fought a lot, but once they had been very close enough that if Ivy was awake right now, she would help Daphne right now. Darting forward, Harry struck Crumb on the shoulder and held up the jagged stone. Crumb seized it and began to cut Daphne free. Within seconds, he had done it. He grabbed Daphne around the waist, and without a backward glance, began to rise rapidly with her toward the surface. Now what? Harry thought. Fleur's Delacour sister looked a little too young to be here, and she was looking a little green. But after thinking for a while, he decided to leave. Fleur had done better than everyone else in the first task, better than him, and she had used pure magic and not other skills like flying like he had. She would be here soon, he thought, and took off. And as Harry swam away, he saw Cedric swim past him towards the merperson stone statue. Cedric reached the statue, and now the merpeople were standing close to Cho and Gabrielle. Cedric pulled his wand out. "Get out of my way." Only bubbles flew out of his bubblehead cover, but he had a distinct impression that the mermen had understood him because they suddenly stopped laughing. Their yellowish eyes were fixed upon Harry's wand, and they looked cautious. They moved away, giving Cedric space, who immediately shot a slicing hex at the thick bindings, freeing Cho. Alright, 3 hostages have been freed, with only 1 remaining. Let's see how the 4th missing champion is doing. Now, we just have to find where she is. Quinn felt sonar tremors into the lake, and eventually, he got the feedback. He had found her. The artificial eye immediately trod water, and the scene everyone saw what was Fleur Delacour up to. Ah, so this is where she was. Fleur Delacour was wrapped up in black weeds. They were tightly wound around her arms, legs, and torso. The black weeds weren't attached to the soil but were broken, and their other ends were held by multiple toothy Grindylows, who were pulling the weedy ropes while Fleur struggled, but the little demon's gang work was a little too strong for Fleur. It seems that Fleur has lost her wand, commented Quinn, and the illusion zoomed into the wand sitting down at the lake bed. Suddenly, Fleur directly looked at the camera, and she mouthed out words frantically. While others weren't able to understand the words, Quinn could as he read her lips. She was begging for Quinn specifically, to rescue her sister and that there wasn't much time left. Quinn, of course, knew that Gabrielle wasn't in any danger, she would be pulled out at the end of the hour. But then he saw something that concerned him a lot. Fleur's figure and face were slightly shifting. She is shifting into her avian form. Fleur was panicking. From his talks with Fleur and his reading, Quinn knew that in their avian form, Velas weren't able to control magic properly. If she fully transformed, then there were solid chances that her bubblehead charms would pop and then… ah, damn it. Quinn closed both of his eyes, and now all he could see was the scene transmitted by the artificial eye from Project Drone Vision. In the originals, Fleur had somewhat gone through the same thing, and in that time, she had come out without any major mishaps. While the situation had changed this time around, the 3 champions had gotten to their hostages without much hassle or problems, but that didn't mean Fleur would come out unharmed as well. He contemplated his next move, and with the loud discussions from stands made him think that he needed to make a discussion very soon. He opened his left unconnected eye to see the judges' reactions and saw that Dumbledore, Bagman, Karkaroff, and Crouch all were looking at his overhead illusion, but other than the low varying level of worries, all men looked otherwise unbothered. It was only Olympe Maxim who looked genuinely anxious about her champion's condition. Fleur's unheard words were still sounding loud in his ears. Then there were sudden gasps all across the stands as everyone saw Fleur's bubblehead charm shrunk dangerously close to her face, receding from below the neck level to just below the chin. Okay, I need to do something or she's going to drown, he thought, feeling a little panicked himself, and it's going to happen in front of everyone else. Yup, I should do it right now. Immediately, the water beneath his feet, which was keeping him afloat above, gave way, and he sank below without making a splash, leaving behind just a hint of a circular wave from where he was standing. On the judges' platform, Karkaroff glared at Dumbledore. Where did he go, Dumbledore? What are your students doing now? Dumbledore glanced at Karkaroff and shrugged with a hint of a smile on his face. I have no idea what he's doing. Mr. West, for the most part, likes to do things on his own, at his own pace, at his own discretion. You lie. First, you enter 2 champions, and now this. He hasn't done anything yet, Igor. Dumbledore pointed up at the illusion still running. Let's see what he does. I'm sure it will be entertaining, and isn't that what we are going here for? Dumbledore merrily laughed while Karkaroff frowned deeply. Sitting by their side, Olympe's eyes were fixed with the illusion. She tapped away at the armrest of her chair, with a pit sitting in the base of her stomach. She had complete confidence in Fleur to handle herself, but that was when Fleur had a wand in her hand. Right now, she didn't have one, which in itself was the worst nightmare for a witch. I see him. I can see Mr. West, said Barty Crouch Sr., as stern as ever. He hadn't shown up at the Yule Ball or for work at the Ministry because of bad health, but he was back now, healthy as a bull. Everyone saw Quinn in the illusion, swimming towards Fleur from her backside as the artificial eye was positioned at Fleur's front. Tracy, sitting in the stands, nudged Astoria and whispered, "It's just like the time when he came outside the common room windows." Astoria nodded as she and everyone could see that Quinn's hands and feet had gained webbing, and he had gill flaps on his neck and chest. Where did he ditch his clothes? Tracy turned towards the speaker and gazed at Eddie, who was sitting beside her watching the illusion with a thoughtful look. In the illusion, Quinn was in nothing but a pair of swimming trunks. Dumbledore studied the illusion, specifically Quinn, and assessed the gills and webbed feet and hands. Those aren't from gillyweed like Mr. Potter's. Then, they are transfigurations? But why does he have gills on his chest? Wait a minute, are they directly connected? Oh my, if that's the case, then that's some impressive work. Even from seeing just an image fabricated from Quinn's memory, Dumbledore could tell precisely what magic Quinn was using. Quinn shot every Grindylow, trapping Fleur with jets of stunning spell directed through his fake wand. Not a single little snickering water midget was able to escape or even had a chance to escape. He came to the front and was immediately stunned. She's unconscious. He saw that her bubblehead charm was still intact, but she isn't getting enough air through it. He poked his fake wand into her bubble and cast a much sturdier bubblehead charm, once again resuming an ample supply of oxygen for Fleur. Quinn grabbed her by the waist and looked up. He could send her back to the shore right from here, but that would attract attention and with it suspicion. His power stint last year, which led him to split the lake, garnered a lot of attention. Students and professors alike had visited and staked the lake for weeks to figure what had happened. Dumbledore himself, at that time and when planning for the second task, had extensively investigated the abnormality. Both times, he had examined the lake for a month and talked with the merpeople. All he got from his efforts was that the giant squid, Kraken, had been active a lot, moving around, causing underwater waves, but other than that, even they didn't know the cause of the bizarre incident. Quinn knew all of this because he had chanced upon Dumbledore talking to a merperson. That very day Quinn had gone and made sure that the entrance to the aquatic vault was hidden from sight so that if Dumbledore ever did go close to the entrance, he would miss it. Standing on the water was fine, but if he sent Fleur up from here, that would be a massive giveaway and might turn him into a prime suspect. Quinn swam up, pulling Fleur with him. He had to shoot a couple more Grindylows on the way, but otherwise, Quinn got Fleur out as soon as possible. Outside on the surface, everyone saw Quinn and Fleur pop out of the water. They watched as Quinn set Fleur flat on the water surface as if it was solid and himself used the lake surface to climb up before picking up Fleur in his arms and walked towards the stands. Poppy came running out on the platform from where the champions had jumped as he got close to the stands. Quinn, how's she? Status. She's fine, just fainted. Her bubblehead charm shrunk and couldn't provide enough air to her, replied Quinn. She'll be fine, just need to get up on her own. Okay, pass her up. She needed to check for herself just to be safe and sure. Quinn clutched his fake wand and was about to wave it in the motion for a body levitation charm but felt Fleur's arms tighten around her neck. Quinn, he heard a soft and faint whisper. He glanced down and saw Fleur looking at him with half-lidded eyes. Yes, I'm here. Gabrielle. She's fine, he said, as unlike her, he knew that the hostages weren't in any danger. Where is she? She's fine and safe. Her eyes once again began closing, but before they fully closed, she spoke on last time. Bring her up, please. Quinn sighed as his lie failed the deception check. Yeah, I will get her up. He sent her up to Poppy to get checked up and brought up back to health. Now it was time to get Gabrielle back up. He turned around, and before the judges could say anything, Quinn sunk back in, not giving them a chance to stop them. At novel bin at. Quinn knew that Dumbledore would call up a merperson who would then go back to get Gabrielle back up. While that was fine, it would take too much time. Fleur might be up and running, and if she saw her sister still missing, she would panic. As such, he wanted to get Gabrielle before Fleur woke up. Because Quinn was sure that Fleur was barely half-conscious in their conscious. Quinn cut the connection to the artificial eye and, with it, erased the illusion. He finally opened his right eye, and immediately, water around started to move, and he zapped towards the merpeople village to retrieve Gabrielle. He cut the water magic just before he was within sight and swam normally towards the statue to which Gabrielle was tied. He stepped on the lake bed and finally saw an asleep, floating Gabrielle. He walked normally as if he wasn't in the water, and when a merperson swam in his path, Quinn waved a hand, gesturing to move aside. But the merperson didn't move and stared at Quinn sternly. Maybe it was because Quinn was in a hurry or because he had so much water around him, and it felt terrific as if power was filling him that he waved his hand once again, and the merperson was swept away by an underwater wave, leaving the path free which Quinn briskly walked to reach Gabrielle. He simply looked at the 5 merfolk standing nearby, and they didn't dare approach him. He untied the little Vila, and just like his sister, he took off with her, this time just faster, courtesy of water magic. The merpeople could only stand and watch as Quinn left with the hostage that they had to protect. When he finally emerged, everyone screamed, cheered, and applauded as if he was a champion. Quinn stared at them with a partially surprised expression. Then his face changed from surprise to a bit of furrow in his brow because he saw a wide-awake Fleur wrapped in towels, staring at him staring at Gabrielle, who had woken up from her enchanted sleep. Coming out of the water was the trigger. He walked to the champion's platform and waved his fake wand, which made the water under his rise up. Pushing him up, he kept it pretty wobbly just to be safe. Oh, Gabrielle. French flew out of Fleur's mouth as she received Gabrielle from Quinn and hugged her confused sister. Come here, you, said Madame Pomfrey. She took Gabrielle from Fleur and, under the watchful eye of Fleur, warmed up Gabrielle and checked if the young girl was up. A third-year Hufflepuff called out softly to Quinn and shyly handed him a towel. Quinn smiled and received it with a smile. He didn't actually need the towel, but he pretended to wipe his face as magic stepped water up from his body. He handed the towel back with a thank you, making the girl blush. He looked down, and he was still in his swim shorts and then at the lake where he had stripped himself of his cloth in the heat of the moment. He shrugged and conjured a simple shirt around his body. Well done, Mr. West. Dumbledore cried. You brought Ms. Delacour just in time, though going after Ms. Gabrielle was a little hasty, but I understand. Thank you, Headmaster, smiled Quinn. I was the closest, it was just natural for me to help out. He also noticed Karkaroff watching him. He was the only judge who had not left the table, the sole judge not showing signs of pleasure and relief that Fleur and Gabrielle had got back safely. Quinn smiled and nodded towards Karkaroff with a short head bow. Quinn looked back at Dumbledore just to find that the old headmaster was missing. Dumbledore was crouching at the water's edge, deep in conversation with what seemed to be the chief merperson, a particularly wild and ferocious-looking female. He was making the same sort of screechy noises that the merpeople made when they were above water. Clearly, Dumbledore could speak Mermish. Finally, he straightened up, turned to his fellow judges, and said, a conference before we give the marks, I think. The judges went into a huddle. Poppy had gone to rescue Ivy and Harry from Lily's clutches. She led him over to Daphne and the others, gave them a blanket and some pepper-up potion. Quinn had been a little too fast in his rescue. As Poppy dealt with the champions and hostages, Quinn squatted at the platform's edge and looked deeply at the lake while pointing his fake wand. A dozen seconds later, his clothes came flying out, sloshing in water, thoroughly soaking. He smiled and insta-dried his clothes. Quinn stood up and turned to see Fleur standing just behind him. Whoa, hey, how are you feeling? He asked. The Vila threw her arms around Quinn's neck and kissed him deeply right on the lips. Quinn was so surprised that he froze for a second before he remembered that kissing felt really good. So he leaned into it, and subconsciously his hands went to her waist. Everyone who could see Fleur and Quinn stared at the couple, which was a lot of people, including all on the platform, judges, champions, hostages, Poppy, and Lily. Harry, Cedric, and Crumb stared at the pair with their mouths open a little. Cedric got a jab which closed his mouth. The judges held varying expressions, with Dumbledore smiling. Young people. Poppy and Lily looked a bit scandalized to see blatant kissing happening in front of them. Finally, Ivy and Daphne, who were soaking wet with towels around them, stared at Quinn and Fleur. Almost immediately, Daphne's dislike of Fleur deepened a few levels. She wanted to get up and separate the two but knew she couldn't do it. Ivy stared at them, and her mind started to play her interaction with Quinn after he saved Harry his visit to their house, her visits to the aid office, him training them, him rejecting her and how that felt, and finally the dance she shared with him at the Yule ball. Ivy decided that she didn't like what was happening in front of her. After a long and deep kiss, they separated, out of breath. Fleur's arms now rested on Quinn's chest as he gazed down at her, his arms still on her waist. Not going to lie, but this might be the best thing that happened to me this week, maybe even this month, and he had found the innermost chamber of the fourth vault this month. Fleur nodded in total agreement. It was at the top for me as well. Really? Yes. So, I'm definitely much better than okay, aren't I? Fleur chuckled melodiously and nodded. Yes, you're better than okay. She looked up and licked her lips. Much better than okay. Quinn beamed, feeling really happy right now, and gazed at the girls in his arms. He knew what he said about not wanting his first relationship to not be a fling, but right now, Fleur looked a little too appealing. He really wanted to kiss her again. Ahem. That fake cough broke Quinn out of his thoughts. He looked and saw Ludo Bagman looking at them. Fleur and Quinn removed their hands from each other, realizing that they had a lot of company. Mr. Bagman, said Quinn, you can continue for today. Please conclude the second task. Ludo nodded, knowing it was a request even if there was a please in there. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our decision. Merchiftinus Mercus has told us exactly what happened at the bottom of the lake, and we also saw everything from here, so we have therefore decided to award marks out of 50 for each of the champions, as follows. Fleur Delacour, though she demonstrated excellent use of the bubblehead charm, was attacked by Grindylows as she approached her goal and failed to retrieve her hostage. We award her 25 points. Applause from the stands. I deserved 0, said Fleur, throatily, shaking her magnificent head. Cedric Diggory, who also used the bubblehead charm, was third to return with his hostage, though he returned 1 minute outside the time limit of an hour. Enormous cheers from the Hufflepuffs in the crowd. Quinn saw Cho give Cedric a glowing look. We, therefore, award him 41 points. Victor Crumb used an incomplete form of transfiguration, which was nevertheless effective and was second to return with his hostage. We award him 44 points. Karkaroff clapped particularly hard, looking very superior. Harry Potter used a gillyweed potion to great effect, Bagman continued. He returned first and well inside the time limit of an hour. He was the fastest and worked with the most efficiency. As such, we award him a total of 48 points. Harry looked proud, and Lily was clapping very hard. Quinn gave a glance to Bagman before stepping forward to take the last announcement for himself. The third and final task will take place at dusk on the 24th of June. The champions will be notified of what is coming precisely 1 month beforehand. Thank you all for your support of the champions. It's over, Quinn thought, sighing, as Madame Pomfrey began herding the champions and hostages back to the castle to get into dry clothes. But then he felt arms wrap around his waist, and he looked down to see tiny silver blonde staring at him with her big blue eyes. Gabrielle, right? Asked Quinn, pulling a smile. The girl nodded and spoke in a voice that Quinn thought was very lovely and cute. Thank you. You're welcome. The little girl continued to stare at Quinn for a few seconds before running away. She had said her thank you, but she feared that Quinn would get all yucky kissy face with her if she stayed. If Quinn knew her thoughts, he would have experienced a very happy blow. He looked at the lake and smiled. It was a good day. He didn't notice a few sets of eyes observing him with varying looks. As the year entered March, the weather became drier, but cruel winds skinned people's hands and faces every time they went out onto the grounds. There were delays in the post because the owls kept being blown off course, which was beneficial for Magifax sales as they were finally picking up speed in the domestic household market after dominating the professional office market. It was a Friday morning in the Great Hall during breakfast with the Hogwarts population was abuzz with the morning energy, and for once, a lot of students were surprisingly reading newspapers. The second task had been an exciting event with the host walking on water, the flashy overhead live footage of underwater, and the very visible public display affection, which marked the end of the second task. Every student in Hogwarts wanted to see what the papers wrote about the unique experience. As such, the students who didn't even touch newspapers if it didn't have a juicy story were gathered in groups, sharing the newspapers arriving at the Great Hall by the waves of daily owl raids. At the Gryffindor table, the Golden Squad sat together, leaning over a copy of today's Daily Prophet, reading the very first page that detailed the second task through very thorough, in-depth articles and photographs. "It's not here," commented Ron, putting a spoonful of his breakfast in his mouth. "How come of everything mentioned that's the only thing not photographed? Hell, this doesn't even mention the kiss in writing." Parvati Patil sitting right next to them with her bosom buddy Lavender Brow. The chatty girls were hunched over an edition of Witch Weekly, scouring through the magazine pages with hungry eyes. "It's not here, it's not possible. How is it possible for Witch Weekly not write about the kiss?" said Parvati, passing the magazine to Lavender, who insisted on going through it again. Ivy repeatedly stabbed her fork into her food, restraining herself from breaking the plate as she heard everyone talking about the second task specifically, the end. "It's not that big of a deal," she said. Her tone held a hidden whiplash. "They wrote about the second task, that's what they're supposed to write. I don't see a problem. You just don't get it," said Lavender, resting her chin on her hand with a misty look in her eyes. It was so romantic, Quinn rescuing Fleur like that. With everyone seeing, she sighed a dreamy sigh. "I agree with Ivy that the article should be about the tournament," said Hermione, finishing reading the page. Ivy nodded. She knew she could depend on her best friend. "But, with how the Daily Prophet reports, it does seem strange that they didn't mention the kiss," continued Hermione, stunning Ivy. Hermione pointed at the byline. "Look, it's written by Rita Skeeter. It seems almost impossible for that vile woman to write something as sensible and unembellished as this." Even Ivy had to concede to the point about Rita Skeeter writing a good article. Sounded like someone was trying to pull her leg. Strong enough to pull her into the ground. The truth was that despite the Vila champion kissing someone in public was a story worth for every writer in this country to have a parade day, and for it not to be published seemed odd. Harry and Ivy exchanged looks. Both knew that his/her twins were thinking about the reason behind this and knew that they were thinking the same thing. Not just them, all across the Great Hall, there were people who had the same thought as them. The children of prominent people, the likes of politicians, high-ranking ministry officials, wealthy business owners, noble families, the Hogwarts students who knew that they shared classrooms with a West. They had guessed the reason. Furthermore, they were convinced that their reason was correct. Ivy looked over to the Slytherin table and saw Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were standing in a huddle together with Pansy Parkinson's gang of Slytherin girls. They too were looking over a newspaper. Beside them, though, Daphne was rubbing her temple. The newspapers might have not written about Quinn and Fleur, but they did go ham on Daphne and Crumb. The person who Victor Crumb missed the most that was tabloid-worthy. Ron ran his eyes over the Great Hall, stopping at the Ravenclaw table. "Fleur is here. But, I can't see Quinn." He turned to Harry and asked with a grin, "Harry, mate. Go ask your mate friend Eddie where is Quinn." Harry's brow twitched as his eyes subconsciously found Eddie Carmichael at the Ravenclaw. "Ron. That little she?" Harry held his tongue. "Carmichael isn't my friend." "Why would you even say that? You looked pretty chummy with him at the last game." "I was not," snapped Harry before groaning. Harry considered Draco Malfoy to be his nemesis, but he had to admit that Eddie Carmichael came in a very close second. Harry was part of Alicia Spinett's Sonic Brooms, and last week, before the second task, they had a game against Trolling Boogies. Sonic Brooms went into the game undefeated with comfortable winning margins in their every win, but they knew that despite the one loss, Trolling Boogies were a dangerous team, and if they didn't play well, they, Sonic Brooms, could lose the game. And they did lose the game. Trolling Boogies was an offensive team. They had Cedric Diggory as their seeker, who had been having a fantastic season. He was the number 3 seeker after number 1, Victor Crumb, and number 2, Harry Potter. This already put Trolling Boogies' offense in the top 50% of the 10 teams. Next came the beaters, the defensive position of the team. But in Trolling Boogies, the beaters weren't more focused on keeping the bludger away from their seeker and chaser. Instead, they primarily followed an aggressive strategy of actively trying to knock the opposition players by redirecting, hurling, the bludgers towards them. They were the prime example of offense is the best defense. Finally, there was the core offensive position, the chasers. And Trolling Boogies' chaser squad was electrifying, to say the least. Well, one chaser was electrifying enough for 3 people. Eddie Carmichael, the most entertaining player to see in the entire tournament. Eddie Carmichael was by far the best chaser in the 30 chasers playing in the tournament, and he was beating them on leaderboard stats by such margins that it wasn't even funny, be it assists or points. Eddie outclassed everyone. Eddie Carmichael merchandise sales came 3rd in the entire league, only being beat by the pro who played for his country, Victor Crumb, and the boy who lived, the youngest seeker to ever play in a Hogwarts game, Harry Potter, and both of them had the champion advantage. Eddie was a silent player who didn't speak much during the game, a tunnel-focus vision towards victory as some of his teammates described it. But that was it. He was only silent during the game, not so quiet before and especially after the game. After Trolling Boogies' win against Sonic Brooms, Eddie had gone off. It was like he was saving it up during the game, that after the game, he had trashed talk so much that Cedric had to transfigure Eddie's lips together to prevent him from speaking. But before he could do that, Eddie had talked in length, especially to Harry, that the seeker was sure that his ears were bleeding. "Hey, Quinn's here," said Ron, jutting his chin towards the door. Quinn entered the Great Hall like it was another day, strolled towards the Ravenclaw table, catching eyes as he passed through. "What?" thought Quinn, and looked around as his daily morning legilimency picked up surface thoughts from the few students around him. "Ah, good to see. I'm not in the news." He had Magifax said first thing after the second task. It was a lot, embarrassing to ask them to scrub the potential news about him kissing in public. It was more embarrassing to get just an okay in reply. Quinn sat down at his desk, smiling at his friends. "You're late," said Marcus. "Where were you?" "I dropped by the office. There is a potion slow brewing around the clock for 2 weeks now. You weren't having, maybe, a meeting, a tryst, a rendezvous, with the very lovely Fleur Delacour?" asked Eddie, a grin plastered over his face, "and decided to send her first and come later by yourself to avoid suspicion?" Quinn shook his head with a bit of his smile. "That's an interesting theory, mate. Also, did you look those synonyms up?" "Oh ho," chuckled Eddie, wiggling his brows. He didn't refuse people. "No, Eddie. I didn't meet with Fleur." Marcus leaned with a sparkle in his eyes and asked, "Are you dating?" "Didn't we talk about this before?" sighed Quinn. "No, I'm not dating her. That was just a thank you." He had time to calm himself down, and with it, the impulse to get handy with Fleur as well. Sure it was," smirked Eddie. Quinn put down his knife and fork and looked at his dear friend. "How are things going with a very charming Miss Tracy Davis?" Eddie's ears turned red. "Because from what I'm hearing, there had been some long walks by the lake. Something you want to tell us, EDDIE. And no, nothing. There's nothing." Quinn picked his knife and fork back up with a smile. I see. If you say so, then I'll believe you." "Why yeah. Good," grinned Quinn. "Oh man, this is good bacon." Scene break. There was a knock on the dungeon door. "Enter," said Snape in his usual voice. "At novel bin at." The class looked around as the door opened. Karkaroff came in. Everyone watched him as he walked up toward Snape's desk. He was twisting his finger around his goatee and looking agitated. "We need to talk," said Karkaroff abruptly when he had reached Snape. He seemed so determined that nobody should hear what he was saying that he was barely opening his lips. It was as though he were a relatively poor ventriloquist. Quinn kept his eyes on his ginger roots, listening hard. "I'll talk to you after my lesson, Karkaroff," Snape muttered, but Karkaroff interrupted him. "I want to talk now, while you can't slip off, Severus. You've been avoiding me." "After the lesson," Snape snapped. Under the pretext of holding up a measuring cup to see if he'd poured out enough armadillo bile, Quinn sneaked a sidelong glance at the pair of them. Karkaroff looked extremely worried, and Snape looked angry. Karkaroff hovered behind Snape's desk for the rest of the double period. He seemed intent on preventing Snape from slipping away at the end of class. Quinn wanted to see what they wanted to talk about, so he put his hand into his pocket and took out his chip listening device, and stuck it near the two adults while the rest of the class moved noisily toward the door. "What's so urgent?" Quinn heard Snape hiss at Karkaroff. "This," said Karkaroff, and Quinn stood outside the dungeon classroom, leaning against a wall so he could stay within range. Is he talking about the Dark Mark?" thought Quinn. It was clear that Voldemort was back because Harry Potter was inside the Triwizard Tournament, and Barty Crouch Jr. was still roaming in the Hogwarts halls. "Well," said Karkaroff. "Do you see? It's never been this clear, never since." "Put it away," snarled Snape. "But you must have noticed," Karkaroff began in an agitated voice. "We can talk later, Karkaroff," spat Snape. "No, we have to talk now. This is important. Don't see what there is to fuss about, Igor. Severus, you cannot pretend this isn't happening." Karkaroff's voice sounded anxious and hushed, as though keen not to be overheard. "It's been getting clearer and clearer for months. I am becoming seriously concerned. I can't deny it." "Then flee," said Snape's voice curtly. "Flee, I will make your excuses. I, however, am remaining at Hogwarts." There was a pregnant pause before Quinn heard a swivel of heels. He knew that the talk was over, so he cast an illusion over himself and stood still. Karkaroff came out of the classroom and then strode out of the dungeon. He looked both worried and angry. Quinn remained still until Snape left, and even after that, he stayed there. Karkaroff's worries were reasonable as he was the one who snitched after Voldemort's fall in return for immunity for his various crimes. If and when Voldemort returned, there were fair chances that the Durmstrang headmaster would be one of the first to go. Quinn began thinking about what to do with Baby Mort, who would turn back into Voldemort by the end of this school. A turning point in the series of events that would change many things and a mark for even more things to change. Harry Potter and Voldemort. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. He whispered part of the prophecy that he recalled. If that's still the prophecy. The truth was that he couldn't stop the conflict between the dark faction and the light faction. Voldemort would never let go of the Potter or anyone who had opposed him during his fall, and the light faction would never let Voldemort roam around even if the Dark Lord suddenly changed his mind and became a saint. There was too much history in this country for things to go any other way. The light faction is stronger this time around. That will hopefully have some changes in the situation. He had no idea about the political situation in the original timeline, but in this timeline where the Potters were alive, the light faction was united with Dumbledore and Potters as leading figures. Plus, they have Sirius Black, meaning that figuratively they have the Blacks behind them, even though the once prestigious Black family now amounted to just one senior Auror, but I guess Sirius Black can dip into those family vaults of his when the times comes. The Black family might have folded upon themselves, but that didn't. The money disappeared into nothingness if Sirius Black didn't splurge and lose it all, then the vast amount of coin still laid in the Gringotts vaults. But that went the other way around as well. Dark faction had to pull themselves together to fight the much stronger faction, and even though they were at a disadvantage to this day, they were united enough to stand against the opposing threat. I hope they will get ready with time, muttered Quinn, as they were going to need a lot of resources if they wanted to come out of this with minimal damages. Third task, June 24th was going to be an important day. With that thought, Quinn walked away. Before turning around and returning, I should probably take the transmitter chip back, need to erase that evidence. Scene break. There was a knock on the door, and with the affirmation from inside, the door opened, and a figure entered the room. "Ah, Wormtail, you have returned," said the shrill and squeaky voice. Wormtail, aka Peter Pettigrew, the most wanted man in the British Isles, bowed his head in greeting. "Yes, my lord." "You're a day late, Wormtail," said Babymort with his menacing deep voidful eyes. "The second task ended yesterday. So tell me, where were you?" Peter didn't feel anxious or scared in the face of the homunculus who could still cast a killing curse and various other powerful, painful, malignant curses even in this diminished form. "I had to make sure that I wasn't suspected, my lord. The disguise I chose required me to stay a day outside to make sure no one felt that something was off." The dull eyes observed Peter for a few moments before letting go. "And? How was it? Has Barty being doing a good job guiding the Potter boy? We need that child to do good." "Harry Potter is doing just fine. He came first in this task. It puts him first overall. He will start first in the last task." Good, good. "How are the preparations going at the graveyard?" "They're coming along. It's taking a while to gather the ingredients for the ritual. But there is no need to worry. We'll have all by the end of April." My lord. There's one thing that might be problematic." "What is it?" "There was something during the second task that might become a real problem." "Out with it, Wormtail. It might be better if you take a look at it on your own." Babymort shifted in his bed and beckoned Wormtail closer. There was a wand in his hand. "Show it to me, Wormtail. Show me the problem." Two pairs of eyes met, and magic flowed. There was a sharp pain inside Peter's head, but he gritted his teeth and endured. I see. Illusion magic. Fascinating, truly fascinating," commented Babymort. "Who's this child?" "The child who cast this magic. Quinn West. 5th Y year." Babymort stopped the strong legilimency and stared at Wormtail. "From the West family? George West's family?" "Yes," groaned Peter, rubbing his temple. "George West's grandson." "Quinn West," hummed Babymort, replaying the scoured memory in his mind. "Interesting. Get me more information about this Quinn West." There was a toothless grin on his face. One of the best things about being in the innermost part of the underground vault was the peace. In fact, the entire underground vault was a delight to work in. Quinn didn't have to travel through potentially life-threatening dangerous trials like those inside the aquatic vault to get to the innermost region. He didn't have to work with something capable of wiping his life in less than a fraction of a second like absolute zero, which Quinn still didn't know so much about. Finally, nothing messed with his mind and emotions, and because of that, he could work while being 100% of himself. Here there was just him and one big-ass stratum of marble waiting for Quinn to work on to repair it to its former glory, whatever it was. Quinn still had to figure out what the runes etched into the marbles did, but he was making progress. Right now, Quinn sat above the marble platform with a plethora of papers laid in front of him, spreading out and away from him as his eyes roamed on every single page visible to him. 9 layers, commented Quinn to himself. 9 layers worth of runes, every layer not just connected to its adjacent layer, but to all other 8 layers. What was the creator thinking while building this? Why did he even need these many layers? To put it to comparison, Quinn's recon was a 3-layer construct, Magifax was a 5-layer construct, the containment and defensive mechanism that kept Absolute Zero in check was a 7-layer construction, and that was already a complicated structure. Plus, the addition of layers wasn't linear, the addition of every subsequent layer was a more significant addition than the preceding one. To see a 9-layered runic construct was something Quinn couldn't even begin thinking what it would result in the usage when it would complete. "Well, at least, I have the complete plans with me," said Quinn while looking at the papers. He had successfully figured out what the original construct was before the roof collapsed and damaged the runes. Right now, Quinn was sure that he knew all of the runes and the connection map to get the construct working. "Time to get to work," he said, getting up as the papers formed a stack and floated near him. "Now, where to start?" he hummed. He turned around on the spot to isolate a starting point, and as he did, the paper stack shuffled, bringing the relevant page to the top of the stack. "All right, I will start there." He stared west, choosing to begin with his favorite direction. But first, Quinn closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, his vision had changed. Now, to Quinn, everything on the marble was divided into squares of 1 foot marked by red lines. "Casting illusion on myself," he muttered, blinking his eyes, but the red grid remained. "I'm not sure if I should like this or not. Whatever, let's get to work." Quinn sat down on the ground with his legs crossed. His focus was on just one box in the massive grid. Quinn placed his right hand in the middle on the marble stone with palm flat resting against the cold surface. "Let's see, what do I have to do here?" Quinn read the page on the top of the stack and read the detailed blueprints written on it. The magic trickled from his core through his hands into the marble, seeping into the stone. Transmutation. There were runes engraved on the marble, but they had been worn down with the passage of time and damaged from the fallen debris. Quinn's magic fixed that the rune engraving, which looked like they had been etched with a hammer and chisel, crafted by a grand master, renewed their original charm and straightened out, smoothed down every surface while the cracks filled up by shifting and merging the stone together. Within a minute, the marble top had gone from ancient to something that looked it had been freshly carved. But Quinn didn't smile in admiration or stopped funneling his magic. Instead, he made his magic drip down deeper as previously mentioned. There were 9 layers of runes, and the carving on the surface was only layer 1. 8 other layers etched inside the stone remained to be fixed and cleaned up. 10 minutes later, Quinn removed his hand and breathed out. All right, 1 block done. He looked around and smacked his lips together. Over 100 more to go. From then onwards, Quinn spent 2 hours every day for an entire fortnight to complete the renovation of the carvings and another 3 days to prime the marble by imbibing it in potions and solutions to get the stone ready for conducting magic. To the worms below and birds above, thank all that this is finally ready, clapped Quinn, clenching his fist. He stood in the middle of an intricately carved, beautiful, and, more importantly, clean rune structure. I should probably do one last check, he said, pushing his magic into the magic while flipping through the paper stack, which was now a file. Aha, north, done. South, east, west. All right, checked and done. Now, let's what this actually does, smiled Quinn while humming. At novel bin at. He looked down, watching the spot he was standing. The middle of the marble platform was rune-free, at least on the surface. This was the spot where he needed to input magic to start the magic. This one will need a lot to get this beauty up and running. He squatted down and grinned. Let's see if I can fill its appetite. While large-scale runes were more powerful, they needed a lot more juice to get working. While Quinn had time to time reached the limit of the magic he could push out at once, he never had, not once, ever encountered a single task that would exhaust his capacity or even come close to it. It took dynamic plans that were constantly developed and updated throughout the years of daily magic usage every single day so that Quinn could exhaust his magic by the end of his day. By doing that, Quinn's magic was abundant than ever, much larger than what ordinary magicals could even imagine. Quinn had no doubt had more enormous reserves than anyone in Hogwarts and the British Isles. That included the white-bearded, half-moon glasses old man with sparkling eyes and maybe even the Prime Dark Lord, who was currently stuck in a homunculus body. It was already a surprise that with his reserves, Quinn could exhaust his magic every single day. If someone saw how and how much magic Quinn used every day, they would classify him as a monster. Quinn started to discharge in waves and waves of magic. Magic comparable to rivers started ours into the marble and the runes. The white marble patterned with black splash patterns began to glow in rainbow lights. Oh, it's working, smiled Quinn, but then the glow started to weaken. It's not enough, need more. It brought a deeper grin to Quinn's face as he started to push more and more magic into the stone. It's getting stronger, and with it, the light in Quinn's eyes flickered, and soon, they were showing their purple glory. A thrum spread from the marble into the ground, reaching every corner of the underground vault. Quinn stopped, stood up before running and jumping out from the marble stratum, and then he watched the show. Rainbow lights grew so strong that the orbs of light that Quinn cast for light disappeared within the presence of the stronger light. He had to shield his eyes from the light that was still bright even though his eyes were closed. When the light finally subsided, Quinn opened his eyes and peeked around to observe what had happened, but nothing stood out. Did something happen? He walked to the marble stratum and touched the stone to see if he could diagnose the problem. Ouch! Hot! TSSSS! He pulled back his hand because the stone was skin-searing hot. Quinn looked at his hand, and he swore he could literally feel the heat from his wound travel through his body. Man, that was hot, shit. He cursed and healed his hand of the severe burn. What's the temperature on this? When Quinn checked, the stone was at room temperature. It cooled off so quickly. Well, there were some runes in there that could be interpreted for cooling purposes. But what the hell, man, complained Quinn, did I make a mistake somewhere? That doesn't seem likely. He went over his notes, plans, and memories, but nothing stood out to him. Does it mean that my plans are completely wrong? He questioned his entire research as he couldn't find anything that stood out. Quinn couldn't believe that he had made an error, so he started to look around and finally decided to collect samples. He collected a piece of marble, the surrounding soil, and the underground plants that had grown around the stratum. There must be some change, the tests will surely reveal something. It was getting late, and Quinn decided to end for today. He pulled on his noir gear and exited the forbidden forest with the samples in tow. He hid in an isolated and changed back into his Hogwarts uniform robes before stepping into the castle. That was a good magical workout. If there was one thing that he was satisfied with, then it was the magic exertion. Flutter, flutter. Quinn turned around when he heard the flutter of a bird's wings, which was strange as he hadn't seen a bird when he passed by. And as he had thought, there was no flying bird or even a stray bird in sight. Must have flown away. Oh boy, I'm feeling famished. I wonder what's for dinner. Scene break. It was Quidditch Saturday, and another tournament game had gone by successfully. Right now, Quinn stood by the stadium exit, seeing the guests off. Mr. Zangba, the 10th time in the row, look forward to seeing you once again, next week. Mrs. Van Pelt, how's your cat doing? Is she feeling any better? Mr. Strauss? I wasn't expecting you today. St. Mungo's has been keeping you busy these days, hasn't it? Tracy stood by Quinn's side and watched as he talked to anyone who made eye contact with him, be it new or someone he already had contact with. Quinn spoke with everyone as if they were his friends. This was vital. Let's say while seeing a play, one enjoyed the beginning and the middle parts immensely, but if that climax doesn't follow up after the amazing build-up, then people tend to be disappointed. It taints their view of the other fabulous experience. His tournament games were exciting, full of ups and downs, there was sufficient build-up and with riveting endings, no need to worry about the experience, but if he did this, then everyone will remember this moment as the last memory of their visit here, and who doesn't like to be remembered? Then they will come the next week and week after that until the tournament ends. Quinn had to do this because he had started the tournament with zero cash. He had used all of the sponsorship resources in the setup. As such, to keep the tournament running week after week, Quinn needed a high attendance to keep bringing in the cash. Quinn. It has been a while. How have you been? Quinn turned to the voice and saw the entire Potter family with James Potter in the lead. The senior Auror looked satisfied and happy as he greeted Quinn. I'm doing just fine, Mr. Potter. How about you? Did you enjoy the game? It was a delight, beamed James Potter. The few tournament games he could attend were one of the few things he got to enjoy in his busy Auror life. There were perks of being a senior Auror. James could sneak out once in a while, and as Quinn's format had a limited duration, it ensured that he could return soon. Quinn nodded with a smile before greeting the rest of the family. Professor, twins, good to see that all of you're still supporting the tournament. Well, one of you plays in the tournament while the other two actively participate in betting. Lily blushed at the mention of her partaking in the school betting while Ivy shrugged. She was turning her allowance into more spending money, and she liked it. Suddenly a face peeked from between James and Lily and spoke. So you're Quinn West, huh? You're the guy who kissed the villa in front of everybody. Nice. Serious, rebuked Lily. Actually, she. Never mind, yes I'm Quinn West, and you're Sirius Black, senior Auror. In the flesh, smiled Sirius as he stepped forward to shake hands with Quinn. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Black, said Quinn and shook hands with Sirius. Sirius looked Quinn up and down and nodded. I like you, kid. Quinn released Sirius' hand and nodded back. Okay, so, tell me, kid. How did you bag the villa? Do you have any tips? Sirius Black dressed like an aristocratic man, but his personality was so roguish that it felt contradictory, but he could pull it together with overflowing self-confidence. Sirius? Would you stop with that? Exclaimed Lily. One would think that after so many years, she would get used to it, but she wasn't. But Sirius ignored her and continued to gaze at Quinn with a smile. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not dating Fleur, replied Quinn. No one believed when he said that sentence. Really, said Sirius. He reached towards his back in a grabbing before he found and shoulder and pulled Ivy to the front. How about this one right here? I think one is prettier than her mum, and her mum is beautiful, you know. He pointed at Lily standing behind him. You can see it for yourself. See. The two red heads of the group started to shake. Without context, it seemed they were embarrassed, but Quinn knew the context and stepped back. Ivy whipped out her wand and straight out attacked Sirius with a stunning spell. But Sirius swatted away the spell with his suddenly out wand with flowing effortlessness. Sirius stared at Ivy and shrugged. Not my first time, little lady. Not my first time. A spell came from his back, but Sirius raised his wand, and it struck an instantly conjured Protego shield. He turned back while twirling his wand and once again shrugged, this time at Lily. You're really predictable, you know. You will have to do much better if you want to hit me. You should really know that I don't go making fun of people without having the confidence to defend myself, and I'm an Auror, so it comes with the craft. Ivy made a face at Sirius with a slight blush on her face. Sirius raised his hand and poked Ivy in her nose with a smile, boop, and grinned happily. Quinn watched Sirius Black and his first impression? He liked him. Well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Black. But now I'll take my leave. Oh, sure, smiled Sirius. Let's catch up the next time I come to see a game. Of course. Quinn saw of the Potter family and the Black tag along, and as he turned around to also leave, he saw a black crow perched just above the stadium gate. Is that a crow or raven? It's massive, so I guess a raven. Then he walked away with the raven cawing in the background. The aid office, while a calm environment, was a usually happening place. Especially this year, with the room being the central hub for the Quidditch tournament teams, stadium tickets, merchandise sales, betting, and so many other things were being coordinated through the aid office. I'm just the host, said Quinn to the four people in front of him. I'm not in charge of the management of organizing the Triwizard tournament. I've repeated this so many times throughout the year. The four Triwizard champions Fleur Delacour, Harry Potter, Cedric Diggory, and Victor Crumb, looked at each other before looking back at Quinn, who was flipping through a very thick ledger. So why do they time and time again delegate other tasks to me? He continued. The final game is the next week, and I'm neck deep in work. He looked up at them. Cedric and Mr. Crumb, congratulations on getting to the finals. Trolling bookies and treacherous barons had beat out the rest of the teams and came out on top to compete in the finals. From the opening game between these very same team to the finals, it was a complete circle. The numbers from the credit and debit sides matched up in Quinn's mind, and with a signature as a seal of authentication, Quinn closed the accounts book. The Weasley twins might be great at the betting operations, but they didn't have the level of accounting and math skills to make sure all the money was accounted for. Good, let's get started, he said, and finally gave the four champions his complete attention. Now, with the third task being less than a month from now on, it's time for you guys to know about the details. The 4 champions perked up and intently listened as this was going to be the last task. The last task is going to be a maze crawl where you'll have to face many different magical beasts and get to the other end where the first one will find the Triwizard Cup waiting for them. The first to grab it, that is. Quinn's eyes skirted towards Harry and Cedric for a split second before he was back at looking at all 4. What kind of magical beasts? Asked Fleur. That will not be revealed, you'll only find that out when you actually encounter them, answered Quinn. At novel bin at. Where will it be? Said Harry. The Quidditch Stadium is going to be replaced with the maze. Cedric and Harry jerked back at the answer. They are going to uproot the stadium? Asked Cedric. Yes, affirmed Quinn, that's why I made you guys play that one game during the snowfall. I have to conclude the Quidditch tournament the coming week as it takes time to dismantle the stadium and then build the maze. He had to take a pause as he almost gave out the maze was made from plants. Moving on, in the first 2 tasks, all of you were given points, he continued. Those points came in play right now. The earned points will be summed up and used to decide the order in which you 4 go inside the maze. Of course, there will be intervals between each entry. The 4 champions glanced at each other. All 4 knew their own point total and knew what the other 3 got, and from that, they were able to calculate the order. Harry Potter goes first as his sum total comfortably puts him at the top. The second entry is for Victor Crumb, said Quinn and gazed at Fleur. Your performance in the second task really hurt your sum total. As such, you get the 3rd place. Finally, Cedric Diggory goes last in the line. But don't feel disheartened, continued Quinn. It's a maze with beasts randomly placed across it. You never know what might one encounter. Harry might encounter one beast after another while Diggory might have smooth sailing to the end. While this task grants advantages and disadvantages, with a little luck, it can be the equalizer that might level the field. Crumb leaned back into his chair and opened his mouth for the first time, eyes fighting aloud between champions. Quinn smiled in response. Yes, it's allowed. As long as the spells aren't lethal, you all will be allowed to engage each other in combat. Stunning your competition will be the best outcome you can ask for. They made us face dragons, but now they keep our spells non-lethal, scoffed Fleur. What can I say? Shrugged Quinn. Champion killing champion isn't good for the radio program and next day articles. That's why please make sure all of you have a level of kitty gloves on. Other than that, you can get as creative and colorful as you can and want to be. Is flying allowed? At once, the 4 champions asked the same question. First of all, don't give your potential strategy away, said Quinn shaking his head. Now, to answer your question, no, flying isn't allowed. The maze becomes redundant otherwise. The 4 seemed disappointed, and as much as 3 Quidditch players on brooms and Avila in her avian form sounded fun, it wasn't going to happen. Very well, if you haven't got any questions, please leave. I have a lot of work to do, said Quinn, waving them away. There was another ledger open on his table. The champions stood up. They didn't want to intrude as Quinn did really look busy. All champions except one. Yes, Mr. Crumb. Could I have a word? Of course, what is it? Alone. I don't want to be overheard. Quinn looked at the 3 standing champions who were curious, but under Quinn's gaze, they shuffled out, leaving Quinn and Crumb alone. Now then, do say. I want to know, said Crumb, glowering. What is there between you and Daphne? Quinn, who from Crumb's secretive manner had expected something much more serious than this, stared up at Crumb in amazement. Nothing, he replied. But Crumb was still glowering. We're friends, close friends. I have known Daphne for a while. What makes you think there's something going on between Daphne and me? Daphne talks about you very often. Yeah, as I said, we're friends. You have not. It's none of your business, said Quinn firmly. If you want to know more, then go ask Daphne instead of coming to me. Crumb didn't look satisfied with the answer and got up, giving Quinn a lingering stare before leaving without saying another word. Quinn stared at the door through which Crumb exited for a while and sighed before getting back to work. Yeah, right, he isn't good enough for her. Scene break. Hermione looked at her best friend with healthy energy in her body as the clock struck 6:30 in the morning. Don't be like that. It's good to wake up early in the morning once in a while. Ivy turned her half-lidded eyes with a sleepy irritated gaze towards Hermione. There's nothing good about this. Not a single thing. There is still time, you know? We're still relatively near the common room. How about we go back and return to sleep? Second sleeps are supposed to be very good. Studies say that waking up early in the morning is good for your health, said Hermione, stating a fact. Even magic is affected by waking up in the morning. If one wakes up early in the morning, the rate of magic regeneration increases, though it takes a couple months to get that benefit. So how about it? Should we make this a daily thing? Over my sleeping body, we will. The redhead wasn't a morning person. The girls exited the castle and arrived in the green meadows of Hogwarts. A cool morning breeze caressed their faces, paired with the not-so-bright sun overhead and the lush greens below. It's not half bad, said Ivy. So, every day. Still a no on that front. The girls had no specific plans, so they started to walk in the green, chatting about the upcoming day and the trivial things that came to their minds. So I had to charm Ron's things with a stinging spell so that if he got up before doing his homework to play, he would be stung if he touched any of his belongings. Hermione narrated the latest entry in the list of methods to make Ron do his homework when she noticed Ivy had stopped walking. What happened? She asked. When Ivy didn't reply, Hermione followed Ivy's line of sight. Is that Quinn? Asked Hermione, seeing the familiar figure. What is he doing? The fifth-year Ravenclaw boy was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and black shorts with running shoes on his feet. And instead of exercising as his attire portrayed, Quinn was standing still. He is. Hermione followed Quinn's line of sight and saw, staring at a crow. The girls watched as Quinn continued to stare unblinkingly at the crow, which was resting on the ground, looking for food in the trimmed grass. He didn't even notice them as they walked towards him. Quinn, called out Ivy. Quinn jolted out his staring trance, almost jumped out of his shoes when he heard his name being called so close to him. Ivy, Hermione, he started, seeing the two Gryffindors. What are you two doing here? He put a hand in his pocket and took out a pocket watch as he continued. What's the time? It's only 15 to 7. Thank God, I thought I was late. What were you doing staring at that crow? Asked Ivy. Quinn glanced at the bird for a second before returning. It's not a crow. It's a raven. As for the reason she's really black. What? The raven? He repeated. It's really black, and I guess I kind of got lost staring at her. Her? Asked Hermione. Yeah, said Quinn tilting his head. Can't you tell? That bird is clearly a girl. Ivy and Hermione studied the black raven, and they couldn't tell that the bird was a female from any angle. Anyway, forget about the raven, said Quinn with his hands on his waist. What brings you two here this early in the morning? Oh, we decided to enjoy early mornings today, take a walk, and start the day earlier than usual, said Hermione. Did you know that waking up early in the morning does wonder to the rate of magic regeneration? Said Quinn, sharing one of the reasons he got up early every day. Hermione turned to Ivy and gave her best friend a smug look. Ivy's face twitched once before she decided to pretend to ignore the topic. What about you? Asked Ivy. Why are you here so early in the morning? This is a part of my daily routine. I wake up at 6 every day and start my day with some exercise. It helps me shed the sleepiness and gets me ready for the day. Hermione nodded. I see. Hermione watched as a figure came running out of the corner, sprinting at full speed with long strides and arms swinging wildly at his sides. He came blitzing towards them as he passed by. The three heard, $*@%. Quinn, $*@%. That was Eddie Carmichael. What's he doing? Quinn chuckled and peered at the sprinting Eddie. You missed it, huh? Wait about a minute, he will come back, and you will see. Missed what? Asked Ivy. As Quinn said, after a minute, Eddie came back, but this time was lightly jogging instead of running like a madman. Strangely, he didn't stop and started to jog circles around them. The good Potter and Granger, he said calmly as if he hadn't run past them hurling profanities. What are you two doing here? Ivy nodded appreciatively at being called the good Potter even though she knew it was because Eddie didn't get along with her brother. What are you doing? Asked Hermione as Eddie continued jogging around them, but then she saw a golden glint following behind him. Is that a snitch? Yeah, it's the shitty snitch, spat Eddie, sending a glare towards Quinn. What? Said Quinn, you were the one who asked to help you gain the edge against Crumb. I'm just helping you. Eddie clicked his tongue but didn't retort. He did ask for this. Why is the snitch following him? Asked Ivy. Ah, that's actually part of his new training, answered Quinn, feeling like a new age coach. That's a standard snitch which I've modified to follow instead of running away. As you can see, I've also cut most of its speed, so Eddie can actually run away from it. You don't want to get caught by that snitch. What happens if you get caught? You get a very creepy zap which carries throughout your body, said Eddie interjecting. It doesn't hurt, but it's really unpleasant. Believe me, it feels really irksome. His body shivered, feeling the phantom feeling. As he said, continued Quinn, it's just a basic carrot and stick policy. There's no carrot, yelled Eddie. It gives him the motivation to keep running, said Quinn. Of course, as he can't keep running, it slows down at specific intervals. I can do it without this behind my back. Don't kid yourself. You don't like to run, this is the only way to get your lazy arse running. Sometimes I'm worried if you'll be able to keep up without me pushing you. Don't act like, started Eddie, but then he heard a beeping sound and immediately sprinted off to the distance with the snitch picking up speed. Quinn turned to them and smiled as he offered, do you want to exercise with me? I can guarantee it will be a productive experience. Ivy and Hermione shared glances. No, thank you. The raven behind them spread her wings and silently took flight, rising above the blue sky and joining two other ravens in their flight as the three flew in circles in the sky around the boy below on the ground. Scene break. Quinn removed his outer Hogwarts robes, folding it before setting it to the side on a bar stool. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked. To be honest, it's not a fair competition. Yes, I'm sure, answered Cedric, stretching his body. About it being a fair competition, we will see about that. Quinn laughed and took out his fake wand, holding it in hand with a lazy grip. Given that the third task was so close, Cedric had booked a 30-minute slot in Quinn's schedule to have a mock duel with him to practice for the third task. All right then, smiled Quinn at the confidence. Tell me when you're ready. I'm ready, replied Cedric, folding his sleeves with his wand in hand. Both duelers took their stance, with Cedric holding his wand in front of him with a severe expression while Quinn sported a relaxed expression with his wand hanging by his side. Quinn raised his left hand and showed a silver sickle pinched between his finger. I will toss this sickle, and the moment we hear the sound of it hitting the ground will be the signal to start. Cedric nodded, and the coin was tossed up. While it was in the air, the two matched eyes, and Cedric saw a smile in Quinn's eyes. His peripheral vision caught the silver glint of the sickle, and his eyes subconsciously followed the coin. Clink, clink, clink. The coin hit the ground, and Cedric immediately charged magic while his eyes moved towards Quinn. Huh, uttered Cedric. He saw a glowing wand tip pointed at him in the moment he had removed his eyes from Quinn. Quinn, had raised his wand to him. Cedric. A spell zapped towards Cedric, and he had just enough time to pull up a shield. Shit. The attack hit the protection and fizzled away. But Cedric's worries weren't alone, as Quinn was already on the verge of casting his second spell. You need to be quick. Quinn's voice hit Cedric's ears as he saw another red zapping towards him, which slammed hard against his shield, thoroughly damaging it, breaking its structural integrity. Cedric pushed more magic into the shield, trying to make it stronger, but then two spells once again assaulted the shield. You can't hide behind a shield, Cedric heard Quinn. You have to go on attack sometime, train to strike first. Cedric step-shifted to his left and immediately shot a spell towards Quinn, who swatted the spell away with a smile. Most of the time, it's a game of speed, said Quinn and started to walk while continuing to swat and block Cedric's spell. Striking first always helps. Hit them before they get a chance to hit you. Cedric, who had been a fence and was in the midst of casting for a knockback hex on Quinn, abruptly had to cancel the spell when he saw a knockback hex jolting towards him. Oof, despite his best efforts, Cedric wasn't completely able to deflect the spell and had to take a partial knockback hex to the arm, making it numb immediately. Just when Cedric thought that the current volley was over, he saw another knockback hex appear, and this time, he felt a huge lung-emptying grunt as he felt a chain of glint in his eye. One spell isn't enough. To make sure your target is hit, cast 2 spells and get ready for anything required for the solutions. Cedric laid flat on the ground and saw Quinn walk into the edge of his vision. How are you? Asked Quinn. I got a bad start, said Cedric. Next time, I won't lose. Quinn pulled Cedric up and laughed. We will see about that. And they did see. Till the end of the allotted time, Quinn disarmed, knocked, stunned in 20 duels. And not once did Quinn come into contact with any spell from Cedric. As Quinn had said, the exchange wasn't fair. Bam, 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 boom, boom, boom. The Quidditch stadium was filled to the brim, and then some with Hogwarts students and outsiders. The entire crowd was dressed in the colors of red and pewter and black and green. The two groups of colors dominated the stands, diving the stadium right into two associations. Bam, 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 bam. The sounds of drums from the red and pewter side as the supporters of treacherous barons roused up the stands with huge drums strategically placed around their side with students sounding them in perfect, rhythmic coordination. Boom, boom, boom. Countering the drums were loud boom from large, shiny black, smoking cannons, firing blanks at regular intervals for the riled up, rowdy crowd sporting trolling bouquets black and green who were waving black flags with neon green trolls dancing on them. Quinn watched the ambience of the stands from the sky above and outside of the stadium while sitting on a broom, taking in things for one last time before he had to go in and host his Quidditch tournament one last time. It had been a long few months since the start of the tournament. Week after week, Quinn had come across a new problem that he solved and, in doing so, enjoyed/hated the process of organizing something of this scale. One last time, he sighed with a slight smile on his face. This time went by too quickly. Should have enjoyed it a bit more. Quinn shook his head before breathing out he was ready. He steered his broom and entered the stadium, flying into the center of everything. Quinn raised a hand, and the cannons stopped shooting blanks. Also the drums stopped beating. Welcome all, he said, his voice sounding far and wide. Welcome to the finals of the best Quidditch tournament the world had ever seen. Through the journey past 17 weeks, we have seen everything: blowouts, last-minute stands, amazing goals, ever-amazing saves, crazy snitch races, and so many exciting things that made me get up from my seat and constantly be on edge. I swear some of the games weren't good for my health. I definitely lost a few years of my life since the start of the tournament. As he spoke, Quinn had a genuine smile on his face as he recalled all the times he had gone beyond enjoying hosting and got swept by excitement while watching amazing plays. Sports tend to have that effect on people, and Quinn was no different. Today is the last day I'll have the pleasure of hosting all of you people, he smiled. The last day that we will get to experience a format of Quidditch which inspires excitement and thrill, focusing on providing the maximum entertainment possible per every second of the game. Slowly he descended down on the ground and took a deep breath, filling his lungs to the limit. So, let's make this one more special than ever. Raise those voices. Let everyone hear that this is the place to be. Let them hear what they're missing. Let's make some noise and get this party started. And oh boy, they did make some noise. They made a lot of noise. Quinn raised his hands wide, and fireworks shot from the edges of the stadium, and the student volunteers flew above the stadium in intricate formations, shooting smoke trails behind them. Scene break. Inside the trolling boogies locker room was quiet, which was strange for them. The keeper looked to the center of the room before nudging Cedric, who was doing a final check on his equipment. Do you know what's wrong with him? He's never this quiet ever, especially before a game. Cedric glanced to the room's center, where Eddie sat with his head down and shook his head. I don't know, we can always ask him, but it looks like he's concentrating, so let him be. Suddenly, Eddie stood up, and everyone twitched, thinking that he would finally return to give speeches aimed to inspire them, but Eddie didn't speak up and started to perform the last check on his equipment. There's definitely something different about him today. Cedric studied the silent Eddie and smiled. Yes, there's something different about him today. He's already in his game mode, he thought. The ambience in Treacherous Barons' locker was militant, matching the leading style of the captain, Victor Crumb. Our playstyle is opposite to that of Boogie's, said Crumb, addressing his team. Unlike them, we're a defensive team with me trying to get the snitches for our team for scores and the chaser squad working on counters and interceptions. It was a playstyle from the Bulgarian team that Crumb had adjusted for the current team. It heavily depended on the beaters hindering the chasers and chasers constantly on the lookout for pass steals. More importantly, Crumb had to get multiple snitches for the team to win because, unlike the pro format Quinn only gave 50 points per snitch. Crumb looked at the beaters and instructed, focus on Eddie Carmichael. You have to make sure he doesn't fly comfortably around the pitch, don't give him any space to move. Allowing Eddie Carmichael freedom can and will make things a little too tight to my liking. The beaters nodded and glanced at each other. If Crumb had said the same thing to them at the start of the tournament, they would have raised their hand in thumbs up and given a guarantee that Eddie wouldn't get the chance to get in the rhythm, but right now, things had changed. Eddie Carmichael was the threat on trolling Boogies. He was a super scorer who consistently matched what team seekers snitched together. I will take care of Cedric Diggory, so make sure everyone does their job. If everyone does their job, we will definitely win. Yes. Scene break. Quinn sat down in his commentator chair and beamed, feeling the similar metal railing in front of him and the scoreboard that hung on the opposite side of the stadium. He glanced back and greeted his constant companions, accompanying him every week during the games. Oh, my, professors, all of you look sharp today. For the last day, the professors had decided to put on their freshest robes. The tournament had grown so big that it had long since surpassed in popularity of the Triwizard Tournament. Outsiders could come to the games on a weekly basis, which granted it greater visibility, and with a well-established betting system in place, the popularity only increased more. Well, I hope all of you have placed your bets. The money in play today surpasses every other game by great margins, continued Quinn. It's a pity that I can't bet. It would have been fun to take part in the festivity. The professor stared at Quinn as if he was joking. All the profit that the house made went directly to Quinn as he was the house. It was his money that started the betting system, and every canute of the profit went into Quinn's pocket. They could only imagine how much money Quinn had made from the Quidditch tournament. If someone asked Quinn, he would pull on a fat smile and reply with, a lot of money, while patting his stomach as if have eaten a sumptuous meal, enough to fill so many bathtubs. Now, let's get started, grinned Quinn with the sonorous took effect. Let the finals begin. Hold on to your seats, people, because things are going to fly. Scene break. At novel bin at. Yeah, go, Eddie, yelled Tracy. She was wearing a black dash and green jersey with Eddie's name on the back and had put cute little green strips on her cheeks. She looked in her side and urged, come on, Daphne. Wave that flag with some enthusiasm. We have to support Eddie to the best of our ability. Daphne stared at the flag in her hand. It's really heavy. Choose better excuses, pouted Tracy. Lighten it up with a spell and get your hands moving. She then smirked. Or maybe it's because Crumb is playing and he was your date. Yufufa. The words irked Daphne. Tracy knew that she liked Quinn, and yet she was teasing her. But it worked as she lightened up her flag and started to wave it gently. Hihi, I knew that would work, chuckled Tracy in her mind. Daphne had been very annoyed by people pairing her with Crumb, and Tracy knew to employ that to her advantage. Yay, let's make some noise. You don't look happy at all, commented Ron looking at his best friend. Harry had crossed his hands and grumbled, I want to play. Cedric and Crumb are playing. You missed Carmichael. Why would I care what he does? Harry clicked his tongue. He can die in a ditch for all I care. Don't be a sore loser, it's unsightly, said Ivy, wearing green dash and black colors as trolling Boogies was a Hogwarts team. Like you get to talk, Harry quipped back. I had seen enough of you being a sore loser when we were little. Ivy glared at her twin. It wasn't her fault that Daphne tried to do whatever she did. Her trying to one-up her was only normal. Yeah, it wasn't her fault, she thought. Okay, stop it. The sane voice of the group raised her voice to stop the fighting. Hermione gave them all a look saying that she wasn't in the mood to deal with a squabble. Let's just enjoy the game. It's the last game of this year. We won't be able to see any more games after today. Harry sighed and nodded. Yeah, you're right. Of course, I am, said Hermione. Also enjoy the game because we're going back to the library after this to study for the third task. Ugh, groaned Harry. He had been spending a lot of time in the library ever since the task had been revealed. Ivy nodded and added to Hermione, yes, after that, we'll be practicing the spells. So be ready to get started right after Hermione is done with you. While Harry was okay with practicing spells, he was always mentally tired after sessions with Hermione. He knew that the task was close, but he really wanted some break. He sighed and decided to follow their advice and relax with the game in front of him. If Carmichael doesn't score any points, then it would be perfect. That's unlikely to happen. Scene break. The game was a heated one. Both teams went against each other with a heated passion. And because one of the teams was a pro-defensive team, the numbers on the scoreboard were low. But despite all that, the game was a nail-biter and throat-soaring affair as there was a constant back and forth between the two teams. I must say, Quinn's voice blared, the game between these two teams might be perfect as the finals. The tournament started with these two teams, and now we have come full circle and ending with these two teams. It's like a journey on display in front of us. I can see how the teams have changed from week 1. The progress they have made through all the weeks, all the adjustments, improvements, and the built synergy is one display in front of us. How about what we hear from someone who knows much more about Quidditch than me, said Quinn, before turning and pointing his fake wand as it was a microphone. Professor McGonagall, what do you think about the current game? McGonagall blinked for a couple of seconds before taking her own wand to cast a sonorous on herself. Ahem, I completely agree with your words here, Quinn. Quidditch is indeed like a journey. I would even go as far as to say that it's akin to life itself. A team is formed, it's a birth. Teams go through their ups and downs just like a person in the form of wins and losses and learn from those lessons like any other person would from their life experience. Finally, today after this game, the teams would disband, which might be compared to death. Of course, to a well-prepared mind, death is but the next great adventure. Quinn smiled at the quote at the end, and so did those who had heard it from the original speaker himself. But maybe it's not akin to death. They will be taking precious memories with them and carry them with them for a long, long time. She smiled. To me, it's one of the most beautiful things in life. Quinn smiled in return and nodded. Those were some beautiful and insightful words, Professor. Though as you said, comparing team disbandment with death. He stopped when he saw the widening of eyes on the professors' faces as an expression of shock and what he identified as horror spread on their faces. Then he heard a collective gasp from the stands and restless chatter. Quinn turned back just in time to see a broom crash into the ground, and the rider skid across the green pitch violently. The force was so harsh that the green grass was pulled out on impact, with the brown dirt beneath showing. It wasn't a usual crash that happened time from time during games. This was severe. This was dangerous. Eddie. The professors all got up as this was a serious matter and were about to take action when they heard the metal railing of the booth groan loudly, as if it was being forced to bend. Quinn. At the sound of his name, Quinn turned and saw Flitwick staring at him with serious eyes. Please, control yourself. Quinn frowned and realized that his magic had gotten out of his control. He heard the groaning metal and turned to see the metal railing being brutally bent out of shape. He took a deep breath and got his magic back under his control, and bowed his head to the professors. My apologies. I lost my calm for a moment, and my emotions triggered accidental magic. Quinn looked at McGonagall and addressed her. Professor McGonagall, please take over the commentary. I have to go. Mr. West, I understand your worries, but you don't have to. I can't do it right now, Professor. Not right now. I will do a terrible job if I'm to return to commentary, so please take over. McGonagall stared at Quinn, but the boy had already turned away from her and was staring at the field. All right, Mr. West, she said, I will take care of you. So, you can go. Thank you, Professor. Then Quinn left. Scene break. Quinn didn't mind pushing his all into body magic, pushing his speed to the limit as he ran through Hogwarts and entered the hospital wing. Right now, he couldn't give a rat's ass if someone saw him running at speeds at the peak of human level. Madame Pomfret, he yelled. The response was prompt and stern. Don't yell, this a hospital. How is he? Asked Quinn as he made his way towards the sound. Cracked skull, shattered shoulders, broken ribs, punctured organs. His kneecaps and ankles busted from impact. He's injured all over and he has lost a lot of blood. He reached the bed and found that it was completely covered. I want to help. You stay out there, sounded Poppy. I don't need your help. You can sit there and wait. He'll be fine, I promise. Quinn clenched his fists and obeyed. He stayed out but didn't move from his spot. Eddie. Quinn turned to see a haggard Marcus at the entrance of the hospital wing. He was wheezing and sweating all over. Even though his lungs hurt, Marcus hurried towards Quinn and grabbed him by the shoulder. How is he? Madame Pomfret says he'll be fine. She's treating him. He'll be fine, assured Quinn to Marcus and himself. Oh okay, said Marcus and left Quinn's shoulders. Just like Quinn, he also stood there. Another set of footsteps sounded, and Luna ran into the hospital wing. The girl with a usually perpetual dreamy expression looked scared as she stared at Quinn and Marcus. Eddie, she spoke, her voice cracking. Eddie. Quinn patted Marcus and told him to sit down as he went to handle Luna. He hugged the little girl and helped her calm down by speaking words of assurance into her ears. The next to arrive were Tracy and Daphne, and both looked extremely worried, especially Tracy, who looked the most stressed anyone here had seen the brunette. The group silently waited with a thick tension and worry in the room. No one made a sound or talked to each other as they waited for Madame Pomfret to come out. And when the Mediwitch did come out, all of them surrounded her. How is he? Asked Quinn, his voice bordering at shouting levels. Poppy stared at the students in front of her and smiled. He will be fine. It will take him some time to wake up, but he will be up by tomorrow. Quinn let out a breath of worry and squinted his eye as he felt the distress leave his body. Thank you, he said and repeated, thank you. Eddie slowly opened his eyes, letting the dim light enter his eyes. His heartbeat fastened when he couldn't see properly as everything was blurred, but before the panic could set in, his vision cleared, and he could see the white ceiling in his sight. His throat was really parched, and he could feel it hurt if he even gulped a little too hard. You're finally awake, huh, you little, he heard with a sigh at the end. Eddie slowly turned his head to the side to see Quinn sitting there with a book in his hands. Eddie didn't say anything but took in the sight of his best friend. You look terrible, said Eddie in a voice too quiet for him. The Quinn West, he knew, was meticulous in most of the things he did, especially in the way he dressed. But right now, Eddie could see ever so little out of place hair, a shirt that wasn't ironed, tie out of place, and with half the shirt not tucked into the pants. You look like you lost control of a broom at high speed and crashed hard into the ground, said Quinn. Eddie weakly smiled and laughed just to fall into a coughing fit. Ah, so that happened, huh? I do remember being clashing with the beaters and then taking a bludger into the back. You lost control, said Quinn, snapping his book close. You were too aggressive. No, you were plain reckless. There's a reason why chasers work in a three-man squad. Said Eddie, avoiding commenting on the subject. How long was I out? It's been 30 hours since your crash. Did we win? Quinn silently stared at Eddie for a good few moments before sighing in answer. Barons won. They say it was a blowout. I wasn't at the game. Oh, you were here, huh? It must be serious. It was and wasn't. You could have died on the spot, but because you held on, Madame Pomfrey was able to patch you up. It was either all or nothing. Eddie laughed into another coughing fit. Ah, it hurts. Of course, I held on. My life is too precious for me to let go of it. Quinn smiled just a bit, staring at Eddie. You look like a mummy with the bandages all over you? I'm sure rocking this look. Also, I've been coughing here for a while. Why are you just sitting here? Can you call Madame Pomfrey? My throat is really hurting. You will be fine, said Quinn. You slept with your mouth open. He waved his hand, and Eddie felt a soothing feeling in his throat. I'll give you a potion later, that will fix you up completely. Eddie stared at Quinn's empty hand and smiled before going back to staring at the ceiling. When do I get out of here? You'll be back to normal in 3 to 4 days. Madame Pomfrey will discharge you out of here in a week. Eddie groaned at the thought of staying in the hospital wing for a week under the vigilant eye of prison warden Pomfrey. You should rest. You really look like shit, said Eddie. I'll be fine and go back to the dorm to get some sleep. I'll be fine. You're too ugly for me to look at, so you should go. Quinn faltered for a second at the blatant disrespect even though he had just spent an entire day by the bedside. I will inform Madame Pomfrey. She'll perform a checkup, said Quinn getting up with a sigh. Marcus will be coming next to keep you company. He doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to, but he wants to, so don't complain and just lay there. If we leave you alone, you'll get bored out of your mind and try to do something stupid. Even I can behave, you know. Sure, you can. With that, Quinn left, leaving Eddie alone for the first time since his accident. Eddie sighed and stared intently at the ceiling, glared at the ceiling, trying to hold it back, but he couldn't. Fuck, we lost. And I wasn't even there. Fuck lost. Poppy entered the curtained-off bed and saw that her patient had red eyes, trembling lower lip and chin as if holding something back. Are you crying? She asked. No, you're crying. What? She uttered before moving closer while thinking if Eddie had hit his head a little too hard. Scene break. Sorry to keep all of you waiting, said Quinn sitting down behind his desk in the aide office. It was a few hours after he had left the hospital wing, and he had freshened up and was back to his usual self. He looked up at the 6 people in front of him and smiled. To start this off, I would like to thank all of you for all the hard work that you did for the past few months. It was because of your constant efforts that our Quidditch tournament became as big of a thing as it did and proceeded as smoothly it did. Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Fred, and George Weasley sat in front of Quinn, the students Quinn had hired to help him with the tournament. Ms. Bones and Ms. Abbott, said Quinn to the Hufflepuff group in the room, your efforts in maintaining the sales of merchandise were a great help to the tournament. The sales were more than enough to cover all the day-to-day costs needed to run the tournament. Your performance was outstanding, and the fact that you handled everything on your own for most of the time showed how capable you were. Please extend my gratitude to the students working under you. The 2 Hufflepuff girls smiled and nodded in appreciation. While the work had been tough, they had a lot of fun after getting used to it. Over that, their popularity and status in Hogwarts had taken a jump. Now, Daphne and Tracy, said Quinn to the Slytherin group in the room, how do I even start? If you 2 weren't part of this, I'm pretty sure I would have been big trouble. The amount of work you guys put in was tremendous. Daphne, you were in contact with 10 teams which were 70 people. The number of problems you solved for me was life-saving. And, Tracy, your job was even tougher. The number of unsavory letters you got really made me realize the number of shitty people out there. Thank you for handling everything so well. Daphne gracefully nodded while Tracy beamed with pride. Both of their jobs were pretty time-consuming, and now with hindsight, Quinn would have contracted more people for the job the 2 Slytherin did alone. To thank you for all that time you devoted week after week, I would like to thank you with a reward for your hard work, he said and levitated 4 rectangle coupons of parchment into the hands of the girls. What is this? Asked Hannah. In your hands are all you can buy coupons for Madame Tussauds at Horizont Alley. Madame Tussauds. All 4 girls in the room exclaimed at the same time. It was the premier store for women's fashion in the country, and having an all-you-can-buy coupon was, smiled Quinn, you can avail any service from there, and they will send the bill to me. You don't have to feel shy, so go nuts if you feel like it. The coupon is good till you another 3 years, as such, you don't have to go right now and can use the coupon when you actually need it. The girls stared at the ornately printed coupons in their hands with amazement. Well, I hope you like it. If you don't, I can always switch it with a hefty amount of coin for you to use. No, thank you, replied Susan while the other girls nodded. Quinn looked at the Weasley twins and just smiled at the Gryffindor group in the room. He wordlessly took out 1 stack of parchment and 1 of paper before handing it to the twin brothers. The brothers stared at Quinn, then at each other, before reading their respective stacks. For a couple of pages, the twins nodded and continued to read, and at a certain page, their eyes widened. Are you serious? Is this amount real? Oh, it's real, smiled Quinn. I will invest that amount in your shop. From what you have pitched to and I've calculated, the amount I'm promising will keep your shop afloat for a year even if you don't sell a single thing. Everything from store rent to research and production can and will be covered by the promised amount. The twins dumbfoundedly stared at the paper. Not only was the amount immense, but Quinn was only asking a very reasonable volume of share of the shop in return. If you flip a few more pages, it also says that I will reinvest my part of profits back into the shop for the first 3 years to support the growth, said Quinn and leaned ahead with his arms crossed over the table. So what do you two say? Is this enough of a reward for your services? Am I to look forward to working with you two as part owner of the future Weasley's Wizard Wheezes? Yeah, absolutely. Alright then, read the papers over a couple times and sign the one drafted in parchments and bring it back to me. I'll sign it, and then it will be 1 West and 2 Weasleys 3 Ws with my W hidden behind you 2 Ws. Oh okay. Quinn pulled back and gazed at the 4 people and found that all were a little too engrossed in their rewards, so he dismissed them so that they could take it in. As they left, Quinn called out to Tracy. Yes, she asked. Eddie is awake, said Quinn. You can go see him if you want. Tracy's eyes widened. She nodded and wordlessly left the room with a bit of hurry in her steps. Her destination had changed from the common room to the hospital wing. With everyone gone and Quinn left alone in the office, the smile that had been present the entire time he talked to the 6 members drained away. There was only one more thing left on the docket for today. It was the most important thing, and he was going to take care of it today itself. Scene break. That was a great party yesterday, said one of the treacherous Baron's beaters. Those Durmstrangs sure know how to party. The amount of fire whiskey they had was insane, said the other beater. The 2 beaters were Hogwarts students who were backup beaters for Slytherin as the starting beaters from every Hogwarts house team went with their house captains. As such, the other 6 teams had to do with backup beaters and then some. It was worth it, said the first beater. It sure was, the other one agreed. We sure made a lot of money. They had a bet a lot of money that treacherous Barons would win and that Eddie Carmichael would score less than a certain total, and the 2 had bet on a number that was not statistically probable given Eddie Carmichael's performance, but their bet had come true in the form of Eddie not playing for a large portion of the, and thus they had made money from outstanding odds. They reached the dungeon stair as they were going upwards, and when they looked up, they froze. I heard you made a lot of money. The 2 Slytherin beaters immediately felt their throat dry up and body heat up with cold sweat drip down their backs. Quinn West was sitting on the steps, with his elbows resting on his knees, and was staring at them with half-lidded eyes. Money is a great temptation, he said. It incites greed, and believe me when I say that I know what greed feels like. The hollow look in Quinn's eyes scared the Slytherin beaters, and I know what you felt when you decided to give in to the greed. It was so simple, wasn't it? One night after supper, you were enjoying that stashed away fire whiskey and how it's your last year and were talking about what to do after, how it would be great to travel for a bit and only if you guys had the money. The 2 started to tremble in their shoes as Quinn spoke in a flat tone. Everyone knew that Quinn West and Eddie Carmichael were as close as brothers, and right now, they were face to face with Quinn West. Then it struck like the eureka. You were sitting on coin multiplying well, so you decided to place bets on the final game, the game in which you were playing and could manipulate it. They saw Quinn stand up and climb down. It's just that you went a little far in that manipulation. You gave a little too much into greed and let it take control over it. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. West, look, we don't have this. Yeah, mate. It was just an accident. The crash had nothing to do with us. Quinn reached the last step, and a deep voice came from him. I never said that you did. His hands went up and grabbed their temples with a loud snap. He gripped so hard that veins popped out from his arms. What are you? Stop. They tried to protest, but before they could do anything more, their eyes rolled up, and the 2 guys went soundless. Their bodies remained stiff, and they remained standing, but their minds had been made to disable a lot of its functionality, namely conscious thought. Quinn stared at the 2 as his magic entered their bodies. I'm going to exact some revenge. Okay. Scene break. Quinn sat near the edge of the Great Lake, looking over the calm surface of the water. Coincidentally, the spot he sat on was the same he had laid injured from the aquatic vault, trying to heal himself while Dementors descended from above. He looked to the side at the trees where he had seen his past self heal himself and cast a patronus for protection. Quinn had exacted revenge on the 2 beaters, as he stated. Now, whenever they would hear or spoke the word Quidditch, they would violently hurl out their stomach contents and shit from behind without warning. Quinn cursed them such that while they would be fine till the end of this school year, but the second they graduated, the curse would take hold of them. Good luck traveling or going out at all or talking to anyone, he said with no regret. Of course, he had erased their memories of the incident, erasing any evidence from him. Quinn sighed and rubbed his temple. He originally wanted to inflict the same injuries that Eddie suffered back on them by beating to an inch of their life, but his self-control decided against it and just went something that would haunt them for a very long time. Was my betting the reason, thought Quinn, before shaking that thought off. He didn't want to go into the direction. Flutter. A raven landed right now in front of him. A raven, said Quinn. What's the deal with these ravens? I've been seeing so many of them these days. Is there a season or something I don't know about? Flutter. Quinn heard another flutter of wings and saw another raven land to his side. Then another one landed. One after another, ravens started descending from the sky, landing on the ground and the trees to his side. He looked up and saw a murder of ravens flying above him. At novel bin at. Quinn hurriedly stood up, and even though he knew this was an abnormal situation and something was off, he couldn't remove his eyes from the sky. The murder of ravens that flew above his head was flying in a circle, a ring, and from through the center of that raven ring, Quinn could see the half moon hanging in the sky. A blood half moon. Beat, beat, beat. Quinn's hand went over his chest, and he could feel his heart beat faster with no fault of his own. What? Quinn looked down at his hands, and he could feel the magic inside his move. He wasn't doing anything, yet his magic moved on his. Something is coming. Quinn could feel it from within that something was changing in his body and that he couldn't stop it. What happening to him wasn't the start, it was already the end. As Quinn was looking at his hands, his eyes caught the first raven that had landed right in front of him. The human's stone-gray eyes met with the raven's pitch black as the bird and human stared at each other. Then it happened. The ravens from all around him spread their wings and flew towards and formed a dome of flying black around him. Layers upon layers of birds of death covered Quinn. There was a sharp pulsating burst of white light from within the black dome before it died down. When the ravens flew away, what remained wasn't a human but a raven standing on the ground. The raven was the biggest a raven could be, and if you looked closer, the pitch-black feathers had a purple sheen to them under a certain light. The last thing that made this raven different was the eyes. They weren't black, but a deep stone-gray color. The raven spread its wings, raised its claws, cawed loudly, and pecked the ground before going still. Suddenly, the raven twisted and turned at wild, unnatural angles, and not long after, a human was standing in its place. Quinn stared at his hands in shock, surprised, and a whole bunch of emotions flashed on his face. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Quinn West was an animagus. This isn't a runic circle, yelled Quinn, pointing at the marble stratum. This is a fuke. His voice went high-pitched. This is a ritual, a runic ritual. What was a ritual? Ritual magic was an esoteric form of magic that delved into the deep mysteries of arcana. The works included in ritual magic were characterized by ceremony and numerous requisite accessories to aid the practitioner. It can be seen as an extension of ceremonial magic and synonymous with it in most cases. Popularized by the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, it draws on such schools of philosophical and occult thought as Hermetic Kabbalah, Enochian magic, Thelema, and the magic of various grimoires. Ritual magic came in many forms: potions, alchemy, astrology, sacrificial, and in this case, runic. The practice of ritual magic often required tools made or explicitly consecrated for that use, which were necessary for a particular ritual or series of rituals. They were a symbolic representation of psychological elements of the magical or of metaphysical concepts. It just so happened the tool for this particular ritual was the entire marble platform and the 9 layers of rune etched into the stone, the runes that Quinn had himself fixed with so much enthusiasm. Damn it, he cursed. Quinn wanted to pound the marble into shatters, but didn't. It had taken a lot of time to fix it. Calm down, he breathed, reining his anger. It's okay, it's fine. It's just unlocked my animagus form. It's all good. But he groaned and squatted down, his head hanging down. If he knew that this was a ritual, he would have never activated it. At most, he would have fixed it and showed it to Friar, but other than that, Quinn would have left it alone. Rituals were a branch of magic that Quinn stayed away from. To be specific, he hadn't studied ritual in any of its forms yet. Rituals were magic of a permanent kind, which meant once you performed a ritual to add a certain quality to the target, reversing the applied change became extremely difficult. This was a problem as ritual magic was highly complicated and required a vast array of knowledge to perfect and gain practical competence. In some ways, ritual magic was even more difficult than traditional alchemy. Quinn knew better than anyone that he wasn't ready to perform rituals as he severely lacked esoteric magic knowledge. And the fact that the animagus ritual that he had just undergone was targeted at himself, a living body, made it even worse, as if a permanent change applied to his body went wrong, Quinn would be stuck with it until he found a way to reverse it. This was one thing that Quinn refused to happen to him, as he didn't want to compromise the integrity of his body. The trifecta mind, body, and soul were the essence of oneself, and only when they were in balance was a magical able to pull and utilize magic to its full extent. This applied even more to Quinn, as he didn't use a wand. As such, he didn't have an external focus to help things along if his trifecta sprung out of balance. I can't have them go out of balance. Not again. Yes, Quinn had already experienced his trifecta going out of balance once, and the result was him losing the entirety of his ability to focus and mold magic. The sin curse had struck through the soul and then thrown a wrench into his mind, making the trifecta deviate from its original balance. Ugh, alright, let's not think about it, he groaned before laying down and doing a kip up to get up. Let's enjoy all the time and effort this saved me. In the end, the truth was that being part of this ritual had saved quite a bit of effort from his part. It took skill, practice, and patience for magicals to become animagi. The process of becoming an animagus was long and arduous and had the potential to backfire and cause the transformation to go horribly wrong. Many magicals simply felt that their time might better be employed in other ways, as the skill was of limited practical use unless one had a great need of disguise or concealment. Part of the process by which one became an animagus was holding a mandrake leaf in their mouth for an entire month, a whole month of having a leaf in his mouth while he spoke, drank, ate, and brushed his teeth. Sound torturous to Quinn. He had tasted a mandrake leaf before, it as far as from minty fresh as heaven was to hell. The significance of that month was to prepare the leaf to be used in the animagus potion, which required the brewer to recite an incantation, Amado Animo Animado Animagus, daily at very precise times, which were the only time of the day during which the brewer was allowed to tend to the potion. If done incorrectly, the process was extremely difficult and could result in disaster, such as permanent half-human, half-animal mutations. A magical had to keep a single mandrake leaf in their mouth for an entire month, from full moon to full moon. If the leaf was removed or swallowed, the witch or wizard would have to start over again. If, at the time of removing the leaf, which was the next visible full moon, the sky was cloudy, then the progress was ruined, and the magical was required to start over. At the next visible full moon, the wizard had to spit the leaf in a vial within range of the moon's pure rays. To the moonstruck vial, the wizard or witch must add one of their own hairs, a silver teaspoon of dew that had not seen sunlight or been touched by human feet for 7 days, and the chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth. The mixture had to then be put in a quiet, dark place and could not be in any way disturbed. Just this enough was so complicated that even many of those who were determined to attain their animagus form gave up halfway through. The next thing that had to happen was for the wizard to wait for a lightning storm, whenever that might be. During this waiting period, the magical would have to, at sunrise and sundown without fail, chant the incantation Amado Animo Animado Animagus with the tip of their wand placed over the heart. When, at last, there was a lightning storm, the wizard had to move immediately to a large and secure place, recite the incantation one final time before then drinking the potion. Rita Skeeter must really like her job to go through all that effort. Total respect, thought Quinn out loud. So did the Marauders' friendship goals right there. Quinn, of course, had plans to become an animagus. He was going to start the process during the summer break at home, where he would have the freedom to Portkey to a desert to avoid clouds on the full moon night and similarly go to a rainforest for lightning storms. Outside of school, he could use magic to speak without having to attract eyes and repeated questions. He rubbed his hand and looked all excited. Now, let's get to the good part. Quinn closed his eyes and felt the magic coursing through his body. He pulled on it, molded it, and finally triggered it. It was sudden. Quinn could feel his body change in real time, being fashioned into another form as magic broke it down and reformed it into a much smaller and distinct shape. He opened his eyes and saw the ground was really close to his eye level. It was a feeling that he wasn't used to, and if he was being honest, made him feel small, which he currently was. The feeling of not having fingers was another thing that felt odd. It wasn't uncomfortable, just odd. As I thought, the ritual did actually add things to the mix, thought Raven. Quinn. An animagus would still think as a human did when they were in their animal form, seeing as Rita Skeeter could eavesdrop on others' conversations when she was in the form of a beetle. However, an animagus' feelings were not as complex when they were in their animal form. A Dementor's influence on an animagus in its animal form was weaker than on its human form. But right now, Quinn could feel the full spectrum of his emotions. There were no changes from his base human form. Nice, he felt satisfied. Quinn didn't feel like dulling his emotions. Now, let's get to the main act. Quinn spread his wings with what he thought was a charming caw and started to flap them. Caw, caw, what it meant was, whoa, this is uncanny. His heart pounded in his bird chest, but strangely he didn't feel scared. On the contrary, it was thrilling. Raven Quinn sloppily flapped his wing and flew like a chick on his first flight. Oh, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Slowly but surely, Quinn got used to his wings, his very light body, and got a handle to fly. For 10 minutes, he flew above the marble before deciding that he was good enough and flew out of the room towards the Beelzebub's creeper's mine, and with complete confidence, he flew out of the lower tunnel, traveled through the air, and flew into the upper tunnel without provoking any vines. Soon, Quinn was out of the underground vault and was flying through the forbidden forest, doing the Raven version of the obstacle course, weaving through canopies and tree vines. It felt amazing. Maybe this is what Eddie feels when he's on a broom, thought Quinn. Eddie always spoke of the freedom he felt while flying. It was as if he was in another world. At this moment, Quinn finally understood why humankind craved wings, why flying held such glamour in the minds of the countless individual. Quinn cawed loudly in excitement. Then suddenly, he sensed something from his left, and his stone-gray raven eyes saw a blob of white. He crookedly turned his bird body in the air and was able to dodge it just in time. He landed on a branch and vigilantly gazed around to see a small acromantula crawling down from a tree and towards his tree. Shouldn't have done that. But he opened his beak, spread his wings, and cawed for gusts and blades of wind to emit out to chop the acromantula's legs off. Quinn could use magic in his animagus form. It was how he could see in the forbidden forest. While in animagus form, magicals couldn't use traditional magic, but the ritual had granted him the ability to continue cast magic. Though it's a little difficult. I just need a little practice. Quinn stared down at the legless acromantula and retook flight, leaving the forbidden forest and flying towards the castle. Scene break. The mood in the castle as they entered June became excited and tense again. Everyone was looking forward to the third task, which would occur a week before the end of term. Cedric looked as they went together down the stone steps, out into the cloudy night. What do you reckon it's going to be? Fleur keeps going on about underground tunnels. She reckons we've got to find treasure. That wouldn't be too bad, said Harry, thinking that he would simply ask Hagrid for a Niffler to do the job for him. They walked down the dark lawn to the Quidditch stadium, turned through a gap in the stands, and walked out onto the field. What have they done to it? Cedric said indignantly, stopping dead. The Quidditch field was no longer smooth and flat. It looked as though somebody had been building long, low walls all over it that twisted and crisscrossed in every direction. They're hedges, said Harry, bending to examine the nearest one. Hello, there, called a cheery voice. Quinn was standing in the middle of the field with Crumb and Fleur. Harry and Cedric made their way toward them, climbing over the hedges. Well, what do you think? Said Quinn happily as Harry and Cedric climbed over the last hedge. Growing nicely, aren't they? Give them one more week, and they'll be 20 feet high. Don't worry, he added, grinning, spotting the less than happy expressions on Harry's and Cedric's faces. You'll have your Quidditch field back to normal once the task is over. Now, I imagine you can guess what we're making here. No one spoke for a moment. Then at novel bin at. So this is the maze, grunted Crumb. That's right, said Bagman. A maze. Just like I said before in our meeting. The third task's really very straightforward. The Triwizard Cup will be placed in the center of the maze. The first champion to touch it will win. There will be obstacles. Hagrid is providing several creatures. Harry, who knew only too well the kind of creatures that Hagrid was likely to provide for an event like this, thought it was unlikely to be any fun at all. However, he nodded politely like the other champions. No underground tunnels? Asked Fleur. No tunnels, replied Quinn. He looked at everyone waiting for questions. Very well, if you haven't got any questions, we'll go back up to the castle, shall we? It's a bit chilly. They had none. Crumb went away like a lone wolf without saying a single word while Cedric and Harry left after saying a good night. Quinn glanced back and saw Fleur still standing there behind him. Hey, he said. Hey, she replied. After their kiss at the second task, things hadn't proceeded any further. Instead of things getting heated, they had cooled down. While Quinn had let himself be taken over by the heat of the moment, but after that, he got himself back in control and went back to sticking to his initial decision to not start anything with Fleur. You're chipper today, said Fleur as she started to walk. Yes, smiled Quinn and fell into step with Fleur. I closed the last bit of remaining work related to the tournament yesterday. Today was a free day for me after a very long time. Furthermore, he now knew what the marble runes did. As such, he wasn't in a hurry to study them. Moreover, he had repaired the runes, so he knew the designs by memory and could study them anytime he wanted. Ah, so that's why you didn't complain like you did last time. Quinn chuckled and nodded. Yes, unlike last time, I'm free now, so no problem to take out half an hour for this. I see. The two fell into silence for a few seconds before Quinn asked, What are your plans to do after this? I'll probably go spend some time under the tutelage of grandmother, replied Fleur while gazing at the moon. Mother says that it's high time I fully got my allure under control. That sounds smart. What after that? I don't know, haven't thought about it yet. Have you thought about, joining one of the West firms? I'm sure Leah would love to have a Triwizard champion join the ranks. Moreover, it's easier for Beauxbatons students to get in the hiring team wouldn't even blink if you apply. Maybe, said Fleur. West hired a lot of students from Beauxbatons. It was up to a student's skill what level of job they bagged. Or maybe, I'll go work under my father. He spent the entire break last year trying to persuade me to join him. Joining politics? Huh. That might be a suitable occupation for you, no offense, but Avila has an edge with anything to with public communication. None taken. She shrugged. It was true. Actually, my father wants me to start from the Auror department like he did and then make my way up from there. Oh, Auror's the best of the best. A good path if you want it. It is, but I'm not sure if I want to do that. Being an Auror doesn't sound appealing to me, said Fleur before turning the question to Quinn. What about you? What do you want to do after Hogwarts? I'm going to travel after Hogwarts, learn magic from all over the world, replied Quinn. What about after that? Absolutely no idea. I'll probably continue researching, but maybe I'll give being an Auror a try, or a professor, or maybe continue traveling and become a traveling author. Who knows what the future me would want to do, said Quinn. He truly didn't know what he was going to do except continue learning magic and keep inventing things. Travel, huh? That sounds fun. It is. You should give it a try. It really opens up the world view. Maybe I'll do that too. The two eventually reached the Beauxbatons carriages and faced each other. They both knew what the other was thinking. Fleur found Quinn attractive, and on some level, Quinn did too. He got along with Fleur, and she was undoubtedly pretty. There was potential. But, good night, Fleur. Good night, Quinn. It wasn't to be. Fleur Delacour wasn't interested in a long-term relationship. Quinn West didn't feel anything beyond finding her physically attractive. And with the third task coming, the curtain was about to rise for a shift in the winds over the British wizarding world. And he was going to spend 2 more years right in the middle of it. The mood in the castle as they entered June became excited and tense again. Everyone was looking forward to the third task, which would occur a week before the end of term. The champions were practicing hexes at every available moment, and with every moving day, their confidence rose about the task. But as June the 24th drew closer, they started to get nervous. They were not as bad as those they had felt before the first and second tasks. For one thing, he was confident that, this time, he had done everything in his power to prepare for the task. For another, this was the final hurdle, and however well or poorly they did, the tournament would, at last, be over, which would be an enormous relief. Breakfast on the day of the third task was a boisterous affair at the house tables on the morning of the third task. The post owls appeared, bringing the champions good luck cards from well-wishers and screeching owls carrying daily profits with another story from Rita Skeeter attacking Dumbledore and any decision he made, which made the Slytherin table chuckle and snicker while Gryffindor would glare at them saying that it was only two particular groups fighting. Exempt from the end-of-term tests as a Triwizard champion, Harry had been sitting in the back of every exam class so far, looking up new hexes for the third task. Right now, he was crouched over his seat, looking up fresh charms for the third task. Being the son of Auror had its perks, as in being master in the impediment curse, a spell to slow down and obstruct attackers, the reductor curse, which would enable him to blast solid objects out of his way, and the 4-point spell, a valuable discovery of his that would make his wand point due north, therefore enabling him to check whether he was going in the right direction within the maze. He was especially good with the shield charm, a temporary, invisible wall around himself that deflected minor curses. Hermione, Ivy, and Ron had only been able to shatter it with their coordinated attacks. Potter, the champions are congregating in the chamber off the hall after breakfast, said McGonagall. But the task's not till tonight, said Harry, accidentally spilling scrambled eggs down his front, afraid he had mistaken the time. I'm aware of that, Potter, she said. The champions' families are invited to watch the final task, you know. This is simply a chance for you to greet them. She moved away. Harry gaped after her. Oh my god. She almost snatched my heart out of my chest. Harry finished his breakfast in the emptying Great Hall. He saw Fleur Delacour get up from the Ravenclaw table and join Cedric as he crossed to the side chamber and entered. Crumb slouched off to join them shortly afterward. He got up and followed after them. Cedric and his parents were just inside the door. Victor Crumb was over in a corner, conversing with his dark-haired mother and father in rapid Bulgarian. He had inherited his father's hooked nose. On the other side of the room, Fleur was jabbering away in French to her mother. Fleur's little sister, Gabrielle, was holding her mother's hand. Then he saw his mother and father, Lily, and James Potter, standing there, smiling towards him. Surprise, James Potter said as he smiled broadly and walked over to him. Thought we'd come and watch you, Harry. He enveloped Harry in a big ol' hug. It's great being back here, continued James, looking around the chamber. Violet, the fat lady's friend, winked at him from her frame. Haven't seen this place for so many years. Is that picture of the Mad Knight still around? Sir Cadogan. James had attended the Quidditch tournament a couple of times, but he wasn't allowed to enter the castle just like everyone else. And unlike the other professors, Lily Potter didn't have a personal chamber as her accommodation as she went back to her house every evening to spend time with him. When he had come last year, James had gone straight to the hospital wing, then took the shortest path to the headmaster's office and back again to the hospital wing before returning to headmaster's office to flow out of Hogwarts. Oh yeah, said Harry, who had met Sir Cadogan the previous year. And the fat lady, asked James, she was here in my time. She gave me such a telling off one night when I got back to the dormitory at 4 in the morning. What were you doing out of your dormitory at 4 in the morning? Your mother and I had been for a nighttime stroll, grinned James, sneakily winking to his wife. I got caught by Apollyon Pringle. He was the caretaker in those days. He looked at Harry and asked, fancy giving us a tour, Harry? Before Harry could reply, Lily stepped forward. Not me. I've classes to teach, so you boys go ahead and remember to behave. Yeah, okay, grinned Harry, and they made their way back toward the door into the Great Hall. As they passed Amos Diggory, the man looked around. There you are you? He said, looking Harry up and down. Bet you're feeling quite as full of yourself now, aren't you? But don't be so proud, Cedric's will you beat you soundly. What? Said Harry. Ignore him, said Cedric in a low voice to Harry, frowning after his father. He's been angry ever since Rita Skeeter's article about the Triwizard tournament, you know, when she made out you were the only Hogwarts champion. Didn't bother to correct her, though, did he? Said Amos Diggory, loudly. You'll show him, said. Beaten him once before, haven't you? He was talking about the dueling club during the Lockhart year where Harry had gotten a little cocky and challenged Cedric just to be beaten soundly. Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and looked behind to see his father smiling broadly. Oh ho, Amos, never knew you had such a tongue on you. Amos Diggory looked as though he would say something angry, but he stopped when he saw James Potter. He gulped. James Potter was a senior Auror and a prominent member of the Wisengamot, not something he could afford to offend. He felt his wife lay a hand on his arm, and he took the chance to merely shrugged and turned away, pretending that it was because of her that he was stopping. Harry had a delightful morning walking over the sunny grounds with his parents, showing his father the Beauxbatons carriage and the Durmstrang ship. They even went to the kitchens to grab a snack to eat while going around the castle. They went back to Great Hall for lunch. Harry, Dad, said Ivy looking stunned, as they joined the Gryffindor table. What are you doing here? Come to watch Harry in the last task, said James brightly. I must say, it makes a lovely change, not having to eat the ministry food for lunch. How was your exam? No wait, don't tell me. He put on an inquisitive look before smiling. It went great, didn't it? You bet, beamed Ivy, hugging her father. James looked to the side and asked, how about you, Ron? Said Ron, couldn't remember all the goblin rebels' names, so I invented a few. It's all right, he said, helping himself to a Cornish pasty. They're all called stuff like Badrad the Bearded and Urg the Unclean. It wasn't hard. James laughed loudly as he sat down on the table. He turned to the Weasley children, who had also sat down opposite to them, asked, "So, twins, how are your plans for that business of yours going?" "Good, very good. Excellent. Exceeding expectation. Outstanding." "Really?" said James. "Yeah, just very recently we got ourselves an investor." "An investor, you say?" said James. "Boys, are you sure this is legit? Money matters can be complicated. Be careful who you trust." "Thank you, but you don't need to worry about us. Our investor is one reliable guy and we trust him with a lot, so no need to worry." "Who is it?" "Sorry, can't tell. We're keeping this on the down low. Also, this conversation never happened." They turned to Ron and spoke. "You listen, Ron. We never spoke about this." "Huh, wah?" Ron looked up, the corner of his mouth stained with sauce. "Nothing." James looked around and saw a familiar face. "Hello, Hermione," he greeted as the girl arrived with her head buried in a book. "Hello, Mr. Potter," said Hermione, a little surprised to see James Potter sitting between Ivy and Harry. She turned to Harry and asked, "Are you ready for the task? Anything left you to want to learn or practice? We still have a little. We can go to the room and do some last-minute revision." Tired of walking in on Harry, Ivy, Hermione, and Ron all over the school, Professor McGonagall had given them permission to use the empty Transfiguration classroom when they were free. "Yeah, if you want to, we can go over some things. I can help you out," said James, shooting a couple of detection spells at his food. He didn't do this usually, but he could feel the eye of his mentor Alistair constant vigilance moody digging into his back. I would like that," said Harry, sighing out of relief. After lunch, they went to the empty classroom and practiced for a few hours till they were satisfied, and after that, the group, Harry, Ivy, Hermione, Ron, and James, went back to roaming Hogwarts. "Hey, isn't that Quinn West?" said James, pointing at Quinn walking by while reading a thin stack of papers in his hands. "Where's he going?" "That part of the castle never had any classes. Did they start classes there?" "No," answered Ivy. "I don't think so." "We should follow him," smiled James. "I made some good bets in the tournament. I have to thank him." Without waiting for a response, he walked ahead. Ivy tried to stop him, but James continued to walk, and thus they had no choice but to follow him. They turned the corner just to find that Quinn wasn't there anymore. "Where did he go?" said James. He turned to Harry and asked, "Harry, can you give me the map?" Sure," said Harry and handed the map to James. It had initially been his after all. Ivy and Hermione watched the map exchange hands, and it took them a beat to comprehend the situation. A beat too late, their eyes widened, but it was already too late as James had already activated it. All they could do was stomp on Harry's feet and pinch him hard. "Let's see. Where's the hidden passage?" said James, and indeed there was one in the corridor. "Let's go, we'll use the same one." While a limited number of passages went out of Hogwarts, around 100 internal passages connected different parts of Hogwarts. They kicked a brick in the wall twice, which opened a hidden staircase into the wall. "This goes to the west corridor on the 5th floor, said James with his wand tip lit. "What's there?" "I don't think there was anything in that part of the castle." "He has an office there," said Ron. "An office? Why does he have an office?" "It's a long story," said Ivy, "one for another time." She didn't want James to know that the map had been tampered with. "Wait a minute, I can't see Quinn's name on here." And it was out. James turned to the children. "Why can't I see Quinn's name on here?" All dodged his eyes until they couldn't endure the gaze of the senior Auror. "He removed his name from the map," said Ivy, relenting. He removed his name from the Marauders map." "Yeah, when?" 2 years ago. 2 years ago. James stared at them. "How?" Ivy and Hermione didn't want to answer that, and fortunately for them, they didn't have to. "You guys should be quiet if you want to tail somebody," they heard and turned to saw Quinn a couple of steps above them, staring down at them. Especially in closed spaces like this, the sound really echoes in here. "You removed your name from the map?" asked James bluntly, raising the charmed parchments. "Yeah, I did," answered Quinn. "How and why?" "How? It was easy enough, but I can't tell you because that would put my name back on the map." "Why?" "I don't want my name on there. I like my privacy," answered Quinn. "I know it's your map and all, but I hope you don't mind. If it's any consolation, it works the same. Just think of it as if I never existed. Simple, right?" James stared at Quinn and then at the map in his hand. "I can respect that," shrugged James, "and if you're able to erase your name in a way that Ivy and Hermione can't reverse it, you deserve to be off the map." "That's good to hear," said Quinn. "Now, why are you guys tailing me? There's no need to follow me, you can approach me directly." About that," said James, "I just wanted to congratulate you for the tournament. You did an excellent job and an even outstanding job on the betting." "Oh, thank you," smiled Quinn. "And you rejected to be my daughter's date." Everyone in the staircase except James froze for a good second. Ivy sighed deeply, hiding her embarrassment. James climbed up the steps and patted Quinn on the shoulder. "It's not a bad thing. I would have been fine if you took her, but it was even better when she went alone." He turned to Ron. "No offense, Ron." Muttered the Weasley. "Now, as much as I would continue this conversation," said Quinn, "I have an event to prepare for, so I will take my leave." He looked at James. "Let's talk sometime later, Mr. Potter. I'll love to hear some of your stories. Of course, don't let us keep you waiting." When Quinn left, and the Gryffindor group got out of the staircase, James turned to the group and said, "Look, I like that guy a lot, but he needs to get pranked." "I tried," said Harry, "but he's too sharp." Ivy and Hermione nodded. Even though they didn't try to prank Quinn, they knew how sharp the guy was. Scene break. The Gryffindor group whiled away the afternoon with a long walk around the castle and then returned to the Great Hall for the evening feast. Ludo Bagman and Cornelius Fudge had joined the staff table now. Bagman looked quite cheerful, but Cornelius Fudge, sitting next to Madame Maxim, looked stern and was not talking. Madame Maxim was concentrating on her plate, and Quinn thought her eyes looked red. Hagrid kept glancing along with the table at her. There were more courses than usual, but the champions, who were really nervous now, didn't eat much. As the enchanted ceiling overhead began to fade from blue to a dusky purple, Dumbledore rose to his feet at the staff table, and silence fell. "Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, I will be asking you to make your way down to the Quidditch field for the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament. Will the champions please follow Mr. West down to the stadium now?" The champions got up with the entire hall clapping for them. With Quinn in the lead, they walked onto the Quidditch field, which was now completely unrecognizable. A 20-foot-high hedge ran all the way around the edge of it. There was a gap right in front of them, the entrance to the vast maze. The passage beyond it looked dark and creepy. 5 minutes later, the stands had begun to fill, the air was full of excited voices and the rumbling of feet as the hundreds of students filed into their seats. The sky was a deep, clear blue now, and the first stars were starting to appear. Hagrid, Professor Moody, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick walked into the stadium and approached Quinn and the champions. They were wearing large, red, luminous stars on their hats, all except Hagrid, who had his on the back of his moleskin vest. "We are going to be patrolling the outside of the maze," said Professor McGonagall to the champions. "If you get into difficulty, and wish to be rescued, send red sparks into the air, and one of us will come and get you. Do you understand?" The champions nodded. "Well, before we get started," said Quinn, "I wish all of you the best of luck. Face whatever challenges in there with bravery and intelligence, and I hope that you guys put on a terrific show tonight." As he talked, Quinn approached every champion, he shook their hands and patted them firmly on their shoulder. The champions looked at Quinn with half appreciative and half confused looks, but Quinn now pointed his fake wand at his throat, muttered, "Sonorous," and his magically magnified voice echoed into the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me remind you that the scores from the previous tasks were tabulated, and this is how the current champions stand. In the first place, Harry Potter of Hogwarts School." The cheers and applause sent birds from the Forbidden Forest fluttering into the darkening sky. In the second place, Victor Crumb from Durmstrang Institute. More applause, followed by Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons Academy. A lot of male cheers. And in the last place, Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts School. "Now, the champions will go inside according to their ranks with a 3-minute interval between each champion," he continued. "Now, let's not waste any more time. So on my whistle, Harry." Harry nodded. 3, 2, 1. He gave a short blast on his whistle and hurried forward into the maze. One by one, all champions went into the tunnel, and when Cedric went into the labyrinth, Quinn looked at his hand and then at the maze. The clock had started. If the overhead projection that reflected the image of the artificial eye from Project Drone Vision was a spectacular sight in the early blue evening sky, then its sight in the dark night sky was nothing less than stunning. The bright lights contrasted so well with the inky black background that every neck was craned up towards the sky. Dear viewers, the third task is a special one. Unlike the first 2 tasks, the third task has the aspect of champion aggression, meaning that the champions have the opportunity to take each other out, said Quinn to all his viewers. Now, you might be thinking, the second task had the same opportunity. The champions could have attacked each other but didn't because they were working under a time constraint and the pressure of losing their loved ones. Trying to mess with your competition doesn't really enter one's mind. But here, they don't have that proverbial sword hanging over their head. The champions can work as freely as they want. He grinned, that is if they can find their way inside the maze. Because let me tell you, mazes could be a real pain in the butt. And Quinn was right, the 4 champions were totally lost, and that too in different directions of the maze. The audience saw Harry Potter at a fork in the maze, trying to figure out which split to take. He waved his lit wand tip in either direction, and after what looked like a serious contemplation, he decided to go left. The eye overhead turned into a different direction and zoomed in to show Fleur Delacour walking on a straight path, covered with towering hedges cast black shadows across the way. She was constantly looking towards her back as if worried about a tail. The illusion shifted and focused on Cedric, who was running through a path full of odd silver mist floating above him. He was shooting spells left and right. But the fog remained intact, not being phased at all. About that silver mist, laughed Quinn, it's completely harmless, does nothing at all, absolutely nothing. But in a pressure situation like the current one, it does wonders on the charms of the human mind. Quinn moved the artificial eye to the next champion, where they saw Crumb walking slowly along a pathway with a golden mist overhead. He seemed to take every step after thinking thrice. The gold mist, on the other hand, is a completely different monstrosity, announced Quinn. Right now, with every step Victor Crumb takes, his perception of direction changes. He could be feeling like the sky is below him, or the world has shifted to his side. Quinn had once subjected himself to the golden mist for fun, turned out pretty not fun. The champions seem to be doing just fine right now, but I have to be honest, I'm looking forward to a confrontation. Scene break. Two men sat in their chairs, looking up above at the illusion in the sky. Your speculation turned out to be correct, said one of the men. It was sort of obvious, don't you think? Replied the second. The first man glanced at the second for a moment before speaking. Are you prepared for it? You understand that if you fail your task, this entire thing is doomed. You don't have to be worried about me, said the second. I'm prepared for this among our little group. I'm the one most capable for this one. And why's that? Scoffed the first. I've been here for months. I'm better than you. I don't know why he chose you for this. The second man rested his chin on the back of his hand and spoke with a bored expression on his face. I know Hogwarts more than you can ever imagine, but you already know that, don't you? I'm the reason you're still here. If I wasn't here, you would have been found by the Potter children by now. The first man grunted unpleasantly. So, why are you still sitting here? Shouldn't you be doing what you're supposed to do? I'm already done. I had the entire evening to do so. Then why are you still here? Don't worry, I'm leaving. Just needed to give it a little time. The second man got up and fixed his cloth before putting on a weak smile and turned to a person sitting a few seats from him. Minister, unfortunately, I'll have to leave. I'm feeling under the weather. Cornelius Fudge turned his eyes away from the sky. Oh, Crouch, your sickness is acting up again? You've been like this for months. Have you gone to the hospital to see what is it? Barty Crouch Sr. smiled weakly and shook his head. I should do that, Minister. I've been putting it off because of the tournament. See that you do, said Fudge. Barty Sr. walked past the panel of judges when he was stopped by a voice. Bartemius, if you're feeling unwell, how about letting Poppy take a look? Barty turned towards Dumbledore and shook his head. Thank you for the offer, Dumbledore, but I would prefer to go home and take a rest before going to the St. Mungo's tomorrow morning. Ah, if that's what you would prefer, said Dumbledore, I just hoped you'd stay till the end. Barty looked up at the illusion. I would also like that, but I'm feeling fragile. I think it would be better for me to just leave. I see, then I hope you feel better soon. Thank you. Barty walked down from the judges' panel, and as he passed through the general seating area, he caught a glance of James and Lily Potter, and immediately he turned his face away. He couldn't keep his expression from turning neutral or his eyes from turning bloodshot. He feared that if he kept looking at them, he would chop their heads off with severing charms, for he was Peter Pettigrew and the sole motive of his life was to kill the Potters. Keep calm, Peter, keep calm. Your time will come soon. Scene break. In the maze, the champions made their way through the dark hedges. All were trying to move north, where they knew the Triwizard Cup waited for them. Cedric Diggory emerged at a point in the maze, where including the path he entered through, 8 paths lay in front of him, all going through different directions. His first instinct was to head straight north and take the path pointing north, but his feet halted. Cedric kenned that there was no way the north-facing course headed north. Where should I go? He thought. The only way to find out was to pick a route and work it till he reached the dead end. Let's go with that one. He decided on a path, but just as he stepped, Cedric heard a snap. His eyes widened and immediately ducked and rolled on the ground as a spell shot over his head, burning a hole into the maze hedge. The damage was instantly recovered. He looked behind and saw the offender. Fleur, it's nice to meet you as well. Cedric smiled as he got up with his wand pointed at her. If so, then you should have accepted my greeting, said Fleur, and let you have all the fun. The two stared at each other for a split second before their wands ripped out spells directly at each other, meeting in the middle momentarily again and thrice, every time their spells met, cancelling each other out. Looks like we're equally matched, said Cedric. I would disagree, smiled Fleur. I haven't even started yet. Just as they were about to go for another bout, they heard a rustle of the leaves. They looked to sound to see a barrage of small rocks rocketing towards them. The two champions pulled up shield charms for protection. The rocks bounced off harmlessly against the transparent barriers. Come out, Potter, yelled Cedric, pointing at one of the passageways. I know you're there. Come out, or I will open fire. His wand started to glow in a violent red. Harry Potter walked out with a smile on his face, with his wand in front of him. The rocks gave it away, didn't they? They did, said Cedric. You used that one a bit too much during the dueling club. How about we two Hogwarts boys team up and take out the enemy, suggested Harry, nudging his wand towards Fleur. I'm sure we can work something out, but for now, it would make more sense to increase the chances of Hogwarts winning. Fleur became extra vigilant as she backed up a few steps and stared at Cedric. Her chances weren't good if Cedric and Harry teamed up. Cedric contemplated for a second before glancing up. You know, Quinn is probably definitely watching us right now, and with him, the entire school. It wouldn't be chivalrous for us to gang up against a lady. Harry shrugged in response, and if Quinn was standing here, he would scoff and laugh at you. At novel bin at. That he would, laughed Cedric and then pointed his wand at Fleur. Sorry Fleur, but it's nothing personal. I'm offended, nevertheless, said Fleur as she cautiously gazed at the two wands pointed towards her. You two boys really lack manners, she sighed, but a lady needs to look out for herself, so don't blame me. It's nothing personal. She flicked her wand in a circular motion, and 7 flaming orbs of blue-red fire appeared around her. She shifted her head to push her hair back and spoke. Velas can be vindictive when threatened. 6 out of the 7 fireballs rapidly spin before splitting into 2 groups of 3 and cannon bolted towards Harry and Cedric. The two boys immediately pulled up their shields. The first fire orbs made their shield reach their limit, the second began degrading their structural integrity, and the third exploded, throwing them back into the ground. She took a deep breath. The fire orbs were heavy magic for her. Every Veela had an affinity for fire, and so did Fleur. While the full potential was restricted when she wasn't in her avian form, Fleur could still get access to the firepower that came with her heritage, and as it turned out, while she was dismal at controlling her allure, she was exceptional at accessing the fire aspect. The flame orbs replenished back to 7 as Fleur exhaled out. "Sorry, boys, but it seems you will be retiring from the tournament," she said. Cedric and Harry groaned while they stood up, but their eye widened as they saw 4 rapidly spinning orbs of fire, 2 for each of them. Fleur was about to launch the fire orbs, but just a second before she could do that, Fleur felt Joel travel through her body. Like a raging wave, the fire orbs extinguished. Then her eyes rolled up before she collapsed down onto the ground. Behind her stood Victor Crumb, staring down at Fleur's unconscious body. A loud beep sounded from a distance. Cedric and Harry, who had taken the opportunity to get up along with Crumb, looked in the direction. They knew the meaning of the sound. It was signaling the elimination of a champion from the tournament. They looked at the ground. It meant Fleur Delacour was now out of the running. "And here I was worried about teaming up," commented Cedric. He glanced at Harry. "We're still a team, right?" Harry nodded, but his eyes didn't leave Crumb, who was watching them with an unblinking gaze, and Harry couldn't say he enjoyed it. Crumb's dull eyes turned to Harry for a while before he went back to Cedric and raised his wand, and launched a juiced-up Reducto straight at the Hufflepuff champion. Cedric's eyes almost popped out at the intensity of the spell, and he pulled up yet another shield charm for protection, and on his side, Harry, as his temporary ally, transfigured the ground in front of Cedric, raising a chunk of it up to add yet another layer of obstruction. Buddy. "Not so fast," said Harry, "you're not going to dot." He couldn't continue as Crumb ripped a lightning bolt towards him, which Harry barely dodged in time. "Oh my god, that could have done a lot of damage," yelled Harry. "All right, let's take this guy out," said Cedric, cracking his neck. The reductor was a powerful one, powerful enough to rip him into pieces. A very real-looking eye watched them from above. Near the spectator area, Quinn sighed as he watched the 3 champions through the artificial eye. "Crumb is under the Imperious," thought Quinn as he glanced at Moody/Bartrey Jr. His open eye twitched when the artificial eye picked up Crumb knocking out Cedric with a blow to the head. It was very violent. He sounded a loud beep to announce Cedric's elimination as part of his duty. "Well, only 2 champions are remaining," announced Quinn, "Harry Potter and Victor Crumb. Let's see who's going to come out on top. From the looks of it, Victor Crumb has a strong possibility to win. That was one powerful hammer hex. Now, let's change the result of this tournament," thought Quinn as he stared at the illusion. The artificial eye and the illusion were 2 different entities. He could project anything he wanted, and that was what he was going to do. The illusion seamlessly turned from the live footage to a fabricated version edited before being projected. "Let's get the things going." And with that, he snapped his fingers. Back with Crumb and Harry, the 2 champions fought with spells being fired at each other. Harry swung his wand in a bowling ball throwing motion, and as he turned it in an arc, the ground beneath his wand bundled and bunched up into a spiked ball of metal. It was a transfiguration spell taught to him by his father, James Potter, a master in combat transfiguration. Crumb grunted and met the metal ball head-on with a charged dark spell. The 2 attacks met, and the metal ball melted into a ball of molten metal before turning into ash. Harry growled, and silver spikes manifested around him. He was going to take Crumb out and get this entire thing over with. But before he could do it, he saw Crumb moving weirdly. On Crumb's side, he was looking at his clothes, which began to morph. His arms were forced to move behind his back as his sleeves merged together. He could barely keep his legs from staying still as his pant legs were being pulled wide apart. Harry didn't know what was happening, but he saw the chance and directly shot a stunner to Crumb's face, immediately knocking him out. "Huh," he said and stared up at the sky just in time to hear the loud beep spread through the sky. "Now, that's what we are talking about." Harry stared at the 3 unconscious champions before running into one of the pathways. "Holy shit, I'm going to win this one." He met nothing for 10 minutes but kept running into dead ends. Twice he took the same wrong turning. Finally, he found a new route and started to jog along with it, his wand light waving, making his shadow flicker and distort on the hedge walls. Then he rounded another corner and found himself facing a blast-ended scrut. 10 feet long, it looked more like a giant scorpion than anything. Its long sting was curled over its back. Its thick armor glinted in the light from Harry's wand, which he pointed at it. "Stupefy? Damn it! Why now? I'm about to win." The spell hit the scrut's armor and rebounded. Harry ducked just in time, but could smell burning hair. It had singed the top of his head. The scrut issued a blast of fire from its end and flew forward toward him. "Impedimenta!" Harry yelled. The spell hit the scrut's armor again and ricocheted off. Harry staggered back a few paces and fell over. Impedimenta. The scrut was inches from him when it froze. He had managed to hit it on its fleshy, shell-less underside. Panting, Harry pushed himself away from it and ran, hard, in the opposite direction. The impediment curse was not permanent. The scrut would be regaining the use of its legs at any moment. He took a left path and hit a dead end, a right, and hit another, forcing himself to stop. Hard hammering, he performed the 4-point spell again, backtracked, and chose a path that would take him northwest. Every so often, he hit more dead ends, but the increasing darkness made him feel sure he was getting near the heart of the maze. He had to be close now, he had to be. Quinn's artificial eye followed after Harry, and he was back to projecting the live feed. Look at that. Harry Potter is on the final stretch. So exciting. People, watch closely. This is the end of the Triwizard Tournament. His voice was full of excitement, but the expression was anything but. He knew where Harry was heading. He glanced at Dumbledore. The headmaster was watching the scene with a smile under his long beard. Yes, keep it watching. In the original timeline, no one knew what was happening in the maze, so the judges had no idea about the progress, but Quinn had provided them with the live progress with him here. Everyone would see Harry being Portkey away, but when Harry doesn't arrive at the starting point, doubts will arise, and Quinn was sure that Dumbledore would pick on that. You better pull your weight, Dumbledore, thought Quinn. He didn't like the choice he had taken to let Harry go on to meet Baby Mort, which would most definitely result in the revival of Voldemort. But, it has to be done, he thought, it's the only for sure way to make sure that there's a chance. Ah, he's on the final long pathway, announced Quinn, just a little bit more and Harry Potter would be Crow. Everyone in the stands was watching the projection. The entire Hogwarts student body was already cheering, but then suddenly, the projection vanished into thin air. There was an immediate reaction of displeasure, and they heard that the commentary had also gone silent. Every single person looked at Quinn, and he was standing still, staring up at the sky. Mr. West, called out Dumbledore. What? His words were cut when Quinn leaned forward and collapsed on the ground. Harry felt his feet slam into the ground, his injured leg gave way, and he fell forward. His hand let go of the Triwizard Cup at last. He raised his head. Where is this? He said. He had left the Hogwarts grounds entirely. They had obviously traveled miles, perhaps hundreds of miles, for even the mountains surrounding the castle were gone. They were standing instead in a dark and overgrown graveyard. The black outline of a small church was visible beyond a large yew tree to their right. A hill rose above them to their left. Harry could just make out the outline of a fine old house on the hillside. Why didn't anyone tell me that the cup was a Portkey? He said, taking his wand out. His instincts were telling him that things weren't as quiet as they were. He had, yet again, the strange feeling that they were being watched. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder, which made every inch of his skin rise in surprise. He glanced down at his shoulder to see a hand with a missing finger, then turned his head to find himself gazing at a new yet familiar face, and the words that followed almost made his heart jump out of his chest. Good evening, Harry, said the lean man, with strangely dead eyes. We are introduced yet, but I knew from a long time ago, and I'm sure you have heard about me. The strange man flatly smiled. My name is Peter Pettigrew, and I was a friend of your father's. Harry tried to speak, but then he felt a wave travel through every fiber of his body, and everything hazed out of focus before all went black. Peter looked down at the unconscious boy who lived. It was easier to work when his captive was out. He sure has grown up, and the resemblance is striking. A real pity, he sighed. Peter glanced towards his back to stare into the darkness. It was time, and time was of the essence. Harry groggily opened his eye to find himself tied up on a hard, cold stone with something stuffed into his mouth. He was tied up from neck to ankles to what seemed to be a headstone. He tried to struggle against the ropes but was bound so tightly to the headstone that he couldn't move an inch. Harry couldn't make a sound, nor could he see where Peter Pettigrew had gone. He couldn't turn his head to see beyond the headstone. He could see only what was right in front of him. Some way beyond him, glinting in the starlight, lay the Triwizard Cup. Harry's wand was on the ground at the cup's side. There was a bundle of robes some distance beyond that, at the foot of a grave, and when he looked closer, it seemed to be a baby or small-sized inside the bundle. It seemed to be stirring fretfully. Harry watched it, and then, without warning, Harry's scar exploded with pain. It was agony such as he had never felt in all his life. If he could scream freely, he would have shattered glass. He could see nothing at all, and his head was about to split open. Harry suddenly knew that he didn't want to see what was in those robes. He didn't want that bundle opened. He could hear noises at his feet. He looked down and saw a gigantic snake slithering through the grass, circling the headstone where he was tied. Then he heard laborious breathing growing closer. It sounded as though someone was forcing something heavy across the ground. Then Peter came within Harry's range of vision, and Harry saw him pushing a stone cauldron to the foot of the grave. It was full of what seemed to be water. Harry could hear it slopping around, and it was larger than any cauldron Harry had ever used, a great stone belly large enough for a full-grown man to sit in. The thing inside the bundle of robes on the ground was stirring more persistently, as though it was trying to free itself. Now Peter was busying himself at the bottom of the cauldron with a wand. Suddenly there were crackling flames beneath it. The giant snake slithered away into the darkness. The liquid in the cauldron seemed to heat very fast. The surface began not only to bubble but to send out fiery sparks as though it were on fire. Steam was thickening, blurring the outline of Wormtail tending the fire. The movements beneath the robes became more agitated. And Harry heard the high, cold voice. Hurry. The whole surface of the water was alight with sparks now. It might have been encrusted with diamonds. It is ready, master. Now said the cold voice. Peter pulled open the robes on the ground, revealing what was inside. They and Harry let out a yell that was strangled in the wad of material blocking his mouth. It was as though Peter had flipped over a stone and revealed something ugly, slimy, and blind, but worse, 100 times worse. The thing Peter had been carrying had the shape of a crouched human child, except that Harry had never seen anything less like a child. It was hairless and scaly looking, a dark, raw, reddish black. Its arms and legs were thin and feeble, and its face, no child alive ever had a face like that, flat and snake-like, with gleaming red eyes. The thing seemed almost helpless. It raised its thin arms, put them around Peter's neck, and Peter lifted it. Harry expected a look of revulsion on Peter's face, but as seen in the pale face in the firelight as he carried the creature to the rim of the cauldron, was a look of indifference. And then Peter lowered the creature into the cauldron. There was a hiss, and it vanished below the surface. Harry heard its frail body hit bottom with a soft thud. Yes, please let it drown. Harry thought, his scar burning almost past endurance. Please let it drown. Peter was speaking. His voice shook, he seemed frightened beyond his wits. He raised his wand, closed his eyes, and spoke to the night. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. The surface of the grave at Harry's feet cracked. Horrified, Harry watched as a delicate trickle of dust rose into the air at Wormtail's command and fell softly into the cauldron. The diamond surface of the water broke and hissed, it sent sparks in all directions and turned a vivid, poisonous-looking blue. And now Peter pulled a long, thin, shining silver dagger from inside his cloak. He stared at the gleaming metal with the same dead eyes, but now there seemed to be a strange madness reflecting them. His voice became more assertive and filled with a mad passion. Flesh of the servant willingly given, you will revive your master. He stretched his right hand out in front of him, the hand without the missing finger, the other hand with the missing finger was a reminder. He gripped the dagger firmly, and without hesitation, he swung it down. Harry realized what Peter was about to do a second before it happened. He closed his eyes as tightly as he could, but Harry could not block the screaming laugh that pierced the night, that went through Harry as though he had been stabbed with the dagger too. He heard something fall to the ground, heard Peter's frantic respiring, then a sickening splash, as something was dropped into the cauldron. Harry couldn't stand to look, but the potion had turned a burning red. The light of it shone through Harry's closed eyelids. When Harry opened his eyes, he saw Peter standing right in front of him with the same dagger in hand. I see you have woken up, Harry. There was a thick sheen of sweat on Peter's face, but he looked more alive than ever. That's good, you'll get to witness something truly great now. Peter raised the dagger. The revival of my master. The Dark Lord will walk the earth once more. Harry felt the knife point penetrate the crook of his right arm and blood seeping down the sleeve of his torn robes. Peter, hissing in pain, reached into his pocket for a glass vial and held it to Harry's cut so that a dribble of blood fell into it. Blood of the enemy forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. Peter walked back to the cauldron with Harry's blood. He poured it inside. The liquid within turned, instantly, a blinding white. Peter, his job done, dropped to his knees beside the cauldron, staring at it with the fire and light reflecting in his dark eyes. The cauldron was simmering, sending its diamond sparks in all directions, so blindingly bright that it turned all else to velvety blackness. Nothing happened? Let it have drowned, Harry thought, let it have gone wrong. And then, suddenly, the sparks emanating from the cauldron were extinguished. A surge of white steam billowed thickly from the cauldron instead, obliterating everything in front of Harry so that he couldn't see Peter or the cup or anything but vapor hanging in the air. It's gone wrong, he thought, it's drowned, please let it be dead. But then, through the mist in front of him, he saw, with an icy surge of terror, the dark outline of a man, tall and skeletally thin, rising slowly from inside the cauldron. Robe me, said the high, cold voice from behind the steam, and Peter, still cradling his mutilated arm, got on his feet up from the ground with a black robe, reached up, and pulled them one-handed over his master's head. The thin man stepped out of the cauldron and lifted his chin up at the sky. Harry watched as the clouds slowly drifted away, freeing the bright moon from their cover. He saw as the pale yet luminous moonlight fell upon the man's face and body, revealing the inhuman face which had its eyes closed. Oh no, oh no, oh no, thought Harry, no, this can't be happening. The man slowly opened his eyes and started chuckling, which eventually barreled into full-blown maniacal laughter, shaking his thin frame. This is it, he laughed, I knew. This how is moonlight is supposed to feel. The flesh of the homunculus was too weak. The light, the wind, the heat, ah ha 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 ha, this is how it's supposed to be? It's wonderful. The man turned his face, his eyes now gazing at Harry. And Harry stared back into the face that had haunted his dreams, no nightmares for the past 3 years. Whiter than a skull, with wide, livid scarlet eyes and a nose that was flat as a snake's with slits for nostrils. Harry Potter, he said. Lord Voldemort had risen again. The Dark Lord had returned. Voldemort looked away from Harry and began examining his own body. His hands were like large, pale spiders. His long white fingers caressed his own chest, his arms, his face, the red eyes, whose pupils were slits, like a cat's, gleamed still more brightly through the darkness. He held up his hands and flexed the fingers, his expression rapt and exultant. Voldemort slipped one of those unnaturally long-fingered hands into a deep pocket and drew out a wand. He caressed it gently too, and then he raised it and pointed it at Peter, who was lifted off the ground and thrown against the headstone where Harry was tied. He fell to the foot of it and lay there, crumpled up, groaning and hissing. Voldemort turned his scarlet eyes upon Harry, laughing a high, cold, mirthless laugh. Peter propped himself up with the support of the headstone and bowed his head. My lord. That was for all those times you talked back, Wormtail, said Voldemort while rotating his head to crack his neck. I apologize, master, said Peter. He wasn't bothered by it. Hold out your arm, said Voldemort lazily. Peter extended the bleeding stump, but Voldemort laughed again. The other arm, Wormtail. I would suggest against it, Master, said Peter. We don't know for sure if the spell at Hogwarts worked. We might not have much time with Dumbledore there. Spell at Hogwarts, thought Harry, what are they talking about? Ah, the magic to deal with the West child, hummed Voldemort. Did you cast it properly? I did. I made sure it was in place and working. Then, there's no worry, replied Voldemort before looking at Harry. You must be wondering what we're talking about, Harry. Harry couldn't speak because of the gag stuffed in his mouth. You see, the audience wasn't supposed to watch the third task. What happened inside the maze was supposed to go unseen, and the only indicators were the red sparks from the champions, and the winner arriving with the cup. Other than that, the people at Hogwarts were supposed to be blind to the events inside. Voldemort twirled his wand in his bony long white digits. I was supposed to take advantage of that situation by whisking you away, and as no one knew what was happening, they would happily wait for the winning champion's arrival, said Voldemort, and he seemed to articulate his every word as if enjoying speaking. But the West child, Quinn West, threw a finite into that plan months before today. Voldemort didn't look he was upset by it. He came up with a way to allow everybody to watch the second task, and I was sure that Quinn West would do the same at the third task. He hit it well. That smart child Wests have a tendency to be a pesky but smart bunch. Voldemort's slitted eyes smiled in pleasure, but I noticed how he did it. It was simple yet an ingenious way to accomplish what he was trying to do. The Dark Lord for once sounded impressed. Thank Wormtail for his sharp eyes that I was able to catch it an artificial eye, I noticed. How creative? He connected that eye to himself and then simply projected what he saw just from that. I can say that the child understands magic, a rare trait even among those of noble blood. I gave Wormtail a task that would get rid of that, as we couldn't have people see you disappear to not appear at the start. Voldemort started to walk around the headstone. It would have immediately alerted Dumbledore and his faction that something was wrong, and we couldn't have them put a stop into my revival. So, I taught Wormtail a spell. Voldemort noticed that Peter had become deadly pale. He had lost a lot of blood. Give me your hand, Wormtail. I can't stand the sight of that disgusting stump of yours. Yes, Master, moaned Peter weakly. Voldemort raised his wand again and whirled it through the air. A streak of what looked like molten silver hung shining in the wand's wake. Momentarily shapeless, it writhed and then formed itself into a gleaming replica of a human hand, bright as moonlight, which soared downward and fixed itself upon Peter's bleeding wrist. His breathing harsh and ragged, Peter raised his head and stared in disbelief at the silver hand, now attached seamlessly to his arm, as though he were wearing a dazzling glove. He flexed the shining fingers, then picked up a small twig on the ground and crushed it into powder. My lord, he whispered. Master, it is beautiful. Voldemort noticed the absence of thankfulness in Peter's words, but he ignored it. So, where was I? Continued Voldemort to Harry. Ah yes, I gave Wormtail the spell that would solve our problem and take care of the eye in the sky. He laughed. If the spell worked, which I'm sure it did, little Eagle Quinn would be in for a little surprise when he wakes up. The Dark Lord glanced at Peter, who was still admiring his new silver hand. But Wormtail is right. An unconscious West might send Fudge and the Ministry into chaos, but it won't keep Dumbledore for long. The pathetic old goat might notice something is wrong, and as Wormtail said, you never know with Dumbledore, he might just find us here. With his bare feet, Voldemort walked near Harry and grinned a smile which Harry could only describe as horrifying and sickening. Seeing that you're the boy who lived my supposed end and you're here, with no better place to be, I will tell you my story before we return you to your parents. Harry frowned as his scar began burning. He thought that the pain was messing with his hearing as he just heard something about Voldemort letting him go. Wormtail here requested that we send you beheaded head to your parents, smiled Voldemort. From what I know, he has prepared a letter which he wants to write in your blood and stuff it in your mouth so they would know he was the one who did it. Harry started to felt disgust rise up in his stomach as he witnessed Voldemort's famed cruelty. But before that, I will tell you that story as your sort of a guest of honor at my rebirth party. Then I will duel with you to show just how fortunate you were to live that day. I want there to be no mistake in anybody's mind. You escaped me by a lucky chance. And I am now going to prove my power by dueling you, here and now, in front of Wormtail, when there is no Dumbledore to help you and no grandmother to die for you. I will give you your chance. You will be allowed to fight, and you will be left in no doubt which of us is the stronger. And then after all that, finally, I will let Wormtail behead you, your corpse, of course. Harry's ropes came undone within an instant, and he immediately fell down on the graveyard grass face first. So, let's begin, shall we? Laughed Voldemort. You stand, Harry Potter, upon the remains of my late father. It was 10 minutes later that Harry Potter appeared back at Hogwarts with the Triwizard Cup. He had come back to the edge of the maze. He could see the stands rising above him, the shapes of people moving in them, the stars above. He let go of the cup but clutched his wand tighter. Then a pair of hands seized him roughly and turned him over. Harry? Harry. He opened his eyes. He was looking up at the starry sky, and Albus Dumbledore was crouched over him. The dark shadows of a crowd of people pressed in around them, pushing nearer. Harry felt the ground beneath his head reverberating with their footsteps. He raised his free hand and seized Dumbledore's wrist while Dumbledore's face swam in and out of focus. At novel bin at. He's back, Harry all but shouted. He's back. Voldemort is back. Oh, look. He's waking up, was the first thing Quinn heard when he opened his eyes, but something felt wrong. It was as if something was missing. Where? He asked. Quinn tried to groggily sit up, but his attempts brought a sharp pain in his head, causing him to hiss in pain. Don't get up, he heard his favorite faculty's voice. Madame Pomfrey, where am I? What happened to me? Quinn looked around with his out-of-focus vision, and he could recognize hospital wings curtains and Poppy sitting on a bar stool by his bedside. You suddenly collapsed in the middle of the third task and wouldn't get up. I collapsed, said Quinn in slight disbelief. That doesn't sound right. Are you sure? Poppy cut him off. You have been pretty busy this year. Even with all the things you had to do for the Quidditch tournament this year, you didn't skip our lessons, neither did you skip your classes. Furthermore, you took on the hosting, which would have been fine if you didn't decide to go overboard with it. But the Quidditch tournament was over a couple weeks back. I had time to rest, argued Quinn while sitting up despite the protest from Poppy. His vision was still a little off. It was irritating him. Moreover, Poppy didn't know his true magical capabilities. In no way would the magic used while hosting put so much stress on him that he would collapse, and that too in front of him. Clearly, it wasn't enough, or you didn't actually rest in those past weeks, chided Poppy. Furthermore, you were using faulty magic. She sighed. Quinn, you should take more care while using self-created, untested magic. It could be dangerous. No, it was dangerous. What? Quinn tilted his head. His head was finally clearing up, and his mind was getting back on track. My magic. Faulty? That's not possible, Madame Pomfrey. My self-created magics aren't faulty. They never were and won't be in the future. Then how do you explain that? Poppy pointed towards Quinn's hand. Huh? What? Quinn raised his hand to touch his face, and his eye widened when his fingers found the rough texture. Why is my head bandaged? He felt around to find that the upper right side of his face was covered. Did I hit my head when I collapsed? Then it hit Quinn. Why his vision felt wrong. It wasn't his head that was covered in gauze bandages, it was his right eye that was covered. He looked at Poppy and asked, Madame Pomfrey, what did you mean when you said how do I explain that? What's wrong with me? Poppy sighed at the confusion on Quinn's covered face. Quinn, whatever magic you used, it faulted and it burned through your eye. Completely. Quinn stared at the matron as if she was joking, but she wasn't. By the time I got to you, your eyeball was nothing more than goopy sludge, resulting in severe damage to your optic nerves, which caused you to pass out from the trauma. I lost my eye, exclaimed Quinn, almost clawing out his bandages. Madame Pomfrey, you'll be fine. Fortunately, there wasn't any permanent damage. Your faulty magic didn't turn into a dark curse. You'll have your eye back in a week, and by the end of the second, your vision will mature to normal. 2 weeks, huh, sighed Quinn, 2 weeks with one eye. Damn it. But, Madame Pomfrey, I'm quite sure that I didn't make a mistake while designing the magic. It took months to. Quinn, I'm not aware of the details of the magic you used, but I do know your eye melted due to a magic overload. From what I learned from my time in the spell damage ward at St. Mungo's is that spells mostly fail due to the imbalance in the internal magic structure. Your case is a classic example of that. Quinn wanted to continue his progress but held his tongue. He knew that there was no use to continue. Quinn still believed that his magic was airtight solid. The second task wasn't the first time he had used the artificial eye. He had been using it for tests for much longer. Not only that, but Quinn had spent many hours using the eye to make himself used to the dual vision, and not once had the spell gone bad on him. He seriously doubted that it was the magic's fault. Your family has been made aware of your condition this morning. They've sent back that they will be here sometime afternoon. You'll be going with them instead of the Hogwarts Express, said Poppy as she stood up. Noon? Huh, groaned Quinn. He wasn't looking forward to that conversation. Wait a minute, noon? How long was I out? What time is it? It's 9. You slept through the night, said Poppy. Now, excuse me, Quinn. I have some important appointments that I need to deal with. She had to make sure that the Hogwarts female students understood what they needed to take, potion-wise, for regulation of their monthly cycle for the next couple of months. She wasn't going to be with them, and Poppy preferred that they continued with the potion regime as it made her job much more manageable when they returned. Ah, yes, thank you, Madame Pomfrey, nodded Quinn, while he wanted to ask her what happened last night. He knew the matron was busy this time of the year. After she left, Quinn silently sat on his bed. He was at least sure that Harry Potter was alive, because if he was dead, Poppy would have said something. The death of the boy who lived would have been hard to ignore. Let's just hope Voldemort is revived, whispered Quinn. His decision to send Harry off was a success only if Voldemort was back in power. I need to find out what happened. But before that, Quinn conjured in front of him and looked at his reflection. He looked like a certain evil head of a super-secret organization of elemental controlling ninjas who kept one of his eyes hidden under bandages. This isn't my style, said Quinn and snapped his finger for the gauze to come undone and fall into his lap. His nose scrunched up when he saw the black blue red around his eye and the loose eyelid. I hope 2 weeks would pass soon enough. Quinn glanced down at the white roll of gauze and concentrated his magic for the bandage to shift and distort before it turned into a black triangular eye patch, without string. He picked it up and gently placed it over his eye such that it would cover all the colored parts of his eye. Much, much better, smiled Quinn into the mirror. This way, not only did he look good, but it also dulled the impact of the injury, something he critically needed when his family came to take him home. Now, let's go and find out what happened. Scene break. Quinn wasn't the only one in the hospital wing at the moment. In another corner sat the Potter family, with Dumbledore and Moody once again going over Harry's account of what had happened last night. Cornelius Fudge had denied any of their pleas to declare that Voldemort had come back to life. The minister had grabbed onto the Peter Pettigrew part of the story and had ignored every aspect, declaring Harry a victim of dark magic that had caused him to become confused. The official ministry-approved news in the papers was that Peter Pettigrew had abducted Harry Potter with intentions to kill him, 100% true, but Harry Potter was able to fight his captor off and return to Hogwarts. Seeing that the first and most impactful release of information had told an incorrect story, Dumbledore once again wanted to hear the details now that Harry was calm and settled so that he could have a better grasp of the situation. Voldemort's back. Harry, I believe you, said Dumbledore. He was never really gone, but how did he do it? Harry glanced at his feet on the bed and recalled what he had seen. He took bones from his father's grave and from Wormtail, and then from me. He rubbed his forehead. Wormtail recited it: bone of father, unknowingly given, the flesh of servant willingly sacrificed, and blood enemy taken forcibly. Yeah, that's what he had said. Harry looked at Dumbledore and gravely spoke. He was able to touch me, Professor. Harry could only weakly smile at his mother when he felt her squeeze in hand in support. It meant that the protection granted by his grandmother's sacrifice couldn't protect him anymore. How did he look, Harry? Asked Dumbledore. Flat and snake-like face, with gleaming red eyes, answered Harry. He couldn't forget that face even if he wanted to. Tall and skeletally thin with a grey pallor, he was barely human. Ivy, who was also present, thought back to the photo of Tom Riddle she had seen in an old record stored in the library. The Hogwarts Voldemort was a charming person. If she didn't know the name of that face, she would have never pegged him to be a Dark Lord. It seems that Voldemort has deviated further from the norm, sighed Dumbledore. Anything else you can tell us, Harry? There was a giant snake, told Harry. It was really thick and long. It didn't hiss, so I wasn't able to hear anything. That's good, Harry. Anything new information would help, smiled Dumbledore before turning a bit serious. Can you tell me about the golden phenomenon that you mentioned last night? I don't know what it was, started Harry, but when I shot a Reducto and Voldemort a killing curse, I felt a vibration going through my wand as though an electric charge were surging through it. My hand seized up around it. I couldn't release my wand if I wanted to, and then a narrow beam of light connected the two wands, neither blue nor green, but bright, deep gold. Voldemort didn't know what it was because he and I were both raised into the air. He was as shocked by it as I was. 1,000 more beams arced high over us, crisscrossing all around us until we were enclosed in a golden, dome-shaped web, a cage of light. Harry gulped. Then I heard the song of a phoenix. It was telling me to not break the connection, and I didn't. The beams of light changed as large beads of light slid up and down the thread connecting our wands. Then a bead touched my wand. My wand grew hotter, and almost vibrated my hand. Suddenly, I was somehow overpowering Voldemort before. He sucked a deep breath. Then I saw Grandpa and Grandma. James Potter's eyes widened as he leaned forward. What do you mean, Harry? They came out of Voldemort's wand. They were like ghosts and helped me. They said to hold on. Slowly more and more ghosts appeared by my side, and the more ghosts appeared, the easier it got for me to fight Voldemort. But they couldn't hold, and said that I needed to run for the cup when the connection ended. When the connection stopped, they surrounded Voldemort and I did as they asked. Then I was at Hogwarts. James Potter had his head in his hands with Ivy rubbing his back. Just hearing that his parents had once again helped his son had brought up too much emotion. He felt useless. He was supposed to protect his family and not his dead parents from beyond the grave. I'm not familiar with that magic, said Dumbledore, but whatever it was made you able to stand against Voldemort. I'll try to find what the magic was. And the Death Eaters? They returned? Asked Moody. Harry shook his head. No, there was only Wormtail and no one else. Harry glanced to his left to see a dark expression on his father's face at the mention of Peter Pettigrew. Moody seemed to be dissatisfied with the answer. Did you find Karkaroff? Asked Harry. Karkaroff was the Death Eater that everyone suspected to be the one to put Harry's name into the goblet, but the man had been missing since last night. Karkaroff, said Moody with an odd laugh. Karkaroff fled when he felt the dark mark burn upon his arm. He must have returned to the Dark Lord when his job was done, but we'll find him. He stood up from his chair. I'll go to Little Hangleton to see if I can find anything at Tom Riddle Sr.'s grave. Harry momentarily nodded, but then a thought struck him. He looked up at Moody. I never told that Voldemort's father's name was Tom Riddle Sr. Dumbledore's eyes widened as he immediately picked up at the discrepancy. Alastair, I as well never told you this information. How did you know about it? Moody's magical eye rotated in its socket as a disturbing smile appeared on his scarred face. Before anyone could do anything, Moody had whipped out his wand and pointed it at Ivy, who suddenly felt a force grab hold over her before she was lifted and flew into Moody's clutches with her back to him. Moody wrapped his arm around Ivy's neck and pointed his wand at her. Anyone makes any sudden moves, and I blow the girl's head. Dumbledore slowly got up and asked in a sorrowful voice, Alastair, why are you doing this? Moody's magical eye was now fixed at the door. He uncharacteristically cackled, you old fool. I'm not Moody. Then who are you? I wonder if I should tell you, said not Moody. Well, since Master is alive, so there's no harm. My name is Barty Crouch, Jr. You're supposed to be dead, said James Potter, his eyes fixed upon his daughter. Yeah, and I'm also supposed to be Mayday. Things aren't as they seem, said now revealed Barty before glancing at Harry. Tell me, Harry, did Master mention me? Did he talk about his most faithful servant? Did he say that I alone remained faithful, prepared to risk everything to deliver to him the one thing he wanted above all? You? So, you're the one who entered Harry's name into the cup, said Dumbledore calmly. Yes, I put Harry's name into the cup. I also nudged Hagrid into showing you the dragons. I was also the one who told Cedric to open the egg underwater. I trusted that he would pass the information on to you. Decent people are so easy to manipulate. I even went ahead by planting the herbology books in various places in the Gryffindor dorms so that you could find everything in your dorm itself. I also Imperia said Victor Crumb to take out the Vila and Diggory first before knocking you out and bring you to the cup. Still, you ended up defeating him. Nevertheless, everything turned out well. Barty, Moody, looked at them with a mocking grin. Now, I would love to tell you more about my work here, but I need to join my master, so I would like to take my leave. He shook Ivy. I want safe passage out of Hogwarts. If I see any obstruction, say goodbye to your lovely princess here. I'm sure the Dark Lord would be happy to hear that the last thing I did was take out a Potter with me, but I'm sure you don't want that. I will allow you to leave, said Dumbledore, only keep the end of your bargain and tell me what you did with the real Alastair. Barty snickered. I'm in a good mood, so I'll tell you. He's locked in my office inside my suitcase. You'll find him there, relaxing. But then Barty saw everyone stop moving. It was as if they were even careful about breathing. When he looked closer, Barty noticed they were looking behind him. What? He thought as his magical eye moved behind. His magic eye turned just in time to see a wand fly into a hand. His focus shifted to see black hair, one stone gray eye, and one black triangle, and before his brain could process his vision, a blinding bright red overwhelmed his vision. Ivy felt the arm around her neck loosen up, and before she knew it, there was a thump behind her. She carefully looked behind to see her captor's body crumpled on the floor. When Ivy looked up, her eyes widened. Sorry, but I sort of eavesdropped, said the boy with the eye patch, but you guys weren't really trying to be quiet. You know this place being the hospital wing and all. Quinn West walked forward and kicked the fallen body once, twice, and then thrice. All right, he's out cold, I have confirmed it. He then looked up. Are you all right, Ivy? Did he hurt you? Ivy shook her head with a stunned expression. Her green eyes remained fixed on his face. What happened to your eye? She saw Quinn reach up to the cheek beneath the black eye patch. It sort of melted away. Faulty magic, they saw, but the jury is still out on that. Quinn noticed that Ivy was still staring at him. He waved his hand in front of her. Ivy, are you sure everything is all right? Ivy finally snapped out of her trance, bowed her head down away from Quinn's gaze, and lightly nodded. Quinn stared at her for a few more seconds before looking up at the others and said, So, can anyone catch me up with what happened? I sort of missed the main part. Mr. West, that was unnecessarily risky for you to attack like that, said Dumbledore as he conjured ropes around Barty Crouch Jr., still in moody form. I know, Headmaster, said Quinn, even if I didn't do it, you would have taken care of Mr. Crouch here. You were only trying to get information out of him. But I had that element of surprise and speed at my side, so I took it no biggie. Dumbledore nodded. It was easier to get information out of Barty Jr. when he was feeling confident than when he was in captivity. Though, I could have just used a little legilimency to get what I want. Well, I'll do it moving forward. Quinn turned to Harry. Harry, even though it was a rough night, I have to say congratulations on winning the Triwizard Tournament. Thank you, said Harry, and a smile made its way to his face. Everybody had been worried sick since he had returned and acted like he was made out of fragile glass. It was nice to be congratulated and treated as usual. I actually had a very amazing ceremony planned to crown the winning champion. Fireworks, music, the whole gig. It was going to be grand. A pity that we ended up having to cancel it. I agree, it truly was a damper on the festivities, said Dumbledore in agreement. The Potters stared at the two, a little confused by the calm disposition displayed by Quinn and Dumbledore. They were acting as if the cancelled winners' celebration ceremony was the biggest displeasure of yesterday night, and between two of them, one of them had lost an eye, and other had to deal with consequences of a ruthless Dark Lord's return. At novel been at. The Potter family, sans Harry, and Dumbledore were thrown out of the hospital wing by Poppy for making too much noise. She wanted to throw out Quinn too but couldn't because he was under her observation. Quinn didn't have anything to do to pass his time, so he sat down on Harry's bed to make idle conversation with him. So, Harry, he started, what's in your plans for the summers? Anything special planned after the challenging months spent as a champion? I honestly had no idea, said Harry. I wasn't thinking about the future, you know. I was a little too occupied by what was going in the moment to think about the after. He took in a deep breath. If I think about it now, probably play a lot of Quidditch. But Voldemort is back, so I don't think that's going to work. Is he really back? Yeah, he is, told Harry. Saw him with my own eyes and felt it through my own magic. He stared at Quinn. Do you? Believe me, I do. I mean, I can't think of a reason you would want to lie about it. If you wanted attention, you just won the Triwizard Tournament. Combine it with your status as the boy who lived, and that's got you covered for a good while, said Quinn with a smile while thinking. Plus, I was the one who allowed your abduction. The decision to let Voldemort resurrect himself through Harry's blood was one that Quinn had thought a lot about. It had taken him countless sessions of deep thinking, weighing pros and cons, making sense of his thoughts, and analyzing the risk involved. Quinn's judgment hinged upon a single moment in the original timeline, the one weaved by the Duchess of Magic herself. It was the moment when Harry Potter surrendered himself to Voldemort and let himself be killed after repeated encounters with the Dark Lord where Harry struggled with his life. He had decided to stop and let Voldemort kill him because of the deal proposed by the Dark Lord himself in return for the safety of all who rebelled and fought against him. Voldemort had wasted no time and quickly cursed his prophesized doom dead with the eerie green killing curse. The result was instant death, as one would expect. But this great work of fiction was named Harry Potter, and things were far from over. Harry arrived at a kind-of limbo, a strange between life and death. The original Harry found himself in a pearly white, misty version of King's Cross railway station. He also finds a grotesque being struggling to survive nearby, and of course, all of this could be choked up to be some kind of magic. After all, he lived in a magical world. But then Dumbledore, who was 100% dead, approaches him, and Harry realizes that this was a place where he could interact with the dead without the power of an artifact like the Resurrection Stone, and that he was truly dead. But this was Harry's perception of the situation, his assumption based on things he experienced. However, Quinn believed that it was the Resurrection Stone that Harry had with him at his moment of death responsible for his presence at the limbo and his meeting with the dead Dumbledore. After all, Harry Potter wasn't dead. Voldemort, in his greed, his cruelty, had taken Harry's blood to resurrect himself. The Dark Lord could have anyone who fits the description of his enemy to supply the blood for the ritual, but he chose Harry Potter. Why? It was because of the blood protection cast by the original Lily Potter through her sacrifice, which in Quinn's timeline was cast by Harry's grandmother, Euphemia Potter. He believed that by taking in the blood of the blessed Harry, he would also receive the protection, thus making the protection redundant. His thinking, according to Quinn, was correct, but incomplete. It wasn't Voldemort's fault he didn't have the complete information. Because the host soul couldn't detect the presence of the cut-off Horcruxes, Voldemort didn't know that his actions of cutting his soul several times had caused it to become unstable. What he didn't know was the day that he went to kill baby Harry, but ended had failed, and when Voldemort escaped, he left with much less than Voldemort thought he had. He, in the obvious trauma of losing his body, hadn't noticed that he had left a portion of his soul behind in the form of an unintended Horcrux. The Horcrux in the form of the infamous scar defined the boy who lived. Voldemort had tethered his life to Harry's life. That was the sole reason why Quinn decided to let the event took place. If Voldemort was to be taken down, Quinn either had to find a way to get rid of the Horcrux in Harry's scar or kill Harry Potter. The latter was something Quinn didn't want to do, and there was no information on how to defuse a living Horcrux. At least, Quinn hadn't found one yet. So, the problem had presented itself, and Quinn needed to do the logical thing, which was to find a solution. So he began from the start and chained all of his knowledge about the original timeline. It turned out that the answer was on the most significant turning point of the magical saga. It was the day Voldemort regained his body and reattained his full power. When Voldemort had taken Harry's blood, he had indeed found a way to bypass the sacrifice's protection. But it turned out that he was the only one who got that advantage. If someone with perfect knowledge, or even incomplete knowledge like Quinn, was to look back on the fateful day that the Dark Lord met the soon-to-be boy who lived, they would find that in the series of events, Voldemort had cast the killing curse, followed by Euphemia Potter countering it by the sacrificial protection, which then shielded Harry from the killing curse by bouncing it back at Voldemort, and maybe it was because that the killing curse had reacted with sacrificial protection. Its nature had been slightly altered, causing Voldemort to lose his body. It was only after all that Voldemort's unstable soul fragment had attached itself to Harry. Meaning that small soul fragment didn't get the protection of Euphemia's sacrifice. That was the conclusion that Quinn came to. Voldemort's main soul, the host soul, had gotten protection because of Harry's blood, but the Horcrux inside Harry was still as unprotected as it was from day one. Maybe that was why Voldemort's stronger soul, even if it was only a fragment, wasn't able to take over Harry's weaker soul because the protection prevented it from doing so, and because Voldemort's ritual didn't affect the Horcrux, it still couldn't take over Harry. And even though Quinn classified this chain of thought as a maybe, he was sure that this was the case. Because wasn't his case a similar one, and his target didn't have any sort of protection? The Horcrux might have been a part of Harry Potter since that day, but in the end, it was still Voldemort. So, when Voldemort cast the killing curse in the Forbidden Forest, the protection certainly worked and protected Harry's soul, leaving the killing curse to strike the unprotected Horcrux. That was the theory that Quinn came up with. Voldemort's action that was supposed to eliminate his weakness was the reason that doomed. As for the reason why Harry's soul reached the limbo even though he wasn't dead, Quinn thought that the answer was a mix of killing curse's soul-ejecting effect and the thing in Harry's pocket when he died. Quinn stared at Harry thinking, "Sorry, man, but it seems you will once again have to get hit by the killing curse from Voldemort, but don't worry, Voldemort and I got you covered." "So, what have you planned for the summer?" asked Harry in return. First, I'll have to go to a few people's houses to pacify their worries," said Quinn with a wry smile. His friends were already on the Hogwarts Express to their homes. "I'm not sure what I would do for the rest of the summer. I don't have concrete plans. Like you, I too got a bit too involved in what happened this year." "Then how about you come to my and Ivy's birthday? We would love to have you there," smiled Harry. Quinn had helped him this year, and he had technically just saved Ivy from danger. "Your and Ivy's birthday, huh?" Quinn brows and nose scrunched up slightly. "It's on the 31st of July, you know. That's right in the middle of the summer break. I am usually very busy at that time," he sighed. "All right, you have so generously invited, so I will come to the Potter twins' birthday bash. Nice, smiled Harry. What do you want for your gift? A Quidditch team. I like you, Potter, but not that much. Well, I tried. Get me anything, man. I like a surprise. All right, I'll see that you like my gift, said Quinn. What about Ivy? What would she like? Maybe a book. Ivy might not be Hermione, but she likes her books. That's my specialty. I'll get a good one, said Quinn in complete confidence. When it came to books, he was the boss, plus Project Babel was a success, he thought. Quinn called Harry. Yeah, returned Quinn, then noticed the expression on Harry's face. What's wrong? It sort of slipped my mind, but Harry pointed at Quinn's eye patch, that was caused by Voldemort by Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew, who got the spell from Voldemort. You're saying that the Dark Lord costed me my eye? Harry nodded. Are you sure, Harry? Are you absolutely sure? Harry was a little taken back by the serious tone from Quinn. Why yeah, I'm sure. He said so himself. Voldemort couldn't have me seen disappear, so he had to stop your magic. Then Harry saw Quinn's hand clench, which worried him, but just before Harry could say something, Quinn raised his fist and shook it. In celebration. Yeah, I knew it, exclaimed Quinn loudly. I knew my magic wasn't faulty. My magic can never be faulty. He then laughed. Take that, Madame Pomfrey. The matron was, of course, not present. Huh, uttered Harry. What? But before he could continue, Quinn brought down his hands onto his shoulders and gripped them tightly. You can't tell this to anyone, Harry. Not your family, not your friends, and especially to Headmaster Dumbledore. Why? If my grandfather gets a whiff of this, not only will he take me out of Hogwarts and move me to another school out of the British Isles, but he might also move against Voldemort as retaliation, and I don't want that to happen. Quinn pulled his most severe tone. I get the first part, but why the second? I've read about the First British Wizarding War, sighed Quinn. A lot of people died, Harry. The Dark Lord's reign was full of blood and death for those who opposed him. During that time, the Wests remained neutral. My grandfather neither supported nor opposed the Dark Lord and even went as far as to flee the country during the high point of the way. He looked straight into Harry's eyes to get his point across. My family is powerful, Quinn. They could hire ample security to ensure their safety, but my grandfather or anyone in my family won't do that. They'll flee the country if the Dark Lord gains control and establish his reign. But if they know that my injury was caused by the Dark Lord, my grandfather will get involved. He'll invest our family resource to enact revenge. I don't want that. I don't want my family to be involved in the war. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Harry? Harry nodded. He would hate it if something happened to his family. Ivy getting dragged into the Chamber of Secrets was one of the worst experiences of his life. He wouldn't have that kind of experience for anyone. I understand, mate, he assured Quinn. I'll keep this a secret. I promise. Thank you, Harry, smiled Quinn as Barty Crouch Jr. had said. It was easy to manipulate decent people. The West family might not get involved, but he had every intention to get involved. After talking to Harry for a while, the boy who lived expressed his desire to get some sleep. He hadn't slept last night because of the stressful experience, and it seemed that the talk with Quinn had somewhat helped him calm his nerves. Quinn excused himself before going into Poppy's personal library to see if something interested him. He found a book related to his current eye injury and started reading it to upskill his knowledge. He walked back and forth across the hospital wings floor with the healing book in hand. Quinn. The call of his name made him turn around to see a well-suited man standing with Poppy, who seemed to be acting strange. Is she blushing? Thought Quinn, but threw that thought out as it seemed absurd. Instead, he focused on the man and smiled. Uncle Elliot. The perfect example of a gentleman removed his fedora as he gazed at Quinn with his eye-patched eye. He had already got the gist of Quinn's situation from the matron who had guided him in, but seeing Quinn with his own eyes did put him to ease. Young master, you should be careful about experimenting with magic. You were lucky this time, getting out with only losing an eye, and that already is too much in my book, sighed Elliot Dalton, walking near Quinn to get a good look at him. Sorry to worry you, said Quinn, looking at the taller Elliot. I'll be careful moving forward. See that you do. Elliot moved Quinn's head by the chin. How are you feeling? Any discomfort? Nothing except for the missing eye messing with spatial perception and that I have a huge blind spot on one side, replied Quinn. He could only imagine how this would affect his daily Muay Thai training. I already have a medi-healer waiting for you at the manor. There's no need for a healer, said Quinn. I can grow it back on my own. No. Quinn backed up a step from the in-sync response from Poppy and Elliot. You'll get treated by a proper, trained, certified healer, not buts and ifs, said Poppy in a no-nonsense tone, and Elliot nodded in support. Okay, said Quinn, sounding defeated. Quinn had already packed all of his things into his suitcase the day before yesterday, thus, after picking up luggage, Elliot and Quinn immediately left. So, did you talk to grandfather? Asked Quinn as they walked through the Hogwarts ground, heading out so that they could apparate back to the West Estate. He was in a meeting when I gave him the news, replied Elliot. He'll meet you tonight. He turned to Quinn. We all realize that magic can sometimes be dangerous, and injuries like this will come in future, but do try to be more careful. Quinn could nod in response. He couldn't tell that Voldemort was the reason and not his magic. One day, I'll show the world. Mwahaha, ahem, yeah, he thought. What about Leah? He asked. Get ready to get yelled at a lot. Ugh, shouldn't have done this entire thing, not worth it. The Medihealer's diagnoses said that if you follow his potion regime, you'll have your eye back in 10 days, said George West, staring at his grandson's black eye patch. He also suggests that you rest for a couple of weeks to help the recovery, which I completely agree with. Quinn nodded while tapping his finger on the armrest of his chair. Ever since he had returned from Hogwarts, which was yesterday, he had been treated like he had come close to losing his life. I've no strenuous plans in the recent future, he replied, though I'll need to leave to go visit my friends. I already got anxious letters from them. It looks like they won't be satisfied if I don't visit them. Paused George, contemplating. You'll have strict time curfew imposed on you. Cross them even once, and I'll have you grounded here for the entire summer break. Quinn held back a sigh and nodded. I understand. I will abide by your rules. Good, said George. Now tell me, what do you think about Dumbledore's sudden announcement of the Dark Lord's return? What do you think? Answered Quinn with a question. I don't want to believe it. Alas, Dumbledore is anything but a daft fool who would propagate such a severe thing if it was not a lie, said George, though I can't say the same about the boy. What do you think of the boy who lived? Are his words trustworthy? Harry Potter might not shy away from attention and fame, but I don't think he will lie about something of this magnitude. Also, from the time I spent with him in the hospital wing, I don't think he was lying. Did you peek? I could have done that, couldn't I? But the missing eye had me off my game there. And yet, you engaged a Death Eater, said George. Quinn's one eye twitched. I ambushed the Death Eater. He had his wand aimed at Ivy Potter. If he didn't want to get taken out by Headmaster Dumbledore or Auror Potter or both, he wouldn't have pointed his wand at me. I was completely safe in that scenario. George didn't look satisfied with Quinn's explanation, no matter how much sense it made. So it's safe to say that the Dark Lord has returned. It seems so. George sighed. This news wasn't faring well, plus, it was terrible for business. I'll send out for definitive news of the Dark Lord's return. I'm sure someone from the Dark faction would be more than happy to pass along the information. Quinn nodded. There was always someone waiting to brag. All right then, let's move on. How did your owls go? Asked George. The owls, said Quinn. I almost forgot about them. They were exhaustingly easy. I was tempted to go sleep after an hour of writing. Fortunately, practicals are a quick affair. It was quite simple to impress the external examiners with some basic nonverbal casting. All in all, I'll pass with rainbow-colored OS with beyond 100 points. That's great to hear, nodded George. What about Ms. Fleur Delacour? Are you too? You don't beat around the bush, do you? Sighed Quinn, expecting a little tact from his grandfather, but it seemed that a parent's curiosity was strong with George West. I'm not involved with Fleur. That was just a one-time, brief thing. You can be honest with me, son. There's no need to be shy. The grandson and grandfather stared at each other for a good few seconds before Quinn graced George with an answer. I am being honest with you, grandfather. Quinn enunciated every syllable that rolled off his tongue. I do not have any sort of intimate relationship with Ms. Fleur Delacour. I see, if you say so. Scene break. 35, 36, 37, 38. The sudden loss of vision in one caused multitudes of problems for Quinn. Besides being blind on one side and having terrible spatial perception, Quinn had to suffer through balance disorders, decreased visual clarity, eye strain, headaches because his other good eye was stressing itself by compensating for its missing partner. After just one Muay Thai training session, Quinn had come near to throwing up because of nausea. By the end of that session, Quinn had decided to suspend Muay Thai till he got his eye back and elected to only do physical conditioning. The lack of daily hitting, punching, and kicking the crap out of the heavy bag bummed Quinn out, so he chose to take on a new challenge and thus altered the way he performed conditioning. He started to do every exercise much slower than his usual speed. If it was a push-up, Quinn would do every single one very slowly, making his muscles hold the weight for much longer. The same went for pull-ups, squats, and any exercise he could introduce it into. Furthermore, he tried out isometrics into his new routine because it didn't stress his vision. Oh, I have to make Eddie do this, panted Quinn mid a slow push-up. This feels exhilarating. The base physique of a body magic user mattered when it came to the elevation provided by magic, albeit only in the basic versions of body magic. A fit body was required even at the advanced levels, but it no longer affected the productivity of the magic. Even without that initial reasoning, now Quinn had fallen in love with martial arts and physical fitness. It made him feel good, and working towards his ideal physique was a rewarding feeling. And as Quinn got some work in, the door to the training hall busted open with a bang. Quinn, I heard you lost an eye. Leah West, freshly home from yet another trip outside the country, announced herself with full vigor. The older sister glanced down to see her shirtless baby brother doing a push-up over a puddle of sweat beneath him with sweat dripping off his body. She could see him from the side which was blinded. Wah. Leah, is that you? She heard. Damn it, that scared me. Ugh, I can't see you properly. Quinn got up and turned his entire body to the door to finally get a complete look at his sister, who, for some reason, had her wand pointed at him. Why do? Before Quinn could ask her, Leah waved her wand, and he found all the sweat vanished into a puff of vapor. Thanks, he said before smiling. Hey, Leah. Welcome back, sis. How are you doing? Brought me any gifts? Any exotic and exciting books? He tried to talk his way out of getting scolded, only to trail off when he couldn't pick a scolding on Leah's face. That eye patch looks needlessly cool, said Leah. Thank you, he said, judging the vibe. You also look good. New haircut. No, it doesn't matter, you're glowing? Leah stepped ahead, walked towards Quinn, and grabbed his face by the cheeks. How is the treatment going? I've only been back one day, so nothing major, said Quinn with his cheeks being kneaded. The potion tastes bad, and the eye drop burns when I put them in. The empty eye socket. You've been busy organizing Quidditch tournaments, commentating, hosting, playing knight in shining armor and kissing villas. Quinn fought down the intense cough that overcame him and settled to loudly cleared his throat. Why are all of you so interested in it? It was only a one-time thing. Because it's interesting, replied Leah, now pinching Quinn's hurting cheeks wide. There's only so much that goes on here. Quinn finally couldn't take it anymore and released his now red, hot cheeks out from the torturous pincers. You're not going to scold me? He asked directly. Not really, shrugged Leah. People make mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes, mostly small. I don't do big mistakes during my starting years. It took me a lot of time to get in the groove of things. Quinn, for the umpteenth time, suppressed a groan. It bugged him a lot that everyone thought that it was his mistake in magic that cost him his eye. I will take more care moving forward. Good, that's the correct attitude, smiled Leah. Now get some clothes. We're going out to the non-magical world to have some fun. Quinn grinned, wicked. Not only he got to go out because George would let him go out if Leah was accompanying him, but he also didn't have to listen to a long lecture. You're paying, she said. Glady, he was feeling generous today. Scene break. It was the night of the 26th of June, 1995, just 2 days after the night of the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament. The night was clear, with the Valley of Stars shining in the inky black. And beneath that sky, standing in a wide clearing with no civilization in sight, just the embrace of nature, stood Dark Lord Voldemort, staring up at the sky with his dull, black, bottomless eyes. Wormtail, it's time to bring them all together, he said, removing his eye from the sky and turned to the man who looked like a humanized version of a thin rat. It's time for my friends to gather to greet me, congratulate me, and finally face me. Yes, my lord, said Peter, stepping forward while pulling his robe sleeve past his elbow, revealing the vivid red tattoo, a skull with a snake protruding from its mouth, the dark mark, the symbol that struck fear into the hearts of all British magical society. It's clearly back, said Peter softly. They will all have noticed it, and now, we shall see, now we shall know. Yes, let's see how many will be brave enough to return when they feel it, he whispered, his black eyes suddenly turning orbs of gleaming red, fixed upon the mark. And how many will be foolish enough to stay away? He pressed his long white forefinger to the brand on Peter's arm, and Peter let out a fresh hiss. Voldemort removed his fingers from Wormtail's mark. The mark went from red to black. With a look of cruel satisfaction on his face, Voldemort straightened up, threw back his head, and stared around the clearing. It was peaceful and beautiful. Voldemort laughed again. Up and down, he paced, looking all around him as he walked, and the snake continued to circle in the grass. The air was suddenly full of the swishing of cloaks. Between trees, behind the shades, in every shadowy space, wizards were operating. All of them were hooded and masked. And one by one they moved forward slowly, cautiously, as though they could hardly believe their eyes. Voldemort stood in silence, waiting for them. Then one of the Death Eaters fell to his knees, crawled toward Voldemort, and kissed the hem of his black robes. Master, Master, he murmured. The Death Eaters behind him did the same, each of them approaching Voldemort on his knees and kissing his robes before backing away and standing up, forming a silent circle. Yet they left gaps in the ring, as though waiting for more people. Voldemort, however, did not seem to expect more. He looked around at the hooded faces, and though there was no wind, a rustling seemed to run around the circle, as though it had shivered. Welcome, Death Eaters, said Voldemort quietly. 13 years since last we met. Yet you answer my call as though it were yesterday. We are still united under the dark mark, then. Or are we? He put back his terrible face and sniffed, his slit-like nostrils widening. I smell guilt, he said. There is a stench of guilt upon the air. A second shiver ran around the circle, as though each member of it longed, but did not dare, to step back from him. I see you all, whole and healthy, with your powers intact, such prompt appearances, and I ask myself, why did this band of wizards never come to the aid of their master, to whom they swore eternal loyalty? No one spoke. No one moved except Wormtail, who left Voldemort's side and joined the others in the ring. And I answer myself, whispered Voldemort, they must have believed me broken, they thought I was gone. They slipped back among my enemies, and they pleaded innocence and ignorance and bewitchment. And then I ask myself, but how could they have believed I would not rise again? They, who knew the steps I took, long ago, to guard myself against mortal death? They, who had seen proofs of the immensity of my power in the times when I was mightier than any wizard living. And I answer myself, perhaps they believed a still greater power could exist, one that could vanquish even Lord Voldemort. Perhaps they now pay allegiance to another, perhaps that champion of commoners, of mudbloods, and muggles, Albus Dumbledore and his merry band. What are they called? Ah yes, Order of the Phoenix. But I've heard that they're called by a new name. What was it? Wormtail, do you know? The Light Faction, replied Peter promptly. At the mention of Albus Dumbledore and the Light Faction, the circle members stirred, and some muttered and shook their heads. Voldemort ignored them. It is a disappointment to me. I confess myself disappointed. One of the men suddenly flung himself forward, breaking the circle. Trembling from head to foot, he collapsed at Voldemort's feet. Master, he shrieked, Master, forgive me, forgive us all. Voldemort began to laugh. He raised his wand Crucio. The Death Eater on the ground writhed and shrieked. The sound spread throughout the surroundings. Voldemort raised his wand. The tortured Death Eater lay flat upon the ground, gasping. Get up, Avery, said Voldemort softly. Stand up. You ask for forgiveness? I do not forgive. I do not forget. 13 long years. I want 13 years repayment before I forgive you. Wormtail here has paid his debt already, have you not, Wormtail? I could only hope, Master, said Peter. His voice was stable and steady. You returned to me, not out of loyalty, but because you wanted to seek your personal revenge. I should punish you, but as you already spent all those years in Azkaban, you were already punished enough, and as traitorous as you are, you helped me, and Lord Voldemort rewards his helpers. Wormtail, I will help you seek your revenge. You would drown in as much revenge as your greedy heart could ever desire. Peter strode forward, knelt on his knees, and kissed the hem of Voldemort's robes. May your loyalty never waver again, Wormtail, said Voldemort. No, my lord, never, my lord at novel bin at. Peter stood up and returned to his place. The other Death Eaters looked at him envy and regret only if they had. Voldemort now approached the man on Peter's right. Lucius, my slippery friend, he whispered, halting before him. I am told that you have not renounced the old ways, though, to the world, you present a respectable face. You are still ready to take the lead in a spot of Muggle torture, I believe? Yet you never tried to find me, Lucius. Your exploits at the Wisengamot were fun, I dare say, but might not your energies have been better directed toward finding and aiding your master? My lord, I was constantly on the alert, came Lucius Malfoy's voice swiftly from beneath the hood. Had there been any sign from you, any whisper of your whereabouts, I would have been at your side immediately. Nothing could have prevented me. Oh Lucius, you and your silver tongue, said Voldemort lazily, and Lucius stopped talking abruptly. If your tongue wasn't so useful to me, I would have cut and made you eat it. You have disappointed me. I expect more faithful service in the future. Of course, my lord, of course. You are merciful, thank you. Voldemort moved on and stopped, staring at the space large enough for two people that separated Malfoy and the next man. The Lestranges should stand here, said Voldemort quietly. But they are entombed in Azkaban. They were faithful. They went to Azkaban rather than renounce me. When Azkaban is broken open, the Lestranges will be honored beyond their dreams. The Dementors will join us. They are our natural allies. We will recall the banished giants. I shall have all my devoted servants return to me, and an army of creatures whom all fear. He walked on. He passed some of the Death Eaters in silence, but he paused before others and spoke to them. McNair destroying dangerous beasts for the Ministry of Magic now. Wormtail tells me, you shall have better victims than that soon, McNair. Lord Voldemort will provide. Thank you, Master, thank you, murmured McNair. And here Voldemort moved on to the two largest hooded figures. We have Crabbe. You will do better this time, will you not, Crabbe? And you, Goyle. They bowed clumsily, muttering dully. Yes, Master. We will, Master. The same goes for you, not, said Voldemort quietly as he walked past a stooped figure in Mr. Goyle's shadow. My lord, I prostrate myself before you. I am your most faithful. That will do, said Voldemort. He had reached the largest gap of all, and he stood surveying it with his blank, red eyes as though he could see people standing there. And here we have 6 missing Death Eaters, 3 dead in my service. 1, too cowardly to return, he will pay. 1, who I believe has left me forever, he will be killed, of course, and 1, who remains my most faithful servant, and who has already re-entered my service, the one that Dumbledore just sent to Azkaban. There was a silence. Then the Death Eater to the right of Wormtail stepped forward, and Lucius Malfoy's voice spoke from under the mask. Master, we crave to know, we beg you to tell us how you have achieved this miracle, how you managed to return to us. Voldemort laughed and started to narrate his journey from the day he fell to 2 days before. And during his narration, the Death Eaters shivered when their master, again and again, showed them all the opportunities they could have taken to save him and how close he had been to them for the past few years. He then looked back at the sky and spoke in but a whisper. Harry Potter. That child, he once again escaped me through some strange magic. Magic that I'm not aware of. That won't do, that won't do. Voldemort turned in a circle to see all those gathered and declared, gather my forces, Death Eaters. It's time for us to build towards our previous glory. No, this time we are going to surpass it and finally rule this wretched country. He raised his bone-like wand like a conductor of an opera and closed his eyes. The beautiful and serene scenery reflected in his mind, and then with a smile, the Death Eaters, who were all smiling at their master's promise, felt a tremor beneath their feet. All looked down just in time to see cracks begin appearing on the ground near them. They started to shake in their boots as the cracks grew bigger and deeper, closing towards them. Master, said one of the Death Eater. Voldemort didn't reply and raised his wand higher. The trees around them began collapsing, with the hundreds of meters of land all around them began to overturn, crack, rise, sink. The scenic place within a few seconds had turned into a different place. The Death Eaters looked at the ground, which was the only location that was unchanged. All realized, all recalled, who their master was. Voldemort opened his eye to show glowing red orbs and cruelly grinned. Gentlemen, let there be chaos. He waved his wand down, and suddenly there were explosions. When the explosions stopped, the Death Eaters looked around. Gone was the greenery and the beautiful nature. All there was left was destruction, unbridled devastation. And as he had said, chaos. The entire landscape had been changed. Quinn stared to his front with one eye with a charming smile on his face. He was dressed sharply and sat with his best posture. He was trying to be the best he could be, and except the eye patch, he was perfect. Quinn, dear, do you want more? Said the lady sitting in front of him. She had short brunette hair, wearing an apron over a long light blue midi dress, and Quinn could see the resemblance she bore with her son. Yes, Mrs. Carmichael, I would love to have more, said Quinn, setting his glass on the table for a jug to float over it, refilling it for another serving of reddish-pink punch. Thank you, it's delightful, Mrs. Carmichael, smiled Quinn, especially this shortbread. It's so good. No wonder Eddie is always ranting about the food at school. He does, doesn't he? Said Eleanor Carmichael, glancing at her son who was sporting messy bed hair and sleep clothes, staring at the scene with discomfort. What would I do with you, Ed? You knew Quinn was visiting today, and look at you, you didn't have the decency to wake up early in the morning even when I woke you up. She gestured towards Quinn. Look at your friend. He's so well-mannered and even brought gifts for us. Grow up a little and learn from Quinn. Eddie could only nod at his lovely mother's rant in fear of being hit with her mighty ladle. But when he glanced at Quinn, he saw his best friend grinning deeply into his glass. Eddie fought the urge to throw the platter on the table at Quinn. The bastard was acting like he was the best-behaved person in the world. How's your eye feeling, dear? Asked Mrs. Carmichael. It's growing properly, ma'am, said Quinn, though it's a little itchy. This year wasn't good at all, she sighed. First Ed got into that accident playing Quidditch, and then you lost your eye, and now, all the news about you-know-who and how Dumbledore has been saying that he has returned. Things had been quite chaotic these few days, said Quinn smiling while picking himself a slice of cake. I'm sure it will all settle down quite soon. I'm just hoping that it doesn't get too hot this summer. You know how it gets. Yes, it gets quite bothersome, Mrs. Carmichael agreed. Now dear, I hope you're hungry and staying for lunch. Yes, of course, ma'am, smiled Quinn. He was always ready for food. I ate a lot of the food you sent to Hogwarts. I'm pretty sure that Marcus and I ate half of anything you sent. Mrs. Carmichael stood up and smiled. It's good that you did. I sent it for all you three boys. Now, let me set up the table, and we will be eating soon. Thank you, Mrs. Carmichael, said Quinn as the woman exited the room. He turned to Eddie and smiled. Your mum is nice. And I have to say, a great cook. You know what's going to happen when you leave, said Eddie. She'll hound me for the entire day about Quinn this, Quinn that, and then bring you up time and time again to win arguments. Couldn't you have reeled it in a little? Quinn raised his hand and wiggled his index finger a little. Eddie shivered a little when he felt his hair stand up before settling down. His sleepwear got ironed, his shirt got tucked in, and the top button tied up. He touched his head to see his bed hair was now combed. See, much better, said Quinn. You could have done this before coming down. You would have been fine. Unlike you, you wandless dipshit. I can't use magic without a wand and can't unless I want a letter from ministry up my arse. Oh, I forgot about that, smiled Quinn. It's not like you'll get a letter, you know? The letter won't come if you do magic inside your house. The tracker will classify it as your parents doing the magic. Even so, I can't. My wand is in my luggage, and Mum stashed it in the attic. Always keep your wand with yourself with you, mate. You never know when you need that zap of magic, said Quinn before switching to something of more importance. How's it looking? Does it look like your parents will allow you to come to Hogwarts? That. Well, as you saw Mum, she doesn't think much of it, but Dad has been worried a little, but not to the level that they won't allow me to go back to Hogwarts. That's good to hear, smiled Quinn. Hogwarts wouldn't be the same without you there cursing at me daily. You bet it won't, you little bitch. Hey, whoa, hey, it's already out, can't take it back, said Eddie quickly. What about you? I'm definitely coming. No opposition from my side. Great. Mrs. Carmichael entered back into the living room. Come, you boys, the table is set, she asked when she saw them smiling. What are you talking about? Quinn leaped onto his feet. We were talking about the owls. Eddie was telling me. Oh, owls? How did you do on your owls, Quinn? Asked Mrs. Carmichael. I think I did great, smiled Quinn, though I'm a little worried that I didn't get enough time to study with the Quidditch tournament. Eddie watched as Quinn walked with his mother while giving him a wink. Quinn had just made the aftermath that much worse. Motherfuck. Eddie Carmichael, yelled Mrs. Carmichael. Quinn kissed the French Villa champion in front of everyone, blurted Eddie for no reason. Quinn turned to Eddie and threw his hands up with a what expression before turning to Mrs. Carmichael. Eddie has gotten very close to his Yule ball date, Tracy Davis. He turned to Eddie and maliciously grinned. I have pictures. The expression of pure curiosity that bloomed on his mother's face caused Eddie to let out a soundless scream. At novel bin at. Scene break. The British summer was at its peak with the sun throwing its death beams of heat at the habitants, making their life quite miserable. The non-magical media declared the summer of 1995 as the hottest summer, breaking all records and setting new ones. Marcus hummed Quinn, his voice flowing with pleasurable delight. Came the reply. Why didn't you say that your house had a pool? Asked Quinn. Currently, he was floating weightlessly on his back inside the pool in Marcus's home's backyard. He had sunglasses with a blue tint on and was dressed only in a conjured pair of swim trunks. I should ask Ms. Rosie to build a pool at home, he thought, or maybe I should do it on my own. You never asked, replied Marcus in a similar state as Quinn. This is the life, my friend, said Quinn. Don't pee, okay, said Marcus, but where he didn't hear a reply. Don't pee in the pool. I won't, don't worry. Quinn, which Newt level classes are you going to take? Didn't you give owls for all 12 subjects? Yeah, I did. Even though Quinn didn't study Muggle studies and divination, he gave the owls for both of them. He wanted 12 OS on his diploma. I'm going to take all Newt level classes except divination, Muggle studies, and maybe care of magical creatures. I will study care after Hogwarts as that will be more extensive, but I'm not sure if I want to learn it in Hogwarts. But you're going to give Newts for all, correct? Yeah, that goes without saying. What should I take? Just take whatever subjects that interest you. Subjects that interest me. I'm not big on care, divination, and herbology, but brewing potions can be fun, so I can't discard herbology. Then take whatever you think you want to study, and then you can decide in the 7th year if you can keep it up or not, said Quinn, and as long as you don't want to become something like an auror or healer, you don't have to score outstanding across the board, as long as you have exceeding expectations, you'll be fine. Marks on your degree becomes redundant after a few years. Of course, as Marcus was Quinn's friend, Marcus would get admission to any apprenticeship programs funded by the Wests or a job in the business. Quinn left that unsaid as he didn't want Marcus to become lax. He would tell Marcus this near the end of their 7th year, during the career counseling period. Okay, said Marcus, do you have any plans for next year? Anything grand like the Quidditch tournament? No, oh no, replied Quinn, the Quidditch tournament was too much work to be done in a year. I don't want to do that amount of work for a while. Then Quinn groaned. He put his hands on the surface of the water and pushed himself up, pulling his body out of the water, and soon he was standing on water. It was okay because Marcus and Quinn were alone at Marcus's home as his parents were out shopping for the Belby family's trip to Turkey. That won't get old no matter how many times I see it, commented Marcus. You want to do it? Marcus stirred in the water. I can do that. Well, you can't do it on your own, but I can make it so you can stand on water. Really? Yeah, Quinn pointed at a place of water near Marcus for it to glow in an aqua blue color. That lit up spot is essentially solid, so use it to pull yourself up. Marcus was doubtful, but when he touched the aqua blue, it really seemed solid, and even when he put some weight, it didn't collapse or let his arms slip into the water. He gingerly used the glowing platform to pull himself out of the water. Whoa, chuckled Marcus amid balancing himself on the water. But his eyes widened in shock when the glow vanished, and he instinctively closed his eye, but he didn't enter the water like he expected. That glow was just for marking purposes, snickered Quinn. You can walk anywhere inside the pool. Marcus took hesitant and careful steps on the pool, checking twice for the structural integrity. It took him a couple of minutes before he started walking normally, but that was the extent Marcus was ready to test the limits. Quinn, on the other hand, was doing cartwheels, somersaults, backflips on the pool, which did nothing but provoke his balance disorder, and he came close to puking all over the pool. Pool time ended with Marcus rubbing Quinn's back as the two friends kneeled on the pool's surface. When it came time for Quinn to leave, Marcus asked him to wait for a moment before he went running up to his room. What is it? Asked Quinn when Marcus came back. Here, this is for you, said Marcus, placing a small ring box in Quinn's hand. Yes, 100 times yes, grinned Quinn. When's the wedding? Oh shut up, said Marcus, open it, you'll be surprised with what's inside. Quinn followed Marcus' words and opened the velvet-covered box with a smile, the smile which drained when he saw what was inside. This is. Inside the box was a burnt, pitch-black sphere that was missing a lot of its parts. After you collapsed, and the maze was cleared out the obstacles, I went into the labyrinth to see if I could find the eye, shrugged Marcus. I thought you would like to have a look to see what went wrong with your magic. Luckily, I was able to find it. Quinn stared at the charred artificial eye before gazing up at Marcus. You went out looking for this because of me. Yeah, nodded Marcus, I know how important magic is for you. So, I went out. It's not a big deal. No, said Quinn. What do you mean, it's not a big deal? This is a big deal, Marcus. He stepped close to Marcus and engulfed him into a tight hug. This is a huge deal for me that you did this. Marcus couldn't do anything but hug Quinn back, and he had to admit it. The hug felt good. It was nice to be thanked. Scene break. What are you doing here? Asked Ron Weasley, seeing Quinn West sitting in the middle of Beau's dining room while the family was busy packing up for a move. I don't know, said Quinn, being honest. I was going home after visiting Luna when your two older twin brothers cornered me and dragged me here. The Weasley twins were like a typhoon and had crazy persuasion skills that Quinn didn't know, but before he knew it, he was sitting in the burrow with a bowl of raspberries in front of him. And I let my guard down, said Quinn, and he didn't mind it at all because all he could think was that his investment was going to give him great returns in the future. And why is there paint on your face? Asked Ron. Because, with the eye patch, the drawn-up beard, and scar lines, Quinn looked like a pirate, and all he needed was a hat. I was visiting Luna, said Quinn as if it explained everything. He didn't have time to remove it. He was going to remove it when he was a little distance from Luna's house, but just when he got far enough, the twins ambushed him. Are you guys doing a summer cleaning? Asked Quinn, looking at the boxes everywhere. Why yeah, something like that, said Ron. He couldn't tell Quinn that they were going to move a secret headquarter. The thing was, the Ron didn't need to say anything. Quinn already knew his thoughts. Where are my brothers? Asked Ron. They went up to their rooms to get some stuff. And on cue, the Weasley twins came down to the dining room with two big boxes. Quinn, here, take a look at this. This is what we have come up with for next year. Some of them are complete while others are still under development. The twins dumped the boxes on the table for Quinn to see. Pirate Quinn stood up and, with his one eye, started to shuffle through the things inside the box. Boxing telescope, Comay chameleon, demon box, lucky dip, otter's fizzy orange juice, magical mustache miracle stubble grow, self-propelling custard pies, unlucky dip, wondrous wands, dragon roasted nuts, tiny twister, sticky trainers, mysterious midnight moon madness, exploding whiz poppers, silver sparkling snakes, Thor's thundercracker, voodoo fountain, diabolic daredevils, bang bang boggart banger, Saunders invisible silk, Miraphorous magic set, Eduardo's unbreakable eggs, crush blush, flirting fancies, pygmy puffs, twilight moonbeams, 10-second pimple vanisher. One by one, Quinn took out the items, saw what they did, got descriptions from the twins, critiqued them, suggested improvements, and asked them questions on the future of the incomplete products. I'm assuming your mother isn't home, asked Quinn, seeing all this stuff out in the open. Yeah, Mum is out. She went out just before you came. That's why we invited you in. We have a little time before she comes back. The twins pointed at the family clock. The clock hand with Molly written on it was pointing at the shopping tab. What's happening? Asked Ron. All the different products didn't faze him, but all the complex money and business talk that accompanied confused the hell out of him. Nothing. Don't worry your little head about it. It will hurt if you do so. Quinn packed everything back and gave his final words. The products have value and will do well with a younger crowd, Hogwarts and younger, which is fine for now as it's better to target a smaller niche at the start, but I will suggest that you start thinking and planning for things that cover an older demographic. It's good if you start thinking about these things early. Twins nodded. They weren't amateurs when it came to sales. They had been doing it at an informal level for years. They just needed to convert that knowledge earned through experience to a formal level. Quinn's consultation provided them with a bridge to help them transition. We can't wait in just one more year. We will have our own shop. And with it, a new stream of income for me, thought Quinn, my first step on a journey as an investor. He glanced at the twins. Hell, these two even managed to bag defense contract in the future. They just might become the crown jewel in my portfolio. Scene break. George West came down to the dining hall for supper in the evening to see that other than Ms. Rosie and Elliot, his two grandchildren were absent. Where are they? He asked. Leah took a Portkey to France for a night out with her Beauxbatons friends, informed Ms. Rosie. Because of the volume of Leah's travels, she had learned to cast the Portkey spell for her travel needs. The young woman had more experience creating portkeys than those her own age, who worked at Portkey departments in various ministries. And what about Quinn? I made myself clear that he wasn't to remain outside after supper time. Quinn's having dinner at the Greengrass household. The Greengrass, you say, hummed George. His hand went into his pocket and came out an envelope. I wanted to discuss something with him. What is it? Asked Ms. Rosie, noticing the unusual expression on George's face. George slightly raised the letter and commented, a letter came from the abbess. Elliot and Ms. Rosie went silent with surprise. It had been a while since they had heard of that name. What do they want? Asked Elliot. They want to meet him and are inviting him to visit, said George. And, asked Ms. Rosie, asking for George's decision. You know I can't decide for Quinn, at least not for this. He'll decide if he wants to go and meet them. That day, the dinner at the West Manor went in silence as the three people ate in silence and thought. Now, tell me, which of my hands hold the galleon? Astoria Greengrass intently stared at the two closed fists in front of her, her eyes moving back and forth between the two, trying to figure out the location of the hidden galleon. Your right is slightly raised, so I will say that it's in the left, she said. Quinn smiled and opened his right hand. Too bad, you're wrong. There sat a golden galleon sitting in his right palm. Again? I've lost 10 times in a row, said Astoria, huffing. How are you doing this? You're using magic, aren't you? Of course, I'm using magic, my dear Astoria, said Quinn with a smile, but not the magic that you and I know how to use. This is a different type, and in the hands, just as charming. You just have to look closely and ask yourself the right questions, said Quinn, gazing at the black-haired Greengrass. When you eliminate all other possibilities, the remaining answer, no matter how improbable, will be the correct one. Astoria narrowed her eyes, trying to deduce how Quinn did it, but I can't tell. You're definitely using magic the first kind. Do you want to how I did it? Yes. Quinn opened his left hand, and there sat another galleon. Astoria gasped while he laughed. Whichever hand you chose, I opened the other to show you the coin, and with a little flair, I made sure your attention was off the hand you chose. That's not fair. You cheated, said Astoria, complaining. I didn't, young one. We never set any rules. Nowhere did we decide that I couldn't use 2 coins. If you can use 2 coins, then I should get 2 chances to guess. Fair enough. See, you denied. Wait, really? Yeah, sure, shrugged Quinn. You get 2 guesses every chance the next time we play this. Next time, then Astoria saw Quinn smirking and realized that the next time wasn't going to come anytime soon. She exclaimed in frustration at getting her hopes up and threw a sofa cushion at Quinn, who caught it while laughing. You two are making too much of a ruckus. The two turned to see Daphne enter the lounge, dressed in a white high-collared sleeved blouse and below the knee-length black skirt. She sat down beside Astoria and greeted Quinn. Apologies for keeping you wait, she said while pushing a strand of her blonde hair behind her ear. I was preoccupied with some lessons. It's fine. Astoria is an excellent company, said Quinn, and as he couldn't wink, he settled for a smile. Daphne stared at Quinn's face for a good few seconds before asking, "How's your eye faring?" Her eyes still fixed on the red eye patch, which matched with his shirt and complemented well with his black pants. "It's coming along just fine. It'll be back in a week," said Quinn before picking up his glass of elderflower cordial. "This is delightful. Where can I buy this? I would love to have some of this at home." "We grow them at home," said Astoria, jumping into the conversation. "It's Daphne's favorite, so Mum makes sure to grow it whenever it's the season." "Oh, is it now? That's good to know." Quinn looked at Daphne. As expected, "Daphne, you have excellent taste." "Thank you," said Daphne, giving her beaming sister a brief glance. "So, are you guys also going to the Potter twins' birthday party?" asked Quinn. "I'm going," said Astoria, raising her hand high. Daphne nodded with a sigh. It was a given with how close their mothers were to each other. Every year, at least, Daphne and Astoria would go to the Potters on the 31st of August, and vice versa. The Potter twins would attend Daphne's birthday. "Wait," thought Daphne and asked, "What do you mean by also?" "Oh, I'm invited this year." "Which one of the twins invited you?" asked Daphne. "Harry did." "Why?" asked Quinn. I know, said Astoria, before Daphne could. "Every year, invitations to birthday celebration go out, but things get interesting as the invitations aren't addressed by Ivy and Harry Potter together. Any invitation can only have one name, either Harry or Ivy." Daphne sneakily sighed in relief. It wasn't the reason why she had asked. "Oh, why is that?" asked Quinn, sounding interested. "It's because of the competition." "Competition?" Daphne took over from there and continued. "Every year at the Potter's birthday, they hold a competition between the twins. The invitations are a way to gather teams for said competition. Taking your case, as Harry invited you, your invitation will have Harry's name on it, and during the evening, you'll be on Team Harry." "That sounds really interesting," said Quinn. "What kind of competition are we talking about here?" "It changes every year," said the blonde. "We have put on plays, done fishing competition, trivia contests, and so many other things." It turned out that the Potter twin didn't celebrate their birthday at home, but at different destinations, because their house was in a mixed neighborhood and there wasn't enough place to host all the guests. Moreover, unlike the usual parties, it was a whole-day event. "Oh ho. Now, I'm looking forward to attending the birthday," said Quinn. "Then, what about you guys? Whose team are you two on?" "I'm on Harry's," said Astoria. "Ivy's," said Daphne. "Then it looks like Astoria, and I will be winning this time," said Quinn, high-fiving Astoria. Then there was a pop, and a spotty green house elf wearing a tan pillowcase appeared in the lounge. The house elf stared at the three with his big, watery eyes. "Food is ready. Master be calling," he said. "We will be there, Barley," said Daphne in acknowledgement, and the house elf popped away. She turned to Quinn. "Let's go, Mother and Father must be waiting." Quinn nodded and stood up at once. "Let's. We can't keep Mrs." He caught a glare forming and quickly improvised, "and Mr. Greengrass waiting. Let's hurry." "I'm hungry," said Astoria and ran ahead. "Don't run," Daphne called out as she stood up. "She's going to get herself hurt," she sighed. "Well, we can't do anything about that," said Quinn, falling into step beside Daphne. "Her energy levels will remain high for the rest of the day." He had just treated Astoria. "She'll be back to being her usual relatively manageable self tomorrow. So, Quinn, bad luck," said Jacob Greengrass. "An excellent year throughout, but it ended up with a hiccup, quite a serious hiccup." "I wouldn't say a big hiccup," smiled Quinn. "Temporarily losing an eye isn't that serious. I have been through worse." "Oh, like what?" "Like dunking himself into freeze potion," said Daphne, freezing his entire body to the point that he had to stay inside in the hospital wing for 10 days. "What she said," said Quinn. "Tracy told me that Quinn was bald during that time," said Astoria, chiming in. "That I was. But as Dear said, it was quite an eventful year for you, wasn't it, Quinn?" spoke Sophie Greengrass. "Whenever I was with my friends, I think I heard your name more than I heard the champions. When we heard that a student organized the tournament, everyone was impressed, and the result just deepened the amazement." "True," said Jacob. "I think I even heard that because the tournament was so successful, many in the Quidditch world are talking about adopting the Quinn format as a new format." "Thank you, but I would like to correct you on one thing," said Quinn. "It wasn't me alone who made the tournament as successful as it was." He gazed at Daphne, "and my helpers aided me every step of the way to make things possible. As such, I can't take all the credit." "How humble," smiled Sophie. "I would actually like to thank you for including Daphne in the tournament," said Jacob. "It was a good experience to have, which I'm glad that Daphne and Tracy both got to be a part of. I only chose those I thought were capable. Daphne is one of the most capable people I know, so selecting her was a no-brainer." The girl in question felt her cheeks flush, which she tried to push down, but not before her mother caught a glance of it and a knowing smile made onto her face. That evening, Quinn went on to say many things that made Daphne flush a lot, while Sophie almost had a permanent knowing smile on her face as she observed her daughter from the side. "So, Quinn, what do you think about the Dark Lord?" asked Jacob suddenly out of nowhere when they were having dessert. "Jacob," exclaimed Sophie at her husband's abrupt inquiry. Daphne and Astoria, too, looked a little uncomfortable. "It's fine, Mrs. Greengrass," said Quinn, putting down his ice cream bowl and spoon. "The Dark Lord, The Greengrass family all turned to Quinn with varying levels of surprise. Magically talented, said Quinn. The Dark Lord is a generational talent when it comes to magic. He noticed the looks his hosts were giving him and shrugged. Just because he went down the path he took doesn't mean he isn't great, and you have all should know my views on magic. I would say the Dark Lord was charismatic with a great talent for manipulation, he continued. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to gather so many followers. Tom Riddle had been as charming as Quinn when he was Hogwarts. The only one to suspect him was Dumbledore. To be able to manage egotistical people from noble houses, even the infamously stubborn blacks, and bring them under one banner, that takes some effective leadership. Even now, Tom's style of leadership had changed from the original charismatic rule of the Hogwarts gang to the tyrannical and completely ruthless, though no less highly effective, command of his Death Eaters demonstrated throughout both the First Wizarding War. He must be an excellent teacher, given how his inner circle Death Eaters were able to contend with highly trained Aurors. Quinn's attack on the Death Eaters at the World Cup hadn't been an accurate representation of Death Eaters' skill, as he had ambushed them and all of them were piss-drunk, and neither were they personally trained by the Voldemort himself. Of course, there were things that Quinn left unsaid, like salesman skills that Riddle demonstrated at Borgin and Burke's when he was in his late teens. The indomitable willpower that helped him survive more than a decade inside the Albanian forests, as well as for several months on the back of Quirrell's head, as well as in the old Riddle house for an equally lengthy time period, showing that aside from his determination, he had remarkable endurance and tolerance. The Dark Lord is terrible, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he's great, said Quinn, shrugging. His fault was that he took down the wrong path. If he had just been more like me, then he would have been terrific and great. The Greengrass family just stared at Quinn as he finished his thoughts. At most, they were expecting to be a slightly different version of the oh-so-terrible Dark Lord. I must say, Mrs. Greengrass, this ice cream better than Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Scene break. Garrick Ollivander worked in the back workshop of his narrow and shabby shop when he heard his shop's tinkling bell, which rang when someone entered the shop. He stood up and walked outside to greet the new customer. It was near the time when he got 11 years old getting their first wands. But when he arrived at the front, he saw the back of a person who looked older than an 11-year-old. Ollivander silently opened the partition in the counter to step outside for his standard surprise greeting, but just when he had taken a single step, the customer spoke. I appreciate you keeping things fun, Mr. Ollivander, but I think you should just do it with the 11-year-olds. Doing that with everyone will wear the novelty off. Leave a one-time solid impression that will stay with the kids for the rest of their lives. The customer turned, and Ollivander recognized the person at once. Quinn West, he said, and then addressed the most obvious detail. You have lost your eye. Just for a short time. I see. If I remember correctly, you did say you'll visit me in the summer. Are you here for some maintenance on your wand? I don't think my wand will need maintenance, Mr. Ollivander. Mine is as good as the day I received it from you. His wand was still encased in a block of wood, inside a heavily warded room inside his suitcase. Then, what do I owe this pleasure to? Do you follow the news, Mr. Ollivander? I try to, but my works keeps me busy. Then have you heard about what Dumbledore has been saying? Asked Quinn. About you-know-who's return? Yes, I have read about it. Has Dumbledore visited you? No, he hasn't, said Ollivander, sounding confused. What's going on, Mr. West? It seems either Dumbledore either hasn't figured it out yet, or he has been too busy, thought Quinn. In the original timeline, Ollivander had shared this piece of information about Harry's wand being a brother wand to Voldemort's with Dumbledore, as Harry didn't have a guardian, but because this time around, Harry did have guardians, and because Potter parents didn't the information want the information out, Dumbledore wasn't privy to it. Priori incantatem, said Quinn. Ollivander's eyes gazed into Quinn's, and it was almost as though an invisible beam of understanding shot between them. The reverse spell effect, said Ollivander, his mind turning in thought. Exactly, said Quinn. Harry Potter's and the Dark Lord's wands share cores, don't they? Each of them contains a feather from the tail of the same phoenix. How do you know that? Said the wand maker, and as he asked this, his thoughts clicked. Wait, are you saying that Dumbledore's telling the truth? And Harry Potter met with you-know-who? They met, they dueled, their wands connected. You know what happens when a wand meets its brother. They will not work properly against each other, said Ollivander. If, however, the owners of the wands force the wands to do battle, a very rare effect will take place. One of the wands will force the other to regurgitate spells it has performed in reverse. The most recent first and then those which preceded it. He looked interrogatively at Quinn, and Quinn nodded. The wand to be overwhelmed was Voldemort's, and the spell he cast was Killing Curse, he said. The fact that Voldemort was overwhelmed by Harry Potter would have been unlikely, but given the circumstances Voldemort had been just recently revived, it wasn't far-fetched to think that his magic was in a period of instability. An echo, said Ollivander. I am guessing that apparitions appeared and retained known forms. Less recent victims of you-know-whose wand, he added. The last murders the wand performed. In reverse order. The Dark Lord will want answers, Mr. Ollivander, said Quinn, and who better to ask than the wand maker who crafted his and Harry Potter's wands, the two wands in question. What are you saying? Asked Ollivander, a gulp preceding his words. The Dark Lord will come, Mr. Ollivander. And from what I had heard from about him, he isn't a person who will invite you for tea so that you could give him lessons about wand lore. Quinn moved a step closer to the old man. No, he will torture you no matter how quick you give him the answer. He might even, if your answer displeases him. Ollivander gulped harder. His eyes trembled a touch. I suggest that you make preparations for your safety, Mr. Ollivander. Or you will be in serious danger. But, I can't, exclaimed the usually serene man. So many new children will require wands. I can't just leave and take that away from them. Quinn sighed. The man in front of him didn't have a personal life at all, a workaholic at its worst. But he understood wand crafting was Ollivander's life. If you take that away, there was nothing left. To some, a life without meaning was as good as death. He won't come now, said Quinn. The Dark Lord isn't in a position of power to show himself. He will brew chaos from the shadows, bidding in silence for the time when his arrangements are compounded into completion. You have until before the start of the next summer. For now, you can keep working. But don't get comfortable, Mr. Ollivander. What do you suggest I do? Get in contact with Dumbledore and others in the Light faction separately and together. Tell them what you know and, in return, ask for shelter. Dumbledore will want Hogwarts to be a point of normalcy, and for that to happen, new students must get their wands. He will provide you with protection. If Quinn didn't want his family to get involved, he would have offered the West resources, but that was out of the picture. And Quinn, while he had his more than plenty personal riches, he didn't have much influence and resources outside of Hogwarts. Yes, that sounds right. I will do that, nodded Ollivander, sitting down on a bar stool. Of course, it goes without saying, but you must not talk about our little chat with anyone at all, not even Dumbledore himself. Why so? This was me being generous and a good Samaritan, smiled Quinn, but there's a limit to what I'm willing to do in the name of good deeds. If the Dark Lord comes to know that I'm the reason behind the setback, he will not be happy, and I would prefer if he's feeling jolly. It will do the world a lot of good. The truth was that Quinn wanted to buy some time. If Ollivander was to remain hidden and away from Voldemort's reach, then Voldemort's discovery behind the twin cores would be delayed, even if it's a little. That little time would extend Voldemort's passive waiting in the shadows stance. At novel bin at. The extra time that everyone could have some use of. I see. I'll keep this a secret. Excellent, said Quinn with a big smile. Then, I'll take my leave, Mr. Ollivander. I can only be outside for so much with this old thing. He pointed at his deep yellow eye patch. Ollivander got up on his old knees and shook hands with Quinn, thanking him profusely for his warnings and advice. After Quinn stepped out of the shop, he looked back and snapped his fingers with a smile. Inside, Ollivander got up to return back to work when he heard a ton of footsteps to see dozens of people big and small enter the shop with more people waiting outside. Oh my, he smiled. Welcome all of you, please form a line. It was that time of the year once again. The time where granddaughter and grandfather would take a day out of their busy schedules and make sure that they wouldn't have any commitments on one day of summer. Today was the day for Quinn West's annual summer product pitch meeting, or as Quinn had so graciously abbreviated as QUASP. Every year, this pitching would start the West business in the process of releasing the most significant product release of every year, infusing new blood into the business, and ever since Quinn had started doing it, the business has been thriving in diversity. Do you have any idea what he'll be showing today? Asked Leah, glancing at her grandfather. Anything you noticed in the weeks he has been here? Leah traveled a lot, which she had cut down by a level since last year, but even then, she was rarely at the West estate anymore. The young woman had moved out from the home nest, finally, having brought home of her own. Of course, Leah's first home wasn't a rental, nor was it a small apartment, rather, it was a gorgeous villa suiting for someone with Leah's salary. I asked both Elliot, Rosie, and even Polly, none of them noticed Quinn doing out of the ordinary, said George. Of course, Quinn's ordinary was anything but mundane, but they had gotten used to it. Suddenly the pair heard a flutter of wings and saw a big black raven fly into the room through the window they hadn't noticed was open. Leah lazily took her wand out to shoo the bird away but froze when the bird expanded into an entire human being, her brother human being. That was a nice flight, smiled Quinn, gazing at Leah and George with his both good stone grey eyes. I've deduced that one flight a day does wonder for perception. It's like taking a walk, but if the walk had taken a potion and there is no path to follow. Why you re an animagus, exclaimed Leah, pointing at him. Quinn gestured down with his hand, which magically and gently lowered her hand that held her wand. That I am. It's a new thing, still getting to the entire turning into a bird ability, he said while fixing his clothes. When did you attain this ability? Asked George calmly. During Hogwarts, said Quinn. George and Leah knew what animagus stood for, but neither actually knew how one became an animagus. The specifics weren't taught in school, even if animagus was introduced as a branch of transfiguration. You do know that animagus needs to be registered, said Leah. I do know that. Quinn sat down on the bar stool prepared for him, but that takes most of the use out of being animagus. They observe you and take down all identifiable features for the public records. With there being only a handful of animagi, it becomes very easy to memorize the details for every one of them. Believe me, I have all of them filed in my head. So you don't plan to register yourself? Asked George. No, I don't. I see, then we won't bring it up. Keep going on your flights, just make sure you're not seen. I don't want to deal with all the things that would happen if you get found out. Not going to happen, that. Being a secret animagus is too much of an important asset for me to let someone find it out. Let's have it then. What do you have for us today? Asked George. Quinn rubbed his hands. I've something different for you today. He reached into his deep pockets and retrieved a thick leather-bound hardback tome and placing it on the table between them with a heavy thump. You see, the Quidditch tournament wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing that I thought up in a day, not it was an initiative that I started working on before I went back to Hogwarts, said Quinn. As such, I knew from the very start that I was going to be busy this year, which meant that it would be difficult for me to hold a quasp this year because I work on my inventions during the school year and the chances of me coming up with something new weren't looking great. It turns out that I was right, and I wasn't able to come up with anything to show at this meeting at all. Quinn, you do realize that you initiate these meetings, stated Leah. We only free a day up when you say that you have something to show. I, of course, know that and am aware that I called you here, so of course, I have something to present today. He tapped his finger on the book. You see, this past school year, I did start quite a few new projects, but I wasn't able to complete none of them. The tournament, as expected, took a lot of my time. At novel been at. But, then an opportunity presented itself from the adversity. He tapped the tome once again, with all the news of the return of the Dark Lord's return that Dumbledore and the Light faction had been spreading, even with the Ministry denying it at every step, has been getting to the masses. So, there I was, sitting on my bed with my one good eye to give it a rest when it struck me, what do the people desire? What is it? Asked Leah when Quinn took a pause. Safety, answered Quinn. With all the Dark Lord's return talk going on, people desire safety or a sense of safety. The need for it is at an all-time high since the war. Now that I had identified the need, it was time to see if I could satisfy with that need. Quinn lightly thumped his open palm on the tome and slid it towards Leah and George. I found that I could satisfy those needs. That tome is my pitch for this year. George pulled the tome towards him to read it. He flipped a couple of pages, then skipped tens of pages at a time before pushing the book to Leah. I can't make sense of any of that, he said. Me neither, declared Leah as well. No worries, you don't need to. He pointed at the tome. That book is a manual for protective wards for homes and buildings, a guide so comprehensive, intensive, exhaustive that even I was surprised that I could come up with it in mere 2 weeks. Quinn, you should know, spoke George. I'm aware that we tried to get into the warding business, but the goblins beat us so bad that we had to shut down to cut our already extensive losses. Gringotts already had a monopoly on the warding business, so much so that any aspiring ward enchanter or at least a protective ward enchanter, which was the opposite of curse/ward breaker, wanted to land a job at Gringotts for the hold they had and the scope they provided. When we tried to change that monopoly into a duopoly, it turned into a massive failure, one of our greatest failures, if I may so say, finished Quinn with a smile. Yes, Quinn, we know that. Please move one, urged George. It was a sore point for him. With the problem in front of me and the solution in mind, I began thinking why our first attempt failed. What did the goblins have that we didn't have? Were they doing something right, or were we doing something wrong? The conclusion that I came up with was that goblins' warding service was so much better than ours that our products didn't have any upside and thus didn't inspire any confidence. And this, Leah pointed at the book, can do that. Absolutely, he said. The thing about runes is that anyone can carve runes, even a non-magical can do that given they won't be able to activate. Anyone with good enough carving, drawing, painting, etching skills can draw warding or any rune-based magic, but what makes runes difficult is to make sense of said runes. It takes practice, study, hard work to learn the language of runes to actually make rune cluster designs. Goblins had the brains and expertise to design such effective ward designs that it takes massive effort to break them. The only ones capable of breaking them are either highly knowledgeable individuals or those who have worked for Gringotts in the past. He pointed up towards the roof. The proof of their capabilities is that even we use goblin-crafted wards at the West Estate. We failed because even we ourselves didn't trust our product. That's a no-go for me. The things that I make must be better than anything on the market, and even if they aren't, at least should be customized to my needs. In short, they should have some additional value point. Quinn leaned forward with a toothy grin. I decided to challenge them at their own game. I created brand new ward schemes. So few people are able to crack goblin wards because they add their own rune language into their wards which even their human employees aren't knowledgeable about. So, I did the same thing. I made something difficult to crack. Before Leah and George could say anything, Quinn placed a palm on his chest and continued. I am in a position of being knowledgeable about magics from multiple cultures, and with that knowledge came knowledge about numerous rune languages. And because I studied and practiced, I know how to combine them. Do you know how difficult it is to break a rune cluster with not 3, not 4, but 5 different nomenclatures of rune combined together? They shook their head at the question. The possibility of one person to know that specific combination of rune languages is already small, and even if they bring multiple people together, it still takes time to communicate and coordinate their findings together to actually breaking together, said Quinn. Leah looked between Quinn and the book, which means that this is capable of matching goblin wards. Yes, they are at least as strong as them, if not stronger. What about breaking them? Where do they stand in comparison? To be honest, they're comparatively easier to crack if the conditions as mentioned earlier are fulfilled, which are difficult to fulfill. Goblin wards are much cleaner because they have been developing for centuries, while I gave them much less time. All in all, in real-life conditions, mine and goblin wards will be equally hard to crack. Who can enchant them? That's a plus point. It doesn't take a genius to enchant my wards. Mine don't use complicated, advanced runes, which require months upon months of training. George had heard everything and now had a single question. Why would people want to use ours instead of Goblin? Because from what I hear, both are equally capable. Ours don't have any major significance. Quinn smiled as he answered, ours will be much cheaper. He pointed at the book. As I said, mine doesn't complex runes. That means they are easier to carve, which lowers the cost of hiring enchanters who take big bucks, and the materials required are also much cheaper. Also, goblins are working in a monopoly. They can decide the price, but if we get in, we can introduce competitive prices and attract people towards us. You have a written proposal? Asked George. Yes, said Quinn, pushing a file towards George, who slid it to Leah, but she didn't pick it up to read. The grandson-grandfather looked at Leah to see her eyes closed. Leah opened her eyes and immediately started what she found. Goblins have their high price, which has made not many people buy their services. They only work for business and wealthy families who can afford and want to ward on their houses. She pointed at the title of the book. This says home in the title. I'm assuming you already knew about the state of the warding market. Yup, not many people have warded their houses because of the prices. 2/5 of that book is just home wards. Good, she said, picking up the tome and the file, and got up from her chair. I will put these to the test and see how they fare. If they pass the quality standards, I'll start working on the launch. Then, under the eyes of Quinn and George, Leah left the room without saying another word, her eyes already reading the file. It seems that she'll be taking the lead on that, said George at being left behind, though he knew the real reason behind Leah's abrupt exit. I'll also take my leave, said Quinn, standing up. I'm working on special wards just for our home. I'm hoping that these will be stronger than the goblin ones or the ones Leah took with her. Sit down, said George. I have something to talk you about. Quinn observed his grandfather and noticed the sober expression on his face. What is it? He asked. George retrieved an envelope out of his pocket and handed it to him. Quinn observed the letter. It was addressed to George, but seeing that he had given it to him, Quinn took out the letter and began reading it. Abate, spoke Quinn, noting the name in the letter. Abate is my mother's maiden name. Quinn and Leah's mother, Aria West, née Abate, was of Italian descent. His parents had died when Quinn was a year old in an accident. As such, Quinn didn't remember them from the memories, and he himself had never asked about his parents from anyone in his family. 1. From what Leah had told him, Aria was a sweet, kind, soft-spoken lady. She had met Adam West, Quinn and Leah's father, during his stay in Italy, and from what Leah had mentioned to him, it was a sort of love-at-first-sight deal. They had a very short dating period before they tied the knot, and with Leah's description of their parents' relation, they had a happy marriage. But that was the extent what Quinn knew of his biological parents. The Abate family is calling me to Rome. Quinn frowned. We have been to Rome when we went on the world tour. Why didn't I meet them that time? Your mother's family is heavily patriarchal. They don't give their women much power. When your parents came to me and your grandmother with the news of them being engaged, I did some digging. The Abate family have a heavy history of using their daughters in political marriages. They weren't happy when your mother ran away from home to marry your Adam, more so when Aria refused to provide them access to our resources. It turns that Aria didn't like her family very much. They also sort of offended Leah when she visited them with your parents, and then again after she went there alone after their death, sighed George. She didn't want you to meet them. When we were in Rome, I complied with her wish and kept you away from the Abate. And now, asked Quinn, given that you're no longer a kid, it's right for you to decide if you want to meet them. Leah, of course, still doesn't like the idea. That's why she left so abruptly. What about you? I don't really have an opinion, shrugged George. I'm not delusional to believe that this is an attempt to mend family tide. They're probably thinking that now that you're getting older, they will try to build a relationship with you and develop with years so that when you're old enough, you'll provide them with our resources. Ah, I see. So what do you think? Should I accept? There's no harm in going to visit them. You can have them butter you up for a couple of weeks before returning. Quinn hummed and began giving it a thought. Should he go or not? I can use a break, he said. It will be nice to spend some time in Italy. All right, let's go meet my mother's family and spend a vacation on their dime. If that's what you, smiled George, then I'll make preparation. The shopping area located in London, England, consisted of Diagon Alley, a play on diagonally, Horizont Alley, a play on horizontally, Nocturne Alley, a play on the word nocturnally, and finally, there was Vertic Alley, a play on the term. Vertically had to do with every building in the alley having multiple floors above and below the ground. Within Vertic Alley stood a long-time restaurant, the Circus, proudly serving the magical population of the British Isles for over 100 years. The restaurant was divided into 3 levels: the base level, 3 floors just above the ground open to any and everyone who would want to dine delicious food; the bottom level, 3 floors providing to the shady members who required privacy; and the top level, 3 levels catering to the needs to rich and wealthy with more personalized services. On the top level, 2 men sat facing each other in a private booth. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Mr. West," said Dumbledore, sporting his trademark long white beard and hair and half-moon glasses. George wordlessly nodded as he mixed a spoonful of red crystal sugar into his tea. After getting so many letters, both via owls and magi fax, he decided to grant Dumbledore a meeting. "What is it that you want, Dumbledore?" he asked. "I wanted to talk about getting your help and support," said Dumbledore. "Now that Voldemort has returned, your support could be essential to stop his rise. That is assuming that the Dark Lord has returned. You and your faction have been actively spouting about his return. Constantly. It was fine for a while, but now, it is just plain annoying. You know it as well as I do that the Dark Lord has returned. George hummed, there has been some chatter. Then you know if he is to return, we are on a path to another war. I am aware of that possibility. You know who will start his conquest once, and if I know anything about him, he'll be more aggressive this time around, more brutal, more ruthless, more cunning. That's why I'm asking for your help. If you would support our cause, then it would be of help to keep Voldemort away from taking over. When you say your cause, what do you exactly mean by it? Dumbledore paused for a moment at the question from George. His mind went through the reason behind it. In Wizengamot and the Order of Phoenix, the Light Faction and your little vigilante group, said George translating, you know very well that the rare times I participate in Wizengamot, I tend to align myself with the interest of the Grey Faction, and your little personal army while had been a crucial player in the war, isn't very efficient. I would be much more inclined to fund Amelia Bones and her Auror's office than you, West. I insist that we portray a united front against Voldemort and his Death Eater, said Dumbledore. With your help, we could pull the Grey Faction to our side, ensuring that Voldemort won't be able to pull new blood from the Grey Collective. Tell me, Dumbledore, what was my stance in the last war? You remained neutral. The West family didn't support Voldemort, but neither did they do anything to oppose him. And, then you took your family and fled the country just before the war reached its peak. Exactly. I don't want to get involved in this war, Dumbledore, said the West Patriarch, but before Dumbledore could interject, George continued. How about this, Dumbledore, if you discard the non-lethal policy your vigilante group follows, and employ lethal or even semi-lethal spells against Death Eaters, then I will provide resources to your little group. It was a well-known fact that while Barty Crouch Sr., who was now missing and many thought him to be dead, in his tenure as the head of DMLE had managed to get his Aurors and Hit Wizards a license to kill, torture, and control by allowing them to use lethal and unforgivable against Death Eaters. Death Eaters, of course, didn't follow any law and were unrestrained in the use of any and all spells they could perform. They used unforgivables in all recorded and unrecorded confrontations without fail and piled up most kills out of all parties involved. Then there was Dumbledore's Order of Phoenix. They only employed non-lethal means and handed anyone they caught to the Auror's office for further judgment. The Order had Aurors in their ranks, and while they were on duty, they were given their choice of following the new policy, but when working for the Order, they were strictly off any lethal. I can't agree to that, said Dumbledore firmly. Then there's nothing to talk about, shrugged George. West, you must understand. No, I'm not going to fund an outfit that won't use lethal spells against opponents who will kill them without a single thought. I refuse to help an organization whose members are on a surefire path to their deaths. George stared firmly at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, I don't give a single canute of thought about blood purity, but the war was fought on it, and do you know how many noble families were extinguished in the war? So many of those now dead families or with only a few members left were from your faction. It was because of your choices that led them to their death. George reeled back and picked up his teacup once again. If I'm to risk my family by taking a side, then it better be a side that is actually trying to make a difference. Dumbledore remained silent. As George had so firmly stated, the Order of Phoenix was a vigilante group. They didn't have the official authority to use lethal force against Death Eaters, at least not when they were trying to hunt said Death Eaters. I can't, he said. Then any talk of me helping you with my resources is out of the question. Voldemort will come for Hogwarts, said Dumbledore, trying to pull on an emotional slant. I'm sure you will be able enough to protect Hogwarts, Dumbledore. I've complete confidence in your ability to defend our shared alma mater from the big bad Dark Lord. While George had fond memories of Hogwarts, he wasn't that attached to it. Even when your grandson is inside. George sighed as he set down his teacup. Why did you have to bring Quinn up? Your grandson is an anomaly. He's what one would see as far away from your average student, but if there's one thing I do know about him is that he loves Hogwarts. So what? If you ask him to leave Hogwarts, knowing that Voldemort might strike in the next 2 years, will he leave? George stared into his steaming tea. Both he and Dumbledore knew the answer to that question. You know Quinn won't leave, Dumbledore answered for George. What do you want, Dumbledore? We both know that you won't let my men inside the castle grounds, and in case Voldemort does strike, I can't do anything from the outside. That's all right, said Dumbledore. I don't want your men for protection. I'm more than capable of that. What I'm worried about are the children. When Voldemort moves, he will go after the children outside Hogwarts. As such, I want to keep the children inside the castle. I'm sure most parents would agree with it. But for that to happen, I would need money to keep the school running. I'm asking you that if such a time comes, you will help me keep Hogwarts a safe hold for the children. You realize how this conversation just went from you stating Hogwarts will be a target to saying that you want to make that target into a safe hold, said George before sighing. If that's all you want, I can provide it. If you can protect Hogwarts, then I'll keep the school running when the times get hard. George knew the real reason why Quinn wouldn't leave Hogwarts if he asked him to. It wasn't the castle that Quinn loved, but the people inside Hogwarts. As long as his friends are inside Hogwarts, Quinn won't leave them alone. That doesn't mean I can't try to make his friends leave Hogwarts during the time of dangers, thought George, and he wasn't a West if he didn't give it a try. Speaking of, how is Quinn doing? Asked Dumbledore. Has he recovered? His eyes back to normal. In fact, George looked at his pocket watch gifted to him by Quinn. His Portkey must have left just a minute ago. Oh my, where? Rome, Italy. Scene break. Quinn opened his eyes to find himself in an empty street, landmarked by red, orange, yellow stone buildings. So, this is Rome, huh, he said. This street of Rome reminded him so much of Oxford, their narrowness and the tallness of the stone buildings. They sprung up long before the invention of the car and will be here long after the non-magicals were done away with such things. He looked at a faraway corner of the street and found what he assumed to be a gelateria shaped like a fancy chocolate box. A line of locals and tourists alike stream from the open window, the newest customers walking away with every color of ice cream on the fanciest of waffle cones. The scene was enough to draw a smile from his lips. It was so right out of some children's book, the hues so perfect. The ground is made up of deep gray bricks, and the buildings are the warm tones of sandstone. Against it, the gelateria is pinks, blues, greens, almost bringing to mind a nursery for a baby. I will be eating so much gelato, he smiled. I'm sure you will. Quinn turned to the deep voice and saw a man dressed in a white shirt and black pants leaning against a brownstone door. Mr. Axel Thorne. A smile bloomed on Quinn's face. So you will be acting as my chauffeur once again. The man standing in front of him was his chauffeur at his time in Denmark. He was the part owner of the private security contractor, the Limax Group, a firm owned by the Wests. My job description this time is as your bodyguard. It's the same thing, chuckled Quinn. The adventures of Askelthorne and Balbite East are going to rock the restaurants of Italy. If that's what you wish to do, then I'll accompany you, though I would prefer you keep it to a minimum. Your antics last time made my job much harder. You're still so serious. I told you to loosen up, didn't I? I don't think I'll be able to relax while on duty with you. Quinn smiled before asking, the Abates, my mother's family. What do you know about them, Mr. Thorne? A very old family, one older than the Wests, started Axel as the two started walking. They have been residing in Rome ever since the inception of the Roman Empire, and despite the ups and downs of this region, they have remained a constant. You can say that they are one of the oldest organizations in this country. Oh, that sounds interesting. You're aware of your parents' story, correct? Quinn nodded. Then you must know that Abate didn't like their relationship much. It was because while Wests are highly influential, they are a comparatively young family and in their eyes, upstarts. Upstarts. Us, said Quinn in disbelief. To a family which has survived the rise and fall of nations, change of political boundaries, major restructure of cultures, West does seem like upstarts. The family had been around much before the secrecy laws were founded and implemented. The Abates had been involved in various historical events through the ages. That is one way to see it, but Wests are much bigger than Abates. It's all about prestige and history for people like them, said Axel. Sounds boring, shrugged Quinn. The two went through a series of cobblestone alleys, staying away from the crowds until they came to a stop in front of a door that was sloppily slathered with white paint, causing drip lines and uneven clumps. There was even paint on the golden doorknob. Quinn looked at the building in cold cream tan from top to down. This is the building. No, it's not, said Axel as he took out an ornate skeleton key, a type of key that was meant to open multiple locks rather than one. At novel bin at. Then shouldn't we operating? Axel looked around before inserting it into the keyhole. He glanced at Quinn and faintly smiled. The Wests might be more influential than the Abates, but he turned the key and starting from the doorknob, a royal red rippled out taking the place of the white, and the design on the door shimmered in beautiful gold. In Italy, there's nothing bigger than Abate. Quinn watched as Axel opened the door, and instead of finding the inside of the building, what he saw was a marvelous work of Italian Renaissance architecture in the form of a stunning manor at a distance. The grounds around the mansion were covered in beautifully and meticulously maintained gardens and greens. Axel retrieved the key, gestured for Quinn to step inside and outside of the door before following after him and closing the door behind him, and with a click, the red was sucked back into the doorknob, leaving the sloppily painted white door. What was that? Asked Quinn, looking back at yet another white door, a part of a small stone flat-roofed storeroom on the ground. Being residents of this country for so long, the Abates have created an extensive personal network of these doors that are connected with each other. He raised the golden key. These special keys are the triggers for the magic to activate. Without them, the doors are just as ordinary as any other. If I was to make a comparison, it would be similar to a personal Fleur network just for the Abates and their associates. Without all the dust and gyration and flames, added Quinn. Axel nodded. Where are we? Palazzo Abate, answered Axel. Abate Palace, said Quinn in translation. It's the Abate ancestral home. They have been living here since the early 14th century. Generations upon generation Abate have maintained this palace. Yeah, I can see that the building is in excellent condition, though it's not a tough deed with magic. Ready to meet them? Asked Axel. Yeah, let's meet with the people disliked by Leah. Axel glanced at Quinn and realized that the meeting wouldn't be the familial connection that one would expect. As Quinn and Axel started to walk towards the mansion, people were waiting for them, a party of 5 men, 3 middle-aged and 2 young men. Of course, appearances were never an accurate indicator of age when it came to non-magicals. Out of them, 1 middle-aged and 1 young man were standing at the front. The older man was dressed in luxurious and exuberant clothing while the young man was dressed in unadorned yet high-grade clothing, while the other 3 men were dressed in uniforms. One of the uniformed middle-aged men stepped forward and whispered something into the ear of the young man. The luxuriously dressed man glanced to his side. What is it? Thorne has arrived with Quinn West. They are about to reach us, said the simply dressed young man. Are you sure this is going to work? Said the middle-aged man, his voice tinged with nervousness. I'm very sure, said the handsome young man, a confident smile on his face. I've planned for everything. By the end of the boys' vacation, we will have the key to everything we would ever need. Can you at least tell me what you're planning? Anything would do, anything to give me peace of mind. You know how I operate. The less you know, the better. The middle-aged man sighed in anxious resignation. If this pays off, it will be absolutely big. But if we fail, I don't fail, the young man cut the sentence. Let's hope you don't this time as well. It was about then when they saw Quinn and Thorn enter their sight. For the first time ever, they set their eyes on Quinn West, who was actively looking at the gardens around, occasionally stopping to admire things closely. Look at him, said the young man with a smile, so carefree, so innocent. Seeing Quinn West in front of him did put the middle-aged at ease. It might not be that hard, he thought. But when Quinn and Thorn entered their earshot, the young man's eyes widened, but there were no other changes in his expression. Hurry, face me and start talking to me, he said, ordering, laugh some and then immediately leave. Why? Asked the middle-aged man in confusion. The young man stared at Quinn West with a straight expression. His previous impression of Quinn West had outright drained. West can use legilimency, said the young man. The middle-aged man froze for a second and then hurriedly obeyed the instructions. He turned towards the young man, talked as if telling a joke. Both laughed before the middle-aged man bowed and left. The young man severely stared at the middle-aged man because of the piss-poor performance. But it was fine, it was enough for now. Axel and Quinn finally reached the young man. Axel turned towards the young man and started, I present to you Quinn West. Then he turned to Quinn and introduced, this is Dolian Abate, the youngest son of the current patriarch. You can call me Dolian, said the young man in English. Quinn noticed something and commented, your accent, that sounds American. The young man's smile widened, I completed my studies in Salem. Ah, that's why. Well then, you can call me Quinn, said Quinn. Dolian, was it? If I'm right, that's Greek. And it means deceitful. The young man laughed, what can I say? My father liked how it sounded. And Quinn, that's Irish. Isn't that a girl's name? It's unisex, smiled Quinn. The teenager and young man then laughed together. Quinn sat in an elaborately decorated lounge inside Palazzo Abate, sipping on a delightful strawberry cream soda. He was sitting across Dolian Abate, who had a slight smile on his face the entire time. So, Dolian, started Quinn, I don't know much about the Abates other than that my mother was from the family. I was quite impressed by the door system through which I arrived at the estate Dolian Abate. Mr. Thorn tells me that Abates have it spread throughout the country. It's one of our family's greatest accomplishments, said Dolian. It took time, decades to slowly and carefully build the gates into the very essence of Italy till this date. Our family makes sure that the Abate gateway is properly maintained and when needed, new doors are added. Dolian paused for a second before continuing. You know that Arya was my sister, right? Quinn nodded. When I heard that you were the patriarch's son, I clued things together. My mother was the oldest daughter, as such, your older sister. That makes you my uncle. That's right, but you don't have to call me that, said Dolian. A faraway look appeared in his eye. She was my favorite sibling, you know. Arya was the only one who played with me when I was little and was the only sibling to write to me when I was at Salem. She sounds like a sweetheart. She was an angel, the best of our family, said Dolian, nodding. You never knew her, did you? If I'm correct, you were? I was barely one. I'm sorry to bring that up. It must be painful for you. Quinn lightly shook his head. It's all right. I don't remember my parents. He then again sipped on his beverage and began looking at the symmetry in the interior. Dolian gazed at Quinn. He didn't like his dear late sister's son that much, not since he had found that he could use legilimency. Legilimens, they were scarce even in the world of mind magic practitioners. For every 100 acclumens, there was one legilimens. Even among those who were able to enter the world of legilimency, only a very few were able to get past browsing an unprotected non-magical mind. Dolian knew that Quinn West would undoubtedly be trained in acclumency as his sister, Leah was, and as was every child of old families. But never would he have thought that Quinn would be a legilimens, and he has trained in it, he thought. The sense he had got was strong. It was too strong for it to belong to an untrained legilimens. This could be a problem, he thought. How's your family doing? Asked Dolian. They're quite all right, all of them. Though I would say they work a bit too much. They need to find a good work-life balance. The Wests have been thriving, which means that their hard work is paying off. What can I say? The business is in good hands. Quinn set down the empty glass down and gazed at Axel sitting in the far corner of the lounge before speaking to Dolian. Are we waiting for someone? If not, I would like to move on with the day. Rome is a beautiful city, and I would like to see what it has to offer. Dolian felt pride about Quinn being so excited about seeing his hometown but didn't know how to think about Quinn wanting to leave Palazzo Abate so soon after his arrival. But before he could say something, the door to the lounge opened, and an old man dressed in traditional robes entered. He had a cane in his hand, but other than that, he looked healthy for an old man. Buongiorno, good morning, said the old man to particularly no one as if it was a habit. He must be really old. He's clearly much older than grandfather, thought Quinn. Dolian stood up and greeted the old man back. Quinn wondered if he should get up too. When he looked to the other side, he saw that even Axel had stood up. He looked back towards the old man and Dolian to see that the old man was staring right towards him. I guess I should get up, he thought. He stood up and walked towards the old man. You must be Brio Abate, said Quinn. I'm your grandfather, said the old man Brio Abate. Technically biologically, this man was his late mother's father and the head/patriarch of the Abater family. You're my grandson. As I said, biologic. The old Brio suddenly grabbed Quinn by the back of his nape and performed with a zealous double-cheek kiss. Quinn's instincts almost made him snap the man's hands, but his reason reminded him of Brio's identity and age. You're my grandson, said Brio matter-of-factly. Okay, if you say so. Brio looked Quinn up and down, taking him in. You've grown quite a lot. The last time I saw you were but an infant. It was before Quinn's parents' death. You have grown up to become quite a fine boy. I have heard about you. Your work, last year at your school, was mighty impressive. It was, wasn't it? Smiled Quinn, but all he could think was when Brio would remove his hands from the back of his nape. You're still wet behind your ear and already doing so well. The future of Wests is bright, said Brio, finally letting Quinn go. My sister is the future of the Wests, said Quinn. I'm just having fun at school. Rubbish. If rubbish means superb, excellent, outstanding, then sure, it's rubbish. A girl can't handle an empire as big as that of West's. Leah can. She can handle it better than my grandfather. Better than my father ever did. And most definitely better than me. The young and old stared at each other. Neither was willing to back down from their beliefs. I do not agree with you, boy. But I like you. Family is more valuable than anything else, said Brio. I also disagree with you. I've no opinion of you yet, but I do agree that family is important, replied Quinn. Doan decided to interject into the conversation and spoke. Quinn said he wants to go around Rome to see the sights and the people. Of course, the boy can go wherever he wants, laughed Brio, but not before we have lunch together. Everyone wants to meet him. All right, let's have lunch, smiled Quinn. As they were about to exit the lounge, Quinn felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Axel, who leaned in close and whispered, "We will go out after 5 in the evening." "We don't have to wait that long," said Quinn. "We can wrap the lunch up quick and go for the rest of the day." Axel stared at Quinn for a second before speaking up. "You obviously don't know much about Italian meals." "What?" Scene break. It turned out that when a large number of Italians gathered, especially if it was a family gathering, the meal went on for a very long time. "You were wrong," whispered Quinn into Axel's ear. The bodyguard leaned in and whispered back, "What do you mean?" "As things are going, we're not going to leave here by 5. They are just excited to meet you." "That's an understatement," said Quinn, looking at the sheer amount of people sharing the long dining table with him. Suddenly a heavily Italian-accented English called out to him. Quinn turned to see a beautifully dressed middle-aged lady with a very homely feel standing beside him with a plate. "Quinn dear, you should eat more." "Here, have some more," she said, replacing his empty plate with another one. On it was another serving of the main course agnello escotadito, which was grilled lamb ribs in English. "Don't mind if I do," smiled Quinn and dug in. Only the people close to him knew how much Quinn ate. His appetite was unusually large for someone of his size. His daily magic usage made it so that he needed to eat a lot to replenish the energy he had spent. The lady was happy with Quinn digging into the food, but then she gasped and giggled when a pair of hands circled around her waist. "The boy appreciates good food," said the man to whom the hands belonged. His voice contained boisterous laughter. He was a tall man with a portly belly. His brown hair were swept slick back. He wore a printed shirt, with the top few buttons open, clearly displaying his hairy chest. The man was Cesare Abate, the oldest son of Brio Abate, and the homely lady was Bianca Abate, Cesari's wife. Brio Abate and his wife Franchesca had 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. This family line was the main family, with Cesare set up to inherit the patriarch position after Brio abdicated his seat. Besides Brio's sons and their family, a few other non-mainline Abates lived in the Palazzo Abate. And Quinn had to say, despite his initial intention of not being cooperative with the family, he found most of the Abate family charming and jolly people. If he ignored the family's clear patriarchal structure, the Abate family was just one big joint family. "So Quinn, what are you planning to do with your time here?" asked Cesare. "First of all, I'm going to the Colosseum, St. Peter's Basilica, Castel Sant'Angelo, Ponte Sant'Angelo, Trevi Fountain, the Pantheon, and other sites," said Quinn, stating his plans. "And I'm planning to see if the Greek and Roman divinity were simply figments of imaginations, or if they were real magicals turned legends, or perhaps if they by off chance were real divinity." "Ah, I have heard about your liking to magic," said Cesare before he wiggled his brows. "How about we do some more fun things? What do you say?" Ouch. He turned back to see Bianca standing there with her wand in hand glaring at him. "Ease it, woman." She had just shot well-placed a pinching hex at him. Bianca humphed before walking away. "So, where were we?" said Cesare, turning back to Quinn. "Ah yes, how about we make you a man today?" "As much fun as you make it sound, I would like to refuse," said Quinn. "Oh, come on, it will be fun." "Cesare, stop trying to persuade Quinn to join you in your dalliances," a firm and deep voice with a heavy tone of displeasure. Quinn turned to see a tall man, and unlike Cesare, he was dressed impeccably in wizard robes. He could, though, see the strong resemblance the man had with Doan and Cesare. He was leaner than the fat Cesare but bulkier than the wire-thin Doan. The man was Brio Abate's second son, Matteo Abate. He turned to Quinn and spoke. "Your enthusiasm with magic is admirable, Quinn. Not many people with our gift truly appreciate it." "Thank you," said Quinn. I take that you're also in a field of magic. Not at all. I don't have the talent for magical excellence. My calling is something else. Well, I welcome your appreciation for the thing that so many take for granted, said Quinn. The thing about magicals was that not many actually wanted to research magic. It was a power that the majority of the magical population on Earth didn't really take as seriously as Quinn did. It was a natural part of their lives that they made it more accessible, and as long their magic was able to perform those daily tasks, not many people wished to improve upon it. Such was human nature, they didn't have the desire to go beyond as long as they were comfortable. That's why many who went beyond in magic than the others had one common trait: they wanted to improve in their chosen craft/profession and thus utilized the gift of magic to accomplish that. For example, George and Leah. They weren't that much interested in magic, but they were interested in business. So even though they weren't interested in magic, they used it to improve their business handling abilities. Both of them improved their occlumency, efficiency aspect, to help them retain memories and think quicker. Similarly, people in all sorts of occupations used magic to be at the top of their field. That day, the lunch extended for a couple of hours, and Quinn was hounded by any abate he came across. It seemed they were very interested in Aria's boy and how he turned out. Quinn had scanned the minds of those with weaker occlumency, and most of them were very disappointed that the child of the runaway girl, Aria, had turned out so well. I wonder what Ari's mother was like when she was here, he thought. Quinn leaned towards Axel and spoke. We will start the tour tomorrow, Mr. Thorne. May I ask why? Asked Axel. I have found something else I want to do today. What will that be? I need to make sure I have prepared for it. Don't worry, I won't be leaving Palazzo Abate. You don't need to prepare for everything. Rest for the day, we'll be busy tomorrow onwards. Quinn knew exactly who he was going to approach who could answer his questions. Scene break. In the evening, Quinn knocked on the door of a terrace in the late evening. The large terrace was decorated with beautiful plants. They were in pots, a lot of them sat on the floor, and there were many which floated off the ground all around the terrace. Come in, said a voice. Quinn entered the balcony, and to the right, he saw a mini-roofed patio with a single swing bench on which sat an old lady with knitting needles and wool in hand. She turned her head, and surprise crossed her face when she recognized him. Quinn, what are you doing there? Come here, she said. Quinn nodded with a smile and made his way to the roofed patio. Grandmother, he said. Unlike Brio, Quinn was comfortable calling her that without prompting. Franchesca Abate, the wife of Brio Abate and the mother of Aria West, thus Quinn's grandmother. Don't be shy, sit with me, said Franchesca smiling. Quinn complied and sat down on the bench, which was attached to a swing. He glanced at the knitting needles in her hand and pointed. Magic can make your work much easier, you know. I can charm the needles to work on their own, and you will have a beautiful jumper by this time tomorrow. I know that, silly boy, she smiled as she stared at the knitting needles, but at this age, there is little one can do to pass the time. When Franchesca turned to face Quinn, she found him staring at her. What is it? She asked. Your face, he said, I mean, your wrinkles. Boy, you should never point a woman's wrinkle. It's rude. You will never get a wife this way. Quinn chuckled. I know that. What I mean is that your wrinkles are pretty. When you smile, your wrinkles accentuate your smile. It's very beautiful. It looks I was wrong. You will be able to find a wife just fine. It's a little too early for me to get a wife. This time it was Quinn who found himself being stared at by Franchesca. The old lady was gazing at Quinn with an unblinking gaze, and there was a distinct look in her eyes. I have seen your father and grandfather, she started. The color of your eyes is a West family trait, but the shape of your eyes, that I think comes from your other grandmother, because while your father had the same shape, your grandfather lacks it. She touched the top of his head. Black hair is a shared trait between both Wests and Abate, but I know that your came from Aria. Your hair is much blacker than the West's black. Not only that, I can see Aria in your face. Franchesca stopped speaking and sighed heavily. Her hands went to her eyes as she wiped away some unshed tears. Sorry for showing such a pitiful sight, she smiled sadly. It is just that Aria never came to visit except the 2 times she came to show you, and your sister after both of you were born. And I couldn't go. Quinn realized what Franchesca meant. His parents had run away to get married, performed their wedding rites, and registered themselves as a married couple in private, without telling their families. Aria had run away while Adam wasn't on talking terms with George. Neither family was involved in their wedding, and from what he had learned from Ms. Rosie, Adam and Aria had only visited the Abates 4 times since their marriage. Both were married for some 16 years, and in all that time, Franchesca had only met her eldest daughter 4 times. For magicals who could travel across the world with portkeys in a short time, and especially Wests and Abates who could essentially afford as many portkeys they needed, 4 visits in 16 years was abysmally low. Look at me bringing skeletons of past out of the ground, said Franchesca, putting up a smile. I know why you are here. You want to know about your mother, don't you? Quinn nodded. He wanted to know about the woman who Leah and everyone spoke so fondly about. Well, Aria was a charming girl, not like you with your glib tongue. Her words made Quinn smile. He had left an impression at lunch. Your mother was a sweet girl who couldn't hurt a fly. When your bastard of a father, she held back no spite in her words, took my darling daughter away, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for days. I swore I almost blasted his head off when I saw him. For the rest of the evening, the pair talked about the life of Quinn's mother from the very words of her own mother. Dolian and the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man sat in a room in a remote corner of Palazzo Abate. nursing a glass of wine each in hand. Quinn West is more of a problem than I thought, said Doan in Italian. Why? Asked his companion. When I first laid my eyes on him, it was evident that he was a practiced legilimens, but the time he spent with the family made it clear that my initial impression of him was terribly lacking. I wasn't there. You'll have to see elaborate. He spent the entire meal reading minds of people who talked to him. He spread his senses to all those with the weaker minds, those who could scan without getting detected. Did he? No, he didn't attempt to read mine and few others. And in doing so has revealed the limits of what he can do without being detected. Will I be able to? No, you don't meet the requirements. A pity, sighed the middle-aged man, but internally he was relieved. He didn't need to interact with the target, which he preferred, as Doan refused to tell him much. Can you enter his mind? He asked. I can, said Doan with confidence, but not without him knowing that I'm doing it. His occlumency, if I detected correctly, is around the same level as his legilimency. There are good chances that he will get a whiff of me if I try to get inside. He's that good. No, not really. I have seen better, scoffed Doan, then turned a bit severe, but his detection is unusually perceptive. It's complicated. I would have a way to pass through it if I spent enough time with him. What's your next move? He asked. Doan swirled the glass in hand and sighed deeply. The next move. I'll have to think about to proceed. I need something to ease the process along. I have thought of a few options, the question is which one to employ. Then you should hurry. Quinn West isn't here for long. Doan hummed in thought before his eyes lit up. I know what will help me how to get through his mind. Really? How? He's a tourist. The smile on Doan's face indicated he had a plan. Scene break. I must say, it's quite exciting to be standing right in the middle of so much history, said Quinn as he stood upon the Roman bridge, Ponte Sant'Angelo, crafted from travertine marble, arching over the lifeline of ancient Rome, the river Tiber. His eyes were gazing upon the magnificence of towering Castel Sant'Angelo, a mausoleum for the Roman Emperor Hadrian and his family. The sight of the tomb with the angel statues standing on either side was a scenic sight to behold. I'm not that much of a history buff, but this is just great, he said without turning back to Axel Thorne, the bodyguard standing just behind him. I'm at the place where Latin turned into a magical force of nature and became what is it today, empowering so many magical cultures throughout the world. Ancient Rome wasn't only important to non-magical history, it also held importance in the magical history with so much cultural antiquity that it made Quinn fill with excitement and enthusiasm for exploration. The legend of the early establishment of Rome started with the legend of two twin brothers, Romulus and Remus. It was an ongoing debate among non-magical historians whether the twins myth was an original part of Roman myth or later development, but the non-magical records provided a more apparent record of their existence. Romulus and Remus were, without doubt, a pair of magicals who came from a long and rich line of magicals, being the descendants of the Trojan Aeneas and sons of the god Mars and Princess Rhea Silvia. Aeneas was from the illustrious Troy clan and a descendant of Aphrodite, while Mars was, according to the historical records, just like Aphrodite, was a magical turned divinity. But in the genealogy of the founding twins, Quinn was most fascinated by Rhea Silvia, the pitiful princess who was raped by Mars. She was a Vestal virgin, a priestess of magical turned divinity Vesta. The thing that interested Quinn was the magical significance of being a Vestal, as they were regarded as fundamental to the continuance and security of Rome. As the name suggested, Vestals were virgins, which Quinn was sure had to do with the sacred fire they collectively cultivated. Looking through the records, he was able to form a conjecture that the sacred fire was some sort of lost magic of the ritual branch, with the virginity of the priestesses being an essential aspect of it. There must have been some benefits to Romulus and Remus when the virginity tied up in a ritual was broken by Mars, thought Quinn in tangential hypothesis. It was a practice that, in most parts of the magical world, had become a thing of the past, but in ancient times, magical parents, usually mothers, would undergo treatments of various forms of magic to promote the chances of the baby being magical with a strong talent for magic. And while Rhea Silvia never went through such things because of her vow of chastity, her role as part of a statewide ritual might have had similar effects. Mr. Thorne, did you know that Romulus and Remus' uncle had ordered the twins to be drowned after he usurped power from their grandfather? But the twins were secretly spared and drifted in the Tiber River in a basket where they were later discovered by a she-wolf who nursed the twins back to health. Interestingly, I know someone named Remus, who also has an affinity for wolves. An interesting story, Quinn, said the man, not sounding interested at all. Quinn smiled but didn't point it out. Instead, he wondered about the she-wolf mentioned in the legends. Could she be the same species of wolf that I saw in the Forbidden Forest? He thought about the wolves who were descendants of two werewolves conceiving on a full moon night. It was a theory Quinn had no way of proving, but he liked it very much. Quiz time, Mr. Thorne, said Quinn with a beaming smile. When Romulus and Remus founded their city, how do you think they decided which twin was going to be king? If you answer correctly, you'll get chocolate. I don't know, said the voice lacking any enthusiasm. The records say the topic of king quickly became a matter of debate. The debate that Romulus won by killing Remus. I must say, a move I wasn't expecting to see in a debate. Then Romulus went ahead to form the small city of Rome, which would eventually turn into the dominating empire of unparalleled power. In those days, there were no secrecy laws, as such, the magicals roamed in the open. And while he enjoyed the story of the creation of Rome, he wasn't interested in Romulus and Remus. Throughout history, conflict has been a great motivator of growth and innovation to improve in the harsh times. The human mind had shown itself and had come up with pretty fascinating stuff. On the other side of the coin, the times of peace and prosperity promoted elegance and intricacy. This country has a rich history, Mr. Thorne. They have seen glorious ups and disastrous downs. Let's see what that history can do for me, he said before turning to Axel. Where's our guide? This is Italy, was all Axel said. Quinn blinked a couple of times before it hit him. Chronemics, the study of the use of time and the way that time is perceived and valued by individuals and cultures. Yes, I came across it during one of the short uneventful stints with the study of the larger subject. Interestingly, chronemics means much more in the magical world than it does in the non-magical. Italy was a polychronic culture. Polychronic cultures have a less formal perception of time and are not ruled by specific calendars and schedules. Meaning in Italy, if the time to meet was decided to be at 11, it wasn't strange to see the person arrive half an hour late. You guys are early. Quinn and Axel turned to see the speaker. And speaking of the devil, it was their guide. Dolian, thank you for taking the time to show us around, said Quinn smiling. I'm excited to know more about your homeland and am looking forward to using the abate gateways. They are quite fascinating. Dolian smiled as he fished out a blood-red skeletal key. It was different from the gold key that Axel had with him. From what Quinn could speculate, the blood-red key was some sort of master key only available to abate family members, while the gold key was a guest key of types. Let's go then, smiled Dolian. Scene break. Dolian leaned against a pillar with bookshelves on both sides, watching Quinn running his finger through the spines of the rows upon rows of Latin magical books. They had already been through 3 different bookstores in Rome, and from what Dolian knew, Quinn had plans to visit tons of bookstores all around the country. He looked to the other side to see Axel Thorne keeping an eye on everyone passing by. Dolian pushed himself on the pillar and walked towards the bodyguard. Is he really like this? He asked, jutting his chin to Quinn. Thorne watched a guy pass through before finally answering. As you already know, I guided him through Denmark. In all that time, he went through any bookshop I could take him to and others he somehow found on his own. I will suggest that you be ready to translate for him. Quinn will make you talk to any person he finds interesting, and those he finds interesting can be a strange bunch. Dolian looked back at Quinn to find that he had taken out a strange book with a protruding screaming face sticking out of the cover. The look on Quinn's book was of extreme fascination. So, he's bookish, studious. He's clever, cunning, quick-skilled, said Axel in reply. Dolian continued to stare at Quinn. Various thoughts went through his mind. He turned to Axel and said, "Tell me more about him," he said. Quinn made his way through the bookstore, his eyes reading the rich collections of Latin works. The Roman Empire was the distributor of Latin through a wide area of European content, and after that, the British spread the magical language once again through the aggressive colonialism of the various colonies worldwide. He had only browsed through some of the books here, but he already knew the works here were one of the most exquisitely written pieces of Latin he had seen in a while. As he was perusing the titles on the spines of books, he found one that made him stop in his tracks. It was a non-suspecting brown-tan book without any unique features, but its title interested him. The Theory Behind the Magic of Constructs. Constructs, he murmured as he picked it out of the row. Constructs, constructs, constructs. He opened the book and began reading. As the book described them, magical constructs were tangible manifestations created through molding magic and turning it into a unique malleable material that could take on a wide variety of physical properties. In fact, the author went as far as to say that with enough expertise and knowledge about magic and physical matter, the user could give the material any physical property they desired. The usage of the unique magical material was quite simple. It could be shaped into all sorts of forms: tools, objects, weapons, and other items. The name that the book provided to the material was Empyrean. Quinn snapped the book close with a nonchalant expression. I can conjure any object I like, there's no need for a modifiable material. He placed the book back into its place and began walking in search of something else that caught his eyes. But not 2 steps later, his feet halted. Quinn stood in his place for a good half-minute before he turned back and gazed at the book. The previously ordinary book was now the center of his attention. Quinn walked towards the book, once again took it out, and stared at the cover for a good while. His eyes went up at the row from which he had taken the book out, and contrary to his expectations, the book in his hand was the only one on its topic. He checked every other book in the row shelf section, but he couldn't find a single mention of magical constructs or Empyrean. Dolian, he called out. The third son, who was engaged in conversation with Axel, looked towards Quinn to see his nephew beckoning him. Yeah, what is it? Asked Dolian, reaching Quinn. Quinn handed him the book and spoke. Ask the manager or owner of this place to tell me where I can find more books on this topic. Quinn, Dolian, and Axel made way to the manager, where Dolian asked him Quinn's question and acted as the translator. The manager looked at the book before going in deep in thought. She asked them to follow her, and they went to various spots in the store, but they went empty-handed. The manager says that this must be the only book she has on magical constructs, said Dolian in translation. What about Empyrean? Does she have anything on that? Said Quinn. Dolian communicated. The manager turned to Quinn and shook her head. She says that she doesn't recognize the word, said Dolian. Quinn looked down at the book in his hand before raising it to the manager. Tell her I want to buy this. A few minutes later, Quinn came out of the bookstore with The Theory Behind the Magic of Constructs in his hands. His eyes were still on the book, and there was a feeling in his heart. This is it, he thought, this is what I'm going to take home with me. Quinn didn't know why, but the book in his hand called out to him. He had barely read a paragraph of the introduction, but despite that, he was sure that this was the discovery, the highlight of the trip. I have to find more of this, he murmured before turning to his two companions. Gentlemen, we are going to be busy from now. It's time to go on a countrywide bookstore crawl. Axel and Dolian looked at each other, and Axel shrugged. The bodyguard turned to Quinn and took out a roll of parchment. I have a list of prominent bookstores he had already prepared. Excellent work, Mr. Thorne. Let's get something to eat, then we will get to work. Axel once again nodded and told Quinn about the restaurant he had reservations at while Dolian stared at the duo. Scene break. A week passed, and despite his efforts to find books on magical constructs or Empyrean, Quinn could only find a couple of books after scrying Rome and the neighboring few cities. It was that either the topic was about to become a lost magic or wasn't explored enough to gain enough attention from practitioners and authors. Another disappointing day, sighed Quinn as he walked through the corridors of Palazzo Abate. He stared out a window, and the bright moon hung, giving the stars its company, putting their collective shine in the canvas that was the night sky. His eyes absent-mindedly roamed, and he had to say that the palace was absolutely massive. It was at least thrice the size of West Manor in terms of square footage and was thrice as long in height. He made his way through the memorized corridor and arrived at the place he had been visiting since the very first day. He arrived at a door that opened up to a terrace and stepped outside. "Grandmother, I'm here," he said. He turned, expecting to see Franchesca, the sweet old lady with a mouth that could make even the most open people blush, sitting on the bench swing, but was surprised to find that his maternal grandmother had company. "Why are you standing there, boy? Come sit," said Franchesca. Quinn walked toward the covered mini patio with his eyes fixed on the girl his age sitting beside Franchesca. "You are Sarah, right?" He knew the girl. She was Matteo Abate, the second son's daughter. Sarah Abate nodded. She was tall, had a brunette, long curly hair, which was different from the usual Abate black. Quinn took out his wand and conjured a barstool to sit in front of Franchesca and Sarah. "The girl wants to ask you some questions," said Franchesca. "Sure, I will answer anything I can," said Quinn in reply. Sarah remained silent for a while before she finally speaking up. "I want to become a teacher." Quinn waited for her to continue, but Sarah didn't and instead glanced towards Franchesca, who didn't say anything. Quinn gazed at Sarah thought for a minute before looking at Franchesca, who nodded this time. "You want to become a teacher, but Abate women don't work." "That's it, right," said Quinn. Sarah was surprised but nodded. In the week Quinn had been here, he had noticed that all the women he had come across were housewives. As Quinn had been told, the Abates was a patriarchal family where the men worked, and the woman took care of the home. It would have been fine if that's what the woman wanted, but that wasn't the case, as seen in Sarah's situation. She wanted to talk to someone her own age, said Franchesca. "And you don't have a problem with this?" asked Quinn. "I don't," said the old grandmother. "I never had a problem with how things were, but the times have changed. If Sarah wants to work, then she should be able to." Then she smiles bitterly, "But I can't help her." "I see," nodded Quinn before gazing at Sarah. "Are you serious about it?" "Yes," said Sarah firmly. "Have you talked to your parents? Do they approve?" "No, they don't." "All right then, that's that. You have to understand that you don't require your parents' approval. To begin with, the success of your goal is not contingent on your parents' approval. Unless your parents are cutting you off, like throwing you out of the house or cutting off your allowance." "I have money saved," said Sarah. "Fantastic," smiled Quinn. "Then the next step is all talk is pointless if there are no results. You have already tried talking, but your parents don't listen. It's time to devote yourself to your goal. Let your results speak for themselves. With each discouragement, use it as ammunition to spur yourself to achieve more results. You want your parents to trust you, so show them why you deserve their trust by bringing your plans to live. It's clear that you will have to move out, which would mean that your parents won't know the merits of your choice unless you show them. For example, when you get your first salary, show it to them. They will understand that the ball's in your court, and there is no need to worry about you." Sarah scoffed. "They don't care about me. I won't comment on that. I don't know what your parents think. It doesn't matter if they care about you or not. You can't control that," said Quinn. "The ultimate step to showing the merit of your path is when you indicate that you are still alive, day after day, despite doing what they thought would be immensely dangerous. Or better still, thrive in it. Being happy every day, being in charge of your life and being clear on your goals and plans. Achieving financial success, being recognized for your work, making positive change, showing that you are a wise adult who can now do well in her life without any intervention." It was another pleasant day at Palazzo Abate with Quinn just finishing his morning workout and on course to return to his room to freshen up to officially start his day. As Quinn turned to the corridor to his room, he stopped when he heard something from his back. He turned to see Brio and Axel talking with each other. His head tilted as he watched the pair talk with each other. Deciding to see what they were talking about, Quinn walked towards them and greeted the two adults with a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Thorne grandfather," he said. It turned out that Brio Abate had no qualms about arguing with Quinn every time he had tried to call the man anything other than grandfather. After 2 weeks of almost daily arguments, Quinn had decided that it was a lesser pain to call the man by what he wanted. "So what are you two talking about so early in the morning?" asked Quinn. "Thorne was just telling me how you have been liking it here." I hear that you are barely home. It seems like you have been having fun, said Brio. Is that so? It has been a busy time. But the beautiful country, fantastic people, and the amazing food help a lot. Time passes quickly in such a beautiful place. You should take it easy. Sightseeing is nice and all, but you should spend some time at home, get to know more of the family. Quinn thought about the offer and glanced at Thorn before nodding. All right, I will spend the day inside. Take it easy for a day or two. Good, good. It's important to rest, said Brio before leaving. Quinn turned to Axel and spoke. It's decided, I will take the day off today. You can take easy for today. What are you going to do? Asked Axel. Spend some more time with grandmother, maybe get started with knitting a scarf of my own hand, play some chess with Sarah, most probably give one of the books a good read. Axel stared for a good while before saying, I will tag along, can't take the risk. The lack of trust hurt, Mr. Thorn. And here I thought all the fun time we spent together would have created an unbreakable bond of faith and confidence between the two of us. That doesn't sound right at all. Well, I'm disappointed by that. Maybe we will develop that bond someday, but for today, I hope you'll enjoy my company. Axel was on his way to get some breakfast, so he left to get something to eat while Quinn would take a shower and get himself ready for the day. As Axel walked away, Quinn stared at him with some thoughts about the conversation. He wanted to go outside and weighed the possibility of fooling Axel to go on a solo day trip across Rome. Let's just stay inside. I can't take the risk of facing my grandfather's wrath after the Triwizard incident. It's better to lay low this time around. I can always come back on my own. Scene break. It was sometime afternoon. Quinn sat in his room with the door being locked shut and the windows curtained off. The room was properly lit with the portable miles that he carried around with him. In his hand sat the theory behind the magic of constructs. His eyes scanned through the pages with complete attentiveness, gleaming through black letters printed on the parchment to get the nuggets of knowledge. All right, let's see if my understanding is correct, said Quinn, putting the book aside on the king-sized bed and standing up to walk to the clear space in the front. He flexed the fingers in both of his hands. He shook his left hand for a reddish-yellow cord of light appeared out of his palm. It was the cord from one of Quinn's all-time favorite spells, Carpe Retractum. Next, he shook his right hand, and glowing red material rippled out his palm like a liquid flowing out a tap, and instead of liquid pooling on the ground, it retained the form of a rope and coiled on the floor. So this is Empyrean, muttered Quinn as he stared at the incandescent red color of Empyrean. He then raised both his hands to observe both Carpe Retractum and Empyrean. While both spells were in the form of cords/ropes, Quinn could tell how different they were. He whipped the ropes and threw the other ends into the wall, making them stuck to the wall. This is fascinating. The fingers of his red hand twitched, the red Empyrean rippled, and the rope fell from his hand and pulled down on the floor like a puddle of water. Empyrean. The material that could take on any number of physical properties, said Quinn, his stone-gray eye reflecting the red glow. Fascinating, extremely fascinating. I can replicate Carpe Retractum down to the exact detail, and I can turn it into a puddle of liquid the very next second. What versatility. He dispelled Carpe Retractum and focused on Empyrean. He stood up from beside the puddle of water and raised his hands for the liquid Empyrean to lift off the ground, and under Quinn's molding, it formed a shoddy cube. I still need a lot of practice, this is piss poor, he muttered, looking at the cube, which looked like it was about to break down. If another user of Empyrean heard Quinn, they would manifest a bat made from Empyrean and hit him until he was crying for help. The audacity to call his performance poor when people couldn't produce Empyrean for the first couple of days. Quinn continued to stare at the Empyrean as the material trembled into various shapes under his command. He looked back at the book sitting on the bed and smiled. We are going to have much fun, a lot of fun. He then started laughing. The sphere made from Empyrean started to jiggle more and more with Quinn's laughter and suddenly exploded straight into his face, and it seemed that Empyrean had taken the physical properties of paint as Quinn's front side was covered in glowing red. But before that, I have a lot of work to do. Scene break. The largest magical market of Italy was hidden in the heart of Florence, the birthplace of the Renaissance, and has been called the Athens of the Middle Ages and capital of the Tuscany region. The market was famously known as the Pysand Row and was the Italian equivalent of British Diagon Alley and its adjoining market lanes. Situated inside Pysand Row was a store called Regenerare, a quaint little shop with a front shop much smaller than the back area of the shop, the place where the magic happened. It was an apothecary specializing in medical potions and was a famous potion shop, providing its services to many magical hospitals. Mario, Amity needs 10 crates of fire seed potion. And they needed it yesterday, yelled a gaunt man in Italian with sunken cheeks and pale skin that looked like it hadn't seen daylight for days. We don't have that prepared, yelled another voice sounding anxious. The owner of the voice peeked out from a corner to show a man with a sweaty face. Nerio Polo, the gaunt man, was the manager of the Regenerare and the apothecary's head potion brewer, while the other man was Mario Spagnolo, one of the other potion brewers of the store. Then get your ass up to a cauldron and start brewing, because if I don't lay my beautiful eyes on a crate full of glowing orange, you better forget the weekend off you were begging for. Mario sputtered at the threat and ran to get the batch of potions, working with tears in his eyes. He was looking at another all-nighter. A stunning olive beauty peeked from the outside and yelled at the men working inside, "Shut your damned mouths. It's leaking outside, and customers can hear it. I'm not going to lose my commission because you men can't behave like civilized people." Even though Regenerare mainly tended to hospitals, they had a healthy amount of individual customers, and the Olive Beauty Antio was a front desk seller. All right, we will be quiet, said Nerio Polo. You better be, said Antia and then stacked off back outside. Nerio Polo grumbled in a low voice after Antia was out of earshot, only if that woman wasn't good at what she did. He turned to the potion brewers under and yelled just enough so it wouldn't get out of the back workshop. Move your hands, keep those cauldrons hot. I don't want to see a cauldron off fire if it isn't being scrubbed. Nerio. Antia came back in. What is it, woman? I didn't yell. Abate is here, she said. Nerio got up from his chair at once. Dolian is here, but he isn't supposed. Yes, I'm here, Nerio, said Dolian in Italian. Can't I just be here to visit a friend? You can be, but... Dolian stepped forward, and two more people, one teenager, the other adult, entered the back room. Nerio, being in charge of the brewing back room, didn't like unknown people entering his domain. Who are they? He asked. Nerio saw Dolian gesturing him to look at the teenager. Nerio was confused but studied the teenager closely. At first, he wasn't sure what he was looking at, but a moment later, he noticed the stone-gray eyes that stared back at him. West, exclaimed Nerio. He said West, said Quinn, looking at Dolian. He did, said Dolian before nodding to Nerio. Nerio cleared his throat, quickly wiped his hand with a rag before stepping forward to say in accented English, My name is Nerio Polo. You are? I'm Quinn West, said Quinn introducing himself. And you, Mr. Polo, are the manager of Regenerare, an apothecary owned by my family, but you already know that. He watched Nerio for a brief second, his eyes twitching for a brief second, before looking at the workshop. I have seen Regenerare's records. The apothecary has seen good growth in the past 3 years. Thank you, said Nerio with a proud smile. But, there was always a but. We haven't received any records from Regenerare for the last half year. I'm here to know why. The machine broke. The machine that sends letters. You mean the Magi fax? It's broken for half a year. Yes. Quinn gazed at Nerio. Make up a better excuse. I'm not making an excuse, it's really broke. I just didn't get it fixed. And why is that? I don't understand how it works, said Nerio. The creator of Magi fax paused for a bit. You can call a technician to explain how it works. They will explain how it works. When Nerio didn't say anything, Quinn continued, I'll sign you up for a session. This wasn't the first case of people refusing to leave all mail. Now, show me where's the unit. Nerio led them to a small room, and Regenerare's Magi fax was stashed into a corner. All right, let's get it out from here, said Quinn and wheeled out the Magi fax from the room into a more spacious area. Dolian leaned towards Axel and whispered, What's he doing? At novel bin at. Axel shrugged. I don't know. Quinn observed the Magi fax for a bit before speaking. What did you do? Nothing, said Nerio, but when Quinn continued to stare, he said, I kicked it. Many times. No wonder it broke, said Quinn as he took out his fake wand. He waved it once in a diagonal, and everyone's eyes in the room widened as the 1-meter-tall machine came apart with every single part of the machine floating in the air. Quinn stepped into the sphere of floating Magi fax pieces and started studying. Found it, he said, pointing to a layer of broken rune plates that connected the machine to the networks that allowed Magi faxes to send and receive messages. He waved his fake wand, and the set of rune plates glowed as Quinn applied transmutations to fix the crack and get the runes flowing. He stepped out of the sphere of floating parts and waved his fake wand once again for the machine to put itself back together. Usually, you would need a Magi fax technician with proper authorization to connect the unit back to the network/sever, but fortunately for you, he pointed at himself, I'm a West and thus have the proper authorization to connect any unit, which was partially a lie because while Leah and George would have the proper authorization, they wouldn't know how to do it. As Quinn connected the Magi fax to the network, Axel whispered to Dolian, Told you he is skilled. It's done, said Quinn. I'll book you up for a session on how to work the Magi fax, so make sure you pay attention. But for now, send the records to Palazzo Abate and the WMFID to which you send the records. I'll send them in. Oh okay, said Nerio. Good, don't kick the unit again, and don't be stubborn. Learn how to use Magi fax, it will do you a lot of good, said Quinn before turning to Axel. Let's get out of here. I want to go to the library you mentioned. Let's see if they have a book that I can make a duplicate of. Axel nodded and followed after Quinn while he exited the store under the eyes of Regenerare's employees. Dolian, said Nerio. Dolian didn't say anything and just shook his head, which caused Nerio to sigh in relief. Scene break. It was late in the night. Dolian and his middle-aged companion sat opposite each other on a long table. It's ready, said Dolian. You really have it? Asked the middle-aged man. Dolian placed the object in question on the table. This is it. This is what I'm going to use to open the way up for me. Are you sure it will work? You can try some and see if it works or not. And no, it's fine. If it worked, the man definitely didn't want to try it. Your choice, smiled Dolian. If it works as you say it does, then we need to move soon. I'm running out of excuses as for why I'm not at home for the past couple of weeks. I'll move in a couple more days. I'm still thinking about how to make sure that West doesn't feel anything is off. Any ideas? Yes, I have narrowed it down to 2 choices. Both of them will be effective against West, it's just a matter of which one is safer. Then Dolian went silent as he stared at the table. Before the marriage of Adam West and his sister Aria, the Wests and Abates only had a professional relationship regarding West businesses in Italy. It was only after the runaway marriage that their interaction evolved. At first, the Abates had remained proud and stubborn about collaborating with Wests. The elders weren't happy that Aria had defied the family. To retaliate, they even tried to make business difficult for Wests in Italy, but Wests already had decent establishments in Italy before the marriage, and with the resources they had, they were able to hold on, even if barely, because as everyone knew, in Italy, there was nothing bigger than Abate. It was only after they realized that the Wests could be better serve as allies than enemies, so they decided to use the fact they had a daughter married to the heir of Wests to their advantage. The Abates were no stranger to this method. They had been employing political marriages for centuries, but things didn't go their way as Aria refused to push their cause. The sweet little girl who would listen to every instruction since childhood had risen to become Madam West. The Abates had no control over her, and in turn the Wests. Adam West did work some cooperation with the Abates to help his in-laws save some face, but it was only a token gesture and nowhere the level that Abates were planning. Then came another opportunity to tap into the West resources in the form of Leah West wanting to connect with her mother's family. They pissed on that opportunity with their worthless traditions, thought Dolian. He knew very well that his family didn't believe that women were capable of responsibilities outside the house and offended an ambitious Leah West the very day she stepped into Palazzo Abate. Dolian, who had spent a lot of his formative years in America, didn't align with his family's views, at least not anymore. For him, anyone with a good head over their shoulders could do whatever they desired. It had physically pained him to see the opportunity known as Leah slip past, wasted. But it seemed that the Abate family's luck hadn't run dry, and they were given yet another opportunity. Ere had given to a son who had finally grown up, and because of the patriarchal nature, this time it was the Abates who sent the invitation to the Wests to let them get to know Quinn West. Dolian had been so excited that he got to planning. He wasn't going to let his family ruin things this time. I'm going to get a vein into the Wests. No matter what it takes, he had thought. And he was going to keep what he earned to himself. His moronic family wouldn't get anything. They would only waste it away. I have decided, said Dolian to his companion, I'm going to move, and by the end of this week, we will have everything we could ever desire. His name was Dolian, and there was no one better than him when it came to deceit. I'm bored of playing chess, said Sarah Abate, the only person his age that Quinn had been able to make friends with during his stay at the Palazzo Abate. We can always do something else, said Quinn as he moved his bishop across the board, and from the look of it, we will be needing something else to do. Checkmate. Great, then let's do something else. Quinn looked up at the girl. Did you lose on purpose? No, of course not, said the girl, packing up the chess set. So what should we do? He looked at her with a suspecting gaze. We can go see the volcano of Stromboli on the Aeolian Islands and wait to see the explosions. If we're lucky, we could see some big ones. Can we go up to the top? I don't think so, that's not safe, I'm guessing? Then no, let's think of something else, she said. The initially shy girl had opened up to Quinn with time. Okay, how about we go to a beach, he suggested. I'm sure we can find a secluded one and spend a fun day by the seaside. I'm not really in the mood to go outside, said Sarah. You're the host, you know, you should be telling me what we should be doing. Can I interest you in some magic, though, he asked, pulling out a deck of cards to perform a riffle shuffle while they were in his hands. Magic? You mean card tricks? What can you do? A whole bunch of things. Quinn held the red deck with his left-hand fingers and waved the left in front of it for the deck to change to blue. I can do that, said Sarah. Not without magic. I need to come up with a term to differentiate the two types. You do that while I get us something to drink, said Sarah and got up from her chair. She exited the balcony where they sat, went to the first door she could find, took out a silver key, and inserted it into the keyhole before turning it for the door to turn a royal blue. Sarah opened it, and the door was now connected to her own room. She went in and took out 2 bottles each of limonata and arancetta and prepared 2 cornetti con panna for them. She turned to go back but stopped before she could even take a single step. Uncle, she exclaimed. Her heart was trying to leap out of her chest. What you doing? Her voice trailed off as her eyes went glossy, dull, and out of focus. Don't worry, Sarah, said the wire-thin man. This will only take a few minutes. He gently took the glass bottles from her hands. You won't even remember it. Okay, said Sarah, her voice not louder than a murmur. The third son smiled as he made Sarah sit down before looking at the bottle in his hands. Quinn West, we're going to have a lot of fun for a long, long time. I'm back. Quinn's eyes left the layoff cards on the table and looked at Sarah. He saw the bottles and the 2 croissants that Sarah had with her and grew hungry. I brought some refreshments, said Sarah and set down the tray before passing a bottle to Quinn, who touched the cap for it to pop off with loud pop. Bubbles, nice, smiled Quinn and drank the cold soda. I can taste lemon. He smacked his lips, and something else. He took another swig and tried to find what else he was tasting. Sarah smiled and picked up a bottle for herself. That's the fun part, it's a surprise. Whatever it is, it tastes good, said Quinn looking at the label. I will tell you when you finish it. Till then keep guessing. Quinn went on to show Sarah his magic tricks while enjoying his beverage. There were a lot of oohs and ahs from Sarah as he proudly displayed the wonders of sleight of hand. But as he did that, Quinn started to feel a little dizzy, a bit lethargic, and a lot slower. But when things finally cleared up back to normal, he wasn't on the terrace with Sarah. Instead, He was in an empty room lit up with candles placed around the room. He looked down to see that his hands, legs, and torso were thoroughly tied up. He's waking up. Quinn looked up towards the source of the voice and saw a man he had only seen once before, and beside him stood Doan, who was staring at him. Doan, where am I? Asked Quinn. How are you feeling? Quinn asked Doan in return and stared into Quinn's eyes. I feel slow and my head feels heavy. Now it's gone. Doan, what's happening? Doan's eyes shined when Quinn told him about the heaviness disappearing. It meant that Quinn wasn't able to detect him inside his head. I can work without worry now, he thought. There's nothing to worry about, Quinn, said Doan smiling. You're just feeling that way because I have given you a magic dampening potion. It cuts your connection to your magic. Once upon a time it was given to prisoners. He had given Quinn a unique blend of magic dampening potions that not only did its original function but also put the target into a hazy state. That sounds interesting. Why did they stop? At novel bin at. It is interesting, smiled Doan. You don't need to worry about why they stopped. A strong wind made the windows shake and shudder, making Dolan's middle-aged companion quake in surprise. He turned to Doan and asked, are you sure the bodyguard isn't going to find out? Axel doesn't stay by his side while he's with Mother or Sarah. As long as Axel is concerned, Quinn is currently with Sarah. He won't be interfering with this, and even if he does decide to check on him, we will be done by the time he finds him. A smirk made its way to Dolan's face. When he questions Quinn, the kid will say whatever we want him to, and Axel will believe it because of Quinn's actions in Denmark. Doan then turned to his companion and sighed, you're speaking too much. Why did I ever think that it was okay to get you involved? You have been absolutely useless. He smiled. I know why. You're my puppet after all. What are you saying? Asked the middle-aged man. Doan raised his wands, and as the tip glowed with a dirty yellow, the middle-aged man's eyes went blank, all expression drained, and the man seemed to have become something like a puppet. Doan turned to Quinn, who was swirling his head as if not being able to support it. Quinn, he called. Yes, said Quinn, looking at Doan with out-of-focus eyes. Do you know this person? Doan pointed to the puppet-like man. No, you should get to know him. He's my puppet. Well, he's my first cousin, Antonio Abate. And soon you're going to become his brother, so it's essential that you two get along. He smiled and then chuckled. I don't think it will be a problem with getting along. I can just make you two get along. He turned to Antonio Abate and spoke, go out and keep a lookout to see if there is someone who comes looking. Inform me if you see someone. Antonio mechanically nodded and turned to walk towards the door. Now, where were we? Doan turned back to Quinn. It's time to get you. His words died in his mouth. The sight in front of him made his heart skip a beat. The chair was empty. Where is he? It's fascinating, you know. Doan turned hastily towards the voice and saw Quinn with his hands behind his back standing in front of a still Antonio, staring at the man. Antonio Abate, you said was this man's name, said Quinn, snapping his fingers in the face of Antonio. This man has become an automaton. And you say that you did this to this man. He turned to face Doan. If I didn't know a thing or two about you, Doan, I wouldn't have believed it. Even now, I'm having a little difficulty believing that you are the cause of dead Antonio's current status. How? Asked Doan and slowly walked behind the chair Quinn was previously sitting on. What do you mean? How? You know what? Said Doan, his hand slowly creeping towards his sides. Magic dampening potion, said Quinn, who was now waving his hand in front of Antonio. A terrible, terrible potion. As you stated, it cuts or weakens connection to magic. Quinn tilted his neck towards Doan with a smile, and as it so happens I have taken magic dampening potion in the past. Huh? What? Quinn didn't reply and simply raised his hand towards Doan, and a bolt of white spell lightning of Phil Bodybind zapped towards Doan, who had been trying to sneak his wand out, had his hand on his wand, so he whipped it out and slashed it to swat the spell away and was successful in doing so. Or so he thought. Doan felt a paralysis crawl through his fingertips, traveled up his arm, and before he knew it, his right upper body was completely paralyzed. Doan could only watch as another white spell light zapped his as his wand lay in his paralyzed right hand. Quinn then manipulated Dolan's body and strapped him to the chair he was previously bound to before releasing him of the temporary paralysis, but not before taking Dolan's wand from him. You fascinate me, Doan, said Quinn, and then paused for a brief moment, wound his arm up and pa. He slapped Antonio hard on his face, sending ripples through the chubby cheeks before falling down to the ground. Knocking him out, Quinn might have inserted a tiny boost of body magic to his slap. Quinn stared at Antonio for a bit, then pulled a chair, dragged it in front of Doan, and sat down. So, where were we? Ah yes, I was telling you how fascinating I found you. You see, I have a problem. Quinn licked his lip. I'm a serial mind reader. I read a lot of people's minds while talking to them. A lot? Scoffed Doan. You read almost everyone's mind at the first lunch. So, I was right, smiled Quinn. You're a legilimens. I had a hunch from the first time I met you. I had felt a little something, but I had chalked it up to me imagining things. At least for a couple of days. Now, while there were a couple of people in the Abate family who I couldn't mind peek with sneaky soft legilimency. When a legilimens tried to break into a mind without the target knowing, it was known as a soft legilimency, but when they didn't care about being known, it was known as hard legilimency, and the final form was disregard all care and go all out, even if it caused severe pain and damage to the target. It was known as brute force legilimency. And while my soft legilimency skills weren't limited to what I was using, I couldn't go past beyond them. Quinn smiled bitterly. As I mentioned before, I'm a serial mind reader. And it's a problem. I tend to feel uncomfortable when I can't read the mind of an unknown person. I'm sure you know the feeling. Doan didn't respond even though he knew precisely what Quinn was talking about. It was a common problem among legilimens across the globe. To make sure my condition doesn't worsen, I have self-imposed some rules upon myself to keep myself from slipping. How noble of you, said Doan sarcastically. Quinn ignored the jab and continued, I would describe my current situation as a state of being, meaning that I'm not having trouble maintaining proper decorum with others' minds. It's under my control and not the other way around. My mind problem doesn't hinder my daily life. His eyes flashed with a somber glint, but I don't want it to turn into a constant state of struggle where I'm having difficulty stopping myself from breaking into people's mind left and right. He sighed, that's where the rules come in. Don't use legilimency on friends and families. If the person isn't suspicious on the first scan, don't scan them again. Never even think about going above soft legilimency unless there's a solid reason, and a few others that keep my bad habit in check. Quinn had once thought that he wouldn't get into this problem like Alan did, but here he was, but at least he was following a strict regime to help himself and the people around him. And like Alan, who liked to use his teaching job to keep his cravings in check, Quinn used his daily Hogwarts breakfast soft legilimency sweep as a treat. It was important for Quinn to restrain himself because if a day came where he stopped doing so, then that would be the day when Quinn would lose the ability to trust in anyone and, in turn, lose all his important relationships and the ability to make new ones. Alan had said so himself when Quinn had written to his teacher, and Quinn agreed with the assessment. Coming back to the matter at hand, among the other rules, there's a rule regarding soft legilimency, which is only emotions and surface thoughts, no memories. As such, I restrict myself from diving into memories, which is why I never viewed any of the Abate family members. Then Quinn raised his finger, but then I found something strange. Doan was trying to get free, but the bindings were too firm, so he couldn't do anything but listen, and it wasn't like he was uninterested. Axel Thorne was the problem, said Quinn, making Doan frown. What do you mean? Asked Doan in confusion. Axel wasn't part of the plan. I spent some time with Mr. Thorne in Denmark, and even though it was a brief stay, I had gotten a gist of what he was like. So imagine my surprise when the fellow, who was a man of few words in his own country where he spoke his mother tongue, was so chipper with various members of the Abate family. In our travel across the country, you and he talked a lot when I was busy, and I know for a fact that he told you about me being skilled at magic. Mr. Thorne even told you about how quick I learned apparition, so I offhandedly sneaked some answers out him indirectly through conversations. It turned out that the Abate family was a regular client for Abates, which was why Axel was comfortable with Abates, as they were a regular and well-playing client. He was comfortable enough to discuss Quinn's whereabouts with Brio Abate. But that turned out to be Mr. Thorne just networking with a client, and this wasn't enough for me to be suspicious that something like this, Quinn pointed between them, would happen. But the thing that did convince me that there was something wrong was you, Doan. You were the final piece. Me? Asked Doan. He had been acting perfectly since Quinn's arrival. Yes, you, Doan, smiled Quinn. Even without the legilimency, I was able to understand the dynamics of the current Abate family. The family is essentially in control of four men: Brio and his three sons, Cesare, Matteo, and you. Brio Abate, while he was the patriarch of the family, the old man had already withdrawn himself from the responsibilities and had passed them on to his sons. He was only a figurehead, someone maintaining his position as a placeholder. The first son, Cesare, was a philanderer who cheated on his wife with a new woman every week and had no interest in running the family. All he did was have fun on the money got as his position as the first son, in short, a complete wastrel. The second son, Matteo, was serious, by the books man and the direct opposite of his older brother. As he said to Quinn, Matteo's calling wasn't magic but running the family, which he did in place of Cesare, but it turned out that Matteo wasn't good at leading or managing. He had been struggling hard just to make sure that the business didn't lose money, much less thinking about turning out a profit. This didn't seem to be a problem for the current Abate family with their deep coffers, but it was a severe problem in the long term. That's how old money ran out for many multi-generational families. And you, my friend, the third son, are a lazy person, said Quinn with a shrug to a glare forming in his captive's eyes. Doan, you live a lavish lifestyle, and time to time indulge in the same pastime as your eldest brother, but you aren't attached to someone, so it's fine, and you are nowhere near Cesare. You also don't have any interest in running the family, and even though you are in charge of 2 shops, they are doing just well enough to turn a barely sufficient profit. You're sloth incarnated. Quinn stared at the tied-up Doan and sighed with a smile. It's obvious why you wanted to make me a puppet, as you said it. He pointed at Antonio's leg, which was the only thing visible from their spot. If you turned me into a puppet like Antonio, you would have access to all the money would ever need. It seems you already know everything, said Doan with a sigh. How about we forget about everything that happened here? I'm sure you don't want strife between our families. It won't do any good to either side. Doan was thinking. If Quinn removed his bindings, he would have a chance once again, and he could try once more when Quinn was flush with victory and guard down. That is true. I don't want bad blood between our families, said Quinn, but Doan had got one thing wrong, but I don't know everything. I still have some questions that I will have you answer. There's nothing else, Quinn, just let me go, and I promise to forget to never do something like this again, said Doan, putting on his best smile. Quinn stared at Doan's futile attempts to get free before shaking his head. Just answer me a question, Doan. How did you protect Nerio Polo's brain? What do you mean? I don't understand. You asked me how I was alright now even after drinking the magic dampening potion. The answer is quite simple. The dose wasn't strong enough. Quinn saw a look of unconvinced on Doan's face. I'm assuming that you made Nerio brew the potion, and he did a great job making the potion for someone my age, but you see, I'm not your average 16-year-old. His eyes flashed purple for a split second. A regular dose of magic dampening potion which would completely cut the connection with magic couldn't do anything much to me. I have too much magic inside me, and as absurd may it sound, it would take a concentrated dosage for it to work on me. Though I had to say, I didn't see the modified potion coming, and I was lucky that all it did was make me dizzy for a bit and nothing else. Before Doan could rebuke, Quinn continued, at Regenerare, I tried to read Nerio Polo's memories because I thought he was embezzling money and was the reason he hadn't sent us any records, but to my surprise, Mr. Polo's mind was an iron fortress. I couldn't even sense his emotions. Quinn's eyes flashed with cold curiosity. Doan, I know you did something. It isn't possible for a second person to protect another's mind. But you somehow did it. Tell me how you did it. Doan's jaw set in place as he stared at Quinn with an expressionless blank face. I have no idea what you're talking about. Quinn stared at Doan's face, which showed clear signs of acclimacy, and sighed. Quinn stood up from his spot and moved closer to Doan. Under Doan's solid gaze, Quinn took out a small vial. What's that? Asked Doan plainly. This is Veritaserum, Doan, said Quinn, and if Doan wasn't using acclimacy, his eyes would have popped out. I'm going to have to use this to loosen your tongue a little bit. Quinn wanted to know how Doan did it, and he was going to get his answers. You are going to tell me how you protected Nerio's mind and how you turned Antonio into what he is because that's not imperious. He grabbed Doan by the hair and the man suddenly felt a force opening his mouth. He could only struggle in vain as drop after drop of Veritaserum hit his tongue. Let's get started, said Quinn with a cold smile. Veritaserum. A potent truth serum so powerful that just mere 3 drops would have a person spill their innermost secrets for everyone to hear. The potion effectively forced the drinker to answer any questions put to them truthfully. Though there are methods of resistance, said Quinn as he saw Doan, who had his eyes squeezed shut and looked like he was going through a massive struggle. One can either take an antidote to the potion but it isn't a vaccine, and thus one will require to take it in a general vicinity of ingestion of Veritaserum. And from the looks of it, you weren't aware that you'll be taking Veritaserum today. No, yes? I took an antidote, said Doan through gritted teeth. He was trying to resist the Veritaserum. The second method to resist Veritaserum is through acclimacy, said Quinn with a beaming smile, which you're doing now, and from the looks of it, you're having fun. I want to give you more, but unfortunately, I do care about your mental health and don't want to overload your brain with Veritaserum. But, I can't have you resist the Veritaserum, said Quinn sitting back down on his chair. I have to say, Doan, I'm pleased with how the events folded. I had this vial of Veritaserum for a very long time with no meaningful way to use it inside Hogwarts. To be able to finally use it is as exciting as it gets for me. And now with your resistance, I'm going to get a chance to use hard legilimency to loosen you up, which I rarely get to use. Doan felt his eyelids being pulled to stay open and felt eyeballs jam up to look at the front, where stone-gray eyes were waiting for him. And then he clearly felt a mind probe slam against his shields. Heavy, thought Doan, experiencing the force of Quinn's legilimency. It always feels pretty good to use hard legilimency. Without hiding, with so little restriction and sneaking around, said Quinn, his eyes locked with Doan and magic flowing. Oh, an all-diamond cover, said Quinn looking at Doan's acclimacy shields. In front of him was a spread of sparkling polished diamond. In his time as legilimens, Quinn had seen many acclimacy shields, and he had come to see a pattern. A heavy majority of people had their acclimacy shields in the form of brick walls or steel structures. And while the imaging of the shield layer didn't matter much as the actual strength came from a person's confidence in their shields and hard work, but when people saw bricks being broken or steel being bent with magic, subconsciously, people's faith in their shields would fail. Quinn's hexagonal graphene-based shields weren't actually seen in the natural world, which ensured that his confidence wouldn't fall from seeing his shield material in the real world. Diamond is a strong material, a good choice to choose it as a shielding material, said Quinn smiling, which didn't give Doan any comfort. Your shield is an arrangement of carbon, and mine is an arrangement of carbon. Of course, mine is stronger. Doan then felt like a hammer had been unleashed on his diamond shield. He could imagine his shields thrumming as the force traveled everywhere. This is so much more fun than sneaking around, laughed Quinn. Tell me, Doan, how did you protect Nerio's mind? Bang, bang, bang. Continuous blows of legilimency were making it challenging for Doan to keep a hold on his tongue. I am a nat no. Doan took control just in time and defied the Veritaserum running through his body. Quinn sighed in disappointment. It seems playtime is over. I'm going to shatter your shield in one swoop. Don't say I didn't warn you. He charged up his legilimency and speared into the diamond. Immediately, cracks appeared on the sparkling surfaces, spreading quickly as Quinn drilled down deeper. All right, just one more second, said Quinn as he could feel the end coming soon. Shatter. The diamond layer broke down into million little pieces, making Quinn smile, but then his eye narrowed as he felt a sharp mental attack appear out of nowhere. Occlumency and legilimency were two sides of the same coin. And just so it happened, when a legilimens tried to break into a mind, they extended their mind, leaving it open, leaving it vulnerable to the target. And if that target so happened to be a legilimens, they had a chance to retaliate. Dolian Abate was a legilimens, and if he was going to be attacked, he wasn't going down without a fight. He sent out a sharp mental attack, aiming to cause Quinn a lot of pain. Dolian saw Quinn close his eyes, then a frown appeared between his brows, and finally heard a groan escape his throat. He also felt Quinn's legilimency attack retreat, making him release a sigh of relief. Ha, take tha. That almost hurt. Dolian's word died in his throat as he saw Quinn open his eyes with a sigh. That's why it is such a pain breaking into Legilimens' mind, said Quinn, cracking his neck. They always, without fail, try to retaliate. Then he grinned, and in doing so, leave their mind open. Dolian's eyes widened when he realized what he had done. By attacking, he had extended his mind and allowed Quinn to exploit that opening. You're a decent Legilimens, Dolian, said Quinn, the corner of his lip raising up, but I am better. Much, much better. Dolian's world went white as Quinn bombarded his entire mindscape with a mind-numbing detonation of Legilimency probe. Now, let's get started. Tell me your name. Dolian Abate? What's your underwear color? White. Tidy Witties. Well, how were you able to protect Nerio's mind from me? Through Legilimency. Please elaborate. I'm a natural Legilimens. Quinn paused for a bit. This was important information. A natural talent was a humongous gift. Dolian, being a natural Legilimens, explained how he was able to fool Quinn. To a natural, their magical talent was the same as breathing. For example, a metamorphmdagus was a natural talent in transfiguration, making Nymphadora Tonks a natural. Quinn personally knew another natural. He knew a person with two natural talents, an absolute monster of mind magic, his teacher, Alan D. Baddeley, the man with natural talent in Legilimency and Occlumency. Dolian continued. I have developed the ability to intercept and block Legilimency probes. I stopped your soft probe from reaching Nerio, and that's why you didn't feel a thing. If you go back now, you will be able to read him. Why did Nerio help you with the potion? He had been using Regenerare's money to support his gambling habit and was falsifying the records. I caught him and blackmailed him into owing me. What about Antonio? Why is he acting like that? I rewrote his mind to follow my every command. It's like hypnotism, but unlike hypnotism, he would do things that even if they go against his moral code. It grants me complete control like an Imperious curse does, but Antonio can't escape my control with a strong will. His will doesn't even come into play. He's completely subservient. This was the power of a natural. They could do things that others would take years upon years of hard work to replicate. Quinn could imagine achieving blocking a Legilimency probe for a third after a couple of years of research and experimentation, but he couldn't even believe how he could even get started on turning another person into a puppet without any chance to escape, changing them from the very inside. Do you have any other puppets? Asked Quinn. He wasn't going to ask if Dolian's next target was him. That was obvious. There are many, but Antonio is my best. Quinn stared at Dolian and asked after a pause, what do you mean by best? It took some time and trial and error to improve my puppeteer ability. There were many before Antonio, but they didn't come out of the procedure whole. Many lost their minds and became empty vessels, vegetables. Quinn bowed his head down. It wasn't surprising to hear that, but that didn't make it any less horrifying. How many? He asked. When no answer came, Quinn looked up and saw Dolian staring at him. The Veritaserum had run its course, and Dolian wasn't going to answer any more questions. That is my last question, said Quinn. You can answer it, or I scrape it off your mind. Dolian just glared. All his secrets had been exposed. He wasn't going to answer anymore. Your choice, spoke Quinn, and then dove in deep. Dolian's eye reddened, and a scream would have escaped him if he hadn't been silenced by Quinn. The answer that Quinn found was as horrifying as he had thought. Dolian had left 6 people in vegetative states, 7 with paralysis and permanent memory loss, and 9 were just a tad bit inferior to Antonio, with the Antonio being the best. So much talent, yet you waste it. You're lazy, Dolian, said Quinn, finally giving Dolian some breathing room. You have such a tremendous talent, and all you created out of it was puppeteering magic, because you wanted some slaves. Dolian's abilities were impressive, but his basic Legilimency skills were sub-par for a natural. Quinn, who was less than half of Dolian's age, was better, a travesty for someone with a natural talent. I will kill you, said Dolian, a card snarl in his voice. I will cripple your mind and turn into an empty vessel. You are nothing in front of me. I can break you down to mere trash. Dolian watched to expect a look of anger or fear on Quinn's face, but all he got was a look of pity. What? He yelled. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't expect every magical to excel magic or even pursue it as a career. People have their own interests, and they shouldn't be tied down with something they had by birth. The look of pity on Quinn's face deepened. Even you, Dolian, if you didn't explore your talent, I wouldn't have judged you. But you have nothing to replace it. Nothing at all. You are a waste of life. Fuck you, he cursed in his mother tongue. Quinn stood up without replying and walked closer to Dolian. He placed both his hands on Dolian's temples and stared into his eyes. What are you doing? Yelled Dolian in Italian. I have been practicing fabricating memories for a while now, stated Quinn, mostly on myself, and I have progressed to the point that I have been able to fool myself with my own fake memories. I'm going to erase your memories, then plant fake ones deep into your conscious. If I can fool myself, then I will definitely be able someone inferior to me, Doan growled. Even if you ever start developing your skills, by the time you catch up to the current me, your brain would have assimilated these false memories, classifying them as organically real. You'll never get back what I erase. Quinn smiled and spoke a final word. I will miss our little cat and mouse chase, Doan, and some weird way. I will miss you, because the you that will come out of this will be a whole lot different. Magic flowed, and Quinn connected with Dolan's mind and started to look for every memory relating to puppeteering magic, his victims, his plans to make Quinn into his puppet, and every other memory connected to his evil deeds. It took every bit of Quinn's occlumency to power his brain for processing the memory and his legilimency to isolate them, but he was able to reach every corner of Dolan's memories, and in his grasp was every memory he was going to erase and replace. The fantastic thing about the human brain was that when it lost memories, it would actively replace them on its own to fill in the gaps. All Quinn had to do was let the brain do its work and simply use its powers as a guide to influence the brain so that when the memories formed, they would be to his liking. Let's change you from a puppet-creating maniac to a person who will be absolutely hated in Italy. Quinn went on to plant memories in which Doan disliked pasta, meat, parmesan, garlic, cheek kisses, coffee, thought America was better than Italy, kept to himself, drank cappuccino after breakfast, and threw in always wanted to partake in gardening to keep the new Doan mellow. Of course, Quinn knew that these memories had the same chances of changing Dolan's real taste as Quinn leaving magic. Legilimency would have been classified as dark magic a long time ago if it was that easy, but he could do was give Doan amnesia and make him lose his memories, so when the Abates invite a mind healer to help Doan, the memories which would surface will clash with his instinctual tastes and cause chaos on the person known as Doan. He would start doubting the him before memory loss and reassess his life and hopefully take a new turn. If I didn't invite the threat of getting myself identified as my alter ego, I would have taken your hands from you and with it most of your magic, muttered Quinn as he stared at the unconscious Dolan. Tetany nervum couldn't be connected back to him. After giving Dolan amnesia by sealing away his memories, obliviation but comparatively easier to reverse, and placing natural-looking memory blocks throughout his mindscape to hinder recovery and make the mind healer's work more difficult, Quinn dragged Dolan to a window, set him over the ledge before pushing him off. Dolan's unconscious body fell from the middle floor of Palazzo Abate and landed on his legs, shattering them into pieces on impact. Feel lucky that I don't want a war between Abates and Wests, because if not, I would have done much, much worse. All right, my work is done here, said Quinn, but then saw Antonio's unconscious body. I need to dispose of this as well. Quinn simply obliviated Antonio off the plan to turn Quinn into a puppet and dumped him in another room so that Antonio wouldn't point fingers. That night, Dolan was found, and he was immediately taken to hospital. The Abates found that Dolan had lost his memory, and the retrievable would be a sure but long process. The mind of a natural legilimens wasn't something a mind healer could cruise through. It would require a degree of carefulness to not fear instinctual retaliation. The following day, Antonio Abate reported his Abate gateway key missing. Upon the report, the key was immediately deactivated from the source to avoid exploitation. Around the same time, Quinn was given the news that Nerio Polo, the manager of Regenerare on Pysand Row, was brutally maimed last night by an unknown assailant and had turned in his resignation first thing in the morning after he gained consciousness. He had decided that life was too short and was going to spend time with his family. Scene break. After a day of break from sightseeing, Quinn and Axel were again traveling and had started their day early with breakfast in a cafe in Venice. Axel walked back to their table with their orders to see that Quinn was at another table, chatting it up and laughing with a middle-aged lady, in fluent Italian. Sorry to keep you waiting, said Quinn, sitting down across Axel. I was just asking that sweet woman about restaurant recommendations in the area. You speak Italian, stated Axel and asked a question. Adat novel bin adat. Of course, I do, it's my mother's mother tongue. What kind of son would I be if I didn't Italian? And I'm half Italian, I need to honor my blood some way. You haven't spoken a word of Italian the entire time we have been in the country. You spoke in English, you made Dolan translate every conversation you had. Yes, that's right, smiled Quinn, eating his food. Why? No specific reason, it was a whim, replied Quinn. He couldn't say that he was simply following the saying, keep friends close, enemies closer, to make sure that Dolan stayed with them and got comfortable with his role as the guide/translator, hoping that he would let something slip in Italian. A whim. Quinn winked before biting into his sandwich. This is great stuff. He looked at the beautiful city, clear skies, sparkling waters which reflected the sky, the ripples formed by gondolas that rode past, and smiled. Mamma mia! The walls in the West Manor were covered with patterned wallpapers, but Quinn's room's walls were painted in a two-toned color scheme with the ceiling and crown moldings painted in white while the walls were cobalt blue. The dark walnut floor hadn't changed, which tied together all the wooden furniture like Quinn's study table, bed, and the small round table and two chairs that sat beside the room's window, which was right above the room's fireplace. The room's right wall held a white two-panel door that opened into the walk-in closet. The door was surrounded by a top-to-bottom array of half-filled bookshelves from all three sides. The bed was opposite the room's entrance, and on the wall above the headboard was a wall painting made with hexagonal rings and solids of white and sparse golden yellow contrasting well with the blue background. Finally, the room was equipped with miles which Quinn had embedded/fused right into the walls for lighting, and in the lamps sitting on the bedside dressers and study table, which had replaced the candle chandelier and lamps which previously hung from the ceiling. Sitting on one of the chairs by the window, Quinn stared at the envelope in his hand. He had just returned from Italy yesterday, and today, his grandfather had handed him the letters which arrived in his absence. Quinn opened the envelope and read the calligraphy on the letter card inside. "You're cordially invited to celebrate the birthday anniversary of Harry and Ivy Potter on July 30th, 1995, as the guest of Harry Potter. Best regards, James and Lily Potter." Quinn sighed. "Yeah, this almost slipped my mind. Damn, this is tomorrow, huh? I haven't prepared any gifts for them." He looked around to see if something would do for a gift, and his eye fell upon the miniature Leaning Tower of Pisa sitting on the round table in front of him. "No, I'm not giving you away," he scoffed. The miniature was made from marble that Quinn had schemed off the original Leaning Tower of Pisa using transmutation. It was too unique for him to give it away as a gift. As a side note, Quinn had miniatures of the Colosseum, the Duomo di Milano, Giotto's Bell Tower, Duomo di Siena, Doge's Palace, Cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore, Pantheon, and many other buildings across Italy made from the materials stolen from very important places inside the original buildings. Quinn stood up and entered the walk-in closet, which was essentially a mid-size room. Then he waved his hand for his suitcase to come out from a corner. The lock snapped open, and the suitcase opened, expanded to quadruple its size, and instead of standard insides, there was a ladder going down leading into the expanded space contained inside the suitcase. He climbed down and passed through a couple of corridors to push grand red oak doors that opened up to Quinn's ever-growing library. The same library which held all of the books that Quinn had obtained during the world tour, their translations, the books which Quinn had personally brought since then, the books Leah had brought him as souvenirs, all of his notes and research that he had ever penned, and finally, it held the entire room of requirements library copied as part of Project Babel. "Now, what should I give Ivy?" he muttered to himself. He had a lot to choose from. Quinn was sure he could find something. 5 hours later, Quinn was hunched over a table, holding his head between his arms. He had spent the first 10 minutes looking for a gift for Ivy, but then he found an intriguing book for himself, got distracted, and recovered out of his book coma 5 hours later with an empty fountain pen and 20-odd pages of double-sided notes. He groaned loudly as the books flew back into their places and pages filled themselves into appropriate files. "Screw it," he spat and made his way to a specific section of the library and took out a book. "This one will do," he said, staring at the book in hand. Scene break. The Potter family preferred living in their homely home, more than comfortable enough for the 4 family members, but their social circle was bigger than their home could support. As such, they had booked a great campground inside a forest with a stream nearby. Proper arrangements were made to accommodate all their guests and have a great outdoor party. At the campground entrance, Harry and Ivy stood to greet the arriving guests while their parents took the shift inside. "I'm going to win this year," said Ivy after receiving birthday wishes from yet another guest, "like I did last year and the year before that, a champion's three-peat." Harry scoffed, "Not a chance. I'm going to destroy you and your stupid friends this year. A lot of them are your friends too." "Not today, they are not." "Whatever, Hermione and I are going to win to get our three-peat. You should work harder, you know, it's only time that this gets boring," said Ivy with a smug smirk on her face. Harry stared at his sister with a look of disgust. "I'm going to have a lot of fun wiping that smug smirk off your face. Dream on, Four Eyes." Harry briefly glanced behind Ivy, whose back was turned towards the entrance, and caught a glance of a certain someone. He held back a smile that, if not, would have split his face. "Twins." Ivy heard the voice, and thinking it was another guest, she turned to greet them with a smile, but the second she laid her eyes on the guest. "Q Quinn," she said in astonishment, "what are you doing here?" In front of her, dressed in a sea-green full t-shirt and white pants over tan boots. One could say that Quinn looked effortlessly good, and Ivy was one of them. Quinn didn't immediately answer. Instead, he leaned forward and softly grazed his lips against Ivy's cheeks, rendering the girl into stone. Quinn didn't seem to notice the change in Ivy and moved towards Harry and repeated the same with him. "What?" uttered Harry, staring at Quinn in shock. Quinn felt confused for a second, but then he too froze, realizing what he had just done. Sorry about that. I just returned from Italy, and I guess I did that on autopilot. Again, my sincere apologies for making you too uncomfortable." Inside, he was smacking himself for making things awkward. Harry nodded, but Ivy was still quite flustered. She could feel her cheeks searing and felt like her entire face was on fire. Everything had happened so fast and so suddenly that her brain hadn't had the time to catch up with the events. And it didn't help when Quinn stepped closer to her, onsetting another bout of heartbeat elevation. "I was invited, of course," said Quinn answering Ivy's question. He took out the invitation card and handed it to her. Ivy creakily received the letter and hadn't been paying attention to Quinn's words, so when she looked at the square letter in her hand, she froze. She could clearly see the invitation to the party, but what caught her attention was that as the guest of Harry Potter. All her previous embarrassment evaporated, and she all but snapped her head towards Harry to see her twin brother with a smugger smirk on his face. When Harry saw Ivy looking at him, he mouthed out the words, "I am going to win." "I take my arrival was kept a secret from you," said Quinn with a smile, facing both twins, who both nodded but with entirely opposite energies. "Well, I don't know what this competition would be like, but I'm looking forward to it. Ah, and before I forget," continued Quinn, putting his hands behind his back, and when he brought them back to the front, he had 2 packages wrapped in a solid golden tan gift wrap and tied up with a pistachio green colored satin ribbon. "Those are your birthday presents," said Quinn, handing the twins their respective gifts. "I hope you will like them. You can open them now if you so desire." And desire they did. The twins undid the wrapping in their own ways and uncovered the gifts inside. First was Harry, who found himself a pair of glasses inside. They were identical to what he wore. He looked up at Quinn in confusion, who smiled. "Give me your glasses and the one I gifted you." He took Harry's round glasses, detached the eyeglasses, making Harry squirm a little before attaching them to his gift. "I didn't know your prescription, but fortunately for me, you wear like huge glasses." Now they were perfect, said Quinn, handing them to Harry, who confusedly put them on. "Touched the thin button on the leg of the frame and look at yourself in this," he said, giving Harry a conjured mirror which he had pretended to take out from his pocket. Harry stared at his reflection and grasped around for the button to feel a slight bump. When he pressed the button, Harry saw his glasses change from round to Wayfair shape. He pressed it again, and the frame shifted to a square shape. On the other side, you'll find another button to change the thickness of the frame, and if you remove your glasses, you'll find 2 more buttons for lens and frame color. There's a manual inside the box that you can refer to for different functionality, you know, to experiment and find the perfect fit for yourself. There's even the option where they turn to Quidditch goggles, so have fun and happy birthday, Harry." "Thank you, mate, this is great," said Harry, still looking at himself in the mirror. Quinn turned towards Ivy and saw her staring at a book in hand. As Harry had suggested when he had invited Quinn, Ivy would like a book, so he decided to give her a book that he thought was top-grade reading material. "That's an original, Quinn, in your hand right there," he said, gaining Ivy's attention. "You wrote this?" she asked. That's the 7th edition compendium of charms, written your truly, and contains the most practical and useful that I have come across and provides practical insight to every mentioned spell." Quinn didn't use a wand, as such, he couldn't use the convenient wand movement, and it was a personal choice to not use vocal chants, so Quinn had to truly understand every spell to perform it to the best of his ability. "If you read that and actually implement the insights mentioned inside, you'll be able to pass owls and newts without breaking a sweat," smiled Quinn and pointed at himself. "The proof is right in front of you, I crushed the owls. Also, there are some pretty cool spells inside, so you won't be getting bored of this one in a very long time." Quinn had thought about simply gifting Ivy a rare book from Room of Requirement but decided that one from him would be better. This way, she would actually be able to apply every word inside in the short and long term. Of course, it went without saying that the version in Ivy's hand was heavily curated. Inside, Ivy was comparing hers and Harry's gifts, and while her twin's gift was clearly custom-made for him, her book, as Quinn has said, was a 7th edition, which meant that Quinn had handed her the result of at least a couple of years of his hard work. And that touched her heart. "Thank you, Quinn. I'll talk to you about this when I read the book," she said, and was looking forward to the day Quinn and her could talk and talk. "Sure, it would be my pleasure," nodded Quinn. Quinn left the twins to their duties and headed inside to enjoy the party. The campground was set up pretty nicely, with plenty of tables for people to sit around and talk. There were food and drinks at every corner, with the hired help refilling to keep the party going. The Potters had set up tents in case there was a need for privacy or someone wanted shelter from the sun. Not only that, Quinn could even make out a few game activities going on for younger children in the Potter family social circle. At novel bin at. All in all, it seemed a pretty fun party. Quinn picked up some refreshments and decided to find some familiar faces, and found his favorite pair of sisters by the cotton candy booth. "It's not nice to patronize with the enemy, Astoria," he said. The black-haired greengrass turned with a smile. She had already recognized the voice. "You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't be coming. I was a bit busy with some last-minute shopping," meaning that he had to do a rush job making Harry's gift. The blonde older sister, too, turned and raised both her hands with fluffy pink clouds. "It looks like you got your eye back." "Yes, it is. It's as good as new. Though I do miss the eye patch look, it was the only good thing about that time." "You looked like a happy pirate," said Astoria. "Isn't that the best kind?" smiled Quinn. "I thought he bore a resemblance to Odin," said Daphne. "I like that. Odin is much better," said Quinn. "Plus, he had the Raven connection going for him." "I bought the sausage rolls." "Oh, Quinn, you're here." Quinn turned to see Tracy with a platter of sausage rolls in hand. "Hey, Tracy, which team are you on?" "You start with that," said Tracy as Astoria took a couple rolls from the platter. "I'm on Ivy's team, of course." "So, who else is on Harry's team?" he asked. And soon, he got the answer. "So, this is our team," said Quinn, looking at Team Harry members gathered around with Astoria by his side, looking at Harry and Ron, along with other Gryffindor boys, as in Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, Lee Jordan, along with Katie Bell, and Terry Boot. He turned to his competition and saw Team Ivy, Hermione, Daphne, Tracy, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Ginny Weasley, George and Fred Weasley, and Sue Lee. Why in the world are the Weasley twins on Ivy's side? Asked Quinn. Weren't you guys supposed to be prankster buddies or something? Harry turned his face away from Quinn's gaze. It was 2 years ago when I was sort of upset at them for a prank, and we had temporary falling down. Ivy swept in and invited them as her guests. She hasn't let go ever since then. No wonder you lost 2 times in a row, said Quinn. No offense to you guys, but Ivy's been stacking her team with talent. Look at them. Ivy, Hermione, and Daphne are top of the grade. Tracy might seem she's all bubbly, but that girl is really clever and street smart. I have worked with Susan and Hannah. They are good at what they do. I don't know much about Ginny, but Sue is intelligent and really athletic and freaky fast. But worry no more, for I'm here, smiled Quinn as he raised his fake wand. We will conquer this year and show who the real bosses are. Neville raised a hand and spoke hesitantly. We are outside Hogwarts, so no magic. Quinn paused for a moment before putting his fake wand back in. Okay, we are screwed. Those fellows are winning. Why? Asked Astoria. If you guys haven't noticed, my thing is magic. If you took that away, all I got going for me is smart, handsome, great style, funny, fit, good at fighting, sick with a violin and piano, public speaking, selling stuff, and magic tricks. I feel really restricted, you know. The 9 people stared at Quinn, not knowing how to reply to that. All right, all you guys gather around. Both teams turned to see Prank Master General Sirius Black standing in full black with 2 top buttons unbuttoned. When they gathered around, he spoke with a grin. First of all, I welcome the new ones to the Potter battles. It will be a fun thing. Just ask the ones who have been here before. Okay, move on, interrupted Ivy. Tell us, what are we going to do today? Quinn looked around and saw that none of his team or others showed any negative reaction to abrupt cutoff, so he shrugged and nodded in agreement. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, he thought while silently chuckling to himself. TCH, 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 so impatient, laughed Sirius, taking Ivy's word as enthusiasm. If you do want to know, then we are going to play dodgeball today. The Weasley twins high-fived loudly. With water balloons, continued Sirius, catching everyone's attention. Of course, seeing that this year I volunteered to come up with the competition activity, you know that there is a twist. He took out a red water balloon. The twist is in the balloon. What do you mean? Asked Ron. Sirius smiled and turned towards Lily, who was watching with a smile. But then she saw Sirius raising his hand holding the water balloon, and her smile vanished. Sirius, no, was she could say before the Auror threw the water balloon in her direction. But contrary to her exception, the water balloon curved in the air at wild angles and hit not her but her husband right in the back of his head while he was talking to a guest. James Potter, soaking in dark red liquid, slowly turned towards Sirius with a stunned expression. As you can see, the balloons will follow an irregular path, said Sirius, ignoring his best friend, so you might be really close to your target, about to hit them just for the balloon to miss them. Is there a pattern to how they balloon curves? Asked Hermione. There is, but you will have to figure that out on your own, or believe in your luck and throw with faith that it will hit. Sirius then raised both of his hands in different directions, and there sat 5 buckets. Red balloons are for Team Ivy and green for Team Harry. He then threw 10 red and green tags each on the ground. Stick them on your clothes, and if a balloon hits you anywhere, I will know. Each member gets 3 hits. After that you're out. The team with the last person standing wins. Finally, every time a person gets hits, they come back here and stay for half a minute before rejoining the game. Sirius clapped once and grinned. Now, let's get started and have a day of fun. He had just completed his sentence when a massive splash of ice-cold water hit him from behind. Everyone, including a shivering Sirius, turned to see James Potter, pointed at Sirius with his wand brandished in Sirius' direction. Have fun, kids, said James with a satisfied smile.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.